Chapter 120. With Dumbledore's announcement at the feast, the next weeks at Hogwarts were filled with excitement. Students would walk the halls speculating on possible tasks. Some would declare their intents to participate in the event. Others would be workshopping ways around the age restriction. Like the twins. Many were actually discussing who would be the most likely candidates for the school champion, with myself and my friends being obvious choices. I even had a talk with Cedric about his own intention to enter the tournament. I've also gotten some news that Draco still got turned into a ferret not too long ago. Apparently he couldn't take anyone insulting his mommy after he started insulting Ron's father and Harry responded. Which led to the kid trying to sneak attack instead of even thinking of a formal duel. Truly a disappointment, but if he believed my words it could make me think that it is why he didn't do so. But now it is unfortunate because such actions are heavily punished since the emergence of the dueling club and its facilities. Other than that, during the first week of classes, news of Professor Moody's extreme data class has spread throughout the castle. The man really started using the Imperius curse on kids. I thought with a frown. I could generally understand the logic in of itself. But as a practical matter, letting anyone under 6th year experience it is completely pointless. The only way to fix that would be for students to undergo rigorous training, or be extremely stubborn like Harry. There were some surprises that came from this though. Harry was able to resist more of the curse without collapsing. Even if he had to take a knee afterwards. Ron showed a great amount of resistance, making Moody put in considerable effort to make him move. Members of the dueling club were showing considerably better results in resisting than other students as well. I even had a conversation with the kids about this event. I can't believe that they are allowing this. An unforgivable used on students, honestly. Although I do agree with you, Hermione, it is still an important lesson for many to learn. The problem is the application and the fact that it might give some of the less moral students stupid ideas, I say to the growing girl. What do you mean, Aiden? Curiously asked Harry. It's because students under the general ages of 16 to 17 just don't usually have the mental fortitude to even resist the curse, much less defeat it. It can even leave some damages in a person if used too often on them. That is why I am very proud of you and Ron of doing so well in the face of it. As for you, Hermione, it shows that although you are brilliant, your mentality isn't there yet, I'm afraid. I explained to the trio. Hermione looked disappointed in herself, but Ron caught on to something I had said. It can hurt people. Moody didn't mention that. It's not a type of physical damage if that is what you're afraid of. You see, the more it is used on a person, the more they become susceptible to the curse unless they can defeat themselves and prove their mental strength is superior. So having kids undergoing this repeatedly might actually make their defenses becoming weaker when it comes to it. I explained carefully to the kids, whose faces paled at the revelation. That just makes it even more unacceptable. Shouted Hermione in outrage. True, but like I said, this is still a valuable experience in terms of data. The only things I know can help against the Imperius curse are Occlumency, Thief's Downfall, my original spell Protego Sanctum, and a strong will. One is too difficult for most adolescents undergoing puberty, the next is a Goblin Secret, my spell just has too strenuous of requirements. And willpower varies depending on the person. So unless you can somehow get one of these to be teachable, experiencing the curse more than once is pointless. I concluded with a serious look on my face. Aiden, you told me you have a certain mastery in occlumency when you tried to teach me, are you able to resist the curse? Asked a now curious Harry, getting the other two to look at me. No one is able to enforce their will onto me, any who try are overconfident fools who will learn why they should stop while they are ahead, I declare with absolute certainty. With that conversation in mind, this brings me to my own data class with the Death Eater. Put those blasted books away, you won't be needing them with me, the man growled as he looked around the modest number of 7th years. Just to give a quick explanation for why I said, modest number, it's due to the nature of Newt level classes. You see, at this level of education, most students will decide to focus on what they would need for their future jobs. If one wants to work in the ministry, one needs to know the requirements for the department one had aimed for. For example, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures obviously needs a person to have at least studied care of magical creature at the Newt level. The principle is the same for defense against the dark arts. The only thing is, from what I know, aurors and healers are the only careers which strictly need Newt level education, with hit wizards having some requirements when one wants specific promotions. The lack of future opportunities one gets from completing the class, with the subpar inconsistent education in the field. Add in the homework and practical practice one needs to do, and the fact that most people generally aren't interested because they believe they are safe, reduces the number of students greatly. All of this is why, even with every house members in my year, we have less than 10 people in 7th year data. And just to make it worst, 4 of those are me, Tori, James and Christian. I'm doing it because I wish to have the Newt level certification for all my classes. Victoria is doing it because she wants to be a healer. James decided to keep with it because of the study of spells and dangers of the world. While Christian is studying it because he likes the practical side of magic the most. The rest were here because they were good enough in the field, but they did not specifically want to continue along with after graduating. Now, you lot will be graduating from this cozy place, full of warm beds and a cushy lifestyle, into the real world. You're going to need to know how to survive out there, and that's what I'm here to teach you. The grizzly man said to us with a slight look of disapproval. Hey. I know you're a great orar, but I'm not going to take someone calling me soft. What's your name, boy? Was Moody's response as both his eyes focused on my friend. Christian Ward, he announced proudly. Ah, one of the Wonder Kids. No surprise you wouldn't agree. Too used to excellence, no true experience, the professor said with a look of realization. Oh please, I've fought in the wild and in the underworld. Master Scamander also taught me a lot, so I won't just let you insult what I've been through, Christian said as he stood defiantly. Scamander, eh? Too lost in his beasts, too old now, but he was good. Fine then, boy, I guess we'll see just how much you learned during this little class of mine, said our teacher after a bit of thinking, letting a dark smile rise on his scarred face. Bring it, my wild friend responded, while the rest of us just shook our heads at his passionate behavior. Alright, sit down, mighty beast, you've caused enough of a commotion, and I'd like for Professor Moody to get on with the class, I say to my friend as he realizes that he might have gone too far against such a little comment. You, silver hair, you're Amelia's brat, right? Heard you are supposed to be the best to ever walk these halls. Yes, that is something I've been called, I answered calmly as I looked into his eye. Another one who needs to taste some of what the world really has to offer, my lucky day, he responded with an excited smirk. I simply smiled at his acting and sat down to let him continue with his class. You have had what is basically a shit education from every professor before me aside from Lupin. He at least got you caught up to speed on the creatures and beings your level requires, but his curse studies are very lacking. And so, I will be going over true curses and spells you lot will face when in front of actual dark wizards, not those pickpockets you'll see in Nocturne Alley. The battered man said as he turned around and grabbed a piece of chalk. Without any hesitation or word, he simply wrote down one word, Unforgivables. There are 3 curses banned by the Ministry, using even one will lead you straight to Azkaban, he said as he paced back and forth in front of the chalkboard. The Ministry doesn't want you to know what these can truly do, but I spoke to Dumbledore about this and he agreed to a little demonstration. Moody then reached into a box he had prepared and took out 3 jars with 1 live tarantula in each. Now all of you are old enough, and most likely not stupid, so you know what these 3 are, he continued as he took out one of the spiders. The Imperius curse, capable of controlling a person completely. I could force any of you to kill your best friends and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it, no one would know except the caster and the target. That's why there was so much trouble during the war. He explained with a slightly malicious smile as he pointed his wand at the spider in his hand. Imperio. The spider then began to dance across the man's palm. Completely controlled. He could make it do anything he wished at this point. No way a spider would be able to resist the will of an expert of this curse. So he played with it until he had enough fun and sealed it back into the jar. Most of the students in the room had somber expressions at the sight, making the room very quiet. The second is the Cruciatus curse, also known as the torture curse. It makes one's target feel immense pain, said to be beyond what any man can bear. It leaves no traces on the body, but can break the mind. I doubt that any of you could even tickle me with this one. You need to feel true negative emotions towards the target for it to work. The man said as he took out the second spider from its jar and pointed his wand again. Crucio. This time the spider began to squirm and writhe in agony, twitching in the man's palm as it felt the horrible pain. A pain I remembered very well. A memory I had to suppress to not kill the man where he stood. And it wasn't until he had stopped that my clenched fists relaxed. Luckily I was able to keep a calm look on my face or people might have gotten worried. Even luckier was that I didn't let any of my magic leak out. And lastly the killing curse. A curse which is impossible to defend against or survive. With the only one known example which broke this rule, living in this castle at this very moment. You lot might give me a little cut when you use this spell, but many dark wizards have this one as a favorite. He said as he took out his last spider and let it down on his desk. Avada Kedavra. A green flash erupted from his wand and the spider simply died. The sight of the 3 Unforgivables was still too much for many students. Even Tori. James and Christian were uncomfortable with this demonstration, even if they had studied it and started to learn my defense against it since they had reached the requirements. This is good for them. Although I don't agree with what he'll do next, this is something students need to know. I thought with an emotionless face. Now, although you cannot cast these curses, the headmaster has given me permission to let each and every one of you experience what it feels like to have the Imperius curse casted on you. The scarred professor declared with a slight rise in the corner of his lips at the nervous energy that just spiked. I'll start with you and end with the Wonder Group over there. I'm sure it will help you all understand a few things, he said as he pointed to a Gryffindor. What followed was both embarrassing and horrifying for the 5 other students of the class. Moody forced them to dance stupidly, do some stunts, sing, say embarrassing things, and some guys even striped a bit. But they now understood just how strong this curse was. They could barely slow it down for a second before they did everything the man ordered. But then it was finally my group's turn. Ward. You're up, let's see if you can back up your words. Let's see if you can back up your tough talk. I want to see what Mad Moody can do, he challenged with a wild smile. Imperio, was the response as the man pointed his wand. Strip and run around the room, the professor ordered with a smirk. Unfortunately, after only a twitch of his body, Christian didn't move until he just looked at the man and opened his mouth. Yeah right, Aiden was 1,000 times tougher than this. You think you can just order me to do that shit? My wild friend mocked to the shock of the other students and juniors, while my friends and I smiled at his attitude. Stop trying to piss off the professor, you impulsive idiot, Victoria scolded this time, making the guy back down with a victorious grin. I will volunteer to be next then. I can't let him be the only one to succeed. He become intolerable, calmly stated James as he stepped forward. I am ready for your curse, professor. His actions actually caused the imposter to freeze for a second. He had never seen someone so willing and calm about the fact that he would be put under the Imperius. With a shake of his head to erase the dazed look on his face, pointed his wand once again and spoke with even greater determination than before. Imperio. James just stood there and was looking around, giving a gentle smile to a worried Hufflepuff student even after the curse was cast. That's impossible, not even a moment of effect, the professor said as he stood there in shock this time. Ha! Who said you were the weak-willed one? They're going to have to be wary of our quiet and polite friend now. It seems that my efforts have not been in vain. Thank you for testing my will, James said politely as he preformed a little bow and walked back to us. Guess it's my turn then. I certainly won't let myself twitch like our beast, that would be humiliating, Victoria said domineeringly, causing several people to shake their heads a bit with wry smiles aimed at themselves. Bring it, Queenie. If you twitch you'll have to write this week's homework. When I win you'll have to wear the same outfit as Peeves for the rest of the week, she simply responded with absolute confidence. This is not going to end well for you, Christian. She is the best Eccleman besides Aiden, reminded James with a little smile of amusement. Oh shut up you saintly bastard, whose side are you on? Bemoaned my wild friend. It is not about sides, I just don't want you to embarrass yourself too much, James responded with a chuckle. The two continued their little exchange to the amusement of our classmates, while Junior was feeling very conflicted right now. He failed twice in a row to control students and they weren't even trying. This was a blow to his delicate psyche. Even he was considered a genius when he went to Hogwarts. With 12 OWLs. But he is certain that he could control his younger self after being guided by the Dark Lord he served. And now he was already surpassed by 2 kids already, with 2 even better ones to come. So he did the only thing he could, readied himself to try once again. Imperio. He growled in a low voice. Unfortunately for him, it was an even worse result for the man. Arg! He yelled out as he stumbled backwards in pain, clutching his head for some form of release. Humph, trying to come into my mind with such a weak will and so little power, who do you think you are? She questioned venomously, causing the class to open their mouths in shock. I told you that you shouldn't have bet, said James in a sagely voice. Well fuck, still kinda worth it though, but if Tori can do that, what's going to happen when Aiden goes forward? He asked with a smile on his face as he turned towards me. And he wasn't the only curious one. Every head turned towards me wondering the same thing now. What exactly would happen when the best Hogwarts student in history was challenging the Imperius curse? To answer this, I simply stepped forward with a calm smile on my face. If you are still up for it, Professor, I await your curse, I state with confidence. It actually took a bit of time before Junior was able to stabilize himself properly. But I could see the irrationality in his eyes. He no longer thought about this situation as an undercover agent. He was driven to a cliff edge right now. 3 defeats in a row, and each worse than the previous one. He was a hand of his lord. But he still couldn't force mere students to submit to him. So he looked at me with an almost crazed look in his eye, looking determined to redeem himself through breaking the strongest one. It was laughable. Imperio. He bellowed. I felt the curse wash over my mind, but instead of rejecting it, I welcomed it. I let him come in deeper and deeper. Until he would feel certain he had control. Like a fish, not even suspecting that the worm was only bait. But at the very last moment I trapped him within my mind and infiltrated his in return. I entered his mind and took full control. Placing him under the very effect he tried to impart onto me. "Well, Professor, since you are from Scotland, I would like to see a traditional Cayley dance if possible," I asked with a smile. Immediately after my request, his body tried to accommodate it. But due to his prosthetic leg he was forced to basically hop around as he did so. Luckily for him, the bell soon rang to signify the end of class and me freeing him from his curse. "I think that is enough of a demonstration. I wish you a pleasant evening, Professor," I say with a bright smile and take my leave with my excited friends. As we left, the other 5 students stared in dismay at the result before them. Their professor cast an Unforgivable and it got turned on him. But when they thought about who just achieved such result, they accepted it. This was simply because I was Aiden Bones, the Raven of Hogwarts. Chapter 121. The news of our complete victory over the Imperius curse sent shockwaves throughout the school. This was felt mostly by those students in their 5th year and below, because they had all experienced the dreadfulness of the curse. Defense against the dark arts being a core subject until one becomes a Newt-level student. They now had a clear understanding of just how far ahead my friends and I were besides our insane grades, which were actually getting even better as time went on. They were completely subjugated by the curse, whilst one twitched. The next ignored it, the third punished the caster, and the last turned it around. The only others who showed better results than the general student body were Harry, Ron, Cedric and the better duelists in the club. Hence, Hogwarts was buzzing about us once again. In all honesty, this happens whenever one of us does something others see as impossible or unreachable. It happened when Christian took on the 4 best duelers in the club at once. When James successfully created a self-aware puzzle which could configure itself and fight back a bit, or when Victoria squashed the entire potions club with her own research. We are at the center of a lot of gossip. I usually get gossiped about at least 3 times a week, and I still sometimes see girls reading certain types of books with a passion. Books I really wished I didn't know existed, but still kinda flattered about. Didn't know Hogwarts could have a doujinshi fanfic culture of its own. But anyway, there was actually something many people overlooked after Moody held his class. There were certainly many who showed their strength of will. But there were also some affected by this event in a very different way. 2 of these individuals were unsurprisingly Harry and Neville, so I arranged a little meeting with the both of them in the exchange. I actually believe that the 2 of them should be able to support each other. They have suffered a lot in their lives due to the Unforgivables and Voldemort. They can understand each other's pain. "Aiden, how come you wanted to see me without Ron or Hermione? And how come you wanted me to bring Neville? Although I've invited the kid to the exchange, and I've spent some time trying to help him. He tends to have a self-depreciating point of view. He believes he would get in the way of the people who come and won't believe that everyone who comes is welcomed, no matter the reason. That is because both of you are the people who need to talk about Professor Moody's class the most, and I am probably one of the only people in this school who could understand some of what you've been through," I answered in a very gentle voice. "Why would you want to talk to me about that?" Neville asked as his face paled. "Because I know about your situation as well, Neville. In all honesty, I am pretty much the middle ground between what happened to the both of you," I answered with a sigh, but keeping a compassionate look on my face. "What do you mean by you're the middle ground?" suddenly asked Harry, cautious about this subject due to some of what he knows about me. The kid knows that, like him, I lost both of my parents. The only difference being that my aunt truly cared for me and my cousin like her own children, and we care for her as a mother. Well, Harry, like you know very well, we both lost our parents to similar circumstances, but what you don't know is what I've experienced and by whose hand. That is something Neville would understand a lot better than you. I answer the growing Harry gently as I look at Neville. What do you mean? The clumsy kid asked cautiously. Well, the culprits were the same as the ones responsible for your parents, and they also did it to me, I answered the nervous teen. You mean, her? He asked with fear this time. Who's her? What are you talking about? Neville, if I talk about my own experience, would you be willing to tell Harry and myself about your own? I firmly believe we can support each other in this area. The teen was very hesitant. It's understandable since it is a very painful thing when his own parents can't even recognize him due to their insanity. But after struggling with his thoughts, he gave me a nod of confirmation. Thank you, Neville. I say with a gentle smile as I began my own tale. As I've said, my own parents were killed by Death Eaters about 6 months before Harry's were. The difference between us, and by extension the similarity between Neville and I, is that this was done mainly by 2 very devout followers. Bellatrix Lestrange, currently in Azkaban, and Bartemius Crouch Jr., died during his incarceration. Bellatrix Lestrange is actually the cousin Sirius hates the most. Harry. Pure blood maniac. Dark arts fanatic. And arguably the most fervent follower of Voldemort. It would be an undebatable fact if not for Barty Crouch Jr. One of the only other Death Eater to seek out his master after his fall on that fateful night. He was also the son of the current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I explained to the two with a calm and steady tone. Harry was shocked that Sirius had such a cousin. Which made sense since he hadn't spent that much time with the man yet. They had arranged for him to start living together this Christmas actually, so Harry hadn't been introduced to the infamous Black family yet. Neville was pale and almost trembling as he remembered the names of the two who broke his parents. These two decided to erase the Bones family for not being true nobles apparently. They were upset that my parents, much like both of yours, had actively fought against their master. So on that very night, they attacked and wiped out every member of my family except for my aunt, who was working at the ministry, and my cousin who miraculously survived. I on the other hand, was found by those two twisted souls and tortured for behaving defiantly. Bellatrix found it amusing as she watched me writhe on the floor. But was infuriated when I only glared at them in response. Was my next bit of explanation as I look at the two teens. How did you escape? And how do you even remember it was them? You had to be 4 years old. I didn't, was my simple answer. And it is not always a good thing to be able to remember everything, Harry. The two had very somber looks on their faces. It was mostly likely due to the fact that although they had suffered a lot in their lives, in very different ways, but they couldn't truly remember what had happened on those nights. So what happened after that? Asked Neville as he picked up his courage. They decided to keep me alive and bring me to another devout follower by the name of Ignatius Avery, uncle of 2 other Death Eaters, currently in Azkaban. He is less famous than the other 2, but he is nearly as loyal. The difference lies in their expertise. Bellatrix and Junior are good fighters and lieutenants, but Ignatius was an expert in dark rituals. This led him to being a researcher instead of a frontline fighter. I still don't know if this was fortunate or unfortunate, but I was a perfect test subject for him. So I spent the next 8 months in prison in a cell, alone, having rituals tested on me, being tortured in the name of his progress. Until his master was defeated and he started doing reckless things to find him. Luckily this led to Aurors tracking him down, rescuing me and having me reunited with my aunt. I say as I finish my summary of my experience with Death Eaters. Harry and Neville were just speechless. Aidan Bones, the strongest and brightest of their generation, had such a dark past it just couldn't compute. It was already a miracle that he was alive, much less sane and so capable in their eyes. How can you be so? Harry tried to find the words to describe my attitude towards my past, how I am in life, and what I do. It is very simple, my past is there for me to learn from it. I learned that I needed strength to protect those I care about. So I started studying everything I could about magic. I learned that the conflict about blood purity is idiotic, outdated and self-destructive, so I found my moral compass. I then learned that our world has been stagnant for too long, leading to it crumbling from the inside, so I aim to spark a renaissance. And I don't dwell on it, but improve because of it. I say with a confident smile on my face. Now Harry, I would also like for you to share how your life has truly been. Too many only see the glory of your achievement and never realize that you had basically disappeared until you came to Hogwarts. It will do you good to have some else to talk with. I follow up as I gently ask the kid. He hesitated a bit, but he started to tell the both of us how his life had truly been at the Dursleys. It always makes me want to have those animals arrested and or butchered for what they had done to the kid. Until Harry was forced to go to school. He didn't even know his own name. They treated him like a servant. He was conditioned to never surpass his moronic cousin. They tried to insult and beat any traces of magic out of him. Stuffed him in a cupboard. Never gave him anything. Used any money Dumbledore arranged to take care of the kid on themselves. Ruined any chances of him making friends by blaming every act of bullying, theft or wrongdoing Dudley had done on him. Insulted his parents and caused serious psychological harm on him. And this is all when you gloss over the little things. Yeah, I'm having them arrested on child abuse in terms of physical, psychological and financial abuse, and I'm adding child neglect charges. This is happening as soon as Harry is properly set up with Sirius. I thought as Harry finished recounting his past. He then looked at myself and Neville, fearing being judged or being looked down on. Thank you Harry for sharing with the both of us, it proves you are healing the harm down to your psyche when you are able to properly discuss this, I say to encourage the teen gently. Now that we've shared, would you be willing to as well Neville? I asked kindly. It took him a few minutes before he could really talk. Half of it was because of our stories and the other was because of his own. But he powered through. He still couldn't believe that the famous Harry Potter, the youngest Quidditch player in a century, had suffered through so much. While I had such a past as well. But he was eventually able to talk about what happened to his parents. How they've been in St. Mungos for a long time and couldn't even recognize him. How he had to live with his grandmother's constant disapproval and being compared to his excellent father. He simply got everything off of his shoulders and told the two people close to his age about his problems. After he was done, he looked at the both of us very nervously. "That was very brave of you, Neville, thank you for being able to tell your story," I say to the guy, making relax the tension in his body a lot. "I'm not brave, I can't even fly or do anything right, heck, my biggest fear is one of our professors," he said as his confidence dropped again. "You know, Neville, I've never understood why people always think that being courageous is the same as being fearless," I said aloud. "What?" the two said in surprise. "You see, having courage is not to say one doesn't fear anything. To charge forward without fearing anything is recklessness, but to be able to face what your fears and keep moving forward, that is true courage. This is why I believe you are among the most fitting Gryffindors I have ever met. You fear so many things, Neville, but you always step up and face them. In first year the headmaster recognized it, so he gave you points. Every potions class. You face your own biggest fear. Every time you go to the hospital, you face your fears again. But here you are, moving forward through it all. You are brave, Neville. And never forget you are," I say to the kid with absolute confidence. It took a moment for what I just said to sink in, but once it had, it hit hard. "Thank you," the kid said as his eyes started to water and as he kept on thanking me while I tried to calm him down gently. It took some time, but he was able to finally calm down with mine and Harry's support. "I just wanted the both of you to know you weren't alone, there are others who have suffered a lot as well and that we can help each other," I gently explained to the two growing teens. "Of course everything we just said will stay between us. But if you two ever have any problems in this department, you at least know you can talk to someone. But I also think this is enough for tonight. A good night's rest will do wonders now, and I hope you will feel lighter in the morning," I say in conclusion as I stand up from my own chairs. The two boys agreed, saying their thanks and good nights before taking their leave. I hope this will help Neville. The guy needs a little boost, I thought to myself as I head back to my own dorm. Chapter 122. My talk with the two boys ended up giving me what I had expected in general. Harry and Neville were able to become closer than before, not close enough to be a member of the trio, but closer. I could see the kids looking out for him more. It did also let Neville know he was very much welcomed in the exchange. With Cedric taking on more of the responsibilities in the help center, I was free enough to help more people. Hence when Neville was here, I took my time to patiently guide the young man. Although his potion scores were horrible, it was mostly due to Snape being such an atrocious teacher. The man didn't teach at varying levels, help students gradually build up the proper skills. He taught it more like he was teaching masters or PhD students. He gave you a project. You do it, he tells you what you did wrong. He doesn't try to make people understand how or why things work as they do. He just lets people do mistakes as a way to try and force the correct way of doing things into students. This method only really working on talented or hardworking students, something very rare. Although most of my time helping him was in potions. We had many animated discussions about herbology. Neville has actually bought and thoroughly read my Herbologist's Guide to Growing Wild Plants. The kid thought it was a work of art and desperately wanted its contents to be taught by Professor Sprout. Unfortunately, it would take a few years before my books were truly integrated into any curriculums, but fortunately for him, he had the author of said books in front of him and willing to discuss things with him. This let me deepen our relationship using common interests, and I also used the subject to help in understand potions and care of magical creatures. But it will still take some time before I can bring up the wand issue. On a side note, Hagrid still very much tried to have his blast-ended scripts added to his COMC class. It still boggles mine and Christian's minds when we think about how the half-giant managed to make a manticore fuck a fire crab, or vice versa. The things were a nightmare and it would ruin Hagrid's previous results as a professor. It took a long time to convince the man that this type of project was perfectly acceptable as a private venture. But to force it on students would end extremely bad. So we just used the money dear old Lucius would be forced to reimburse us for, and brought in a batch of measle kittens and fire crabs instead. They both had interesting magical properties, one being very attractive to girls, while the other can prove challenging enough for fourth years. Aside from helping these two unique individuals, I had also announced the next generation leaders for the dueling club. The 4 chosen for the role were quite shocked. Even Ron was happy to see I didn't lie or change my mind about my decision. So Hogwarts now knew that the club would be a joint project between the 4 houses. It would become a place where all students could test their skills in combat, forming the second side to my coin so to speak. One of my legacies would further the path of academics, whilst the other would push the martial forces in magic. Two sides of the same coin you could say. My announcement also saw the beginning of the 4 successors' true training under me. They would receive a completely revamped training designed by me. It would be somewhat similar to Ron's guidebook, but this would introduce modified spells into the mix as well. I am also giving each of them a book for their house, with spells and tactics emblematic of their beliefs. It has been bound to the positions of club president and successor, meaning that only the 4 and myself could read from these, and in the future only they and their own successors would be privy to the knowledge in them. I also personally drilled them in more advanced combat, meaning I wiped the floor with them in order to shatter their egos and light a fire in them. They needed to see just how far dueling could take them. Obviously I restricted myself to peak human standards during the match. I didn't use any of what I would classify as super-level abilities. So no super strength, speed, reflexes or legilimency. I also limited my magical strength to be within second maturation ranges and used fewer original modified spells in combat. This set the standard wait time passed for me in Hogwarts. Classes were basically useless for me now since I could teach them with no issues if needed. So instead, I spent time working on mastering my new flame, working on my original spell, helping my friends in their personal projects, teaching my successors, managing the club and exchange, and generally enjoying my last year at Hogwarts. And so, a week before the end of October a notice was posted in the entrance hall of the castle. Triwizard Tournament. The delegations from Bosbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday the 30th of October. Lessons will end half an hour early. Students will return their bags and books to their dormitories and assemble in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast. The notice had set the official countdown for when this year's events would truly begin. It let every student remember once again just what would happen this year and renewed the gossip flowing through the castle. It wasn't only the students who were in a frenzy, but the staff and house elves as well. The castle was undergoing the most thorough cleaning it had probably received in decades. The floors were being scrubbed daily, every visible piece of decorative metal was shining. Banners were put in place to demonstrate the prestige and history of all 4 houses, the armors were polished and the grimy portraits were wiped clean, much to some of the inhabitants' displeasure. Filch was basically a roaming predator at this point too. He appeared from everywhere to yell and punish students who dirted the castle during this time period. The man was on a mission to remove every spot of dirt in the castle. And if you hinder him it would not end well. And the professors were trying extra hard to whip the students into shape. They constantly yelled at students to not do stupid things, stopped them from looking like slobs, pushed them to not be failing their classes, and they tired very hard to rein in the twins for the next week. Luckily for them, the twins were too busy trying to come up with a variety of plans to fool the impartial judge, and attempting to contact one Ludo Bagman for their bet winnings. That actually reminded me, I should tell them about the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports reputation and financial troubles. I also want to invest in their joke shop. It'd be idiotic to not do so. But the week passed quickly for everyone as their excitement mounted. And it was on the designated date of the 30th when everything was reaching its crescendo. Every student was gathered outside to welcome the delegations from both schools, waiting in anticipation for their arrivals. Apparently the headmaster wanted to show off a bit as well, since he asked Victoria and I to be with his welcoming committee. He said that since we were head boy and girl, as well as the most accomplished students Hogwarts has ever had, it would make perfect sense to have us welcome the best and brightest of both schools. He's not wrong though, so we ended up watching around the place as we all waited for their arrivals. I then noticed an approaching shadow coming from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Headmaster, I believe that should be Bosbatons coming from over there, I say as I point towards the incoming flying carriage. Ha, so it is, your vision seems to have improved since last we discussed it, the old man agreed with a jolly smile. We looked at the giant, powder blue, carriage flying towards us at impressive speed as it was pulled by a team of Abraxans. Just a quick explanation, I thought to the readers at home as a chibi version of myself appeared. Abraxans are one of the closest official relatives to the now extinct Pegasus. They are usually pale gold or a tanned color, with white hair and pale blue feathers. They are said to mostly sustain themselves on whiskey, which is surprising since they are the size of freaking elephants. And they use these things to fly a small house-sized carriage around. Honestly, how have we never been exposed? I thought as I concluded my chibi explanation time. Good timing too since the half-giantess and headmistress of Bosbaton's Academy of Magic, Olympe Maxime, had appeared in all her glory. The woman was certainly impressive. Her nearly 12-foot frame was wrapped from nearly head to toe in black satin, decorated in opal-accented jewelry, shining black high heels and nothing else to protect her from this chilly weather. Her look seemed to be like every character I had seen, a mix of movie and book description. Although she was tall and looked fairly strong, she wasn't bulky. She was basically an enlarged ex-movie actress. Her brown hair pulled back in knob style, a more handsome face than seen in the movies, and her beaky nose not as prominent as I thought it would be. The headmaster and headmistress took their time to greet each other warmly, as Madame Maxime introduced her students. But unfortunately for them, they seemed to have picked a very light uniform, as we could see them shivering from the cold. I could immediately spot the famous Fleur Delacour and her little sister Gabrielle. True to their heritage, both truly stood out from the crowd. Whilst Gabrielle had a cute little sister vibe reminding me of Susan, Fleur was a blooming flower capable of bringing most men to their knees. She was tall, willowy, with long blonde hair, a faint silvery aura due to her bloodline, deep blue eyes, fair skin and athletic figure. But for me, it mattered not. I knew who I loved and her unconscious appeal held no sway whatsoever on me. Without a word, I simply whipped out my wand and conjured up some warm coats for the dozen or so students. With a few waves and a calm smile, the situation was handled. My word Dumbledore, the madam exclaimed in surprise. That was quite shocking. Yes, young Mr. Bones is the pride of our school, I dare say, the headmaster said with a chuckle, resulting in Maxime to have a serious look on her face. It is nothing, headmistress, I said in a humble manner. I just couldn't let our guests suffer from a climate they aren't accustomed to. This would be very rude as a host. Would you wish for a coat yourself? I didn't conjure one for you since you did not seem bothered by the cold. No need, child, she answered in her heavy French accent. I simply lightly bowed and returned to my position. The group from Beauxbatons was then escorted inside, while their horses were to be tended by Hagrid, who was able to be here, but was shocked by the revelation that another half-giant existed in the world. With a few minutes of excitement over the arrival of one of our guests, the students then started to look in the sky for our second group. It looks like Durmstrang has chosen to use their old ship this time, headmaster, I say as I turn my head towards the Black Lake. Indeed they have, how nostalgic, he agreed with a smile. Students finally realized that a noise was coming from the lake a few moments later, excitedly announcing the appearance of Durmstrang Institute's ship. A ship reminiscent of what a ghost ship would be, or maybe the Flying Dutchman of legends as it appeared from under the water. They moored themselves on the edges of the lake, disembarked and marched as one towards us. Death Eater traitor and current headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, enthusiastically greeted Dumbledore as his students followed along, with Victor Crumb in the lead. The young man was tall and thin, with hawk-like features. He was quite literally made to fly. Especially with his uncomfortable appearance as he moved on land, but his dancing in the sky. Since there was no need for any extravagance, they were quickly ushered inside as well after the quick greetings. But the students of Hogwarts, especially the Quidditch fans, were thrilled to have such a famous player staying at the school. This made people even more excited than they were before as everyone headed back towards the Great Hall for the feast. It's almost time. One more day and then my course of action will be clear, I thought to myself as I followed behind the headmaster. Chapter 123. Everyone was gathered into the Great Hall for the welcoming feast. Although many were excited to be in the same place as a world-renowned Quidditch player, others were busy comparing our new guests to the students of Hogwarts. I on the other hand, simply compared how the two most likely champions felt. Not in a weird way, just their magical energy. Fleur was more interesting because of her Vila blood. Her magic core was nearing her second maturity, but it would probably take a few more years for it to change. This should show her a great amount of talent. Unfortunately it seemed like a good amount was wasted. Vilas have a natural inclination towards fire and illusions, making them dangerous magical beings. Fleur inherited this disposition, but she also maintained a more balanced magical energy. It seems like she wasn't overwhelmingly skilled in those traits, hence stopping her from becoming too specialized. But she didn't capitalize on her gifts and most likely treats them as curses. I could understand that though, having Vila blood would make any child's life horrible while growing up. So many people looking at you with lust ever since you were young would mess with any child's psychology. Her attitude towards others is actually totally understandable when you think about this point. Crumb was kind of weird to be honest. His magic core was above average, nothing truly special. From my calculations, it would take him at least a decade for him to reach his second maturity. And that is if he continually trains his magic and body. If not, it will most likely take him over 20 years before he can become anything really decent. But he did seem thoroughly trained. His magic was neat and orderly, with almost no fluctuations in his core, proving his stability and his possible skills in combat. The problem is that I can feel that he already learned some basic dark arts from his soul. It isn't much, probably because of Durmstrang's education system, but it is still there. What was interesting about Crumb was that his body seemed to basically be experiencing land sickness, a phenomenon in which sailors returning from prolonged stays at sea have their equilibrium thrown off by the overly stable ground under their feet. The difference being that he is most likely to have his body's equilibrium too adapted to the sky instead of the sea, explaining his unstable uncomfortable movements. In summary, Fleur has much more potential than Crumb, but he has honed his skills more than her. After analyzing the best the other schools had to offer, I simply smiled and began to eat the feast in front of me. The great thing about today was that they added food from other countries this time, which is something they really should do more often. In all honesty, the UK isn't really known for its culinary arts. I even tried the famous bouillabaisse, a rich and spicy soup stew with a variety of seafood mixed in it, and it was pretty good. As one of the representatives of our school, along with Victoria, I was also responsible to welcome and guide our student guests during their stay. Interestingly, Beauxbatons sat with Ravenclaw and Durmstrang was with Slytherin. I had completely forgotten about this fact and found it an amusing coincidence that they would sit at the tables of the head boy and girl. This is actually an easy task for me since I've learned a few languages I deem to be important in the magical world. By important, I mean places with famous magical schools or important practices, just in case I would ever have to visit their countries. This means I know French, Bulgarian, Japanese, Portuguese, Arabic, Swahili, Hindi, and Russian. I don't really have any information about the lesser-known schools of magic, but I've done my best to prepare. So I used my preparations to entertain our guests, which at the moment meant one Gabrielle Delacours, the 8-year-old sister and mini-version FO Fleur, excitedly talking to me in French. I could write this in actual French, but that's a pain for any reader who doesn't read it. So if you want a genuine experience, Google Translate is your friend. Your Aiden Bones. I just love your books. They are so exciting to read. Can you sign my copy of Potions Beyond Potions? How about Practical Arithmancy? It would be my pleasure. It's great to hear someone likes my books so much. I just hope it can inspire you and make them your starting point, not your goal, I say with a gentle smile. Yay! Sister is going to be so jealous. I am surprised that both of you enjoyed my books. How did you even hear about them? From what I remember of the Bones Works report, France isn't too thrilled about my business there because of my origins. Monsieur Flamel was so thrilled when he read your works that he bragged about it to his alchemy preparations class. He said that he felt 100 years younger due to his excitement. I think most of the school read your books after that. She happily informed me. I am honored a man like Mr. Flamel would read my books, I say with a satisfied smile on my face. Oh. I have a question for you, can I ask it? It might be personal. I'll answer the best I can, I replied with a reassuring smile. Are part Vila? She curiously asked. That question threw me off a bit. Didn't expect it. No, I am not part Vila, I said with a little cough. But you don't look pure human, too pretty, she murmured in response. Well, not really pure human, unfortunately, that's not something I am willing to talk about, so better luck next time, I answer with a bemused smirk. Ah, can't you tell me? Pretty please. The unfortunate side effect of this was that every guy was now looking at her. They wanted to do anything to fulfill her request. The little angel was to be protected and pampered in their eyes. I saw Fleur hurriedly returning from another table and aiming to interrupt her sister's actions before something wrong happened, but it was unnecessary. Gabrielle, I say as my own majestic and authoritative aura appears, completely crushing her own. When one has specific gifts, one must strive to control them. Restrain yourself please. I could see the little girl realizing what she had just done after she looked around for a bit. She saw the guys looking at her with worry and her sister frozen in shock. I am sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, the little girl said as her head hung low and tears started to form in her eyes. There is no reason to be so down, Gabrielle. What you have is a gift, one which could be very powerful if you learn how to use it properly. You just have to learn, okay? I said to the girl with a calm and gentle voice, as my majestic aura changed to a warm and protective one. She looked at me with wide open eyes, still moist from her tears, full of hope. Really? You thinks I can? Of course, I can even try and help if you want, I said with a warm smile, while I automatically rubbed her little head. Then can you? The puppy-eyed girl asked. My door is always open to help others, I gently answered. But now I believe your sister will want to talk to you. Seeing that her sister was okay and nothing wrong happened, Fleur finally continued to rush towards her little sister. We will take about this ladder, Gabrielle. You are lucky he didn't fall for you, Fleur said as she started to chastise Gabrielle. I let her do her thing as I turned my attention to the front, where the interesting things were happening. It seemed that Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch had finally arrived. The two men were seated next to the headmasters and headmistress, as they would all be the judges of the tournament. I had noticed that Fleur had finished berating her sister and turned towards me to say something, but she was interrupted by Dumbledore stepping forward and ending the feast. "Next, Miss Delacour," I say with a polite smile, only to receive a determined nod as she returned to her seat. Our dear headmaster then began his explanation of how the tournament would operate. Like in the canon, the 5 men and woman would be the judges of the competition. They would mark the 3 chosen champions on their magical abilities, their courage, their wit and their ability to cope with danger. He then requested that the casket containing the goblet to be brought in. The casket was a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels, looking extremely old. The next part of his speech involved the 3 tasks which would be held during the upcoming months. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after task 3 will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore said as he dramatically revealed the artifact. He then took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. He placed the cup on top of the bow-closed casket, presenting it to all present. Then continued his speech. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween. The goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become a champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. And with his words resounding in the hearts of all young men and women present, the reveal was over. The students immediately started to excitedly talk amongst themselves after everything was revealed, whilst heading back to their dorms. This is certainly interesting, I thought with a smile as I helped guide everyone to their lodgings. Chapter 124. This Halloween, like every one since Harry had arrived at Hogwarts, was filled with activity. First a troll, then the first basilisk attack, then Sirius infiltrates the castle, and now the champion selection. The madam whose name rhymes with growling had a real hard-on for the date, didn't she? On this day, my friends and I had gathered in the exchange before heading to the entrance hall. I will be entering the tournament. It seems to be an interesting test of skill and ingenuity, as well as being a source of practical experience. Plus it would be a good way to end my time here with a bang, I say to my friends as we discuss the topic. Damn you, you couldn't let others have a chance, Christian complained dramatically. Doesn't matter, I'm still entering and I'm going to be the champion. After Master Scamander's lessons it'll easy. Humph, like you'll even get the chance. If Aiden isn't chosen it'll be me, Tori said in response with a smug smile at Christian. Oh yeah? He challenged. Bring it on then, high and mighty queen, I'll show you just what I can do. Can barely match me in a duel, my grades are better and honestly, you act like a wild boar sometimes, teased Victoria. Ha! I've got way more wins against you in dueling and who cares about grades? I'm clearly the most suited in these types of situations. Oh please, that record is from last year and then some, she dismissed without any care. Remind me, how many times have you won since our 7th year started? Christian was stuck there and made a gak sound after hearing her words. Simply because my lady is saying the truth. She has overtaken Christian as the second best combatant amongst us and has been showing immense progress after she had gotten some more experience. She is also the person who's learned the most modded spells and is the closest to learning Protego Sanctum. So her words do have merit. So as the two bickered, I turned to James. How about you? Will you try and represent our school? We are the most likely to hold the title of Hogwarts champion. It is a difficult decision for myself, he answered with a thoughtful look before continuing. I believe that the 3 of you are much more suited to this type of task, I am simply not aggressive enough. It has nothing to do with that, I just think it's about the courage to step forward, I say with a smile and a shake of my head. Just gotta decide if you'll retreat in the face of the challenge or not. No need to worry about anything else simply because you already answered the challenge. No one can question your will and you will not have to doubt yourself or ask what would happen if. Sometimes you just have to be willing to jump. My friend took some time to think about what I had said. It's just how he is. He is willing to stand in front of others and be a shield. But he doesn't act for himself much. He will calmly think his options through before deciding the best course of action for everyone. The only things he usually does for himself are when he peruses knowledge on magic and enchanting. Such is the case for learning the goblin smithing arts. Alright, there is no harm in being willing to jump as you said, plus, I can't let my junior enter while I sit and watch, he finally said with a slight jab at himself. But then, a wild Christian appeared. It doesn't matter, you saintly bastard. I'm going to be the champion. Now Christian, I only said I would enter, the goblet will let us know who has been chosen, he calmly said as he disarmed my friend's passion. Tori then suddenly appeared from behind him and smacked him on the head, causing Christian to shout in pain. Damn woman. What was that for? Stop acting like a child, we're all entering the tournament and the goblet will decide, so stop shouting at everyone, she said coldly as she glared at him. Yes ma'am. Christian answered as he saluted in a military manner. Yeah, she has him trained pretty well. He knows what will happen if he continues to act like an idiot. I thought to myself with a chuckle. It's all well and good to say we will be the champion, but we should probably enter our names to make that a possibility, I say loud enough to get everyone's attention. Then let's go. Christian excitedly yelled. Stop shouting like an idiot, Victoria said with another smack. I am rather curious how the artifact works, do you think they'd let me study it for a bit? Suddenly asked James. I doubt they'll let anyone mess with it until at least tomorrow, but you can always ask, I answered for him. True, they wouldn't want anyone to mess with our impartial judge right before the selection, he agreed with a nod. With a good amount of excitement and energy, we exit the exchange and head towards the entrance hall. We arrive just in time to see one very peculiar, two old men in school uniform fighting each other on the ground. What the bloody hell is this? Asked a bewildered Christian. It would seem that this is the result of someone trying to fool the goblet, interesting phenomenon, James analyzed as he looked at the situation with great interest. Looks like it boosted the effect of an aging potion. I heard that the punishment depends on the means you use to try to fool our wooden judge. I even heard there was a girl that grew a beard because of this, Victoria said with a quick glance. It seems this was the path the twins decided to tread, foolhardy, but creative. I can see why they can create so many products. Unfortunately, everyone severely underestimated the cup and the age line. The line has several loopholes in it, such as getting others to enter for you or levitating the paper to the fire. But the cup would need considerably powerful magic to be fooled. You'd need to be around a professor or aura level of power at least to succeed. It is a sentient artifact after all. I say as I chuckle at the twins wrestling. Really? Doesn't look that special to me. That is because you have to feel the magic, Christian. These types of artifacts have different kinds of magical energies, hence they feel unique, James said as he reminded our friend. I don't have enough experience in that field to really tell the specifics, but it does have an interesting feeling to it, he responded after taking a second. Aiden, should we help the two idiots on the floor? They've been like that for long enough. I suppose we should. Unfortunately I do not have the specific potion to cure them at this moment. A de-aging potion isn't really something one needs on a day-to-day basis. What about you? I asked to make sure. None as well, they'll have to go to Poppy, she'll have it brewed in no time, she said as she shook her head. That's what I thought, I agreed as I turned my attention to the twins. With a flick of my wrist, my wand shoots to my hand, and with a single movement of it, both tumbling boys are now floating in the air. That got everyone's attention very quickly. Fred, George, although this is very entertaining to watch. I suggest heading over to Madame Pomfrey. A potion or two and you'll be back to your red hair and smooth faces. Also, if you ever want to talk about some future business, do come and talk to me, you'd make a wonderful investment. I say as I let them down. I could have easily done this wandless, but one needs to keep one's true strength hidden. Wait, Fred began. You want to, George continued. Invest in us? The finished in unison. Why not? I've been head boy since you've been in third year. So I've seen the progression of your pranks and inventions. They have potential and I am a businessman as well. So if you ever want a little extra support I'd be happy to help you out. I say with a chuckle. Alright Mr. Businessman, enough of that, chastised Tori as she pushed me out of the way and narrowed her eyes at the twins. Now you two head to the infirmary and get the madam to look you over, tell her exactly why you're like this and she'll fix you right up, am I understood? Yes your queenliness. They shouted in unison and ran out of the door. Well, at least I know any of your kids aren't going to end up like Christian, I said with a chuckle. Hey! What do you mean by that? I will have to agree with Aiden on this one, no way Victoria will raise such a wild youth, James said with a nod of his head. Not you too? Our wild friend said as he slumped in depression a bit. Stand up straight. Stop acting like a child in public. Can't you at least look like you have any control or decorum? He immediately straightened his body with a conditioned, yes queen. This got some chuckles from myself and James, while those looking at us stare with open mouths. Let's enter our names and head back to our own projects, no need to brag this on, I then say as the four of us take out our slips with our names on them. We quickly threw our names in and with a blue flash they were gone. It doesn't feel anywhere close to my own flame, but they also feel differently than bluebell flames. It is interesting, but oh well. I thought as I analyzed the goblet. We all left together but dispersed to take care of our own projects until the feast. It would be eventful for sure. Christian went to check up on some of the beasts in the forest. Something he had gotten special permission to do. James went to the roar to continue his smithing project, which seems to be a pair of greaves. Tori went to the infirmary in order to help Madame Pomfrey with the influx of students. And I went to the exchanges practice area to work on my in-progress spell. This allowed for everyone to pass the time quickly until we headed down to the feast. During said feast, I took charge of socializing with our guests from Beauxbatons again. This entailed talking with a few members who would politely discuss things with me and mostly taking care of Gabrielle. The little girl seemed to have gotten quite attached. Apparently I felt like a stern but caring older brother. It happened quickly, but I'm fine with having another cute little sister. Susan's been becoming more distant as she's been growing, so I don't have as many chances to spoil her. During this time, I had also taken the chance to talk to Fleur. It seemed she appreciated having someone to talk to around the same age. Who doesn't get even a bit influenced by her heritage? If anything, she might be influenced by mine. Her senses are far more sensitive than a normal human's, thus she can feel more of my beast side. It was during one of these conversations that Crouch and Bagman arrived as well, and that the headmaster cleared the tables. He stood in front of hundreds of expectant eyes and spoke. The goblet is almost ready to make its decision. I estimate only another minute is required. Now, when the champions are chosen, I will ask for them to come up to the head table and head to the next chamber. You will be receiving your first instructions there. He announced calmly to the impatient students. He then dimmed all sources of light in the hall and left only the shining blue flame dancing in the cup alone. It flickered and brightened, building the anticipation of all those present, until it turned red and spat out a partially burnt piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it and announced the chosen participant in a clear, strong voice. The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Crumb. Applause erupted as the guy stood up and headed towards the next chamber, with his own headmaster being the proudest and happiest present. The hall quieted as they awaited the next champion. Not having to wait long as the red flame spat out the second name. The champion for Beauxbatons will be Fleur Delacours, the headmaster announced as the applauses rang out once again. With a triumphant smile on her face, she stood up and walked down the aisle under everyone's gazes and disappeared into the next room. Gabrielle was both very excited for her sister and very worried due to the track record of the tournament. Some other Beauxbatons students were devastated, while some girls actually started crying. Unfortunately for them, the show must go on and they were soon ignored as most of the students were now anticipating the Hogwarts champion. The flame turned red for the third time and the final parchment was revealed. The Hogwarts champion will be Aiden Bones, he announced with a smile on his face, and as the hall erupted with cheers. Raven! 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 I could feel the eyes of every person in the hall on me as I gave a slight nod to the headmaster and disappeared into the chamber. As I went down the stairs I could hear the cheering going on for a while, until the noise was too muffled to notice. The room seemed to be a place for the achievements of Hogwarts and some figures of the past. It contained walls full of living portraits and trophies, with a roaring fireplace. Fleur and Crumb both looked over to see their final competition. Oh Aiden, are you really ZE champion for Hogwarts? Fleur asked in a stunned voice. It would seem so, Fleur. I hope we can still hang out and learn from each other during the year. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity just because we will be competitors. We are meant to foster friendly relations as well. I happily say in response. That would be nice, she answered with a relieved smile. Of course, if Mr. Crumb wishes to join us as well, I'd be more than happy to train with you too, I say to the brooding man in Bulgarian. You speak my tongue? He asked in a very surprised manner. I have taken the time to learn many languages, I even learned some Mermish due to my friend and I's interest in magical creatures and beings, I answered with a bright smile. Then it would be pleasant to have someone to train with. You look strong, do you play Quidditch as well? He asked curiously. No, that interest belongs to one of my friends. I train for combat and health reasons. I am the founder and president of the dueling club I run every morning with my previously mentioned friend, as well as some promising duelers who will take over the club next year. It would be great if you could join us. I responded with my smile still present. I believe I will take you up on that offer, he said with a serious look on his face. What are you two talking about without me? Suddenly asked Fleur in French. I was simply offering to work out together. I train with a few other students in the morning, I answered simply in English. Oh, then I would like to join as well, she said as if it was decided. It would be a pleasure to have you both, I answered brightly. But at that moment, I noticed a certain messy head of black hair appear from the stairs. Harry, what are you doing here? Are they asking for us to come up? No, Aiden, it looks like someone put my name in the cup, and it was selected, he said as he looked at me hopefully. That is impossible. Shouted Fleur, half in English, half in French. Crumb frowned but decided not to speak. That is worrying, I said with a serious face. What? Why? It cannot be a simple coincidence. Someone tampered with the goblet, targeting you specifically, in a tournament renowned for its dangers. You will have to be careful, I said to the boy seriously. But I don't even want to participate. Can't I just withdraw? I don't know Harry, but the officials for the tournament are coming, we'll see what they have to say, I answered with a shake of my head. Before he could do anything else our 5 judges ran down in a hurry, and the canon scene began. Dumbledore calmly asked the kid if he put his name in. The other heads of schools aren't happy. Snape is being a twit against Harry again. Moody explains how this could have happened and scares Karkaroff. Crouch says Harry has to participate and now they are forced to accept it. In face of the unavoidable, Crouch begins to explain how this would work. Like the canon. The first task tests are daring in the face of the unknown. It will happen on November 24th. We are not allowed to ask for help from any teacher and we will only be allowed our wands during the tasks. We will receive information on the second task after the first has been completed and we will be exempt from end-of-year tests. Doesn't do much for me since newts are required. After that, Barty left, Ludo stayed for a drink with Dumbledore, Madame Maxime and Karkaroff led Fleur and Crumb out, and the headmaster bid Harry and I good night. Do you really think someone wants to harm me? He asked as he had become very worried about this happening, but he was relieved I believed him about not putting his name in. It is very likely Harry, prepare yourself thoroughly for anything, you'll need it. If you need help don't be afraid to come to me, I'll do everything I can to make sure you make it through this tournament, I gently say to the team. But what about you? You're supposed to be against me. I have absolute confidence in myself already Harry. I even invited Fleur and Mr. Crumb to learn and train together, so don't worry too much. Unfortunately we will have to talk another time. I believe our houses will be celebrating our participation. I say with a chuckle as I head out first. I was very correct about that. The Ravenclaw Tower was filled with extremely excited students. Proud that their house's star had been chosen. Christian happily congratulated me, saying I should wipe the flower with everyone. While Luna airily congratulated me as well. Seeing the two doing so together gave me a knowing smirk as I tell him to wait until she's an adult. He turns red as he tries to hide his embarrassment by making me chug some butterbeer someone snuck in. It was a pleasant way to end a rather exciting day. Chapter 125. Time passed for everyone as they fussed over the newly crowned champions. Many in Hogwarts celebrated my obtaining the role, believing victory was at hand due to my past displays of excellence. I was seen as the Hogwarts champion. This was unfortunate for Harry as he had to deal with 3 of the houses and even some from Gryffindor slandering him. A pleasant surprise this time was Ron standing beside his friend. Ever since he had found a stable place to show that he is not just another Weasley or just the Harry Potter's friend. He has become a lot more sure of himself. So although he had doubts about his friend, having myself and Moody claimed this could be the work of someone who means Harry harm was enough to convince him. To remedy this, I tried to announce that I believed someone entered Harry into the tournament in the hopes of harming. I did this in the exchange and the dueling club I tried to give them a tiny bit of logic. Asking how a 4th year would be able to fool a powerful magical artifact which has been used for centuries. How would he have gotten past the age line? Who would even help him in good conscience? Why would he look so distraught over his participation? And even if he was the only Hogwarts champion, why would the cup choose him? This leading to the troubling theory that someone who supported his famous foe might have done this in the hopes of at the very least injuring him. Although some started to believe Harry might not have wanted to be in the tournament, it is still a relatively small number. The Slytherin house is doing the same crap they pulled for Cedric, only this time I am the one who is supported. This is pretty much done by the process of elimination. They hate Gryffindors and Harry is particular thorn in their sides, whilst I am a more neutral Ravenclaw. A best friend of their queen, and a person who has repeatedly helped and defended members of their house. So although I have an amusing relationship with the Malfoy family, I am still respected within Salazar's cohorts. This means badges have been made to show support for me, and a lot of people are wearing them. I had actually forgotten about an event before the actual task, the weighing of the wands. It is the first time we actually see Rita Skeeter in the canon, and when she starts messing with Harry's life just to get attention. She is one of the cancers of Britain. She feeds easily digestible falsehoods to the people. Causes unneeded outrages and panics, whilst never doing any actual good with her talents. The worst part about her is that she tried to slander Mother. The insect made her life harder than necessary. Should I have Jerry silence her or should I do it myself? I thought as I headed towards the classroom they set aside for the weighing. It was just a small classroom in which they pushed the desks to the sides, formed a little judges' panel with a few desks, hung a drape behind it and left us some chairs to sit on. Nothing complicated for this minor event. It looked like I was the second to arrive, since Crumb had already sat down on his own. I simply joined him for a little chatting about when it would be good to train together and what type of education we've received in our respective schools. Apparently Durmstrang is a lot more like a military academy than a boarding school. They have a strict code of conduct and a different teaching philosophy. From what Crumb told me, it sounds like the old aristocratic officer schools. A place where noble youths would learn how to lead, fight and act in high-class society. It would have a classes on what noble lines would consider important for their progenies to know. This is why dueling is still very favored in the institute. But it is also why the dark arts are still taught. There are also some rumored secret chambers left behind by Grindelwald, in a manner akin to Salazar's Chamber of Secrets, or any other number of hidden truths in the castle. He on the other hand, was against the dark arts in general. Even though he was forced to learn and practice a few. Crumb saw them as a sort of gateway drug, slowly pushing you to cease being a true human being. His point of view came from the fact that Grindelwald himself murdered his grandfather, leading him and some like-minded individuals in Durmstrang to discipline those trying to follow in his footsteps. This is why his core only had an inkling of darkness compared to the rest of his schoolmates. While we were talking, Fleur arrived and decided to join in on our conversation about our schools. Her academy was centered around more magical crafting and stylish magical abilities, I would say. There is a stronger focus on the artistic aspect of magic over its utilitarian uses. And with the Flammels having supported the school as alumni for centuries, they had very strong potions and alchemy programs. There was also a special 7th-year course for those wishing to become healers. Sponsored by Paranel Flammel. They have more discipline than Hogwarts, but not even close to Durmstrang. And the campus is filled with the artistic spirit of France, its visual appeal far ahead Hogwarts. Fleur was simply happy to be able to talk so openly with her peers, since she is almost isolated in the school. The boys pursue her out of lust and lose any reasoning when near her. While the girls are spiteful and jealous of it, not realizing how disgusting it is to constantly be lusted after and how hurtful it is to not have anyone to support you. This is actually the reason she is so protective of Gabrielle. She simply doesn't want the child to have to go through what she had. Although they were depicted as a dour man and overly proud woman, I can see why they had developed to act that way. They were both good people influenced by their environment. Kinda preferring Crumb ending up with Hermione the more I talked to him. I thought for a moment. That thought was interrupted by the Ludo walking in as he excitedly talked to the woman I assumed to be Rita Skeeter. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted oddly with her heavy-jawed face. She wore jeweled spectacles. The thick fingers clutching her crocodile skin handbag ended in 2-inch nails, painted crimson. She was wearing a bright green dress. Which was odd for a witch, but it was also way too flashy. It was like the woman had to be the center of attention. Be very careful what you say or do when that woman is anywhere near you. She will use anything and everything to have gossip to write. She will twist the truth and create facts, forming a story about you which you will never be able to stop. I warned my fellow champions with a whisper. Srement lne put pas tres I mauvaise ksa? Fleur asked in a surprised tone. She is Rita Skeeter, if you've ever seen one of her articles not ruin someone's life then I'll applaud you, I respond in a whisper. Victor simply said with a nod. The woman was very curious about our little group since I could feel her gaze on us continuously. Fortunately Bagman was blocking her with his incessant talking. A few minutes later, a head of messy black hair could be spotted coming into the room, making Ludo happily greet him. That was until Rita tried to take Harry away for an interview without his actual consent. Miss Skeeter, please let Harry go this instant or I will be forced to bring up charges for forcing an interview without his guardian's permission, I say to the flashy woman. You seem to not know how these things work, child. Now run along and let the adults do their jobs, she said dismissively without giving me a proper look. I took a second before responding as I make my magic cascade over her, forcing her to almost be unable to breathe due to the overwhelming pressure. That is an interesting way to talk to a lord of a noble house, miss. Care to repeat that sentence? I asked with a cold smile on my face. Bagman was opening and closing his mouth as he didn't know what to do, while Rita was shivering from the pressure she was under. Harry, you never have to tell anyone what you do not wish to, if these people try to force it. You can simply go to Sirius and he will be more than capable of handling it. It is part of his role as your guardian. Now come on and join us. We were talking about each of our schools, I said with a bright smile towards the team, whilst not letting Rita off just yet. Harry couldn't get away from her fast enough, joining the three of us with a bit of a nervous smile. I will be talking to various news outlets about this behavior of yours, Miss Skeeter. If you try to paint this event in your characteristic style, I will be forced to respond with the charges of defamation. Honestly speaking, you can barely get an article out anymore due to the Herald standards and how desperate the Daily Prophet has become. So I suggest you think about your next course of action carefully. I say as I turn around and remove the pressure I had put on her. As soon as it was done, her legs gave out from under her, forcing her to catch her breath on her knees as she shivered. Are you sure you wish to do that? Asked a worried Fleur. She actually deserves much more, but it'll be fine. I am a legitimate lord. I've been offered a position in the Waisengamot after I graduate, as well as a position on the Board of Governors for my work in improving the school during my studies. Add in my massive wealth and international connections, and it makes me a very dangerous person for her to try and take on. I answer with a smile. You're going to be a governor? Asked a shocked Harry. Yes, they've had trouble filling in 2 of the spots since last year, due to Lord Malfoy and the others' actions and dismissals. I was nominated because of my record, wealth and influence, even if I am still in school, I answered calmly. That is impressive, a stunned Fleur said. Victor simply nodded again, preferring not to speak in general, but he was surprised as well. While ignoring the 2 behind us, we began talking about some future plans for a while. That was until the rest of the judges' panel and Mr. Ollivander arrived. The headmaster noticed the weird atmosphere going on with Ludo and Rita, but because of the time and place he decided to ignore it for now. The weighing of the wands was very simple as formalities go. Ollivander would look at the wand, its core, condition and performance, then declare it fit or unfit. It is done to protect the champions from unknown defects or damages the wand might have, which could lead to failure when trying to cast spells in a key moment. Fleur went first, with her Vela hair wand. Victor showed his Gregorovitch wand. I let Harry go third, letting his fate-bound wand be looked over. Then it was my turn. Ah yes, I remember this wand very well. Ebony wood, phoenix heart feather and wampus cat hair, 5 inches, slightly flexible, the most unique custom wand I've ever had the pleasure of making. He gleefully said as he looked over the sleek black wand. Very well maintained, extremely loyal as well. You've nearly become one with this wand, Mr. Bones. Impressively done, he added after a moment. It is one of the most important things in a wizard's life after all, I humbly reply. Only giving me a knowing smile in response, he waves my wand and simply says, Incendio Tria, making a small blue flame appear from my wand. Perfectly fit to wield, I hope it continues to serve you well, Ollivander said with a sagely smile as he hands it back to me. With that little interlude done, Dumbledore tried to dismiss us, only to have Bagman insist on taking photos. Fortunately my little lesson smothered Rita's passion for the moment and let the process be relatively smooth. We had individual pictures, some with all the champions. Then with the judges, after that it was all champions and judges, finishing with only the judges. After which we were free to go. I bid farewell to Harry, Fleur and Victor, then headed back to my class. Let us see how the insect will retaliate, I thought as my little devil horns seemingly appeared again. Chapter 126. It was a pleasant November morning, with the fresh air, the dew-covered grass and rising sun. And on this morning, a small group of young men and women were running around the Black Lake. This group was obviously myself, Christian, Victor and my little successors. Christian was actually quite happy to have the chance to exchange tips with Victor about Quidditch. Although they played different positions, they were both incredibly talented flyers and appreciated each other's insights into the sport. Crumb was both surprised and disappointed that Christian had rejected quite a few offers to join professional teams, and that he wouldn't be able to compete against my friend on the highest levels of the game. They did promise to organize some friendly plays during his stay here, however. Ron was still fanboying over the guy and was very excited to hear that he would come and train at the club during his stay. The kid also felt justified that Fleur was actually part Vela. But I strictly told him at least try to keep focused around her since she hates when people lust after her. Although I couldn't personally duel against this new friend of mine, it would cause too much of a stir if a champion straight up bested another. Christian was quite happy to do it. Hence why I was acting as the referee, it being well within my rights as the president of the club to do so. The impromptu event gathered many students wishing to see how Victor Crumb would hold up against the beast of Ravenclaw. The duel would be held on our combat arena. So instead of basically dueling on a fencing platform, which is how we teach etiquette and basic skills, this is more of a tennis court. It is about twice the size of a normal court, without any lines obviously. This gives room for both duelers to move and properly use more advanced spells, while simulating a more realistic fight environment. This will be an exhibition between the two of you, there will be no permanent damage done on either side, this means no dark arts. No explosions and no severing, the match will end when I declare it or when both of you have decided who should be the winner. I announce before the two separate and head to their respective positions. I move away from the inside of the ring to the referee's position. I then take a deep breath and focus some magic into my eyes and brain, letting me basically speed up my processing speed and eyesight to ridiculous levels. This will allow me to know exactly what is going on during the duel. Begin. Immediately after I yelled, Christian burst into action. He shot a standard combination of stun, disarm and stun, which had been practiced so much it had nearly become one move for 3 spells. The trio rushed towards Crumb as if my friend was aiming to end the match right there. Knowing that blocking such a combo wouldn't end well, Crumb dove out of the way and combat rolled back on his feet a bit unstably but well enough to begin his own attack. His volley involved mixing slight transfiguration into his spell work. Starting with a jelly leg, vision dimming, then forming ankle-height walls in Christian's path as he was about to cast another series of spells. Unfortunately, my friend is called the best for a reason. Christian instantly knew he would be in trouble if he continued moving in his set direction, so he hit the brakes, tilted his body backwards to dodge the first attack. Then continued his momentum as he did a backwards handspring to head in the opposite direction of the trap. What was even more impressive was that he managed to shoot a quick stunner during the handspring, using only one hand to flip himself upright, effectively stopping Victor's continued assault. This time I could see an excited grin on Christian's face as he looked at his opponent. Since Crumb decided to mix transfiguration into his spells, he decided to do the same. The spell chain for his attack was interesting. He started with Tarantaligra, shot a spell behind where Crumb was dodging towards. Shot a Jellybrain Jinx which hit him head-on, then did a quick S motion with his wand, causing the area he had shot a spell on before to sprout snaking vines and making them grab onto Crumb's left leg. This was a very effective combination since he slowed down Victor's reaction time just enough to lock him down. Without enough time to free himself, Crumb did the only thing he could at the moment, attack. Avis was his opener, using the conjured birds to blind Christian and block spells momentarily. He then started to spam the De Primo charm, forming holes around my friend in the hopes of limiting his options, followed by a slew of stunner and disarming charms. But this only excited Christian. And it looked like the duel would end soon since his feral smile appeared. Chibi me time. Just to give a quick explanation. Each one of my friends has adapted a part of my own dueling skills and methods into themselves, turning it into a complete style, unique to themselves. James has obviously internalized my defensive abilities. Victoria has followed my flexibility and power, while Christian harnessed my dynamic and physical aspects. He now focuses on dodging and strong, targeted attacks against his opponents. And he honed his skills and instincts while fighting 3 very powerful duelers. Sometimes running dodging drills with 2 of us targeting him. That is to say, his dodging alone is nearing the limits of what a human is supposed to reach. Then I taught him how to empower his body and speed up his mind using magic. That is how he really earned the title of Beast amongst us. Chibi end. I could see a dull blue glow in his eyes as he enhanced his reflexes and body. And just when the spells were about to hit, his body moved barely enough to let it slip past him. One after another, the spells continued to slip past Christian as he only moved the minimal amount to make it seem like it would hit. It was like a magic show amidst true magic. This display left Victor feeling truly stunned, even forgetting about shooting more spells as he stared at my friend. Seeing this, I decided to call the match. I think we can end it on this note, you both showed great skill and restrained yourselves properly. I say with a happy smile as I remove the vines binding Victor's leg, fix the holes in the ground and remove any signs of transfiguration on the dueling ring. Cheers erupted from outside the ring as students broke out of their looks of reverence. They had seen the skills of a Durmstrang student against one of the best. And it was very satisfying to watch. It was also an inspiring and valuable experience for many young duelers to see such a display of skill. Although Christian was a bit pouty about having his fun cut short, he knew that when he got serious the fight would end quickly. This isn't overconfidence. It's simply a fact. Outside of our group, only a few extremely skilled master duelers could stop my friend once he goes full throttle. Professor Flitwick being the only confirmed person capable of doing this so far, but Christian has been closing the gap fast. I have no doubt Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape would also give him quite the fight beating. Victor, however, was already going to lose. Christian just wanted to go all out because of his excitement. He had already limited his power output, didn't use any modded spells, and only used a little bit of his favorite plant magics. This would have just reduced the guy's chances of winning to absolute zero. The two met up in the center and gave each other a firm handshake in acknowledgement of their skills, then they began their own bromance. Armstrong would be proud TVT. I then felt a little bug leave, making me smile a little more. This was our interesting event on Victor's side. Now to Fleur. Fleur was a lot more interested in the exchange than in the club. She found the concept to be quite progressive. A student-run help center, designed to help others and foster positive growth in character and ability. Needless to say, she showed a great deal of interest, but it was unfortunate her presence was basically kryptonite for the nerdy types, the slower types, and the nice guy types. It made them all short-circuit. So we set up a kind of special class for those able to resist her passive aura, in the hopes of making actual friends. It was only a few people, but it was better than nothing. I also started the training I had thought of before our crowning as champions. Like you've most likely realized from my appearance and my little scolding of Gabrielle, I possess creature blood within me. I began the lesson with, speaking in French since it's just myself, Fleur and Gabrielle at the moment. What is it? It has to be strong for it to be such a powerful aura. Gabrielle. That is not a proper thing to ask. That's quite alright. Honestly speaking, I was planning to reveal a few things after my graduation, one of them being related to your question, Gabrielle, I reply with a little chuckle. Which is true. Dumbledore already knows, so does Ollivander, Moody, Mother, Tilly, Susan, Harry, my friends, and a few trusted goblins, so making it public won't really affect me much. I have more than enough strength to protect myself and my family now. And I believe that after proving myself a few times, many will cease to have any thoughts regarding soul. So I had planned to really take charge of everything with a bang and revealing my unique girl. So what is it? Asked the sparkly-eyed little girl with great expectations. When I was little, I suffered a wound which should have killed me. But I was saved by a young phoenix after she shared her blood with me. This caused many changes within me. Such as the aura you experienced and a gift for fire-related spells. I explained in a very watered-down version of events. It is not a lie, just an omittance of facts. There was no need nor reason for me to tell these two girls everything. Oh my God. Fleur gasped. You have a phoenix? Yes I do, but that is still mostly a secret. For now I want to focus on a few things for you too, you aura, fire and illusions. To that end, I asked my friend to come and help out. He's the best charms caster besides our professor and myself, but his knowledge on them might surpass us. I say with a confident smile. One of your friends is it? Certainly not the one they call the beast, so either the one called the queen or the saint then. Oh well, it matters not as long as they are not swayed by me. Do not worry about that, all three of their minds are far too well defended for you to affect them, I made sure of that, I reply with a little pride in my voice. Oh. Sounds like a challenge, Monsieur Raven. You can go ahead and try, but you'll be quite disappointed. He'll be helping me when teaching about illusions, charming techniques and the mind arts. The aura and fire will be all me since I have both of these through my bloodline as well. I explained rather simply. If you're better, then why are you asking for his help? Gabrielle curiously asked. Although I am a better caster, my friend has a deep passion for charms and enchantments. He is very likely to know many spells I have simply overlooked since I spend much of my time improving upon what I learn, I answered the little one. That is a surprise. I've heard that you are the best in everything, commented Fleur this time. That is a difficult title to claim. If you mean in a practical sense, then the only thing I am not the best at would be flying. But my friends each have an area of expertise they go beyond me in. Christian lives herbology and care of magical creatures, James devours anything that has to do with making magic. And Victoria is the most dedicated healer I've ever heard of. I reply sincerely. Then I look forward to working with him. From what I have heard, he is a true gentleman, the young woman said with a nod. That he is. James arrived shortly after that, letting us start our first lesson. I tried to explain that since they are part Vila, this should mean that there is a representation of that within themselves. This piece is what gives them their inborn gifts. And the first step to controlling it properly lies in truly becoming one with it. They have to accept it before they can learn to use it. Can't learn how to wield a wand if you don't pick it up. Once they can achieve this, controlling their auras, flame and illusions will be a lot easier. Since this was the first time we've met up, the progress wasn't explosive. Most of the practical improvements were in the field of charms and illusions. But it still helped. When it came to that, I was in charge of coaching Gabrielle due to my experience with Susan, while James worked with Fleur. The private lesson went well overall. Fleur is a very driven young woman, capable of earnestly accepting criticism and striving to improve herself. Gabrielle is just very excited to be able to learn actual magic ahead of her peers. Since her young age makes people force her to focus on less fun things. Although it was very basic magic, I basically set it up so it would train her core properly, setting a solid foundation for her future. As we all said our goodbyes and set our next session, I once again felt a little bug leave the room. I hope she's getting enough dirt because I'm going to ruin her thoroughly. I thought with a devilish grin on my face. Chapter 127. That was generally how time passed before the first task. Victor often came to the dueling club for spars against Christian. The two of them respected each other greatly. With one being a better dueler and the other a better flyer. I still haven't had the pleasures of dueling against the man myself, but we have had many talks on the topic. He does appear to still have a crush on Hermione in timeline. I see him head to the library and stay there for long periods of time when she is supposed to be there. I even gave him a little tip to make sure no fans make noise around him when he's there, since I remembered that it irritated her during the canon. I also tried to tell him something she might be interested in. Like the differences between Hogwarts and Durmstrang, or the situation in the magical community there, and maybe some of the things he's seen as he traveled for professional games. He is still friend who's interested in someone I know. And it's not like Ron or Harry are actually interested in her as a girl. Not that they're aware of it anyway. So Emma be a wingman. On Fleur's side, things are going rather well. Her charms have been getting better and better under mine and James' tutoring. She has a natural gift in many of them, making her a joy to teach. I've also started Gabrielle on some easy but fun spells to play with, mostly sparks and light shows one can really modify as you wish. Best way for kids to improve is to make them like what they are doing after all. Their Vila side is a little more complicated though. Fleur has a lot of issues accepting it because of all she has suffered through in the past. Her experiences have formed a light trauma which led to rejection. Even if unconscious, so it will take time for her to accept herself. Fortunately her abilities to wield fire and form illusions has still improved a great deal through the passive buff from her bloodline. Gabrielle on the other hand has had a lot of progress in this area. There are a few reasons behind this success of hers, but the biggest would be her age and Fleur. Her sister protected her from a lot of the darker side of the world as she grew up, letting her be a lot freer than her in a sense. Thus she doesn't have any hate for her Vila side. Only some frustrations at not being able to make many real friends. And the fact that she hasn't gone through puberty and developed her secondary sexual characteristics yet, means the influence from her heritage is still limited. From what I could feel and what she's told me, it would seem she was getting close to truly accepting her in human quarter. Harry on the hand, well I've just been putting him through the ringer as best as I can. Physical training to give him any edge he could get. Teaching him new spells and useful bits of knowledge on various plants and beasts. Giving him a mini boot camp for combat. And I've even gone so far as giving the trio my little homework quills as a way to give Harry as much time as possible to prepare. While also letting his friends help him out more. There is honestly only so much I can do for a 14-year-old. Although Harry does have talent, and I've helped his body and core stabilize immensely, it is still limited to human standards. Aside from our exchanges and training, we also decided to have a little meeting about a week and a half away from the first task. Now that the four of us are here, I would like to begin our little meeting. I start with a bright smile on my face. Aiden, not sad I do not appreciate what you have done, but why Z gathering? Asked the curious Fleur. That is very simple Fleur, this is about the first task and making sure everyone knows what they will be up against, was my answer. You know. But how? I thought Fleur and Crumb would since I saw their heads of school, but I didn't get to warn you yet, so how do you know Aiden? The two looked at Harry with a bit of a surprise, but the curiosity they looked at me with was stronger. Would you believe me if I said they got those dragons from reserves I invested in and figured out what they were going to use them for recently? I asked with a little mischief in my eyes. That got two of them to stand up in shock, while Crumb blinked as he tried to compute my little revelation. Looks like you do, but I'm not here to interfere with anyone, I just wanted to make sure you all knew what we were up against, I said in a calm voice. They requested nesting mothers. Meaning this is most likely a test to get past them or steal something from them. I will not help you or advise you in any way, simply because we all have our pride as champions. Although we are friends and can help each other improve, at the end of the day this is a challenge each must face on their own, all I can say is to focus on your strengths. Find something in which you truly excel at and incorporate it into your plan. Thank you for the warning, friend, it will help, Victor said through his heavy accent. No problem, I hope you can pull it off, I simply nod back with a smile as he departs. This will allow me to use what you and James Ave taught me, Fleur said with a determined look as she left as well. After the two of them left, I looked at the troubled Harry, who seemed to be fidgeting in his seat. What's up, Harry? I asked with a reassuring smile. Do you really think I stand a chance? I mean, it's a dragon. If it was to take down a dragon, then I would call the task moronic, but this is different, you'll only need to get past the dragon to succeed, I say, to try and minimize the fear he has. But you've all had years of learning more than me, how am I even supposed to match that? Harry asked in a bit of desperation. The best advice I can give is to not bog yourself down by only thinking of one solution. Although the rules say you can't bring anything with you, they never say you can't drink a potion before going in. Or activate some kind of artifact, or even summon something you prepared beforehand. You have to be creative, Harry, and think outside the box. I'm sure you'll find your own solution to the problem quickly once you do. I gently advise the teen, as he starts to think about what I've just said. I'll go talk things through with Ron and Hermione, thanks Aiden, he said as he got up to leave with a thoughtful look on his face. With the days quickly passing by, the day of the task was swiftly upon us. All my preparations were ready. My magic was at its peak condition, my body was perfectly rested and ready. My plan was set to achieve the best score and flair possible, and my little plan to deal with a scuttling insect has been put in place. Everything was ready. I thought to myself as I walked down to the task site with my friends. As we reached the tent, each champion would wait their turn in, my friends decided to give one last bit of encouragement, even if they had absolute faith in me. You know how to handle dragons of every size and shape, just don't forget the obvious weaknesses even if you don't plan on using them, but I can't wait to see how you're going to dominate this, Christian said with a hearty pat on my shoulders. I would assume transfiguration will be your go-to, I recommend distracting the beast before trying for the egg, but knowing you, you'll probably do something crazy, I just look forward to seeing a true aspect of your strength, my friend. James said with a rare excited expression as he gave a fist bump. Victoria gave me a firm hug, since it wouldn't be out of place to do so, while whispering in my ear, show them why you are the best, you are the man I am proud to love, so be confident and come back to me in one piece. I promise. With that done, my friends departed swiftly to find good seats, leaving me to wait for Harry, Fleur and Victor, as well as the judges. As the others began to arrive one after another, I did my best to try and help them relax their nerves through some light conversation about funny events of the past or interesting bits of knowledge. They already know what they're supposed to do, and worrying about it too much will only cause mistakes instead. The judges finally arrived to see the four of us together, relaxing before the battle ahead. They quickly called us over to explain the task. Like the cannon, the test was to take the golden egg guarded by a dragon. It must be obtained because it contains a clue on what the second will entail. We will be scored according to our bravery, our cunning, the damages done and suffered, and also if one damages the other eggs the nesting mother is protecting. We were then invited to pick the order we would go in and dragon each would face. Fleur went first and got the Welsh green, with a number 2. Victor stepped up and fished out the Chinese fireball with a number 3. I was third, following the established order, as I felt inside the silk sack and pulled out the miniature version of a Swedish shortsnout with a number 1. Feeling very mirthful by me having to fight it. I mean, it's not like I can't control an even better fire than it can breath. But anyway, Harry went and picked the last remaining dragon, the Hungarian horntail with a number 4. Well, there you are, said Bagman. You have each pulled out the dragon you will face. And the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons, do you see? Now, I'm going to have to leave you in a moment, because I'm commentating. Mr. Bones, you're first, just go out into the enclosure when you hear a whistle, all right? The man said to me as he pulled out Harry for a moment. He's trying to help Harry in order to win his bet and try to get out of debt. What a pathetic man. It is a wonder how he was never really fired. I mean, the man was accused of helping Death Eaters through his idiocy but got out of it because of some fans in Weisengamot. Like that'll make the families of people his stupidity has killed feel better. Then they make him the head of one of their fucking departments. Honestly, how has no one ever tried to blow up this governing body? We need a gunpowder plot for wizards. I thought as I walked to the entrance of the arena. Aiden, you aves this, Fleur then said from behind me with a slightly nervous smile. You will surely be victorious, Victor added with a stern look on his face. Yeah, you got this, Aiden, Harry said as he jumped in as well. Thanks you three, I sincerely say. It's a shame we won't be able to see each other's performances, but I know you'll do everyone proud. With that, I turn around and enter the corridor leading to the arena, where I can hear Bagman starting his introduction using the sonorous spell. Witches and wizards of all ages. Today, we are proud to bring you the first task of this newly reinstated Triwizard tournament. We have 4 brave champions, chosen from the best and brightest of 3 prestigious schools for magic, and today they will face our test of bravery. He announced, taking a small pause to let people yell and cheer in excitement. Each champion will need to steal a golden egg from a dragon guarding it. For in this egg a clue about the second task was left. The judges will decide the points they will give based on each champion's performance, and the higher the score, the better the advantage they will have over others in the second task. It will also contribute to the overall score and help decide the victor. The man explained with a suspenseful voice. But now, let me introduce to you the first champion to challenge this daunting task. He has been proclaimed as the best student Hogwarts has ever seen. The Lord of the Bones family. An innovator. A creator. A young man whose name has rung clearly throughout our country. Aiden Bones. Bagman shouted as he introduced me to roaring cheers and applause. I start walking towards the light as my nickname was chanted by almost all present. Raven. 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 This is where the fun begins, I thought with an excited smile and prepare my wand. Chapter 128. I could see and hear hundreds of people cheering for me as they see my person appear from the entrance. The excitement, the tension, even some small amount of bloodthirst could be felt from those wanting to see some kind of gladiator match. And as I saw my foe, all of it vanished for me. I no longer heard the cheers. No longer were the gazes a factor. No one and nothing mattered other than the best coiling itself around its clutch of eggs, protecting them from the people surrounding it. Its long and sturdy body was covered in dull silver scales, protecting it from almost any blade. A strong tail wrapping itself around a small nest containing 4 dragon eggs and my prize. Its pair of powerful wings were currently folded against its body. Its 4 mighty legs bent, ready to pounce on any would-be threat against her young. And armed with claws capable of tearing steel apart. And to top everything off, the primeval magic resistance I could feel in every part of its body besides the eyes, capable of turning pretty much any spell cast by second maturation levels wizards into something near meaningless. I could feel it glaring at me with its blue eyes, nearly matching my own in color, assessing me as a threat. This time I guess it's okay to show off. I thought with a smile as I confidently walked towards the Swedish short snout. With each step I take, more of my aura is unleashed as I gradually approach. This is my challenge to the beast, its ferociousness against my majesty. Unfortunately for her, I possessed an incredibly powerful aura. I was the amalgamation of a wampus cat, a phoenix. And the power of an alpha of her species. I have the presence of a true warrior king. Those who could not match my level had to step aside instinctively. And as a result, I could feel my own aura pushing hers further and further back, driving the dragon away from wanting to fight me. The only issue was that this was a nesting mother. A mother from a prideful and powerful species. So even if she could not really fight me, even if she would not survive, she would fight till death in order to let her young live. This is one of the most powerful and dangerous drives within any species, a mother's love. And so, even in the face of a foe which seems unchallengeable, this dragon will fight. I could feel her magic gathering in her throat as if time was slowing down. The temperature around her rose as she prepared the deadliest weapon a dragon, and this species in particular, has, her breath. In that moment, I was so excited. I could see the whitish-blue flame come out of her gaping maw in slow motion, creeping towards my direction in full detail as everything else in the world ceased to matter. And as soon as that fire was about to truly exit her mouth, I raised my wand for the first time. For this little demonstration I simply decided to take a page out of our dear headmaster's book. I channeled my magic and affinity towards all related to fire through the dragon's own flame and start to make a circling motion above my head, guiding the blue flame as it followed the path I wished for it to take. As the short snout continued to breath out its flame, I gently guided it all around me, forming as great pillar of rotating fire reaching out into the sky. The dragon finally stopped breathing new flames into my pillar, letting me take complete control as I pushed most of it upwards, but as the last bits were about to go beyond me, I let out a burst of magic to cause the remnants to disperse with flare. This had the effect of leaving me standing amidst a circle of blue fire, as my silver hair tied in a high ponytail danced in the wind, and with myself sporting a confident and proud smile on my face. Seeing this, the mother immediately whipped her tail from above in an attempt to flatten me as she roared aggressively. My turn. My wand blurs as I move faster than most humans can dream of. pointing at the ground ahead of me and to the right, transfiguring it into titanium chains and manipulating them as they grabbed the incoming tail with a flick of my wrist in its direction. And with a third movement I perform a slamming down motion, making the chains force the tail to the ground away from me. The dragon realizes that it has been trapped and tries to use its massive strength to free itself. But with a few more flicks of my wand I change more of the ground into powerful chains, making the grab further and further up as I was getting closer to her body. Before I could lock her tail down completely, she decides to lunge towards me and try to claw me. With her right front leg raised as her weapon of choice, she attempts to strike me. Unfortunately for her, I used the same method as before to immobilize her leg. I point to the ground on my left and make more chains rise to protect me. They grab onto her mighty claws and leg and reel it to the ground as they snake up her limb. This time I added another measure since she would have an easier time putting more strength into her legs than her tail. Thus I make her legs sink into the ground as even more chains begin to grab her, as she begins to fiercely struggle against her entrapment. Trying desperately to free her leg by putting more pressure on the other ones, I do the same to her left leg. Meaning chains rose from the ground as the ground itself sank. The result of her not being able to properly control her own legs was that she lost her balance and started to stumble during her struggle. I noticed that she had finally decided to try use her wings in an effort to free herself, thus I immediately confirmed that the weather was perfect for my next spell. There was a reason I shot the fire into the air earlier, was for more than just looking cool. I wanted to use the heat in order to help me stimulate the heavy clouds hanging above. With an excited smile I loudly announce my next spell for dramatic effect as I wave my wand above of my head and point towards the dragon. Tempestas. With a brilliant flash of light and the sound of an explosion setting off, a powerful bolt of lightning struck her back, slamming her into the ground and roar in pain. With her body against the ground and forgetting about my presence, I quickly make chain after chain erupt from the ground. In her daze, she doesn't even notice her wings can't unfurl anymore. She doesn't know yet that all 4 of her legs have been sunk into the ground. And in mere moments, I have the dragon in front of me almost completely immobilized. But now she knows. She realized that she could no longer move. Even with desperate tugs against all of these powerful chains, she could only move an inch. With only her head still free. Mostly due to it moving around too much when she was in pain, she looked around and spotted her intact eggs, then quickly looked at me with fire in her eyes. Her will to die for her future children was burning even brighter in this moment. As her final act of defiance, she readied another blast of fire aimed at myself, who was standing a dozen meters away from her. She opened her maw one final time, trying to get rid of me. But with one upward flick on my wand the earth under her head rose, forcing her to shoot the blue fire into the sky. I then quickly changed the earth I used into more chains and forced her mouth close, removing any possibility of attacks as she was now fully bound and defenseless. Keeping my guard up, I confidently walk up to my chained opponent as she looked at me with absolute hostility. I looked into those eyes and decided to do a little something to reassure her that I mean her and her little ones no harm, so I used legitimacy on her. Instantly raging thoughts of anger, sadness, determination, hatred, longing, indignation and her own savage nature could be felt. But my mind is still extremely powerful compared to raw emotions. I use images of happiness, created memories of her with her young to calm her, show her my own memories of playing with various creatures, send positive thoughts and calming vibes her way, all to let her know I mean no harm. I even sneakily sent in my phoenix flame to heal the damages I have caused and the ones she endured as they brought her here or she suffered through her life. Using everything in tandem, I am letting her calm down as I show her what I wish to truly do. So I show her an image of me taking a golden egg, while leaving every other egg alone and letting her feel my desire for it and it alone. As she stopped struggling and calmed down drastically, I exited her mind and turned my attention to the nest. She looked at me with wariness as I approached her eggs, but she couldn't turn her head and lost sight of me as I walked along her massive body. I reach the nest and find the 4 eggs surrounding my goal. I calmly reach down and grab the smooth golden egg. Look at it with pride and firmly take hold of it. I then walk back to the trapped dragon and show her the egg I took, letting her smell the metallic lookalike before took my leave and raise it above my head for all to see. It was at this moment which my senses let the sound around me reach me, and roaring cheers which could drown out the dragon's previous roars could be heard as I walked out of the arena victorious. I was quickly led for a checkup with Poppy by Professor Flitwick, and he was both proud and blown away by what I had done. That was simply unbelievable, Mr. Bones. The most fantastic display of spells and power a Ravenclaw has ever put up. I have no doubt your score will be fantastic. You managed to subjugate a fully grown dragon on your own, he happily said in his high-pitched voice. I did aim to show I am more than just my grades this time, it is a statement for my future as well, I replied with a confident smile. Oh ho! And what statement is that, if I might ask? That the new Lord Bones is not just a nerdy punk. I am strong and should not be recklessly provoked due to my age, I answered with pride in my voice. Well, I do believe that many will take that warning to heart after today, he jovially agreed. But it would seem you've been holding back on me during our spars. Now I am curious just how much you've done so. Ha! If you're talking about proper dueling, then I've shown my skills, but not my combat spells, and some unfair advantages. You have my curiosity, Mr. Bones, but I will leave you with Madame Pomfrey and then we can head out to hear your score, the half-goblin said to me with an excited smile. Poppy was fretting about as usual, mostly talking to herself as she basically cursed the school for having so many incidents with beasts. I mean, a basilisk. Then dementors and now some dragons. Not a great deal of fun for the person who has to fix people, but she was glad that I didn't even have a scuff mark on myself, much less an actual wound. I heard you did us proud in that arena, Aiden, so although I don't approve of this, good job coming out safe and sound, she finally said with a relieved expression. Thanks, Professor, I cheekily reply as I get her to smile a bit at the title. My friends actually decided to crash in the infirmary tent before I could head out for my score as well. I had the time since although I'm not hurt, they need to get the Swedish short snout out of the task area and set up the next one. That was bloody brilliant, mate. Merlin can roll over in his grave after that. I can't believe you even mastered the Tempest Jinx, you have to teach me that one, James said as he looked very determined. Well, you certainly kept your promise and then some, Victoria said as she hugged me with a visibly relieved look on her face mixed with some pride, love, and a little bit of lust as she whispered. And you were incredibly hot out there, I think you'll deserve a special reward. She quickly separated after teasing me a bit and regained her composure as we all talked about my performance. I was then called out to receive my score in front of the audience and with my egg in hand. My friends said they'd go back to their seats in order to watch the next performances and see what score I get. We also promised to celebrate a bit during our next Hogsmeade visit. I stepped out onto the arena once more and walk as cheers could be heard from everywhere. I decided to wave back and smile, causing high-pitched squeals to erupt from any direction I did so. It looked like the judges had finally decided on the score I would receive. This made the crowd go silent in anticipation. The first judge was Madame Maxime, shooting out 2 ribbons as they formed a silvery 10 in the air, causing excited applause to ring once more. Barty Crouch went second and made a second 10 appear, making the audience heat up in excitement. Either he's already under the Emperor's curse, or he values impartiality even after our little stint this summer. I thought after seeing my score from him. Our dear headmaster was next and gave me a proud look as he gave me another 10, causing everyone to cheer in response. Bagman was next, but he looked very nervous after seeing my performance and score, looking very reluctant as he shot out a 9 in the air, causing some questions in the audience but cheers still rang out. Really desperate for Harry to win, aren't you? I thought with a smirk at the score. And last was Karkaroff, the most obviously biased judge of the tournament. He looked like he had swallowed a fly at the moment, raising his wand and shooting out a 7 and causing many disagreeing voices to ring out from the audience after seeing that score. A lot of people actually booed the man for this crappy judgment. Just wow. Wonder how people will react when he gives Victor a 10 no matter what. I thought with a little chuckle after that one. But even if pretty much everyone looked at him questionably, he just tried to look like he did nothing wrong. So in the end, I finished the first task with 4,650 points and the golden egg. If I remember correctly, Harry and Victor had the highest in the canon at 40, so it's an acceptable head start. Not like I need it anyway. I thought as I left the field and headed to the tent set up for the champions which had completed the task. Chapter 129. With my turn done I could relax and enjoy the next champion's performance, this being Fleur against a Welsh Green. This species is amongst the tamer ones. They tend to naturally avoid human contact, with the glaring exceptions of when one of these buggers started the Great London Fire in 1666 and the Ilfracombe incident, when one of them attacked a group of sunbathers in 1932. The second one resulted in the largest mass obliviation of the 20th century. The most distinctive features of the breed would be its grass-green colors. Made to match the Welsh plains and where its name comes from, its somewhat melodious roar and narrow fire breath. They are generally around 18 feet in length, hence generally smaller than the Swedish short snout I faced which averages out at 22 feet. This would be the least dangerous species of dragons us champions would have to face today. The short snout has the most dangerous flame amongst all dragons. The Chinese fireball would be the most nimble and intelligent, and the Hungarian horntail is the deadliest and most aggressive. So Fleur does have an advantage going into this round. Fleur actually had a similar strategy from what I remember of the canon, meaning she basically hypnotized the dragon using her Vila abilities and made it fall asleep. The only difference being the strength, skill and overall smoothness of her application. She managed to instinctively embrace her other side in a bid to confront her foe, boosting her enchanting abilities to a whole new level and letting her put the beast in a deep slumber. This did take a few minutes as the Welsh Green really didn't want to fall asleep in the middle of an enemy-infested area, but in the end it didn't matter as it fell. Her aura also had a very strong effect against the overly emotional audience, making the men all basically have nosebleeds and even forcing some of the women to join in. Atta girl. That's how you channel Avila's abilities, I pleasantly thought after seeing her success. With the dragon fast asleep, she managed to quietly approach, grab the golden egg from the nest and start walking back as the audience held any noise in to not sabotage her plan. Unfortunately, the dragon seemed to have a weird moment in its dream and let out a burst of fire from its nostrils, ultimately causing Fleur to panic a bit as she swiftly put out the burning part of her outfit with a simple water conjuration. Although her plan was well executed, that moment of carelessness did make for an awkward finish as she exited the arena, but the audience still cheered and applauded her success after she had left. She came back to receive a good score on average. Maxime, 10, Crouch, 9, Dumbledore, 9, Bagman, 8 and Karkaroff, 4, making a total of 40. Next up was Victor facing the Chinese fireball. This species is very self-explanatory as well. It originates from China and also holds the name of lion dragon due to its mane-like horns protruding from the back of its head. Like I said before, this is a more nimble and intelligent species, known to even be able to coexist with some of its own kind unlike most species. The fireball part of its name comes from its distinctive fire breath, which comes out in a burst instead of a stream and forms the characteristic shape of a ball. This dragon averages out at around 25 feet long, but are less muscular and are on the leaner side due to their quickness. They are also the most wyvern-like from the 4 species, as their front limbs are a lot smaller than other dragons, mostly due to them using their wings as additional limbs when on the ground to boost its movement speed. Victor came out with his game face today, serious and focused on this daunting task. He had decided to go with the simplest and most direct method as he confronted the beast, the Conjunctivitis Curse. It is the standard mode of attack against any dragon mainly due to the fact that it targets the eye exclusively. And eyes are the most obvious and accessible weak points on a dragon. The curse itself involves causing severe swelling of the eyelids, forcing the eyes to close. The method is certainly tried and true. Its only defect would be that this is used during team hunts or captures. When used alone it can certainly make the dragon lose you. But without any help to put it down or disable it properly, you will enrage and scare the dragon. This results in a rampaging dragon as it stomps around and shoots fireballs all over the place to intimidate its attacker. Seeing that his plan made things more chaotic, even if he had succeeded, Victor decided to dash for the nest. He ran quickly as he tried to dodge the erratic flails of the beast and neared the nest, but during this time, the mother lost track of its surrounding and sadly crushed nearly half of the eggs within the nest. The troubles didn't stop however, just as Crumb was able to grab the golden egg, the fireball's tail swung around and was heading straight for him. Luckily he managed to dodge most of it with the honed reflexes of a world-class seeker, but his left shoulder still took a grazing hit. He did hold on to the egg through the hit and decided to immediately run out of the arena to safety. As he was finally out of harm's way, the audience let out a collective sigh of relief and began to cheer and celebrate the young man's success. This had been the most daring approach so far, causing many to feel adrenaline in their veins at the sight they were shown. This was understandable since my display was more awe-inspiring and Fleur's was serene and beautiful. Victor came back out after getting his shoulder checked out and the dragon was brought away with a lot more of a struggle than the first two, making everyone look at the judges for the score. Maxime, 6, Crouch, 7. Dumbledore, 9, Bagman, 8 and Karkaroff, 10, making 4,050. Karkaroff's obvious favoritism didn't get past the audience as murmurs were running through the audience at the score. I even heard people complaining that me subduing a dragon on my own got a worse score than someone who caused half the eggs to get smashed. Too bad for them, they couldn't change anything. So the next champion was set to arrive. The fourth, final and youngest champion, about to show them a very difficult attempt, Harry Potter vs. the Hungarian Horntail. I don't know what kind of fucked up moron decided to pick this species for a supposedly less lethal tournament, but he had to be high. The Hungarian Horntail is among, if not, the most dangerous dragon species in the world. Firstly, the things are twice as long as the Chinese fireball, averaging at 50 feet, and they are not streamlined as they pack considerable muscle. Their breath is up there with the best in terms of lethality, with only a scant few like the short snout topping it, as it can reach up to 50 feet away and melt stones. It has defensive spikes spread throughout its body, with lethal horns on its head and a tail made to kill any who comes anywhere near it. This means that anything with a 50-foot radius of the monster will face death at any moment. And this isn't counting its particularly vicious temperament in the best of time, something which becomes an absolute nightmare when it is protecting its young. Then you add its eating habits involving the regular consumption of humans when it can, its devastating fangs and claws. Its flight speed which can keep up with Harry on a fucking firebolt, and you have the stupidest decision someone can make as a choice for 17ths and under to face. In the face of that, the young Harry appears from the champion entrance as the entire crowd wonders how such a young boy can get past such a daunting beast. Seeing the Horntail noticing him, Harry quickly dove behind a boulder to hit himself and called out the same spell as the cannon. Accio Firebolt. He cried out as he stayed being the stone. Unhappy at the human being too near its eggs, the mother decided to simply roast it. So a powerful jet of flames burst out of her mouth and onto Harry's only protection, causing the audience's tension to rise. But then Harry's summoned partner appeared and in a swift series of action he had grabbed, mounted and taken off on it as he escaped the danger zone he had been in. The kid began to fly nimbly through the air as he swerved and dodged anything the dragon could shoot at him. I could see he was attempting to have the very protective mother take flight to give himself a chance at going for the egg. But she was being very stubborn about not leaving her clutch alone. Harry proved to be too annoying for the beast to not swat him however. It kept missing every time it shot out some fire, her claws could not reach and neither could her tail. So she finally decided to beat her wings as she prepared to swat away the fly annoying her in the sky. As soon as he saw her legs coming off the ground, Harry took his chance and dived straight for the eggs. Realizing this, the Horntail attempted to use its characteristic tail to squash the pest aiming for her young in fury, making Harry dodge the attack with incredible reflexes and skills, letting only his clothes get torn. It seems that getting him healthy and trained had unexpected benefits in the most surprising of places. I thought with a smile as I remember the kid had gotten injured during the cannon. Having passed his last obstacle, Harry grabbed the golden egg in his arms and flew away as fast as he could in the hopes of not getting attacked again by the enraged mother. And since he had gotten the egg and left the nest area, this meant he had succeeded the task itself and the dragon handlers now had to capture the beast. As the crowd cheered for the fantastic display of flying prowess, the dragon was being subdued with immense difficulty as Harry was getting checked by Madame Pomfrey as well. The kid came back with a very excited look as his body was full of adrenaline still flowing through his veins and the cheers of the audience rang loud and clear for him. Then came the judges' score. Maxime, 9, Crouch, 9, Dumbledore, 10, Bagman, 10 and a flagrant show of bias as Karkaroff shoots out a 4, making Harry's final score 4,250, hence second place after the first task. After the final scores were compiled, all of us champions were gathered back together for the explanation which was promised to us at the beginning of the task. That was after we congratulated each other for our own abilities and success. But then our moronic head of magical sports and games interrupted our talk. "Well done, all of you," said Ludo Bagman, bouncing into the tent and looking as pleased as though he personally had just got past a dragon. "Now, just a quick few words. You've got a nice long break before the second task, which will take place at 9:30 on the morning of February the 24th, but we're giving you something to think about in the meantime. If you look down at those golden eggs you're all holding, you will see that they open, see the hinges there. You need to solve the clue inside the egg, because it will tell you what the second task is, and enable you to prepare for it. All clear?" "Sure." "Well, off you go. Then." With little else to tell us about our task, we each congratulate one another one more time and separate. Harry meets up with his friends and I meet up with mine as we all head to the castle in a group, with everyone talking about how things ended up and filling Harry with some details he missed by going last. Then a wild parasite appeared. It was Rita Skeeter. She was wearing acid green robes today and had her favorite quick quotes quill in hand, ready to make more lies. "Congratulations, Harry," she said, beaming at him, before looking at me with a smirk. "And you as well, Lord Bones. I wonder if you could give me a quick word. How you felt facing that dragon? How you feel now, about the fairness of the scoring?" "Yeah, you can have a word," said Harry savagely. "Goodbye." That made me laugh since he wanted to avoid the menace, especially after I showed him what kind of articles she writes and what she had tried to write about him after their first meeting. Yeah. With my connections I was easily able to block that fake garbage she tried to have published in the Daily Prophet and get the copy. I just had to give them a juicy piece of news, and what better thing to give than some inside info on what had been happening in the wizarding underworld. The woman looked offended and malicious after being so straightforwardly rejected by the kid. But I decided to speak up to remind her of my presence. "Miss Skeeter, it would seem you have not taken my warning to heart last time," I say with a calm smile as she spins to look at me savagely. "Ha! Try to threaten me and I'll have the entirety of Britain believing you're the next Dark Lord by next week. Try to stop me, brat, it's not like no one's thought of it, I would just be confirming that little voice in their head asking what if. She openly sneered at me, almost causing my friends to almost lash out at the woman. I simply raised my hand to stop my friends with my calm smile still on my lips. It is you who does not seem to understand, I say with a smooth and peaceful voice. I can destroy your life piece by piece. I can make you watch as everything you believe you have crumbles away. As everyone you think listens to you turns a deaf ear, as every bit of that pride you have shatters, and as every last drop of that pathetic power you think you have slips through your grasp. I then approach her with a near angelic smile on my face and lean next to her ear as she turns very stiff. So do keep trying my patience, little bug, because you are already on your second warning, one more misstep and you will simply no longer matter in this world. I will turn you into what you fear becoming the most, you will be unimportant. Your voice will no longer matter, you will only be another face in the crowd. Every word you write will be considered as nothing but filth to anyone who sees it. I whisper in her ear as my smooth and gentle voice begins to sound akin to the devil's for her. I then pull away with a bright smile and signal my friends to follow me as we walk away from the frightened and angry Rita. So stop buzzing where I can see you, little bug, or I'll sweat you, I said in a happy tone as I walk away and don't look back. Chapter 130. The successful end of the first task was on everyone's mind for quite a while. It had power, beauty, daring and skill as each champion approached the challenge in different ways. The most obvious change which came from the event was how people viewed Harry's participation. He faced the most dangerous beast and came out second. Only behind me and securing the first and second spots for Hogwarts as a result. So now people are at least not harassing the poor kid and his house is finally backing him up, even if a good amount of girls are still fangirling over me. The only problem is that he's kind of becoming lazy after the win and does not seem to be trying to really figure out the egg or prepare for the next task properly. Fleur was getting even more attention from the boys after her display with the dragon. Her aura had so much influence on them I had to break its hold during the morning after, basically sobering them right up through sheer aura. This helped snap most people out of their daydreams, but many of the weak-minded and cock-headed guys were still drooling over her every motion. I was thankful Ron wasn't in this faction. Made me feel better about him being one of my club successors. To counteract this, James actually volunteered to basically be her escort tutor since he was already spending a good amount of time with her. And since she was able to get a proper feel for her Vila quarter, Fleur has been pretty determined to get over her rejection of it, letting her have sizable progress in that area. Victor's situation was the one which stayed the most constant. He continued to train himself every day. Spar with Christian regularly and tried to approach Hermione on multiple occasions. He still had a group of fans trying to follow him everywhere, resulting in him completely ignoring them. On the egg situation, well, it's not very hard for someone who already knows the solution to figure it out. It was also very easy for me to recognize anything that has to do with mere people for a few reasons. Christian and I have a pretty good relationship with the clan in the Black Lake since first year. We are both fluent in Mermish, and with all the interactions natural cultivation has with them due to the aquatic farmstead project, I have an enormous amount of recorded data on them. So I just went to the pretty swanky prefect bathroom, which is honestly more of a heated pool instead of a bath, but it is great to soak in. It does have its perks to be the head boy, I thought as I relaxed my tense body in the warm water. After soaking for a bit, I decided to open the egg and experience the clue to be 100% sure of the task. So I simply submerged it into the warm water, opened it and went under. I could then immediately hear the eerie chorus coming from the egg. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. I closed the egg up and put it away after I finished up with my actual bath. It looks like it will remain the same as before for this task as well. Not a big surprise since they planned these in advance and won't just change them all because of one student. But the clan members involved in this egg were really dramatic when they made it. I wonder who it was. Because now I feel like teasing them. I thought with a little smile as I dressed myself and left the bathroom. Since it was the same task, I was more than prepared for it as well. Now I just needed to wait for a while before mentioning any type of clues to the other three. Having the egg and task figured out, I then decided to dive into my own research. It had been a while since I completely did so, letting Cedric run the exchange for a bit and having Christian and Victor cover for me in the club. During this time, I was finally able to properly crack the proper spell system to combine my new fire with magic. This meant I could systematically categorize my abilities and recreate some versions of it for normal wizards to use. It would also let me deepen my understanding of my original spell Protego Sanctum. So I might have gone on a rampage of developing new spells which may or may not be classifiable as holy. I know it is kind of cringe. But I swear that's the best way I can describe these new spells of mine. They are basically either originals or pre-existing spells I enhanced to fit this system of mine. Most of the new, holy, spells I could come up with were healing related. Or more accurately, they were closer to the term purification than healing. This was basically different levels of power for the erasure of curses and their effects on the human body. This meant that one didn't need to have a complex understanding of each and every curse to hopefully figure out the cure for them. Healers would be able to learn the different levels of this spell to do the job. The invocation involved a person making a downward stroke and then an S motion back up, then saying the invocation of Mundit. The spell itself simply means cleanse, and to use the strengthened versions, one simply needs to fill the proper criteria like my other original. You need a pure core which has at least gone through a proper first maturation for the basic levels of the spells like Mundit and Mundit Fortis, which are capable of getting rid of minor and some standard curses. This is actually a basic healer spell, mostly because you still need to know about the human body to properly restore the wound after it had been cleansed. The next levels simply need an untainted core at the second maturation, which should be capable of removing even a strong curse's effect using Mundit Magna, and the last step needs at least a peak second maturation core to unleash Mundit Suprema, which is capable of cleansing pretty much any curse I could think of. But like I said, the spell does not actually heal. What it does is remove the dark magic from a person or objects without damaging them. So after they are cleansed, they need an actual healer to fix the damages done. The second holiest spell I made during my fervor was Lux, a Lumos variant basically. It has the same general conditions as Mundit when it comes to core requirements, but the wand motion is a simple circle as the wand points upward. The effect is basically what happens to movie vampires when they are exposed to the sun, but for tainted and dark beings creatures. I made a holy light spell so to speak. But just to be clear, exposed people or creatures won't just turn to ash, but it will burn them and cause great amounts of pain depending on the level of corruption and the strength of the spell. This is considered to be an offensive spell if you want to be technical about it, mostly because of its effects. The only difference is that Lux is for first stage cores and the stronger version, Lux Sancta, is for second and above, with the power you put into the spell corresponding with the effect. The more magic you stuff it with, the more powerful. Pretty straightforward. And it has the added benefit of having a similar effect as the Patronus on Dementors from what I theorized. Those were my two originals in the category of holy spells, which now counted 3 official spells. The rest of my results were mostly me enhancing standard healing spells with the properties of Phoenix Flames, boosting their level to near partial magic strength. And I made a few new fire spells which are pretty useless for me since I can do it naturally, but I plan on teaching them to my friends. After I came out of my isolation, I believe you can call it, I found out that the Yule Ball was officially announced by the judges panel and that all champions had to find dates since they would be opening the ball. They also scheduled proper dance lessons for everyone, in the hopes of not in the words of our deputy headmistress looking like a bunch of babbling bumbling band of baboons. Lucky for me however, was that mother had my tutor's hammer every lesson a noble might need in his life deep into me. So even though I had not actually danced in a long time, I was able to shake the rust off with ease and even add grace to my steps after a while. But there was the problem of girls everywhere looking at me with almost predatory eyes. They also kept sending weird hints. Love potion-infused chocolate, enchanted items, and some of them were straight trying to chase me. Too bad for them, I already knew who I wanted and nothing was going to stop me from getting her. And I am not above a little romance to ask. So what I did was bring her to the Black Lake one night and form a frozen platform the two of us could ride on as I controlled it. I pushed us far enough away from the shore and waved my hand a bit to calm the water around us, then formed some gentle silver lights and make the float. I know that even if Victoria is a proud young woman, she still hopes to be able to have romantic acts done for her, so I don't hesitate to do so. As the moon shined down on us and we looked at the stars, I turned and looked at her shining black hair, her beautiful face and striking eyes. "Tori, will you be my date for the Yule Ball?" I asked her in a warm voice. "Didn't you want to keep it a secret for a bit longer?" She asked, a little worried about our future plans. "I honestly can't see myself dancing with anyone else. And your own project has been getting closer and closer to completion. All you need is the permission of St. Mungos to start the trial on the Longbottoms. Plus I kind of want people to know you're mine and that I'm yours." I answered as I was trying to explain my actions. All I get was a small giggle which makes me stop talking for a moment before she answers. "Well, even the dragon subduing Aiden Bones can act like a nervous boy, that's adorable," she said with a little teasing. "But I would love to be able to dance with you." "Well, that's good, because my dress robe was basically made to match your usual style," I say with a sigh of relief. "Wait, you knew this was going to happen?" she asked with a slight surprise. I thought it would be obvious that we would have a ball for some reason this year. Wizards don't really wear dress robes for any other occasions, so I planned ahead and made sure I could match any green dress you would wear. I answered with a half-lie, but with solid enough reasoning. Well then, I guess you really weren't planning on going with anyone else, she said with a low sultry voice. There was never another option in my mind, I replied with no hesitation and while looking straight into her emerald eyes. And what were you planning to do if I wasn't available anymore? She whispered into my ears as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Sweep you off your feet no matter the opponent, I answered with a burning gaze. Oh yeah? And how would you do that? Like this, I simply said as I took her into my arms and started to gently kiss her. The kiss quickly got more intense as we enjoyed each other's passion so openly and on such an occasion. Only separating so that she can catch her breath. Being superhuman does have many perks. I don't know if that would convince me, she said as she looked at me with lustful eyes. Then maybe this will, was my answer as I conjured blankets and pushed her down to keep our passionate exchange going. And for the next half hour we enjoyed ourselves under the clear moonlight. Alone in our own little world above the lake. With me using my flames to keep us warm, not that we needed much help with that as things heated up. It was actually harder to keep the ice cold at that point. We broke apart after that 30 minutes and she looked at me with eyes full of love, lust and passion before saying one last thing. You really wouldn't have taken no for an answer, my raven, she gently said as we laid next to each other. I told you it wasn't even an option for me not to dance with you during this ball, I answered while moving a stray strand of her black hair away from her beautiful face. We ended up enjoying ourselves nearly until the sun began to rise that night, giving us a memory to last a lifetime. Chapter 131. The month of December was passing by at a much faster pace than usual at Hogwarts. Romance, love and anticipation were everywhere as confessions and invitations were happening constantly. But there was also nervousness. Stress and general unease amongst many as well, mostly because boys were wimping out and girls wanted to be asked by the one they hoped for. Most of my friends and those I was close to had their dates figured out already. Cedric was still going out with Cho Chang in this timeline and the two were excited to go together. Most of my little successor from the dueling club had dates. Hannah Abbott was going with Neville, Daphne Greengrass with Ernest Macmillan. And Ron, who had a standard dress rob thanks to yours truly, was going with Padma Patil like the standard since they had a good enough friendship through the club. The partners for the champions had to be told to our respective heads of house schools in order to confirm everything was in order and traditions were upheld. Victor managed to properly invite Hermione with some help from your friendly neighborhood wingman, making this stony friend of mine even crack a smile. Fleur actually asked me and James due to the both of us being the only male friend she's ever had who only saw her as a normal girl with gifts, and not a sex object like so many other. I already had Victoria, but Fleur and James were more than happy to be going with each other. Plus it's not like James isn't an attractive young man. With his chin-length blonde hair, calm blue eyes, gentle features and strong body, he was the dream of many female students in Hogwarts. Christian was actually the most annoying to convince this time. He didn't have any girls he was close to besides Tori, Luna, a bit of Hermione, Fleur through James and I. Cho from Quidditch, and maybe a few acquaintances from our house and the club, but we all knew he had special spot for Luna Lovegood. They just clicked together, and if you think about it honestly, 4 years isn't much of a gap in age. They get along great. Have common interests, curiosity and exploration always drives the two. He always takes time to help her out and protect her from people who don't even try to understand her, teaches her a bunch of useful things and just always looks so soft around her. So yeah, we just spent an entire week getting the knucklehead to admit that he liked her and get him to realize there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. He just needed to keep in contact and try to make time to visit during her Hogsmeade visits after we graduate, and maybe give her a vanishing box for quick messaging. Then if they felt the same when she graduated, they could decide to really be together. So long story short, we got him to ask a now very happy Luna to the ball. Her yes really sent him up to the clouds too, real fun to tease him about that one. It's kinda adorable watching my friend who can transform into a wolf, be so gentle on the innocent little bunny. I thought with a smile after he asked her out. The only person I really knew that didn't have a partner yet was Harry. The kid had an unfortunate crush on Cho Chang even in now, likely due to how she's been growing up and her skills on a broom, but she's dating Cedric so that's a no-go. So he came to me for a bit of advice. You really can't think of anyone to ask? I said to the kid with a raised eyebrow. No, Ron's already got Padma since they're both in your club, Hermione won't tell us who she's going with, the girl I wanted to ask already had a date and I can't just ask a random girl, right? The kid tried to explain to me. Honestly, you pretty much could, I answered with a little chuckle. What? The surprised Harry asked. You underestimate 2 things about yourself right now, your fame and a woman's desire to be under the spotlight, I decided to say in response. How does that help me get a date? He exasperatedly asked as his shoulders slumped. Well, the fame thing is pretty self-explanatory. You're the boy who lived to a lot of people and are famous if you want it or not. But you being a champion and successfully completing the first task like you did bumped your popularity up quite a few notches. I started explaining to the oblivious kid. Really? How come I can't notice it then? Well, that's because I'm also very popular, so I steal some spotlight, and you tend to try and ignore or push away anything that has to do with fame, so that's the reason, was my answer as I made him nod in agreement. Okay, so I'm more popular, but how does that help me? I still can't just ask a girl and hope she thinks I'm enough. Well, that's where my second point comes in. Pretty much any woman on this planet wants to feel special. They want to be able to be under the spotlight and shine in front of everyone, in one way or another. And right now, the biggest stage to do so is at the Yule Ball, with the spotlight on the champions. Fleur, Victor, and I all have our partners. Leaving only one last chance for the spotlight, and that's with you. So you have actually been prime prey for a lot of girls at the moment. You just haven't noticed because you're always stuck in your own head and miss a lot of things around you. I say as I try to explain a single facet of the great and mysterious creature known as a woman. But I still don't like when people try to be near me cause I'm famous for something I don't even remember doing, and I certainly don't want to be with them, he answered with some discomfort. Alright, if that's such a problem I think I've got 4 good candidates for you, I answer with a little sigh. Really? That's brilliant. The first would actually be Pavarti Patil, she's in your house and year, so she knows you well enough and shouldn't be affected by your fame. Ron is going with her sister and it would make a sort of double date for the two of you. I say as I kind of feel like a certain magical mirror from a Green character's movie. I didn't even think of that, said a thoughtful Harry. Second would probably be Gabrielle Delacours. I know her sister pretty well, we've all become friends and I'm sure she would much prefer having you than some random numbskull. The little girl asked me to escort her, but I already have my date so I had to reject her. I'm sure she'd be happy to go to the ball with you, even if it's just for the sake of you having a partner. I mentioned to Harry in order to give him another easy way. Yeah, she is like an energetic little sister, it wouldn't be bad if I did it, plus it's just a dance, he murmured Harry as he gave it some thought. My third suggestion would be Susan. You've both spent enough time together during the summer to know each other pretty well. I trust you enough to not do anything stupid to her and she's a wonderful girl. She was just planning to have fun and going with some friends from her house, so I know she's free. I continued as if presenting a lovely princess. You'd let me take Susan. But I thought you wouldn't even let her stay. I am fully in favor of her having fun and living her life, I just don't want her to make bad decisions so I can seem a bit protective, but that doesn't matter, my last option for you would be Ginny Weasley. I start off saying as I get back on topic, but Harry got very shocked. Ginny. I can't go with her. She's Ron's sister. Honestly, I would like to see what happens if Ron even tries to stop her. The girl has had a crush on you for years, Harry. And I honestly think that Ron would feel a lot better having you taking her than some random jackass. I say that as a protective older brother myself, I answered the teen dismissively. She has a what on me? Harry said with a raised and progressively higher-pitched voice. Well yeah, she had a crush on you since her first year. Everyone could tell with how she turned bright red whenever you were around. Then you went and rescued her from a basilisk and Tommy Boy, so not many young girls wouldn't fall for their rescuer, especially if they already liked them and they weren't bad looking. I explained in an "I can't believe you never noticed" tone. But you were there too. He tried to counter. So. She likes you because of who you are and what you've done for her, but that's all I've got for you, Harry. I gave you the net approach to get a random girl to fill your needs, and I gave you the 4 specific options I believe would be the best for you as of now, everything else is up to you. I say as I give the kid a pat on the shoulder and take my leave as he starts thinking about his options. But try not to think too much, just go with what you feel is right and everything will work out, I said to the kid without turning back. Like that, the holidays approached the castle. The majority of students 4th year and up would be staying for the ball. The reason for that was 3rd years and below couldn't attend unless they had been invited by an older student like Luna had. So they went to spend the break with their families. Susan and I informed Mother that we would be staying for the ball, since I actually had to be there due to being a champion, and that we would be coming over on the 26th in order to spend time as a family. Susan. Victoria and I would simply go to Hogsmeade and apparate to our house for the rest of the holidays. Even if I had wanted to go to the ball, I would never want to leave Mother home alone for the holidays. I loved her too much to do that, especially when I have at least 4 different ways of going back in a jiffy. So with excitement in the air, Christmas Day came to Hogwarts. I decided to have a few little parties for the groups I'm involved in the night before. just to give everyone a good holiday mood. This meant the exchange and dueling club, so I organized a warm gathering and prize giving for the former, and a sort of mini carnival game set up for the latter. They both had good feedback from the participating students. I also decided to hold a little Christmas lunch with the champions and our friends, just to make everyone feel that they weren't excluded from the Christmas atmosphere of Hogwarts. The girls didn't eat much during lunch in order to not make their dresses tighter than they wanted. Which was something Fleur really worried about due to the heaviness of English cuisine, not so much a worry for Tori, who carefully planned her diet and exercise daily though. Overall, it was a pleasant way of spending my days at Hogwarts. I even had a few business talks with the twins, started teaching my new spells to my friends. Planned with them on when to go register our animagi forms, and we even decided to just run a bit wild in said forms as we ran through the snow-covered grounds of the school at night. Then the evening before the ball came and every girl attending went into a fervor in order to look their best. The Yule Ball was about to begin. Chapter 132. A few hours before we had to be at the ball. All the females in the castle secluded themselves in order to ready themselves. This is the only stage most of them had ever had the opportunity to show off their looks, but some of the noble progenies were a bit more used to it. It was crunch time for them, whilst all the guys were just wondering why it would even take so long since they should have prepared everything they needed to do a month ago at least. But since James and I were part of the opening dance, we also decided to get ready in advance. My style was quite simple overall, if not a bit unusual for wizards. I decided to just sleep back my hair and let it flow down my back, with some framing my face and resting on my shoulders. My dress robe was pretty much divided into two parts. The first was the inner suit style, which was composed of modern white dress shirt, vest and pants. All custom made and fitted. Thank you, Kingsman Taylor. The second was the robe part, which was basically a hybrid of a tuxedo jacket and a wizard robe, was mostly white as well but with green elven style patterns which would make Tolkien proud. The robe was properly fitted at the top as well and loose at bottom, allowing me to show my athletic physique while still looking mostly like a wizard. It is different than usual dress robes, but it fits me perfectly. I just think green isn't really my color, but being with Tori would make it look good. I thought with one last look at myself. Being ready for the ball, I decided to go and wait for my lovely lady at her house entrance like we agreed on. While I was walking through the halls of the castle, I passed a good number of other students going to pick up their dates or moving towards the Great Hall with them. But every time I passed a group, wide-eyed stares could be felt. I think I actually heard some people worry about nosebleeds and a couple of girls who seemed to have fainted. I reached the Slytherin dungeon and find only a few other guys waiting for their dates. I'm pretty sure this is for a few reasons. First is that not many girls in Slytherin actually try and interact with other houses for a couple reasons, like pure-blood ideals, pressure from within the house, arrogance and just bad behavior. Second is that there aren't that many girls in the house in general, leaving them as a mostly sausage-filled part of the school. And lastly, besides a few like Victoria, Daphne and her little sister Astoria, there aren't many cute or good-looking Slytherin girls. So yeah, even with me trying to get all the houses to interact with each other more, not that many are trying to date into Slytherin. I do patiently wait for about 20 minutes with my eyes closed as I merely meditate a bit. I felt people going out and passing by regularly enough during this time, but I only waited for one presence I knew the best to appear. The dorm door then opened at the same time as my eyes and I was amazed by her. Her raven black hair was made to be wavy and softly rested on her left shoulder. Her green mermaid-style gown simply made her seem like a temptress sent to take my morality away. Her shoulders were bare, the dress being held by fabric just below them, letting people see her smooth and fair skin, while also emphasizing her bountiful assets. Her figure was in plain view with her dress hugging every curve of her fit and curvaceous body. And a split was made for her long and slender right leg to be free, letting her show off her silver heels as she confidently walked up to me. The emerald green perfectly matched her eyes as every movement attracted the gaze and countless glints of light made it seem like stars were adorned onto her. "You really did have a dress robe made to go with my style," she said with a smile. "I couldn't not put any effort in, especially when you look even more breathtaking than I imagined," I replied with a warm voice. "Ha! I'm glad you like it, you cleaned up well too. Then shall we go, my lady?" I asked with a smile as I extended my right hand to her. She gently placed her own and said, "It would be my pleasure." We then walked towards the Great Hall together, arm in arm, leaving anyone we passed gasping and speechless at how we looked together. This only got magnified when we reached the doors of the hall where many were gathered together, making them whisper to each other. As it neared the scheduled time for the ball, many students began to arrive. The majority of the other Slytherins came from behind myself and Victoria, with a little twit trying to strut around like a peacock. Well, until Tori shot him a glare to make him pale, a simple warning for him not to ruin her evening or else. The Beauxbatons students were next, with Fleur and James in the lead. Grabbing the attention of many of the boys as she did a fine job of dressing up, and my friend holding the attention of a good amount of the ladies as well. Fleur had decided on a silver-gray satin dress which let her emphasize the natural grace and beauty she possessed, and her partner deciding to go with a fitted but traditional dress robe. The two of them were speaking to each other amicably as they approached Victoria and myself. "You looked wonderful, Mademoiselle Victoria, truly you know your charm," complimented Fleur as she excitedly greeted us. "And your dress fits you perfectly, your hair goes beautifully with it," Tori complimented back as the two started the odd tradition of women really complimenting themselves by praising others. "You really went all out with your own robes, didn't you?" asked my friend as the girls started chatting about fashion, makeup, shoes and others. "Well, I wanted to give a good expression and be different from every other dress robe out there, plus, it's a special night and I want to try my best," I answer my friend as a warmly look at Victoria. "That is true, I just hope I've practiced to dance moves enough to not embarrass myself or step on Fleur's toes," James said as he nervously chuckled. "No need to worry, Jamie boy. You've learned a lot harder stuff than that, so have some courage and show the lady a confident man." We turned to find our wild friend dressed in his own black dress robes, accompanied by a surprisingly well-dressed Luna. I mean, she still had those dirigible plum earrings and butterbeer necklace, but she was wearing a pale blue dress gown which gave her a cute feeling as she looked around energetically. "He is right, James, you just have to confidently guide her or follow her own flow. You've done much deeper levels of teamwork and you've practiced together plenty, so you should be more than capable of matching her rhythm," I said as I encouraged my more passive friend. "Ha! But look at you, mate. You stand out so much I doubt even Maxime will be able to steal your spotlight." "Well, one of us had to try and be fashionable," I respond with a grin as I watched the two girls drag Luna over for girl talk about their dresses and dates. The three of us just chatted for a bit as Ron and Harry arrived with their dates. Ron looked a bit off, but otherwise he looked fine with his proper dress robe and escorting Padma in a bright turquoise Indian-style dress. The look is probably because Ginny was happily walking next to Harry in a pink dress gown of a slightly older style, but still good. The girls were forming their own group as the two new ones joined Tori, Fleur and Luna, leaving Ron and Harry to join our little trio. "What's that weird look, Weasley? Can't look chuffed when you're escorting a lady or you'll ruin any enjoyment." "It's nothing, just a bad surprise is all," he answered as he gave a guilty-looking Harry a look. "I'm pretty sure I know what the reason is, and if it is what I think then I can give a bit of advice," I say as I get their attention as well as a hopeful look from Harry. "Oh yeah?" asked Ron with a raised eyebrow. "You're feeling the urge to protect your cute and innocent little sister from any boy who looks at her with any interest, so you aren't happy with Harry going to the ball with her," I simply say to the kid. "No. I mean yes, I mean probably, I don't know." "Well, here's a little bit of help for this dilemma of yours, would you prefer she likes some random guy or your best friend who you know and trust?" I simply asked the teen. That got him really torn. "And I'm sure you just want her to be happy and safe, I get that, but look how happy the girl was, plus it's only for the night so just let her enjoy herself," I kept on nudging. "Arg. Fine. But if I hear anything about snogging, I'll tell Mum everything." "Then it's alright, isn't? We mostly need to open the ball and then just enjoy the music, food, drinks and company, let's all just cut loose and have some fun." As I said this, the doors of the castle welcomed our final champion and his school, meaning Victor in his red military-style formal wear. Karkaroff and Hermione had arrived. "Champions over here, please." McGonagall's voice resounded as everyone had gathered. "Later everyone, let's go Tori," I said as we hooked our arms together and headed for the deputy headmistress with Harry and Ginny. We got to the professor and saw her in a red tartan robe instead of her usual green ones, with a wreath of thistles around her which hat's brim. "Nice hat, Professor, very festive," I happily said as I approached, getting a weird look from Harry. "Thank you, Mr. Bones, I thought it appropriate," she simply answered with a small smile. She then told the 8 of us to wait outside while all the other were instructed to head into the Great Hall. I could see Harry and Ginny were stunned to see Hermione with Victor. Ginny knew she was really dressing up today since they helped each other, but the result was too good. There's a glimpse of everyone's favorite actress as she's growing up, I thought with a smile as I looked at Hermione resembling Emma Watson more and more. "Well then, Victor, I guess that advice certainly didn't go to waste after all," I said with a hearty laugh when I see the man fidgeting in place due to his happiness, even if his face is still a bit dour. The growing girl did do a good job at taming her hair, that's for sure. Then she finally got her teeth in order after ignoring her parents' weird request to fix them as the dentists they are. I mean, it's not like wizards don't have an infinitely easier, cheaper, quicker and less painful methods other than braces or whatever drills they have. Her floaty periwinkle blue dress fitted her nicely, but she looked quite nervous about the situation. So I decided to be a good wingman for my new friend. You have to reassure the girl and give her a compliment, she's nervous about her new look and to be in front of so many people, I whispered to the man in Bulgarian as he noticed his date's own state. That makes him turn to take care of Hermione very quickly. And although it wasn't the smoothest execution since English is his second language, I saw the girl relax at least. Harry was still kinda malfunctioning. But at least Ginny was able to snap him out of it. That's mostly why I personally never had a problem with the Harry x Ginny pairing. Harry is always getting stuck in his own head and thinking the world is trying to only punish him, but Ginny is a very driven and active person who pushes him to step forward and act properly. Also never had any problems with the Fleur x Bill pairing, but if my friend and her want to get it on then too bad for the guy. And too bad for Luna's supposed to be future husband Rolf Scamander. Because his grandparents' true successor is gonna swipe her. Still not sure if Hermione and Victor could actually be a thing, and I really don't know if I should do anything between Remus and Tonks. The last one is mostly because my presence has fundamentally changed how werewolves can live, and lycanthropy has been shown to not be passed down from properly vaccinated parents so far. The guy has also been becoming more confident and relaxed because of his newfound duties. Anyway, I got snapped out of my daze when we were called to finally enter the Great Hall in a line. We came in with excited applauses, as the 8 of us walked through the corridor of students and headed towards the dance floor. Through the students, I could see the wondrous decor of the Great Hall. The walls and ceiling were covered in a sliver frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry sky of the hall. All the house tables were gone and near 100 smaller tables were placed around the dance floor, draped in silvery linen and having small lanterns on each. I also noticed a weirdly combed Hagrid, an impressively dressed Madame Maxime, a colorful bagman, a redhead with a twit-like aura representing Justice Hitler, mock Moody, unsurprisingly unhappy Karkaroff, and the almost always jovial Dumbledore. We finally reached the dance floor and the 8 of us got into position. I grabbed Tori's left hand and put my right on her back, feeling the familiar soft and smooth skin as she positioned herself as well. We are both noble progenies, and even if she had a shit-eater, racist, sexist and deadbeat father, she was still trained in everything needed to be a true noble like dancing. Plus our own practice did help. It's not like we needed much, but it was just nice to spend time together, in such close proximity and just enjoy ourselves. Then the music began and the ball would officially start. In that moment I simply let everything go. No magic, no studies, no business, no lordship. No future, no care, no worry, and no one else mattered. All I saw at that moment was her. The woman I loved, in my arms and dancing with me as we looked only in each other's eyes with happy smiles. We moved as if we were one. Flowing through the dance floor like we were alone and grabbing the attention of countless as we danced. Our bodies were almost touching completely as we moved in complete synchronicity. This type of close dance could give off an almost primal attraction to our partners, and we could see it in each other's eyes as the dance escalated with the music. We simply lost track of any meaning of time. Only when the crescendo neared its conclusion did I decide to make Victoria do a finale twirl and finish with her leaning backwards over my supporting arm, resulting in a photo finish and thunderous applause as people marveled at our performance. We looked around and found that many people were standing on the dance floor and applauding, so we simply looked at each other, smiled and bowed to the crowd. Chapter 133. With the Yule Ball officially underway and so many young men and women eager to dance with their chosen partners, the energy levels quickly rose several degrees. The energy in the hall burst through the roof altogether after the Weird Sisters came on stage and started rocking out. The band is actually managed by the WWN, but we bought that at the same time we started other types of properly encrypted radio channels. This meant we had a well-concealed wizard radio network. An increase of activity in the music and news industry, and that I actually owned the band in front of me. So I might have given them a few ideas on music from the future, and the Muggle music I helped introduce through the toy box caused quite the musical revolution on its own. The result was a blood-pumping good time as they started rocking the Great Hall and pretty much everyone started going wild. Harry and Ron were a bit annoyed at Hermione, but some Ginny intervention, Christian bluntness, a bit of Lunasai, and some senpai advice from yours truly resolved it, letting everyone just cut loose. Tori and I decided to dance around during the fun as well, dancing with some friends in and out of our group. I danced with only a handful of people since I am considered to be a bit too popular among the females of the castle. Started with one Fleur who was trying to escape the mindless drones trying to get to her, a bit of inter-school exchange if you will. She actually stayed close to James after she also danced once with Victor, Harry, Christian and her little sister. Then I danced with the dates of the other champions, meaning Hermione and Ginny. I liked James, but not like that. The latter was happy enough with how I energetically guided her through some more fun dances, enjoying this tempo a lot more than the formal ones due to her nature. Although we didn't interact much in general, she still knew I was one of her saviors. The guy helping Ron turn a completely new leaf, and I'm also the one who taught her how to duel since last year, so everything was good on that front. The former was very stiff and nervous as she danced with me. That was mostly due to me being an idol of hers because of my academic achievements and personality. My grades were her dreams basically. It also helped that I saved her from a troll, handled the buckbeak thing. I am constantly helping her improve in the exchange and always offer advice. It took some gentle and calm guidance to get her to loosen up while dancing, but I am a properly raised gentleman and I am more than capable to lead a young lady. I then danced with Cho as the first customer of the exchange, my little successor's girlfriend and someone I knew well enough. Followed with Luna since she is a unique and kind girl. Who Christian and I made very clear that bullying her was not tolerated, and a person who was interesting to teach. Gabrielle was very persistent in her efforts to dance with me as well, something which I didn't mind since she was just a cute little sister type. And my tour finished up with having a dance with Susan as her older brother before returning to Victoria. The rest of the evening was spent together as we alternated from enjoying ourselves as a group and as a couple. Many people realized that something was going on between the two of us, but we simply didn't care at that point for a very good reason: her treatment methods were green-lighted for trial. Meaning that after the holiday, the Longbottom couple would be undergoing extensive therapy and if successful her name would become firmly established as a healer and researcher. She was even preparing a book about her studies and new paths for healing, which I am more than willing to sell through my channels. On a side note, it appears all of my friends are planning on releasing a book by the time they graduate. Tori is doing hers on traumas of the mind and body, whilst also delving into my new holy magic. James is creating a new way to create complex and powerful enchantments by combing some of his goblin knowledge, traditional enchanting and my own binary language. And Christian was preparing a new book on creature ecosystems, proper management of reserves and wild territories. They also each had their own projects. The three were managing and creating them from scratch basically. With financial assistance from their good friend of course. Even if it took some convincing, all I had to say was that I knew their genius and had no doubts that their projects would pay themselves back and then some. Tori was basically going to cause a stir in the medical field through her own original potions, her learning of my holy path and solutions to age-old problems, meaning a lot of money from the sales of potions and books. James was designing his own brand of protective gear against spells, beasts, beings and weapons, using some of what he learned to start his own branch to fund his passion and help protect people. And Christian was basically designing a magical Jurassic Park in an effort to help dwindling species recover in a safe location, funding itself by selling materials which could be harvested from the creatures while alive or taken once dead. This was the most ambitious project amongst my friends, but I got my people from natural cultivation to help since we had experience in a very similar project. Anyway, back to the ball. The rest of our time that night was just fun. Good food, drinks, music and company will make any person have a good time. We danced and sang along with the band. Took our time slow dancing under the magical lights of the hall when the right songs came on. Enjoyed mingling with students of all ages and origins as the place became a neutral area for all. But all good things must come to an end as well. Students began to leave slowly but surely. If one looked at who left carefully, you could see couples and soon-to-be couples leaving together, and everyone could tell they weren't done with their evening. My friends also started to call it a night, with Christian being the first to do so since Luna was one of the youngest among us. So he simply escorted her back to our dorm. Fleur was tired of constantly having to fight off suitors with James. So he suggested showing her some of Hogwarts' beauty at night to cap off their evening. Hermione was very tired and Victor was acting like a proper man as he escorted her back to the Gryffindor dorm. After a hint from yours truly, Ron also figured out that he should escort his own date back even if they aren't actually dating. Harry and Ginny decided to take a walk outside before turning it in as well, leaving Victoria and I to decide to find a peaceful place to relax together. We walked through the quiet corridors arm in arm, with gentle smiles on both of our faces while I guided us to the grounds, which were very well decorated. As we walked through the rose garden, by the statues, saw the couples sitting on the benches and found the fountain at the center of it all. I also felt various interesting little bits like a certain bug's presence. Two little traders of Voldemort together, a hidden Harry, and a pair of half-giants standing near the fountain. And knowing how pretty much everything here would go, I just decided to take Victoria somewhere more private. If that cockroach writes that racist article in real life, I'm going to officially bury the women. It would basically be the honor of anyone who likes the Harry Potter series to ruin her. Especially since I need to wait until next year to end one of the most hated characters of all time. I thought as I guided my lovely lady. What I did was rather simple. I took out my personal broom, scooped up my Tori into a Princess Carrie as she did a little surprised yelp. Activated the broom's enchantments to make it float, jumped on and surfed it with my girl in my arms as she looked at me with a bit of a pout. Sorry, but I want to just relax and be alone with you, so I thought finding somewhere else would be better, plus it would be a bit hard for you to ride a broom with your dress, I said with a cheeky smile on my face. Humph, I'm going to get you back for that surprise, you know. She simply responded with a tiny glare. And I'll accept my punishment later, but I think this will be good, I answered back as I felt the wind on my face. Since I created the thing, I can play with this broom in almost any way I wish. Meaning I lowered the wind-blocking enchantment strength temporarily and kicked the heating ones up to basically give us a mild summer breeze feeling while we fly through the Christmas sky. I then decided to take us above the few clouds in the sky, taking us closer to the half-lit moon hanging in the sky and letting us see the castle and its grounds as we also gaze at the moon. You really know how to romance a girl, don't you, my raven? Victoria whispered as she laid her head on my chest. I have to try to be the best fiancé I can when I have the chance, don't I? I say as I turned to look at the woman being caressed by the moon as she lay in my arms. That dirtbag of a sperm donor still didn't agree about that, but honestly, who cares? At this point I can't see myself with anyone else, and if he tries I'll castrate him. Hey, how about we just make a little place in Hogsmeade after we graduate? I asked her as I changed the subject away from her family. Why there? As far as I know, you have a few mansions under your other name. Plenty of properties under your actual one, and you rebuilt the Bones family manor, even if you and Auntie have no desire to actually live there. She curiously asked this time. Well, I prefer to have a smaller and cozier place than a big empty mansion. I'd just properly set the place up. But the real reason is that if everything goes according to what I predict, I'll most likely be coming back to Hogwarts next year. I answered honestly as she looked into my eyes. Come back? Like an advisor or something? You didn't tell us about that. No, not an advisor. I think there's just a high chance of me being the next data professor if everything happens like I think it will, I clarified with a smile on my face. But how? Even if it's you, it would be pretty hard to convince the board to hire a fresh graduate. What makes you so sure? Things are happening in the shadows and great change is coming, I just want everything to be ready for it, but about the fresh graduate thing, I'm actually planning on fixing that bit, I answered with a bit of a devil's smile this time. And how's that? She asked with a great curiosity this time. Well, you remember when I got my OWL results and they said I could test for my newts in the subjects I'd gotten O? I asked her this time. Yeah, no need to rub it in, she answered with a roll of her eyes. I'm totally getting that grade on my newts though, just watch me, James and Christian are aiming for it too. I wholeheartedly believe in you guys, but back to the reason I'm bringing it up. It's because when we all go to get registered for our animagi forms, I'll also do my newts at the ministry itself, I already booked the appointment. And after I finish creating enough holy spells and my second original, I'll publish the first and go test for my master certificate in a few disciplines. I explain quickly as Victoria stares at me with slightly narrowed eyes. I knew you were going to do something ridiculous again, she sighed as she shook her head. What's a few certificates then? Ancient runes, arithmancy, charms, data, dueling, healing, herbology, potions, transfiguration and warding, I answered proudly. Of course you are, and all at once? She asked exasperatedly. Well, I have been preparing for it gradually. My books for arithmancy, ancient runes, herbology and potions, original spells and holy ones for charms and data. I developed new wards for the mastery of it. Mastered the Animagus transformation since I only know about 13 other ones in the century. Created the closest thing possible to a lycanthropy vaccine and reinforced healing spells for that category. And I reintroduced dueling to Hogwarts and managed to surpass a famed dueling champion in pure skill for the last one. Almost everything is ready and only the actual tests are left. I answered seriously as I explained how everything fitted together. Wait, you said 13 other Animagus outside of us, but only 9 are registered, who are the other 4? She suddenly asked in a bit of a surprise. Well, Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black for starters, then their former best friend and Harry's father, James was one as well, and lastly, Rita Skeeter, I answered truthfully. Rita Skeeter? The gossip-mongering insect who will fill an article with anything as long as it gets read and makes people upset. She succeeded in becoming an Animagus and didn't register herself. Funny you would call her an insect when we're talking about this subject, I say with a chuckle. No, you don't mean she is actually? She asked in realization. Yup, an actual bug, a beetle to be precise. And she uses it to spy on people and get their dirty secrets. Even after the headmaster banned her from the grounds she still uses that to sneak in, she was actually in the gardens not long ago. I answered with a smile. And why aren't you taking advantage of this? She would be in the palm of your hands if you used this properly. Because I have plans on how to handle such a woman, no worries about her, but you still didn't answer my question from earlier, would you be okay with us having a place in Hogsmeade next year, love? I answered and asked the green eyes beauty. Of course I would be okay with it, as long as it's with you I'd be okay pretty much anywhere, she answered after exhaling a long breath to move on from Rita. So would I. Now how about we make use of this situation and enjoy ourselves a bit? I asked with a warm heart and happy smile. I thought you'd never ask, Victoria answered as she pressed her soft lips on mine and began kissing me. This started a make-out session in the sky, as we simply enjoyed ourselves under the moon and stars. Chapter 134. After a magical evening for pretty much everyone who attended the ball, many new couples could be seen wandering the castle as they enjoyed their newfound feelings for one another. And of course many were gossiping about Victoria accompanying me in our dance, but we didn't care that much since we were already packing our stuff. Since we weren't in a rush, our departure time was set to be an hour before lunch, giving us the chance to eat as a family once we got home. I already had everything set up with the headmaster way ahead of time, making sure his office's fireplace was connected to the FLU network. It's a lot better to do things through official channels instead of unnecessarily causing a fuss by using my own methods. It's not like I couldn't fuck with the anti-apparition wards, use the vanishing cabinet or use soul to get back home, so everyone agreed that instead of trying to stop me, it was better to just do things the easy way. Plus I'm sure it reassures Dumbledore that I care for my family that much even after my rise in strength. Even if we have a healthy relationship, I'm just too strong to overlook and the rest of the wizarding world barely had a clue, that being my showcase against the dragon. Anyway, Susan and Victoria met up with me at the appointed time and we simply went to the headmaster's office. They were curious about the place since they don't come here much, if at all. Tori's been here a few times but Suz is experiencing it for the first time, making her look around the place in wonder whilst I chuckle a bit at her behavior and answered any questions she had about the portraits and gadgets all over the place. Dumbledore soon arrived and opened the FLU network for us, so with a quick thank you and a few flashes of green, we were back home. I arrived last and saw Mother hugging Susan and Victoria happily, talking up a bit of a storm as she checked if everyone was alright and if nothing crazy happened at Hogwarts lately. You know, besides having dragons there not too long ago. Oh Aiden, there you are, she said with a warm smile as she gave me a hug. I can see you took good care of the girls last night. I'm sure you kept Susan from doing anything foolish as well. No worries Mom, Suz just had fun with some friends and I made sure no undesirables could do anything, I said back very seriously. Good, now let's get you all fed. I know you all didn't eat yet and Tilly has been very excited with you all coming over, she said with a satisfied nod as she led us to the table. The food was heartwarming to eat. Even if it's not Mother's cooking, it is still the food I grew up with and love, making it the best. No food ever truly beats what you were raised on. But Mom had some things to talk about when we were eating as well. Pretty reasonable worries in general. Dragons for Merlin's sake. What was that daft imbecile even thinking? Making 17 to 18-year-olds facing bloody dragons. I'd make him go to Azkaban as he should have been after that stupid stunt. And gambling on who would win. On top of being severely in debt. How is that completely incompetent nitwit the head of a ministry department? She ranted as one could almost imagine fire being spewed. It's alright Mother. Although the dragon thing was too much and Bagman is an idiot, I made sure everyone could pass without anything bad happening. Plus now no one will be able to question my position as Lord. I tried to placate her by saying my piece. And you think I want to see my child facing a dragon for that? It doesn't matter how strong you are. I'll have those who threaten my children in front of the Wisengamot. And anyone who has an issue with becoming the head of our house has several screws loose. She harumphed in response. I'm not gonna lie, that's nice to hear. Thanks Mom, I appreciate it, but as soon as I'm out of Hogwarts it'll my turn to protect the two of you, I say with a smile. Ahem. Interrupted a glaring Victoria. We both know you'll try to beat me up before you let me protect you Tori, I said to her with a cheeky smile. True, but it's still nice to hear your boyfriend say he'll protect you anyway, she hummed as she was playing around. Alright, I'll make anyone who tries to hurt you go through hell as well, good? I replied with a little eye roll. Better, she answered as Mother smiled at the two of us and Susan was holding back her giggles. So with smiles back on our faces, the meal tasted all the better. But being who I am means duty called. Meaning lots of reports and paperwork. Tori was actually curious about what Michael Folster had been up to and decided to bring the research notes she was working on to accompany her in the office. I certainly didn't mind having a beauty to look at while I worked, so no complaints there. Breaking Grounds decided to focus on the northern parts of Africa and the main hubs of Europe as it expanded and stabilized itself into two regions. The plan was to firmly establish the shops into those important magical communities and spark some improvements in the field of potions, whilst also offering the best at reasonable prices. We don't screw anyone over and everyone is welcome to try and improve a potion. The company was built on that very ideal and sales were mostly secondary. Even if they were astronomical. Natural cultivation was seeing a good amount of activity as well, with it being my largest company in all. We had been negotiating with herb producers in the hope of bringing them under our wings so to speak, letting us expand without having to start from scratch in every region. This has had good enough results in most difficult areas such as Africa and colder countries such as Finland and Sweden. But the more prideful families in places like Spain and Italy refused. This wasn't a big deal in all honesty, we just wanted to save some time and money at the same time as we didn't want to ruin other people's businesses. They would now be competitors instead, but our stocks are far above anyone else's due to our advancements and special projects. Speaking of which, the aquatic farm project has been seeing immense increases lately. Mainly due to the influx of mere people assimilating into the developing underwater city. I'd even started pitching in and sending wizards to help the construction efforts down there, with slight hopes of making a real Atlantis. Never found any records of Atlantis truly being a thing, so let a guy dream. The Herbologist Paradise project was also seeing further development as the ecosystem was starting to stabilize after the introduction of the agreed species of creatures we brought in. This was also turning the place into a herbologist's and magizoologist's paradise, since both professions were able to study and work with everything on the island. The centaur tribes present on the island have opened up a fair bit with my people as they helped build proper homes for them. While the centaurs continued exchanging knowledge with our experts. Even I had to admit I was impressed with some of the stuff I found in my reports, and Tori was ecstatic after reading about new ways to heal others. The side project for creating a reserve for endangered species to recover their population was also underway, but this was under Christian's lead so I kept my hands away from it. I provided some funding and experts to help him out. While also giving him a hand when he was trying to acquire the island he needed for the project. The rest was up to him, but I believed he would make something incredible from what I've seen of his plans. Fortress Protection was actually expanding its reach at the moment. Basically making it their goal to form a sort of barrier against dark wizards and criminals. They had been very happy with the sanctum wards I managed to send them and had started to track down a staggering number of psychopaths. I decided not to open new branches at the moment, simply because Moody was going to rise soon and I didn't want to spread my forces out too much. I decided to authorize negotiations with the surrounding countries in order to send members there and make the branch in Bulgaria a headquarter for the area. This method only being available because its Central Europe and countries are so close to one another. You really have your own military force of wizards? Victoria asked as she rested her head on my shoulder and wrapped her arms around me from behind. Yeah, pretty useful too. The world just doesn't have enough people capable of fighting those who would harm others for their own gains. So instead of focusing on grades too much, we train them in-house and let them gain experience with senior members, letting their own accomplishments tell us if they should stay or go. I explained to the woman as I gave her a peck on the cheek. How has no one tried to shut you down? It's a power no ministry controls. Well, we basically only take security jobs and help in detainment. We never refuse inspections from authorities, have strict standards, created a stellar record. And we can be hired for jobs which fit our rules. The Bulgarian ministry has even given us many benefits in the hope that we don't leave. And even in the UK my men have been getting hired by nobles, businessmen and some department heads for additional security. I tried to answer as I thought about it for a second. Yeah, but I can't see everyone agreeing, people will also want to use your men, she seriously said in response. I know what you mean, but it's actually too late for that. I've properly spread out my men to give the illusion that we don't have enough forces to threaten ministries. We've built good relationships with many powerful and wealthy individuals, and we are impossible to spy on because of intensive countermeasures. I replied as I moved on to my next report, getting some playful nibbles on my ear in response. It seemed that Sherry was having a splendid time as her web was expanding well since Fudge's continued scares during the last 6 months. The man had to deal with a warning and a riot, one after another, making him very paranoid and scared. He even hired some of my men from Fortress to move away from corrupt ministry employees, which will help him get away from every other powerful individual besides me. This gave us information about everything the man did. She was also isolating and identifying various spies and bribed individuals within the ministry and my own companies. Working counterintelligence and limiting those not with us. Many people were very invested in finding out who Michael Folster truly was. Making her have an interesting job of protecting someone who didn't truly exist that actually made her job easier, and even she was amazed at how she couldn't find any real information. She was truly a great find and ally. Elaine was back on duty after taking time off to reduce the target on her back, meaning the nightmare for Britain's underworld had returned. She kicked off her return to active duty by arresting an entire drug ring operating with the help of some Ministry of Transport officials. Making a high-profile case out of the whole thing by taking out people who actually helped Death Eaters in the past. She also used some of her sources, my network, to coincidentally link some annoying people to cold cases. Making some people very nervous indeed. Her team was also kicking ass and taking names all over the place. Working with some of my guys in our facilities to properly make criminals serve time, since Azkaban would be difficult to swing for some of these crimes. Usually resulting in some fines or some other wimpy punishments if these new jails weren't a thing. Wow, you even have the famous golden wand under you. How is she really? I heard she can make a dark wizard crap himself with a glare. She's pretty cool, very different when she's off duty though. Kinda like a messy and older sister vibe. But she can probably beat most aurors when it comes to a fight, and hunt down assholes like a hound once she's given the proper scent. I just help her on those fronts, and she helps me keep an eye on our friendly hit wizards. I answered her as I thought about Elaine. Really? Hard to believe a witch like her could be like that. Let me put it this way, first time we met she challenged me to a duel, I beat her bad, and then she offered to fuck cause I looked to wound up for a young guy. I replied with a chuckle as I remembered that day. The bitch said, what now? A cold Victoria said as her aura leaked out a bit. Relax love, I was 12 and nothing was ever mentioned afterwards, about 70 sure she was joking anyway, I said as I tried to disarm the situation. Humph, fine, she simply said as she pinched my arm to get some frustration out, and I went back to my reports. The Herald was doing fantastic after we bought the WWN and started owning more and more shares of the Daily Prophet. Our new programs were being received very well. Making sales for radios and music take a massive leap upwards as well. Our paper was spreading wherever one of my businesses had appeared, and we were starting to look at adding more branches in various countries to increase our amount of information on everything happening. We were basically taking steps to bring news from around the world to our readers, no matter the country. And now you are the only source of news, just like the Prophet used to be, she said after she decided I was punished enough for not sleeping with someone. Yes, but I want a rigorous standard, plus I would actually be quite open to a proper paper like ours appearing. I want people to know how their world truly is, and competition will help make new things come to light. I answered as I defend myself against the implied comparison. It's still impressive, knowing all the angles and the light and the shadows, you're even making money with it, pretty sexy when I think about you basically being the unseen hand behind the curtain, she said as she nibbled on my earlobe a bit. Yes, but some things are dangerous to know, I have to keep my people safe, I replied as I let her do as she pleases and turned to a more light-hearted report. The Muggle toy box was doing well enough. We decided to push for various regulations and permits in order to modify some more Muggle stuff, trying to expand in the direction of cars. This is difficult since they don't want people to fuck things up and screw the statute of secrecy, but we don't really want to do anything close to that. We just want to offer properly enchanted cars by mildly basing ourselves off of the night bus. The goal was to make something similar but for private use. Meaning no flight. But it would have constant Muggle repellent invisibility, means of avoiding detection and impact, and a variety of other bits and pieces. We'd have to see how things would turn out before putting anything out there. Scott was very excited to see that little project. Firm was getting more and more influential within the country right now, especially when more and more people started realizing just how broken the system governing them truly was. Aside from Muggle-borns, half-bloods and many beings or half-beings, some open-minded purebloods who survived the last war decided to also support our ideas. We've also been getting a lot of influential people upset over our actions since we are threatening their power. Many do not wish to lose their unfair advantages as they see them as birthrights for proper wizard families. Well, fuck those cunts. Let's see how they'll feel when some proper protests started. And you're even a political activist not even out of Hogwarts, and you can already make the entire country dance to your tune. Do you know how hot that is to my little Slytherin heart? She whispered as grabbed my arm and made her soft assets very noticeable. Yeah, the Sorting Hat said I would do well in your house, but I'm way too brainy and love knowledge too much, so Ravenclaw, I answered with a little chuckle and then give the temptress beside me a proper kiss. You're really making me a happy little snake, she said in response as she kissed me back and started to let her hands wander across my muscled body. That made it harder to concentrate on my next report, but I'm nothing if not a talented individual. So I groped her perfect ass in response, getting a light moan as I played with it while I read my most impressive bit of progress lately. Even if the partying after the World Cup finals was ruined by the presence of those inbred cucks, the performance of my company's brooms, as well as the fact that the winning team was riding them, made Bonesworks an international hit. We started negotiating with countries around the world as requests for branches were coming from the countries themselves. We received generous offers to bring our new and creative products overseas to the USA, South America, Asia, and the Middle East. We were now in the process of deciding where to begin and planning how to do it properly while setting up our supply chains to withstand the new markets. We would not go to places and not be able to supply our products to them. That would kill my company's reputation. So things were being negotiated through my aides and subordinates. And now you're also stretching your influence to overseas. I'm liking this a lot. All those inbred fools can't even really make their influence spread throughout their home ground, but you're going international through legit means. You're just perfect. She said through her heavy breathing and light moans as I continued to play with her sensitive areas. Quality products well made will always find willing buyers, but it is gratifying to see my efforts not go unrewarded, I say as she started going for my own sensitive area, which seemed to be responding quite actively to her touches and moans. Oh, if it's a reward you want, I think I can help with that, she said with an intoxicating whisper in my ear as her hands unbuttoned my pants, slid in and start caressing my member. That's making me very anxious to finish my work. Your rewards are always mind-blowing, I said with a smile as my own hands started playing with her wet slit. Then finish those reports quick, 'cause I'm not waiting, she said with an audible moan, making me wave my hand to seal the room completely. That actually surprised her a great deal since I don't really use my wandless skills much around people, even if I never stopped practicing it. Okay, that was just sexy, you've got to teach me how to do it, she said with fire in her eyes. Give that reward and I'll show you, I playfully said as a little bit of my predator side kicked in. You better be able to read those reports quickly 'cause I'm not going easy on you, she replied as she knelt between my legs and took out little Aiden. Is it just me or did you get bigger? Did I? It's hard to tell sometime. I mean, which guy doesn't like hearing that? Yeah, I think you might have grown a quarter inch, she said as she used her moist lips to tease my member. So I'm now 9 and 34. I asked a bit amused. Time later. My last report was from the werewolf community. It indicated that everything was going fantastic. The quality of life was improving greatly through my company's trade and businesses. Many were finding proper employment. The education program was ongoing and Remus was making it form at great speed. The vaccine was showing excellent results as no cases of rejection, allergic reactions, or varied deficiency were reported. 3 more lycanthropy-resistant children had been born from couples. 1 from a couple with a werewolf and normal witch, giving us another win. The place was becoming a beacon of hope for werewolves and the vaccine was still being tested in the ministry. After that I honestly couldn't focus much more since the pleasure I felt from my girlfriend's movements was just too great. So I put my papers down and looked at the beauty whose lips were wrapped around my wand, getting her to look at me. Well, you wanted attention and now you've got, I said with an excited look on my face. She let my piece go with a little gasp and said, then claim your reward, make me fell that bad boy. Chapter 135. The next few days were calm and fulfilling. I spent time with the women in my life, making sure to go out with Susan and Victoria. While also having some nice talks with Mother about school, friends, the future and some general gossip. We all just enjoyed our time as a family in the ways we knew how. A fair amount of my time was spent between polishing the holy spells I had created so far and teaching everything I could to Victoria. She was instantly taken with this new type of magic I had created and couldn't believe she was witnessing its birth. It was a good way to have time to ourselves. Diving into magic together as ideas were bounced off of each other, letting our passion and curiosity towards the art flow freely as we researched possibilities. In the end, we were able to somehow end up with what I would call an alchemical product. Neither of us even studied the field yet since I am more interested in the manipulation of magic itself. Shaping it to reach beyond those before us, and Tori looks into the path of the healer. But I think this is exactly why we had this result of ours, holy water. I am not kidding about this. That is the best way I could describe our brainchild. It is a mix of my own understanding of this field I am creating and Victoria's desire to imbue its effects into potions. The result was almost a panacea. We created a crystal-clear potion, devoid of any impurities as pure light and fire were used to mix willingly given unicorn blood, phoenix tear, mandrake root, a few more healing ingredients and even some thestral hair. We were trying a bunch of different recipes in theory as we did so, using our immense amount of knowledge in the fields of potions, COMC, and herbology to calculate the appropriate amounts and needs of every ingredient. But the result was just something we couldn't really call a true potion. My reasoning for the holy water to be an alchemical product instead of a potion is rather simple, it acts closer to the famous philosopher's stone or fabled panacea than a potion. The effects and abilities of this liquid are too good. The first set of effects are when they are used as a potion, i.e. drunk, as it clears any and all active potions, poisons, ingredients and even curses and jinxes from the drinker. That's right, it can completely cleanse a person from any residual effects one could have suffered from. We haven't done truly in-depth tests about the limits of the water, simply because neither of us has anything severely wrong with us. My body is beyond human and Victoria's has been in almost peak human condition after being taught by me for so long, so nothing we can test at the moment. You know, except for the fact that we did slightly poison ourselves to figure out the limits of the stuff. We only did it after we had the antidotes on hand, of course. And we might have mildly cursed each other during our testing frenzy, but that's it, and we both know how to reverse everything we do to ourselves. It might also kill those two corrupted by dark magic, thinking the taints in their souls as something to destroy. But that only a theoretical conclusion. Moving on from that little event, the secondary effects of the water are just as magical, as it is capable of cleansing a person's body of its physical and magical impurities. Yes, this sounds like a wuxia nonsense pill, but that's what it did to Victoria when she tried it in her base state to give us a proper understanding of its effects on normal wizards. I am too far from normal to serve as a proper baseline. Something beneficial or harmless for me might mean death for a normal person, so Tori is in charge of that bit. The end results were softer and cleaner skin, more flexible and durable muscles. Stronger bones, improved neurological activities resulting in an increase of reflexes, strengthening of her senses and boosted thought process. A purer magical core with better replenishment rate, higher density, better flow and overall increase of quality and quantity. It basically made her into her best self, removing all the bad in her body and helping everything shine brighter as a result. She did feel embarrassed at having to take a bath afterwards though. But the last set of effects were what really made the stuff a product of alchemy in my mind. It was the fact that it affected objects as well. We actually noticed that the water would give a sort of blessing to the tools we used to brew it. The cauldron, which was made of iron, had been nearly turned into steel as its carbon content soared and the impurities of the metal were removed and even signs of prior potions were scrubbed clean. So after noticing that, we decided to run some tests on what this stuff would do on different things and ended up with some pretty nifty results. First was the aforementioned purifying of metallic objects, but it also stretched to minerals. This means we can increase the value of natural elements by removing their flaws. Second was its ability to remove enchantments from magical items. This works in two different ways depending on the magic imbued in the item. Neutral enchantments like anti-theft, light shrinking or detection are simply washed away, but cursed artifacts try to violently fight back against the liquid's effects and result in some more varied scenarios, even if they always lose. Lastly is an object's reaction against anything dark or truly harmful after being soaked into the water. The object no longer tolerates the contact of such things and actively removes them. When I tried to use the same tools involved in the water's brewing on something like Devil's Snare, it was burnt to a crisp. Any poison we dropped onto our tools almost instantly evaporated. We even theorized that it might actively harm any dark creatures like vampires, dementors and acromantulas. So in the end we decided to really call it holy water due to its appearance and effects. Making us laugh a bit at the fact that the Vatican can eat its heart out after a wizard and a witch created actual holy water. We also decided to announce it as our joint project at a later date. The water was basically all we could focus on for an entire week. Meaning our holiday was coming to an end soon. But before it did, two pieces of news arrived through Owl Mail, one from St. Mungo's and the other from one Travers family. St. Mungo's was actually writing to Tori about her treatment for magical torture and the previously untreatable damages it could do to a person, and I do mean previously since I am 100% certain her ideas would work after reading them. They talked about the positive development of the Longbottom couple, mentioning improved retention, recovering memories and increased awareness. The first steps were already completed, but they wanted her to come in person since no one knows this process better than she did. So I helped her talk to the headmaster about this, resulting in an agreement that as long as she gets permission from Snape and that her grades and homework remain consistent she would have every right to go. And although Snape is a complete git to everyone outside his house, with a particular dislike against me, for whatever reason, and Harry, he will most likely easily permit Victoria's visits to the magical hospital. The second piece was from Victoria's house, but addressed to me. To Lord Bones. Your honest and upfront attitude towards this daughter of ours has shown me the benefits of allying with you. The show of your strength has also convinced me you are a true wizard of proper descent, casting off any disadvantages your father's mistakes might have inflicted into you. Victoria shall be yours to do as you please with, and House Bones shall be an ally of our esteemed House Travers, ushering both of our houses to further glory. But do be warned that you will hold no claim towards any of House Travers. The true heir is still my younger brother and he will inherit everything once his sentence in Azkaban is complete and I die. Whatever children the two of you might beget will be under your own house, receiving nothing from us but our noble blood. From your new ally, Wilhelm Travers. That bloody fucking bastard. Shouted a pissed of Victoria after she finished reading the letter from over my shoulder. Yeah, gotta agree with you there. Basically says thanks for the money, even if you beat a dragon your mother was still a mudblood whore and your father a traitor, you can do whatever to my own daughter. And fuck anything that comes out of her because we have better blood than you. Not exactly the best-in-law I have there. I said as I agree with the fuming woman. That's all he thinks of me. And he even has the gall to basically remove any of my future children from the family. This is unfucking believable. Why does he go so far against me? Because I'm a woman. I'm better than anyone other than you in our generation, and I still only amount at a bargaining chip because I don't have a fucking C. She continued to shout as she vented. And the part about your uncle being the heir is absolutely insane. This is a convicted Death Eater who's been tortured by Dementors for over a decade, and he thinks the guy will properly manage House Travers. Completely delusional. He's literally strangling his own line's future with his own hands. I add as I throw the letter on my desk. He can't see anything clearly since his head is stuck up his own ass as he looks for that superior blood of his, snorted Victoria as she glared disdainfully at the letter. So what do you want to do, love? I know you had so reservations about doing anything against the man before, but we know he's the reason, or at least part of the reason, for your mother's current condition. He is obviously a blood supremacist, he'll never let you inherit anything, and he basically treats you like a pawn. Even if you still don't want to do anything. I can't let such a piece of shit do whatever he wants anymore, not when it hurts you. I declare with determination as I look at her. Humph, like that bastard can even do anything to me anymore. He's so freaking pathetic. I'm sure I could beat him down with ease since 5th year, but the law wouldn't let me. Now that I'm going to be part of the Bones family and the shot stain agreed, I can really start to bring him to his knees. The only thing I want to do is wait for graduation and my mother. After that I'll make sure that walking tile of dragon dung suffers. She venomously responded with fire in her eyes. If that's how you want to handle it, but as your now official fiancé and future husband, it would only be right to offer you my resources to do so, wouldn't it? I said back with a devilish smile. And how would your stuff help? I know you're pretty much the richest person in Britain, but you can't get everything done with just money. Well, I don't blame you for not remembering since you were a bit busy when I was reading my reports, I said with a sly wink, making the girl smile and blush a bit. But I have more than just businesses, my dear. You did read about my ties in law enforcement, but you didn't see the parts where I also have connections in the aura department as well as the hit wizards. It seems like you also forgot the part about my own information network embedded within the ministry and in many important households and businesses. And most importantly, I have a group of less than legal problem solvers under me. You have auras under you? She exclaimed in surprise, mostly because it's one of the departments under my own aunt. Yup, even got some people in the Department of Mysteries if you're ever curious, I answered with an amused smile. How in the world did you pull that one off? She asked as her eyes widened. I've got a great spy master, I simply answered. Wait a second, let's backtrack for a moment, what do you mean by less than legal problem solvers? She then asked as she realized something. I may or may not have a group of highly skilled mercenaries that I trained up and let loose in the wizarding underworld, and this group might have helped me get rid of some darker elements in our country, I answered with a cold smile this time. You don't mean, you've got your own assassins? Tori asked in disbelief. You could call them that, I simply answered as I looked straight into her eyes. But why? I get the information network, but why would you have your own hit squad, Aiden? This isn't like you. Because sometimes someone needs to remove the poison in society by shedding blood. Too many good people died during the last war while they actively protected the evil. Now those who would not hesitate to return to how they acted during the first war are simply free to keep on hurting and killing others simply because of whose vaginas they can out off. And I am simply not naive enough to think they will simply change their ways. They've had their chances, now it's time for someone to do something productive or wizards will have no future. I answered with determination in my voice impossible to mishear. But you always talk about wanting a better world for our kids, she tried to understand. That's why I'm the only one who will do it. Everything will be on me. But the justice system is far too broken to give true justice. They care far too much about old blood and money. Even Dumbledore protected these monsters in some naive hope that they would repent. The man forcibly locked up the person responsible for the mass killing of children through rituals and my own torture for Merlin's sake, that tells you just how pathetic the system is. And the only reason I haven't done anything against your family and the Malfoys is because you are my love and a true noble, and I still hope Draco can at least change his path enough to not become his father. I replied with a steeled look on my face. Tori hesitates after she hears my own reasoning. She knows all too well how many Death Eaters got away and are still very much holding on to their beliefs and are trying to pass it to the next generation. She had to call a few of them uncle and aunt. I will leave a better world behind, but this clash needs to be done first or we will always be stagnating with the rest of them. No one has truly punished these people, so I will. I don't care what Dumbledore thinks, not the Ministry, and not even Mother when it comes to this. These people need to be culled or broken. They need to realize that they are nothing but some deluded fools and that the world has changed. I will always be doing what I can to better the magical world by cultivating the future. But I must also get rid of the rotting roots. Also, I was just offering you everything I have, you can just get him locked up. I simply add before I finish my explanation. After a few minutes of silence, she finally looks at me with determined eyes. I realize that the man I called a father is abhorrent. He was a Death Eater. He's a blood supremacist, a racist and a sexist piece of trash. He beat me for a long time. You came into my life and most likely broke my mother. I hate the bastard, but I won't kill him. That's too easy. I will slowly make him lose everything he thinks is important and watch him break piece by piece. And only then will I send him to Azkaban. I don't truly agree with what you've done, but I understand and won't stop you. As long as you are you and we support each other, I will be by your side. She finally answered. You will always have my support, Tori, I softly answer as my body relaxed from its tense state. I'll give you access to my full information network, anything you need, you'll get. Let's bring back your mother and break the bastard. I then get up from my seat and walk over to her, hugging the young woman in front of me. I am sorry for having such a side, but I promise to only use it when absolutely necessary. I am still and always will be your raven, all right? I gently say as I envelop her in my embrace. And I will always be your queen, she answered as she hugged me back. Just don't go where I can't follow. I promise. Chapter 136. The last 2 days of our break were a bit strained after our talks of me having people assassinated. But fortunately a night of doing pretty much everything but that last step helped get it out of our systems and everything rolling properly. Just a little fun to have our gears in sync again and have her understand that nothing has changed. I just removed the worst human beings in the country. We also decided to wait before releasing any information about the holy water. If we ever do it at all. The stuff is just too valuable and can almost be considered to be in the same realm as the Philosopher's Stone. It would be far too dangerous for us and those we care about. On another note, Victoria and I have started scheming against our respective targets using my prolific network and forces. Gotta support my girl in her endeavors. Her target was obviously her father. And after her decision to bring the man to his knees, she began to plot how to do so. Her initial idea was to ruin the house itself and make everything the man seems to care about crumble in front of his eyes, but I persuaded her otherwise. My suggestion regarding this was to take everything and use it to go against everything he believes in. Blood supremacy. Help Muggle-born witches and wizards get proper tools for their education. Sadistic bastard. Donate and organize events for the support of St. Mungos. Death Eater. Support the rights of half-beings. Muggles, Muggle-borns, magical beings and even Dumbledore or Harry Potter. Dark arts practitioner. Cleanse all of the family's prided dark objects and antiques. Sexist pig. Take control of the entire house from him. Just undo everything. She really liked the idea and started to contact my people in Firm, the Ministry, and the Herald in order to get the information and evidence she would need for this. I even sent a few letters to some of my allied families in the Wisengamot to support the rise of a new Lord Travers who would be on our side. This resulting in her quickly starting to build up evidence. Her case for inheritance, forming allies and amassing support. I on the other hand, began to plot the death of one of the most hateful characters inhabiting this magical world, Fenrir Greyback. Unfortunately for Jerry. Her father is utter scum. He takes joy in slaughter and cannibalism, whilst infecting young children and basically brainwashing them into hating the world. During the canon he led werewolves as part of Voldemort's enforcers and snatchers, spreading his reign of fear on Britain. But it was time to remove that stain from the surface of the earth once and for all. The first steps for my plans involved a werewolf town under my care and the leaking of news about the vaccine. This would be done in a completely controlled manner. Involving Jerry's people in the town, accidentally mentioning the creation of a suppressant being tested in the medical center to tag spies we would let infiltrate the place. This is after we get one of our spies near Greyback start a rumor about it, of course, making him try to figure this out. It'll enrage the dog when he sees so many werewolves not living like wild animals and having normal lives. The sight should make him be very agitated and lead him to make rash decisions. The next steps would simply be to turn the area near the medical center into a kill box for anyone he brings and ending all those who come. Simple really. But I will be there for this operation and so will Scott. I want to make sure to uphold a promise I made and my ever-trustworthy aide wishes to support the women he cares for during this event. The plan will occur between the second and third task, with me having a plethora of means to sneak out of the castle, but I will see if my friends will want to participate in this. I have hidden much from them already and this could be a very good opportunity for them to get experience. Minimized risks, actual opponents. Low chances of death curses being used from anyone other than Fenrir, and my vaccine can neutralize the virus responsible for turning another into a werewolf before it can infect a person. If injected beforehand, making the operation relatively safe. Victoria ended up being quite excited about it, feeling that I had enough trust to bring them to a battle and was already thinking about what kind of spells to use during the operation. I sent private messages to both Christian and James, getting replies within a few minutes. The former was fired up to take down one of the worst people in Europe, boasting that his training would finally pay off. And the latter agreed as well, even if he was a bit more apprehensive than my other friends. But decided to make equipment to protect himself, Tori and Christian for his own prep work. I didn't need anything with my gauntlets crafted by the Goblin King, my Bacillus Dragon hide coat, personally enchanted weapons and accessories, and my overwhelming personal abilities. Jerry was undoubtedly the most serious about the operation. She started preparing her men immediately, even going so far as not accepting contracts for a while in order to do so. She was also the one in charge of coordinating the town and making sure no information was leaked. And Scott was doing everything he could to help her during this time. It doesn't matter if he was a monster. A child killing her father is going to affect her even if she doesn't want it to, and the guy wants to be at her side for it. I was also coordinating with Elaine and some people from the Aura department in order to have them come after we were done with dealing with everything. Only using the elites from Fortress and the trained werewolves under my command. I decided to wait before deciding whether or not to tell Remus about everything happening for a few reasons anyone who watched the movies could guess. I didn't want him to tell Dumbledore for one thing. The headmaster would simply not agree with putting the animal down, even after everything he's done. Remus is too much of a pacifist in general. Even if his skills and intellect are top-notch, he wouldn't be able to fight properly with my men. He was in an order which basically brainwashed every member into never killing their opponents, and I don't want that stupidity on my battlefield. And even if the man was turned by Greyback, I don't believe he desires revenge since he is far too accepting of everything. Plus I don't want my relationship with the man to break down when he is doing a great job running the school in town. With all the scheming happening between Victoria and I couldn't help but chuckle at the fact that we were both planning to totally screw with some bastards while helping each other figure out how we would do it. Never would have thought that plotting people's destructions would be a couple activity. But when you're dating a Slytherin, what can you expect? Let's not do it too often though, don't really want to end up as some kind of magic mafia family. The fact that we had to return to Hogwarts tomorrow did help me out in that goal. As we stopped plotting for the evening to prepare. And this time we would head back using the train, not having to go through the hassle of operating in Hogsmeade, then either walking or arranging a carriage. The following day came quickly, making the entire house break out into the familiar rush to catch a train, even if we always leave very early and get on an hour ahead of departure. It's mostly because Mother has to head to work, but at least we get a smooth and comfortable ride there in ministry cars. That reminds me of the fact that I got my Muggle driver's license done, and I also took the time to make sure I have everything properly registered on that side as well. Meaning passports, medical card, credit cards, insurance, and all that annoying Muggle crap. Doing this stuff is surprisingly useful when you want to hit a few things from the magical side of things. They just never think about a wizard hiding things in the mundane. I might have confounded those in charge of my processing and bribed a few others so that me being 17 wouldn't do anything. The end result is me appearing to be 18 in the Muggle world, so no big deal. Plus I have millions in Muggle banks still. So no worries about me not being able to live as a teenager. I'm excited to play around with some of the cars Scott has been purchasing, collecting, and maintaining after I got my license. They've got kick. Scott just got a 1992 Jaguar XJ220 and a 1990 Lamborghini Diablo added to the collection. Pretty sure I'm taking Tori out in one of those this summer. Maybe both. Both sounds good. It'll be a nice way to just relax and go around the country. Might even go abroad for a few weeks before things really hit the fan. Gotta get anything I can get since I'm basically going to be engaging in a shadow war for a year as I try to prepare Britain and screw over Voldy. I break away from all my thoughts as we arrive at King's Cross. Unload our minimal luggage since both Victoria and Susan have the best enchanted trunks. One is my now official fiancée and the other is my little sister, and I've got more money than what I know to do with at this point, so I got them the best. They only got them after James and I modified the hell out of them. As we walk through platform 934, I spot a good number of people reading the Herald. More specifically, a new section of the Herald called Redemption of Redactions. It's basically a new part of the paper which looks for false, damaging or twisted articles written in the past and aims at bringing out the truth from falsehood. It is a pretty nifty little idea if I do say so myself. And the fun thing about this is that this is part of my way of slowly crushing a certain insect scuttling around the place. Nearly 90 of what she writes is lies. Overblown or just dragon shit. And this will slowly crush her reputation bit by bit. I want to drive her out of any job involving her writing or speaking any kind of news or knowledge. She ignored my warnings and tried to strike at me, so I will grind her to dust. I didn't get that section just for that though, it's also to help fix past mistakes people have forgotten about, or help get some closure for others or maybe show people a buried truth. It just so happens Rita Skeeter wrote many articles resulting in the crushing of people, businesses, and magical advances, giving us a lot of ammunition. As we pass by some loyal readers discussing the apparent truth. The three of us enter the shiny red train. Tori and I split off from Susan as she heads to find some friends from her house who didn't stay for the Yule Ball, leaving me alone with my beautiful fiancée. And lucky for us, no James or Christian will be coming on this ride. So with a few spells here and a couple runes there, I've got the cabin completely secured. And that was probably the best trip back to Hogwarts I've ever had. Chapter 137. Being back at Hogwarts is always a good feeling for me in all honesty. The castle just feels in tune with me if that makes sense, and I think that's one of the reasons why so many never forget their time here. As we grow, learn and improve, the magic permeating the place nurtures us and we give some of our own magic back to it. I believe this is the reason behind the semi-sentience of the school and the existence of Peeves. The atmosphere of the place was rather interesting after the break though. Instead of feeling emotions of reluctance, nervousness or resignation which comes after people come back from their vacations, there was excitement mounting in the air and various pink auras could be spotted throughout the grounds. Guess the ball made a lot of new couples, huh? I said to my friends as we walked down the halls to get lunch, spotting two couples snogging in a courtyard. I feel like this is something we should do while we are in school. There are different types of romances depending on the age of the participants and it is good to experience the more innocent ones when we can. Added James with a calm smile as usual. Yeah right, innocent romance, speaking of romance, when are you gonna ask out your little flower then? Asked Christian as he wanted to tease our friend. When are you going to admit to being a lolicon then? Victoria asked as she smiled at him with slightly predator-like eyes. The hell is a lolicon? He asked back in complete confusion. It's something Aiden taught me about when we were discussing different magical countries and had an in-depth discussion on Japan and its culture. I thought the word would suit you perfectly. She said with a light tone as she explained but didn't answer the question. Okay, so it's Japanese, what does it mean then, mighty witch queen? He asked as he suddenly felt a bit of dread when he looked at her and saw her amusement. Oh, nothing bad, it is just the title for certain men of a particular preference and culture, she said as she twisted a lock of her hair around her finger. Merlin be damned woman. What does it mean? Just that you and certain gentlemen prefer less developed ladies is all. I am pretty grateful since it means I don't have to beat you up for ogling me all the time. She dismissively answered, resulting in Christian's face get pale, then red and then an even deeper shade of red as he realized what she meant. I don't like little girls. He shouted a bit too loudly as some passing students gave him a look. I thought you liked Luna though. I suddenly asked as I joined the teasing, getting a sly look from Tori. I do. I mean don't. I mean, why would that make me a lolicon? I never said I like any other girls. But you just said you liked such a cute and innocent little girl, barely halfway through her third year, pure as a bunny, Victoria said with a thoughtful look on her face. And you my friend are basically a big bad wolf whose fangs are hovering right above her, so how do we know if you won't just take a little bite from some other little bunny to sate your urges? I added as Victoria and I looked at each other to see the fun we were having as we messed with our friend. Seeing our teasing, James decided to finally intrude and put an end to our little fun and approached Christian kneeling on the ground in despair. I swear I could almost see the black depression aura from anime. I think that's enough playing around with Christian's feelings you two, he said with a little smile which he was trying to suppress before continuing. And Christian, I believe I will deepen my relationship with both Fleur and Gabrielle further before asking her. I have been studying French as well and I am making plans to go abroad after graduation if it works out, so there's your answer. Our wild friend looked up at James with hope as he stopped our merciless teasing. But yeah, try not to flirt with anyone else who's under fourth year, he added with a playful look, causing Christian to wail in defeat as the three of us just have a hearty laugh. We do cheer him up after, since we are trying to tease him while getting him to just admit he really likes her once and for all. A few days later, I heard that our friendly neighborhood half-giant was depressed and was really showing it in class. This is definitely because he tried to confront Madame Maxime about her parentage and ended up violently rejected when he opened his heart to the woman. It's not as bad as it was in the canon though. That resulted in a man nearly losing his job because Skeeter had to write an incriminating article about two people's parents fucking a giant. There are more skeletons in Hagrid's closet because of the Chamber of Secret thing, but I got him a proper pardon for that. So it doesn't even matter anymore. Christian, Hermione and myself have helped turn the man into a fairly popular teacher after last year's success. And he's been learning some more magic through some recorded lessons and books I've given him, with all those he's close to helping him out when he has some questions. What I've always found ridiculous about the situation is Maxime's reaction during this event. The woman is basically 12 foot tall and can probably crush a normal person with relative ease. But she keeps saying she's big-boned like she's a fat chick. Her excuse is pretty stupid since the tallest human to ever be properly recorded was one Robert Wadlow, who didn't even reach 9 feet since he stopped at 8 feet 11 inches. So having two people in the same place measuring over 11 feet and saying they are big-boned is just stupid to me. I get that the wizarding world is full of assholes, bigots, racists and dumbass, but she managed to become the headmistress of one of the top schools of magic in the world even when it's pretty obvious she has giant blood in her veins. She must have achieved plenty in her life to reach such a coveted position as well, but she still vehemently denies her heritage. It's pretty much just an open secret at this point anyway. She was lucky I'm having Skeeter's life slowly break piece by piece. A poetic punishment in my opinion since she's made the lives of many witches and wizards crumble in front of their own eyes. She deserves to feel the love too. But Maxime's actions make me want to tell her a fun little quote from a rather interesting character: never forget what you are. The rest of the world will not. Wear it like armor, and it can never be used to hurt you. As a result of her not being able to accept herself, I had to spend an evening drinking with a very mopey Hagrid. And don't look at me like I'm just a teen. I am a fully legal adult wizard. Plus it takes literal kegs of booze to even get me tipsy because my body is so high-spec, so I could easily keep up with the sobbing mess. It took a few hours, a shit ton of fire whiskey. Some intervention from the Golden Trio. A bit of a pep talk from Christian, a call to Sirius since they are buddies and even a promise to let him cuddle some baby dragons from one of the reserves under the Bones family in order to get him right and proper again. Honestly, it's hard to blame or feel angry at Hagrid in general since he's kinda like a big child. He never really had someone who could guide him properly or help him grow since his dad died when he was barely eligible for Hogwarts. And only Dumbledore kept him off the streets, so I do want to help the man. That's basically one of the reasons I try to help him, plus the fact that he taught Christian and I quite a bit of neat things in our younger days of running across the grounds. He was back to praising the cuddliness of dragons in no time. During the last week of January I decided to have a second meeting of champions to see if everyone was doing okay so far. I am certain Fleur has her egg figured out since Maxime would probably have given some hints. I didn't tell James to not talk about this kind of stuff and she is still a fiercely intelligent young woman. Victor would have been in a tougher spot if not for his headmaster. Although he is skilled and experienced, the guy is not exactly the greatest thinker. Luckily for him, Karkaroff is a completely biased judge and headmaster who probably just told him the clue and then started helping him prepare. I've been capable of acing this task for years now and I've talked to Tori about her being my treasured one. She was kinda happy and kind of upset at the same time. It was mostly a conflict between her pride as a strong witch and the happiness she felt at being called my most precious person. But she ultimately agreed since we did go to the ball together and we were starting to let people realize we are thing. If she decided to not be the one I rescued, I would have simply asked the headmaster about it since I did have two other great friends available. The only one I worried about was Harry because Cedric isn't the champion this time around and that means no clue was given to him about how to deal with the egg. The kid is smarter and stronger than his original self, but he hasn't been able to overcome age groups and isn't anywhere near talented enough to truly become a powerhouse as of now. He could certainly become a skilled and dangerous man, but I cannot see him having his third maturation anytime before his 100th birthday at least, and even if Ron is better as well. He hasn't really gotten much smarter, only more open and disciplined. Hermione tends to panic too much and becomes too nervous to think properly, so even with the drive to learn she will find it difficult to help in this instance. So the four of us met up in the exchange for a little exchange. Aiden, it is a pleasure to see again. How has your visit to your family been? Asked a welcoming Fleur as we did those two cheek-to-cheek kisses, something I never really got, but if it shows we're close then I'll deal with it. It was pretty relaxing once I had all the paperwork done. How was your own stay? I know you aren't a fan of our colder school and heavy food. Better now that you and James went to talk with the booze elves. They have been making delightful food ever since, and James has gotten me and Gabrielle wonderful winter wear for now, fixing that issue. She answered with a happy smile on her face, making Harry and Victor quite stunned. That's great to hear, I say with a nod as I turn towards Victor and give him a firm handshake. How about you, my friend? The winter here is middle compared to Durmstrang, letting me work out without any issues. Christian has been a good opponent, he answers with a calm expression replacing his usually dour one. I am sure he was happy with the arrangement as well, I replied with a hearty laugh. And how about you, Harry? Any mischief I should know about? No, but I did see Mr. Bagman getting chased by goblins in Hogsmeade. The rest of the time was with Ron, Hermione, Neville and Ginny, we did also try to help Hagrid feel better before you got back. He answered with a tinge of red from a specific name. Yeah, Bagman is in pretty bad debt since he keeps gambling but sucks at it, probably why the goblins are after him, I said with a little chuckle at one of my little plans since the man won't be a department head for long. Let's just say I've got my people in all the right places and will probably have a department head under me soon. I'm also preparing the next head of international relations, hoping to be able to have 2 departments running properly for once. Now that pleasantries are out of the way, let's talk about our next task, I announced with a smile and a clap of my hands. Who figured out what they're gonna have to do and how? Unsurprisingly, Victor and Fleur both had their hands up, leaving Harry fidgeting in his seat. That's good. Now Harry, it's not a big deal and you still have time. I can't give you any answers about this since it's part of the magical contract of a champion, but my suggestion is to read about mere people, they have a fascinating biology. I gently said to the boy, getting a slightly confused look in response. I've already got my way of completing my task, but I want to see if I can help you too a bit, so what do you have? I then asked as I turned back to my fellow champions. I believe in my charms. The bubblehead charm will do nicely, Fleur declared proudly. That is a good option for those proficient in it, but I would suggest you also think of a way to move quickly and practice casting underwater. The first task involved a dragon, so I doubt the second will be easy. I advised as I think about her current abilities. I'm sure James will be more than willing to help you out. That actually got a blush out of her, making me think that James is really smooth to have gotten that close to the prideful and defensive girl so quickly. I will rely on self-transmutation, Victor simply answered with a stern face. Yes, that is a solution for those with experience in the field. The only thing I could really think of is attacking capabilities depending on how you do it and how fast you'll be able to move, but I'll pass you a few books to help. I said to him as I took out 2 books from my pouch and passed them over. Thank you, Crumbs simply said as he gave them a once-over. What about me? Harry suddenly asked as he looked very nervous about not getting any advice. You, will figure out your egg before the task and then you'll get your advice, I answered as I ruffled his messy black hair. He's not crazy about my answer, but he does realize I can't just tell him everything, so he takes my clue and what he heard the 3 of us talking about and heads out to find his friends. I also say a quick goodbye to Victor and Fleur before I lock the exchange behind us. The second task was coming soon and they all had to get ready. Chapter 138. The next month was interesting for a few reasons. The biggest one being the task which was approaching quickly. Everything was ready on my end since I knew exactly what the task would entail. I had no plans to do anything really showy since no one would actually see it. I mean, most people are just going to be looking at a lake from a platform, while waiting in the February temperatures of Scotland. So not the best audience for a performance. I had not plans to harm the mere people of the lake as well. My entire group is actually quite fluent in a few languages at least, and Mermish is one of them since we had a tribe on castle grounds to talk to. Meaning we are friends of the tribe in the lake and I had no intentions of hurting them. We all had a few good friends down there and we've spent a good amount of time in those waters during the warmer days of spring and fall, going for swims as a method of cooling down and visiting the village while doing so. The plan was just to be in and out quickly since I knew the tribe would be guarding our hostages in or near the village, so I just had to beeline for it. To make things fairer for everyone, I decided to hold a little class on the ecosystem of the Great Lake for all champions who wish to take it. Unsurprisingly, the 3 were quite enthusiastic about it, so I started on the various species we have in there. From what we know, the lake is the mere people tribe of Selkies. They're mildly domesticated Grindylows, some Kelpies running around, our friendly giant squid, a few smaller crustacean and fish species and a variety of aquatic plants which may or may not try to drown you if not careful. I gave a few pieces of advice on how to properly cast spells underwater and how to fix the problems which arise from the resistance it offers. Not a problem for me due to my experience underwater. But the 3 in front of me neglected such fine detail as they are too busy either perfecting the spells they need to breath underwater for an hour, and Harry still hasn't figured out how he's going to do it yet. The reason for that being because the spells Victor, Fleur and I will be using are way above 4th year, something which Harry has no hope in mastering in under a month since a 4th year spell like Accio was causing him so much trouble and he doesn't study ahead much. By the end of the meeting they all had a proper idea on what they would be facing down there and plans were brewing in their heads. Well, again. Except for a nervous Harry. But I gave him a list of specific books and chapters to look at for possible solutions outside of spells. I still can't give him a straight answer since it could lead to my disqualification from the tournament for breaking the contract of champions. My vague directions and roundabout help like my little lake lesson and book suggestions are still permitted, even if I feel the magical bindings push back a bit. But I'm sure that if Harry struggles too much our resident madman will blatantly help him. They need him at that graveyard after all. Speaking about that little plot, some interesting bits have made their way into my ears. Anyone remember Crabbe and Goyle Sr.? No. Yes. Well, they were finally released from Azkaban during the break after serving their time. But they simply vanished. Two of the most rock-headed Death Eaters in existence just disappeared from everywhere and no one seems to care or notice except for me and one Lucius Malfoy apparently. I think that even after fucking them over he wants his stupid gargoyles back so he can scheme from a distance again. Most likely to get back at me. But who cares? I had my fun with these idiots already. If they stand against me and decide to serve under that hairless pussy again like good dogs, I will kill them with no mercy. That is if Voldemort doesn't get even more irrational and kills them for me first, but I doubt that'll happen soon. The reason being his need for pawns in order to gain his army of fools and bigots. Especially after I made a number of his leadership disappear. He'll need to get his fanatics out of Azkaban quickly as a result. And yeah, his moves are generally predictable for me. I know his usual MO. I know his past and future plans, I possess an understanding of his psychology, and I'm going to be putting a lot more pressure on him as soon as he returns and the Ministry tries to deny it. So predicting him is pretty easy for now. That will probably change when he becomes more stressed and experiences even worse mood swings and bouts of irrational behaviors. He won't even see me coming. A figure no one knows about. With power matching his at the lowest estimate and far surpasses his and Dumbledore's at best, capable of moving the Ministry without anyone being the wiser. I am what he would dream do become, but my methods and end results are the complete opposite of his. We both technically want to restore the wizarding world to its true glory. He believes it is through blood supremacy. I believe in the pursuit and sharing of knowledge. He believes only through fear and brutal tactics that this change can be made. I believe in gradually opening the minds and spirits of the people. He believes pure and noble-blooded overlords are what should rule over their inferiors. I believe those who show proper character and capabilities should lead. He leads through fear and blood. I lead through ideals and common hopes. He sees himself as the heir of Salazar Slytherin, of the noblest blood, the strongest wizard in existence and immortal. I am Aiden Bones. Lord of my family. With strength born in darkness and refined in the light. I see myself as a guide, hoping the vision of the future I saw can truly bring happiness and prosperity. But both of us will kill those in our way. Both of us surpass the masses with the help of rituals. Both of us are probably closest to what an immortal human could be. As far as I know, my lifespan is enormous. I'm gonna need to see what I can do for Tori. Both of us are half-bloods. Not the most important, but it's a commonality. It all comes down to what we want the future to look like. And I will never allow his vision to come true. He lost without a Dumbledore-level opponent before. So now I'm going to completely crush him when he comes for round 2. Speaking of crushing someone and moving away from that slightly depressing comparison, the prep work for ending Fenrir Greyback is pretty much done. From what my spies and informants have gathered, he's going to be in the country by the second week of March. Coming for no other reason than to destroy our suppressor and any research or samples of it. The Ministry is waiting for our go-ahead before announcing and officially stamping their seal of approval on it. They only required a change in classification since it's not technically a vaccine. It's really not a big deal. The monster has no clue the entire werewolf community in Britain is under mine and Jerry's rule. We cleaned house ages ago and everyone is extremely loyal because of the massive improvements in living standards. I mean, who would follow someone who would make them act and live like animals when we can offer a better life than a lot of people? It is quite funny to have everyone act like the man is still a big deal instead of a dead man walking, seeing the reports of his actions and blatant ignorance of the fact confirmed he knew nothing about the real situation. He actually thinks that only maybe 200 werewolves were with us, which is off by at least another digit. It has become the second largest magical settlement in Britain, only outdone by Hogsmeade, which has near 3,000 residents. The reason for all of his misconceptions lie in the fact that we have been doing all this very carefully. We even involved all of the powers in the underworld in the hit Jerry was paid to undertake. None of them like Fenrir. He's a bastard and a menace. With some of the gangs and crime families having actually lost people to him in death or curse. They were more than happy to simply help keep things quiet without even losing any money over it. On the other side of things, my friends were very excited about this. We all agreed to use the vanishing cabinet connected to the Folster Manor in order to slip out silently. With all of us making sure we wouldn't have any prefect or head boy-girl duties that night. Sometimes having authority is very useful. I did already move the cabinet to the Roar, or more specifically the Room of Lost Things. Since it would be too annoying to get James and Tori into the Ravenclaw dorm. Plus we all mastered stealth spells and movements through extensive training and practice during our years at Hogwarts, so meeting up there is easy as pie for us. Their individual preparations weren't anything to sneeze at either. Victoria made a bunch of useful potions and poisons for battle, designed to incapacitate, hinder, or kill her opponents in various fashions on top of honing her skills for battle even more. It was like seeing an alchemist from games getting ready. From what she's told me, the effects were varied and imaginative, smoke of various densities. Smells and effects, glue bombs which expand dramatically and harden to a degree after a few moments, some flashbangs, acidic solutions strong enough to down even a werewolf, various healing potions and even a poison-coated dagger. James had a fire lit under him as he began to manufacture protective equipment for the crew. The results were pretty damn impressive. And that's coming from someone who had close relations with goblins for nearly a decade now and has pieces made by their finest craftsmen alive. The guy made vambraces and shin guards in triplicate, with thigh and shoulder guards added to make for nothing could stop anyone from moving or casting. He said he had also wanted to make everyone chest protection but he didn't have nearly enough time. So he focused on making the above extremely well and concealable under proper clothing. He even made a set of cool-looking silver masks with different patterns on them. I had wings under my eyes. Tori a more feminine-shaped mask with a circlet engraved, Christian had carvings reminiscent of the wolf school from The Witcher, and James had what was basically a Buddha face. And lastly Christian was making war preparations. He had ordered numerous tools used for werewolf hunting back in the days through some connections. It included various silver tools and weapons like knives, silver dust grenades, liquid silver, and even a crossbow with silver-tipped bolts. He also got extremely strong scented brews made to harm the enhanced noses of our targets. We even got some plants he was very familiar with to be prepared throughout the town so he could use them to their full potential. Everything was ready of the town's, Jerry's, my men and the ministry's side as well. All that was left was to kill the bastard. And with all that happening, the 23rd of February had concluded and the day of the second task was here. Chapter 139. It was officially the day of the second task and the castle was abuzz once again. Students were talking about what the task could really be since no one had leaked the details and the clues were kept secret by whoever heard them. This resulted in wild speculations of us having to fight the giant squid in the lake. Mostly because we had to get past dragons for the first, to tricking the mere people living within somehow. The spectator area was set, domestic and foreign dignitaries were slowly coming in, the ministry was doing its checks for security and safety, and 4 people seemed to have quietly escaped from everyone's sight. From what I could tell the 4 hostages were going to be Tori for me, Gabrielle for Fleur, Hermione for Victor and Ron for Harry. Aside from the Cho and Cedric change, nothing was different. Fleur and James are barely starting to be a thing so there wasn't really a chance of him being more precious than her little sister. Victor has actually had more progress with his relationship with Hermione than in the canon. Even if it's purely platonic from her end so far, so her position was actually strengthened. And Harry is incredibly dense and has a weird relationship with relationships, so his best buddy was still there. So makes sense that nothing actually changed from the canon much so far except for little old me. Since we were all friends as well, our group of champions and some of our friends decided to walk to the lake together. This formed a group of myself, Fleur, Victor, Harry, James, Christian, Cedric, a Beauxbatons girl named Marie and 2 burly teens from Durmstrang named Hans and Vako. Harry was actually on time compared to canon where he was told about and given gillyweed at the last second in it. I am guessing my hint helped the Golden Trio find their solution quicker and Neville spending more time with them aided in the acquisition of said herbs since I haven't heard about Snape's stores being raided. Unfortunately Fleur and Harry were quite nervous about the apparent disappearance of Gabrielle, Ron and Hermione, but they could search no further since the task was upon us. Both of you must calm yourselves. Victoria has also vanished and I assume this is related to our task at hand. 2 dance partners and romantic interests, a best friend and a treasured little sister all disappear right before we are supposed to participate in a contest said to make us retrieve a lost treasure. It doesn't take much to guess what it can be when you put the pieces together. I said aloud in a calm voice in an effort to help them focus. You mean they're going to be in the lake? But that means they'll be in there for hours and it's freezing in there, isn't that bad? This was organized by the ministry and overseen by our own headmaster, there is absolutely no chance they'll let them get hurt while doing this. Just the political backlash from them getting hurt would be enormous, especially since international guests are involved. And Dumbledore would never let a student be in true danger, only enough to test their mettle. I answered the dark-haired teen. But didn't Z-Egg say our treasure would be gone after an hour? What will happen to Gabrielle after Z-hour? That most likely refers to the time limit for the task, they'll never risk their safety, so I'm guessing there is a penalty for failing to retrieve your assigned hostage within it. Answered James this time as he reassured the worried elder sister and gave her a reassuring smile. Good move stepping in at the right time. I thought with a smile of my own as we continued to walk. Crumb was quiet during our exchange, but he visibly relaxed the tension in his body after hearing about mine and James' deductions. We reached the judge's tent near the lake and our friend's escort split off from us as they wished everyone good luck. As we entered, the judges all looked at us with smiles. Except for Percy Weasley, currently looking very pleased with himself while also trying to look like he's better than everyone for some reason. It's really hard not punching his face right now. He looks so smug about his new position that he's forgetting a few things. His boss doesn't even really know his name, he's not actually the head of international relations. Pretty much everyone in the tent has a higher standing, better reputation than him. 3 headmasters, an actual head of a department. My lordship, savior boy, Quidditch superstar, and from Fleur told us, her family is very important and well connected in France, and he has no actual authority beyond giving us points. All that wasn't counting the stuff he doesn't know, like his boss being Imperius, him being just a mouthpiece for Voldemort, and the fact that apart from his diligence in his studies and in following the rules, he just an above average by the book wizard. His grades were great, but that means almost fuck all when you're in an actual fight. Hell, it's usually a detriment for bookworm types since they freeze or hesitate too much. Anyway, the situation was standard. Everyone gets an hour to retrieve your treasured one from somewhere in the lake. Our score will be based off of our abilities and knowledge used to achieve the task. The damage we sustained or the amount our rescue target gets, the amount of time we took and how well we handle ourselves in general. The only difference was the edge given depending on our scores in the first round. Based on our positions we get a certain amount of bonus time. Basically, first place gets to go 2 minutes before second. Second gets 2 minutes before third, third gets 1 minute before fourth, and the clock would start for real after the last champion hits the water. But since Fleur and Victor tied for third during the first task with 40 points, they'll both get to start after 4 minutes. We were then guided to our starting positions, which were in the movie style instead of the book style, meaning observation platform where people could sit together to observe above the lake. Mini flashback to holiday break. So I'm probably going to have to show my scars for the second task, I honestly said to Mother as we relaxed near the fireplace. Are you sure, dear? Rumors will explode and a lot of people will be asking about it. It'll be okay, gotta show that Lord Bones isn't just a nice looking flower raised in a greenhouse, but that he's been tested by the elements as well, I answered with determination. I think you've more than proven that when you single-handedly restrained a dragon in public, she scoffed with an eye roll. Yeah, but it's not like I'm ashamed of my scars. People are going to find out at one point anyway, so why not control the timing for it? I'll even organize an interview afterward and give some explanations on them. I said to try to at least lessen her worries. Fine, like you said, it's not really a big deal at this point, you are more than strong and smart enough to handle it, I just don't want to have everyone make you remember about them, she said with a sigh as she looked at me. I'll be okay, plus I've got a wonderful mother and sister right here, I'm not going to get depressed when you two are there for me, I replied with a gentle smile and a warm heart. Foo, don't forget Victoria, Mother said with a light chuckle and a bit of amusement in her eyes. I never forget the future Lady Bones, I said back with a cheeky smile, getting Mother to shake her head with a smirk on her face. End of flashback. As we all got ready for our dive into the cold water found during February in Scotland, the 4 of us began to remove our outer robes. Harry was wearing the same old-fashioned thing from the movies, Fleur and Victor decided to keep their cloaks on since they'll need to wait for a bit, but gasps were heard when I finally took off my last piece of clothing besides my swimsuit. I stood there in a competition swimming trunks for men, which are tight black shorts which end right above the knee. The trunks were enchanted to keep my important bits nice and comfortable. But because of my choice of swimwear everyone could see my body and there were 2 kinds of reactions, shock. Pity and thoughtful when looking at the scars, and the other was ogling, fantasizing and drooling over my perfectly built body which Garou from OPM would be a bit envious of. Everyone could see the numerous scars on my body from the dark magic I experienced. The ones around my wrists and shoulders. The ones on my ankles and thighs. The ones I usually kept hidden on my neck. And my back holding the most on my body since those animals sometimes took out their frustrations during the tests. Slashes, burns and stabs. The trinity adorning my body. The scar of my chest got a universal shock though. It's just too bad a scar to have any other type of reaction when seeing. Pictures were being taken at an impressive rate as a result of this as well. But I couldn't care less at this point. Every move has some purpose behind it. The end goal is simply to solidify my position as a powerful, experienced and righteous lord. I can't have some random jackass come along and call me the next Dark Lord for no reason besides fear or stupidity. And if someone tries that shit after I release true light magic into the world, then that will just be pathetic. I simply start stretching while Bagman starts doing his job and explains who, what and why. He announces the rules, goal, current points and order while I finish up and take up my starting position. If I could apparate then I could probably finish this task in under 2 minutes, but I'm not going to reveal soul to win a contest I can already dominate. I think maybe 5 to 10 minutes will be enough to get everything done properly. No need to wait around like Cedric did in the canon either, since I've already done what I could to help everyone prepare themselves. Everything else will be up to them. I will monitor their energies just in case something goes wrong though. I thought as Ludo finished up. I heard the signal to start and immediately jumped as I drew my wand. I casted a few spells I modded just for the occasion: warmth retention, water displacement, conic barrier and an oxygen creation rune. By the time I hit the water I was protected from it and the cold perfectly. And with a simple wave of my wand, I used the water to propel me towards the tribe's settlement at breakneck pace. Didn't even need to do anything to see well in the lake since my eyes are already far superior to others. Being able to see in this kind of environment is child's play, and I am constantly scanning around me to feel different energy signatures. I quickly find 4 signatures near the tribe which differ from the rest, meaning my Tori was waiting for me there, and I also felt another coming from behind me as I neared the settlement. There was no need to actually go through or in the place since the energy from our 3 ladies and Ron was coming from just outside of it. This resulted in me simply waving back towards the guards and people who spotted and recognized me. Kind of felt like a superhero for a moment while doing it. But I did also feel a bit bad cause it's been a while since I visited. Quickly making my way to the outskirts, I found the area where the 4 sleeping princesses were awaiting, alongside over a dozen guards and the chieftain of the tribe. She was a very fast and intelligent one, earning her place as chief through hunts of sea monsters and great managing of the tribe. We spent a lot of time with her when we came and taught her many ways to improve her people's quality of life. And in exchange we got some cool stuff they had collected from as far back as the founding of Hogwarts, free aquatic herbs and even membership into the clan. I saw hesitation in everyone as I approached since they recognized me, but they still had a job to do courtesy of Dumbledore and the Ministry. "Hello everyone, long time no see, you don't need to worry, I'm one of the champions for the school and I'm here to get my queen back," I spoke up in Murmish as I hovered in place in front of everyone. "It has truly been some time, Star Sage. Your tribe welcomes you and feels a slightly uncomfortable due to not being able to nor healing current properly. Have you two been well?" asked the chieftain as she approached, letting me see her long and slender silver-scaled tail. "It's good to see you again, Chief Moonlit Surge. Yes, we've all been well, but very busy as life becomes more filled with responsibilities. Your nagging about us understanding your stress later is coming true," I answered with a little chuckle. "The waves always hits the biggest reef the hardest, but I am guessing you have little time for pleasantries. It is too bad that we cannot talk due to our duties and your task. Your wisdom is always appreciated," she said as she bubbled a bit. Mere people sigh. "Yes, I'm here to get back what is most precious to me. I promise to not make her wait," I replied with a gentle smile. "I am happy your 2 currents have truly mixed with one another, but you know you can only take her and no one else, yes?" she said with her own smile, which is less gentle to most humans because of the sharp teeth, but I'm used to this stuff. "I know, I've done what I could to prepare the other champions, everything else is up to them," I acknowledge as I move towards my spellbound fiancé, with all the guards simply looking at me with respect. "May you make waves eclipsing the surf, Star Sage," the chief said as I took Victoria into my arms. "And let the undercurrent bring you the blessings of the sea, Moonlit Surge," I replied with a nod as I began to ascend. With Tori secured I quickly begin my return as I dry and warm the beauty in my arms. I reached the platform after only having taken about 8 minutes of the allotted 60, breaking the surface with style as I held Victoria in a princess carry and was having the water gently place me onto the platform. Just imagine me putting Jesus and Moana's ocean buddy to shame with my entrance as I finished the second with ease. Chapter 140. Having landed in the start-finish platform in style, I then woke Victoria from her enchanted sleep in the most fairy-tale manner possible, gentle kiss to the sleeping beauty in my arms as I carefully maneuvered her body to be ready to stand. I could hear the thundering cheers from Hogwarts students mixing with the going off of dozens of cameras from different news organizations and those wanting to capture the moment for personal reasons. I felt my girl stirring as she woke and her reciprocation towards my kiss was nice, then she opened her eyes filled with warmth and slowly separated our lips. "Morning, my queen, just like I promised, got you out in no time at all," I cheekily said with a smile. "Did you now? How long did it take?" 7 minutes and 51 seconds out of an hour, I answered immediately. "Shouldn't have taken more than 6 minutes knowing you," she said as she looked at me with the unsaid question in her eyes. "You know how Moonlight is, we haven't visited in a while and wanted to catch up a bit." She also had her own role to fulfill, I defended myself without missing a beat. All right, now put on a shirt before every girl around us gets a nosebleed or passes out. I can handle it, but they don't have any resistance towards that," Tori said as she relented. I did take a quick look around and saw quite a few women and teenage girls looking at me with very heated gazes. Ha ha ha. Quite right. An easy fix. With a wave of my wand I summon my bottomless bag and quickly enchant my school robes to dress me, taking only a few moments to be fully clothed again. "And here come the reporters for our perfect champion. How's it feel, great and powerful Lord Bones?" she then teasingly asked as we watched witches and wizards fighting to be the first to reach me. "I'd much prefer going somewhere private with my lovely fiancée to show her my apology for making her wait," I whispered in her ear as I make her blush from the implication. Unfortunately, the reporters managed to make their way through the crowd and started to bombard me with questions. "Lord Bones, how did you get those scars? How were you able to finish the task so quickly? How are you able to use the level of magic you used in the first and second task? What is your relationship with Miss Travers? Are you planning on releasing anything new in your store? Do you believe in the existence of crumpled horn snorkax? When did Mr. Lovegood get here? I thought one heard that one. Would you be willing to do a photo shoot with Incubus magazine? Isn't that an adult magazine? How did they get permission to be here?" I wondered in shock when I heard that one. "Please come over to Witch Weekly for an interview. Too many are sending us requests for one." They continued to ask questions without end, so I simply raised my hand and let a bit of my ruler's aura leak out to silence them. "I am thankful for your desire to interview me. But I have already scheduled one with the Herald due to my own views coinciding with theirs on many issues, the professionalism they displayed during my previous interactions with them and their integrity which has been impeccable so far. Any other questions not asked during said interview shall unfortunately remain unanswered. Thank you for your attention and please do not interrupt the remainder of this task," I politely said, since no one wants to be the enemy of the press for no reason. They all dejectedly walked away after that and my friends were able to come and congratulate me for another first place. Even if the scores will only be announced after everyone was done this time. But it isn't really up for debate when it comes to it. And so an atmosphere of silent excitement and nervousness returned to the stands as everyone wanted to see the moment when the next champion would return, something which was hard to maintain after 10 minutes had passed. I was just enjoying myself be writing in one of my fresh idea journals as everyone watched a peaceful lake, discussing ideas with my friends and thinking of applications for our creations in general. Christian had an idea for a type of peaceful illusion which could be applied to calm magical creatures in hopes of studying and interacting with them properly. The idea reminded me of the calm spell from Skyrim in my past life and kinda made a slew of new ideas come to me. I'll have to figure out which game spells and enchantments would be feasible with the magic system we use, but it is a fresh batch of ideas, I thought as a result. James suggested imbuing the spell into harnesses and the likes to only affect specific creatures, which really made our friends' eyes light up. As we workshopped with each other, people were giving us looks of awe and shock as we were talking about creating new magic like it was nothing. Thinking of revolutionizing magizoology and having new magical tools available. Meanwhile, Victoria was starting to edit her own medical books regarding her own potions. Muggle medical breakthroughs and our combined book of light magic, new healing spells and light potions. Basically the creation of a future, whole-leaf book for healers. Observers couldn't possibly understand what we were doing. But the headmaster was interested in our discussions as he probably saw us as important for the war which was about to restart in earnest. Good thing we are as far from dark magic and Death Eaters as possible. Well, except for Tori. But she my wifey and is going to come out as the best healer and potion maker ever, as well as her capabilities with my new magic genre, so no problems there. Not that I really care at this point since I can take either him or Prattlemort myself, maybe both if I keep improving, while my friends should be able to take on a few senior Aurors or core Death Eaters on their own now. Not counting my private army, spy network. Wealth, media control, equipment, infrastructure and general knowledge on how both men work. Yeah, I'm going to wreck their little game real soon. Anyway, it took half an hour before Victor came out with Hermione as he undid his partial shark transmutation and people started drying her. Karkaroff was quite happy that his favorite was able to get back second. Hermione was worried about Harry after she got her bearings and came over to my group with Victor in tow. Not even 2 minutes later Harry and Fleur popped out together with their own hostages, both also having a few scratches from underwater creatures or plants. While they were being dried and warmed up, the judges discussed between each other and listened to the report from Moonlight about how things went down there. I imagine everyone would get a better score since they made it within the time limit, but I don't know how Harry's score will go since Cedric wasn't there and Fleur made it to Gabrielle. Dumbledore then started his announcing of the scores, making everyone fall silent. Due to him being well within the time limit, finishing first, demonstrating mastery over water manipulation, rune creation and his own knowledge of Mermish by holding peaceful discussions with our resident tribe, Mr. Bones is awarded a perfect score of 50 points. He declared as frenzied cheers erupted from all sides, even as our two guest headmasters were having a polite smile and a scowl, whilst Percy looked smug and Bagman was sweating bullets. Mr. Crumb showed an advanced form of transmutation, which although incomplete, rescued his hostage second and within the limit. He is awarded 47 points, Dumbledore said as Durmstrang and Crumb fans cheered. Miss Delacours showed great mastery over the bubblehead charm, as well as proper capabilities at combating underwater creatures, rescuing her hostage at the same time as Mr. Potter. She is awarded 45 points. The headmaster declared as Madame Maxime smiled at her. And lastly, Mr. Potter, your ingenious use of gillyweed, your desire to help other champions and their hostages. A fact that the Merchiftanus has told us that you were the second to reach the hostages, but refused to leave them behind and wanting to rescue all three and not merely his own. He has been granted 48 points. Announced the elderly man as he smiled proudly at the teen, and cheers resounded from Hogwarts students once again. So the order in which the champions would perform the final task was decided. I would go first with a total of 96,100 points, Harry would be second with 93, Victor would be third with 87, and Fleur would enter last due to her having 85. Our dear headmaster finished up by announcing that the final task would occur at dusk on the 24th of June and that we would informed about its contents a month prior. With that done, everyone could begin their celebration of whichever champions they supported. But I decided it was better to organize a big one to promote actual inter-school friendship, as I borrowed the Great Hall and paid for a feast much better than having a few smaller celebrations and more memorable. I mean, with my connections and money, all I needed was permission from the headmaster to use the Great Hall and get the other champions to show up. Everyone would follow after them in an effort to hear about the task or get to know the famous people. Had butterbeer brought in by the kegs, a bunch of juices. Some harder stuff for visiting adults and legal-age students. Had to enchant the cup to stop anyone underage from getting to drink the harder stuff, something which Dumbledore found quite interesting as it was a clever application of the same principle as the age line he drew earlier this year. Food and music was also brought in, making the whole affair an impromptu celebration for many, much less formal than the Yule Ball, but a different kind of fun as everyone mingled. A good night for everyone as they let loose after a kinda boring event for the spectators, and making proper memories and friends for students. Pretty much everyone went to bed with smiles that day. Well, except for people who got straight up rejected by girls they were trying to pick up or got blue-balled when they tried to take them to bed. It was hilarious watching that little bitch Malloy get straight up rejected by the Greengrass sisters. He didn't dare try anything against them too, since Victoria is actually pretty protective of them. Told me it was because they were in pretty similar situations, being born as women in a sexist pureblood noble family. Worrying about being married off by their own parents. She was even researching something for them, but said she couldn't tell me without their permission, so I let it be and supported her however I could. 3 days passed after the second task. With the school still talking about the second task. Fortunately Ron was much better in my timeline since he has been able to achieve things through his own efforts and actually distinguish himself through the dueling club, so he wasn't making up ridiculous stories about fighting armed men. It also helped that Victoria just told everyone how it went for her so they would stop swarming her for information. But then my little interview came in and made me the subject of talks once again. Lord Bones Revealed. By Martha Cromwell. Many have questions about the new Lord of the most noble house Bones. His intelligence and ingenuity have been lauded due to his creations, breakthroughs and record-breaking grades. His business acumen is said to be as sharp as a goblin's. His demonstration of strength against an actual dragon has set him in a league akin to the second coming of Merlin himself, Albus Dumbledore. His looks are praised as perfect by nearly any who's seen a picture of the man. But how many truly know him? He spends his time either at Hogwarts or in his own home. He knows and interacts with many people, but only a few are actually close to him. He is a champion of the Triwizard tournament but keeps surprising all with his performance. And so we arranged an interview with Lord Aidan Bones, to answer some of the popular questions about him. When asked about his performances in this year's reinstated tournament, the young lord has been very calm about his dominant performance. He said that he treats this as a way to make the wizarding world know that he is not just a brainiac. He didn't spend all of his time either cooped up in a library or laboratory. He informed us that he has been training extensively since a young age to achieve the results he had demonstrated and is always working towards new heights. His own words were that, "I am not a weak and naive lord who can be taken advantage of. My aunt did not pass the lordship over to me simply because of emotions or guilt, she passed it to me because I have shown excellence in academics, management and magic. As well as it being something which should fall to me by birthright, and I have shown the world exactly that. Any who choose to belittle me after this will only be a fool for doing so." An answer found in absolute confidence with himself and his achievements. Only to be followed up by questions on the most recent discovery about the young lord during the newly finished task, his scars. At a young age of 17, Lord Aidan Bones seems to have more scars covering his body than most Aurors. Making many worried he had been abused as a child, giving birth to accusations against his Aunt Amelia Bones, current head of the DMLE. The young man himself completely denied such accusations and gave a heavily censored reason for such scars. When my parents and the rest of my family were murdered by Death Eaters near the end of the war, I didn't miraculously escape or remained hidden. I was kidnapped and imprisoned under what I later found out was a Lestrange family manor. Kept in a dark cell and later experimented on and tortured. The scars are evidence of the dark magic they used on me, and said magic is also the reason behind my hair color being so different from others in my family. It was only after maybe 8 months and the fall of their lord that I was rescued by ministry orders. A completely jarring answer from the young man. Especially since it means that he suffered through such events at the young age of 4. Although he is capable of calmly speaking of such traumatic events. It would be disrespectful and insensitive to continue to dig into such a topic. Hence our next few questions being lighthearted until one such question many young witches have been hoping and dreading for an answer came up: is the young Lord Bones spoken for? A question which gave the young man an amused smile and warm eyes as he simply answered it. Yes, I am. I already have a truly wonderful fiancée by my side. Simple and heartfelt, most likely breaking the hopes and dreams of countless young witches, but this is life. All princes will find their princesses, or in this case a lord found his lady. The rest of our time was spent discussing other topics or gossips about the man and his business, things which shall be found on p. 10 for full details. But one last question which was asked gave us a truly shocking answer. What's next for Lord Aiden Bones? I am going to show the world what true light magic is. By the summer, the world will have an answer for dark magic. You will also see that my friends are worthy of being prodigies as well. An answer which made this reporter shiver due to the intensity he displayed, leaving us in suspense. Chapter 141. The country was in shock after the article came out. For the next week it was all that was on the tongues of witches and wizards in Europe. The impact spread because of my status as a champion in the tournament and the fact that Bones Works was in the final phase before opening its new branches in other communities. The revelation reassured many. I am too young and powerful in all aspects for others to not have doubts about. Something which seems too perfect is seldom accepted by humans, and wizards are no different. But my experiences when it comes to blood supremacists, noble extremists, dark magic fanatics and the general cancer of our times, has made everyone understand that I would, most likely, never willingly stand on their side. I lost most of my family and was tortured under the home of the most fervent supporter of that bald cunt, so not exactly prime Death Eater candidate at this point. Plus I'm the nephew of Amelia freaking Bones, badass woman of justice extraordinaire. And after those dipshits who tried to hurt her position by accusing her of abusing me and by extension Susan are quietly removed from any positions of importance, I am going to make this a big boost for her career. I have 2 general plans regarding Mother's future. The first path is to help her become a proper minister of magic when people finally realize how pathetic Fudge is and make sure no one can touch her. The other is to help her prepare the men and women under her in every way possible to bolster the combat-ready forces when the fucking loveless pussy comes back, even if she's not minister. Fuck whoever's in charge when it comes to plan 2. I would prefer her not being in harm's way, but the only way I can picture that happening is if I kidnap her and then hold her prisoner. There is just no way she would ever stay still when shit goes sideways, and she is more than capable of making those sea eaters suffer when she's in command. That's one of the main reasons the walking ball sack killed her personally. Back on the reactions that little interview received. It's been funny learning about how those bigoted pansies panic when they realize that one of the richest, they have no clue how truly insanely rich I am, and most powerful lords of modern times will never follow along with their stupidity. I mean, it's not like the chances of that were high after I was raised by the goddamn head of the DMLE, so not sure what the surprise was there. Those idiots just thought that because I'm engaged to Tori, whose father, I hope anyone could agree, is one of the most horrible father-husband Lord Mendirtbag cunt eaters still free at the moment, that it would somehow enlighten me to the true path a noble-blooded wizard should take. It was just too easy to get every bit of their reactions from my network and how they plan to try to limit my growth. I can't wait to start really shacking things up. I already have 18 members of Wisengamot firmly in my corner, as their safety has been guaranteed under me. I've supported and advised them in political maneuverings ever since my little case against Lucius last year. I've given them money to grow their influence under me and provided useful bits of information against their political enemies, as well as getting rid of potential blackmail against them. Oh yes. I am not just building up my forces, I am making use of what I have to further increase my reach. And that's just those who would support me completely. I have many others who were quite partial to me as well due to my increasingly apparent capabilities. There are still a good number who will stop at nothing to not lose any of their current power, status, or feeling of superiority. But I will slowly remove those fools from power so that our country can actually improve for once. I am also the one with the most dirt and money to control those Lucius usually blackmails, but he has no clue and still thinks he can just do as he pleases. Something I am more than happy to let him believe, since it is funny watching the self-important prick think he still matters. Although I am against practicing the dark arts personally, too much temptation and corruption for my liking, I am not above playing dirty. Blackmail. Bribes, assassinations, anything which can cleanses this rotting world and let everyone have an actual future. Fuck the stupid way Dumbledore has been doing things. Fuck those morons at the Ministry who are incapable of making hard decisions. Fuck the nobles who forgot that with nobility comes noblesse oblige. I'll work in the light and the dark to achieve true change. Got a bit too amped up about that, so let's get back to some lighter news about that article. Funnily enough, the biggest feedback the Herald got over the interview was a ton of mail from witches of all ages complaining about them crushing their dreams or demanding clarification on my actual relationship status. They sent me a picture of the mail room and I couldn't help but feel a little schadenfreude over their situation. Besides getting my reports on the situation from either Sherry or Scott, the rest of the week was only a bit more busy for me at Hogwarts. Many students had questions about my feelings on the tournament or what I said in the article, which made a slightly bigger amount of students try to approach me. Fortunately enough, they all know how I dislike being mobbed and that such disorder is not accepted. Helps that my group of friends is almost exclusively prefects and head boy-girl. Makes people think more than once before annoying us in general. If you talk to us calmly and politely, we generally try to answer pretty much any question we feel comfortable answering, so not a problem. We have the kids behaving properly. Kinda what happens when you basically rule the school since 5th year. Aside from dealing with all that, the four of us have also been finishing our preparations for two important events, our Animagus registration, taking the early exams for my newts in the subjects they said I could, and our operation to deal with Fenrir Greyback was also fast approaching. The first thing was pretty easy. Just had to get permission to go out during a weekend and head to the Ministry to get registered, also give them a heads up that I'll take them up on their offer to test me early. So I just asked the headmaster and deputy headmistress for permission and use of one of their fireplaces to go there. Dumbledore was quite happy to have students even better than the previous marauders learning to be Animagus, especially since we were actually capable and disciplined instead of being immature pranksters. McGonagall on the other hand decided that, even if we were once in a century millennium geniuses, we should not have done such a dangerous process unsupervised and should have told them about our plans. I get that she worries, but most people become Animagus when adults, so who looks after them when they try this stuff? Kinda made the nagging redundant in my mind, but it's 'cause she cares, so let's just smile and nod. For the second part of my ministry visit I just sent to the Ministry and another to Mother since the registry for Animagi is under her department. I took a few days to get the response from the Ministry itself. But they scheduled me tests to be on the 25th of March and Mother said we could drop by pretty much whenever for the registration, but shouldn't hold off on it too long since it'll be illegal after a while. With the date specified and everything ready, the four of us then proceeded to ready ourselves for the more important event, which is obviously our ambush assassination of Greyback Sr. From everything I was able to gather and with some manipulation from my spies and informants, the animal will attack on the 16th of March. During the dead of night. He picked the date for the full moon, thinking that the werewolves of the town would be on his side if freed and his own men strengthened from the moon. The fool has no idea what he's walking into. He's taking about 50 of his men to attack the town and thinks that'll be enough. Just the forces always protecting the village would be enough to beat back that pathetic assault. The town itself has nearly surpassed Hogsmeade in terms of population, closing in on 2,000 residents. We have a properly built goblin-forged fence which is capable of expansion, protecting the town and concealing it perfectly from non-magicals and hostiles when I want. It's capable of pretty much anything Hogwarts can do but on a slightly lower scale. Can't apparate directly into or out of it, only permitted entry points like some fireplaces, port key drop locations and the 4 physical entrances can let one legally come in and out. Well, except for me and a select few who are keyed into the wards and are free to come and go. There's a force of 98 residents trained and armed by my forces maintaining order in the town itself and supervising the entry points. Doesn't sound like a lot compared to the almost 2,000 residents. But the people there are very happy with their lives and are almost desperate to not lose what they've gained, dramatically reducing the chances of crimes. They're usually there to stop people from sneaking in, drunken fights or petty crimes and the likes, but they are more than well trained. Plus my guys from Fortress can get there in no time at all by using an emergency system we have in place. So even without my little scheme, the bastard stood next to no chances of succeeding his plan. But the thing is, he needs to die. I will not give him even a single fraction of a chance at escaping. We will kill him and his most trusted in one strike and remove that insult to all werewolves from existence. So now we have Jerry and her men added to the mix. 40 experienced and battle-hardened men and women from Fortress. Remus actually took the initiative to involve himself. Then you add little old me, a being in the same tier as Dumbledore and Voldemort. My 3 friends capable of taking on a dozen or so horrors. Then you factor in my traps. Plans and wards, and you've got yourself a dead man walking. Even then you can't underestimate the preparations my friends have been making up to the fated day. Victoria has taken a nearly mad scientist route for her prep work. She borrowed all my notes on werewolves, their genes, blood, virus, strengths and weaknesses, studying everything I found out and researched when I was developing the suppressor and almost went into seclusion with them. She came out with an arsenal of potions and poisons designed to do things from paralyzing werewolves with them taking a whiff of the smoke the potion makes after it's thrown on the ground. Something which is basically the cursed oil from The Witcher, all the way to something which is apparently capable of melting the bastards. Christian finally got all his equipment for werewolf hunting together. The most interesting things in there was the crossbow with silver tip bolts and a freaking moon dust grenade which makes silver dust burst out and burn the respiratory system of the werewolf if got used on. I decided to enchant the crossbow and bolts with James so that our friends can quickly fire and have tracking bolts for easy hits. We basically screwed over anyone wanting to be on the other side of that thing without shielding capabilities. James had finished making the equipment he had time to make. Meaning my friends all had greaves and bracers which were really well enchanted against physical and magical attacks by the both of us. Managed to make the bracers capable of deflecting the killing curse too, something which is going to fuck over some overconfident little shits I tell you. The last thing that happened was my own little gift for all of them. Which was a basilisk dragon hide overcoat for the three of them. Each with a different symbol on the back, halo for James, wolf for Christian and crown for Tori. I then proceeded to enchant them with James in order to strengthen them against physical damage since both of the hides they were made from already gave them a great deal of magical protection. Everyone was pretty happy with their new gear which matched well with mine, even if my stuff was on another level in general. Everything was ready as the 15th ended. Chapter 142. Sneaking out of the castle is simply a breeze for the four of us. I have about 5 different ways of getting out without anyone knowing and I'm going to let those stay a problem until later. It will be the last chance I give the Malfoy family before I simply erase them like the others. If they still push their pathetic excuse of a son down their path then they shall die like the rest. I don't care about how they could change. They've had over a decade to change and they still continue to poison the entirety of the UK with their stupidity. I will keep giving the pussy chances, but one needs to put their foot down at one point. For tonight's escapade however, we simply used the vanishing cabinet I moved to the RR for the night and appeared into a secured room of my medical facility. I just had my faithful aide move the thing there for the night as well and no one would know. All we had to do was reach the place quietly and the four of us we so skilled that we each had our preferred method of near-perfect concealment. Christian had an interesting vine from somewhere in South America capable of bending light around itself to attract helpful creatures or hide from those who consume it and made a cloak from them. James created a metal band capable of achieving similar results as an invisibility cloak. Tori liked to make a potion giving you the ability to blend into the background like an overpowered chameleon and I simply removed every possible trace of myself and made it impossible for anything senses from registering me. Just a bit of fun and a small challenge amongst each other. We reached the room and the cabinet with no issues whatsoever. And dressed ourselves for the ambush. Each removed anything which would get in the way like school robes and equipped our protective gear. I activated my concealed gear with a simple thought whilst putting on my own basilisk dragon hide coat. Although one couldn't see the metals protecting my arms, you could see my armored hand and legs. Now I feel like an actual battlemage. I thought as I put on the mask James had prepared for me. My friends were also finished equipping their own gear, letting us simply walk into the cabinet one at a time to reach our destination. As soon as I exited the cabinet Scott and Jerry were saluting and kneeling before me in that order. Is everything in order? I asked sternly as everything needs to be ready. Yes boss, everyone's in position and only the area you said you take charge of is remaining. Are you sure you want to take that on with only 4 of you though? He answered and asked carefully. I have at least equal Dumbledore in power and skill, my friends are as good as our best, we will be enough, I responded with confidence as my friends puffed their chests out in pride. If you say so boss, it's hard not to improve when you're teaching so I'll believe it if they've had years of it, my aide replied with a chuckle. All they need is true experience to solidify their knowledge and training. My friend in the wolf mask is ahead of the others in that department due to his teacher, but more experience will aid him still, I said to get their heads back to reality. Everything good on your end, Jerry? Yes my lord, I will not let this night end in failure, I will rip out that animal's heart and crush it in front of him, she replied in a voice so cold it sent chills to some of the guards. In all things a clear mind must prevail, your emotions will drive you, but don't let them blind you. I do not want to lose you. Scott will drink and cry himself to oblivion if it happens. I replied in an effort to lighten the tension and the mood slightly. Come on boss, not now, the man in question whined at me in embarrassment. See, he's already being annoying, so come back in one piece alright? You have a place to return to after all. That I do my lord, and after you shall grant my boon yes? she said in response after a gentle look towards the man. As promised Jerry, I said with a nod to reaffirm my word. Now all of you head to your designated locations. You three will be with me, so follow. Word from our spies say our targets will arrive in 30 minutes. Check for anything or anyone not in their places in 20, we leave nothing to chance. Now go. I ordered as my ruler's aura naturally flowed out of me. Yes sir, me lord. All of them responded besides my friends as they quickly departed. So those are your aides then? Victoria said after everyone left. Yeah, both of them are very skilled and have been of tremendous help for years now, I replied with a smile under my mask. They do look like they care for each other deeply, but the woman seems to hold herself back. Why? Asked James as he couldn't really understand without knowing them. Jerry's full name is Jerry Greyback, I simply answer with a sigh. Wait. Like Fenrir Greyback? The guy you planned all this to kill? You don't mean to tell me you're making her kill her own family? On the contrary, she approached me in an effort to protect her people and hopefully kill her own father in exchange for servitude. It is time for me to give her freedom and closure, as well as honoring my promise, I answered my friend. And what are the additional promises you two talked about? Asked Tori as a result of some curiosity. I simply promised to do her a favor after her father had been taken care of, it is up to her to ask, I simply answered. If even his own daughter wants to rip his heart out, how monstrous is this Dementor fucker? Asked Christian in amazement. He is no monster, simply a rabid dog that needs to be put down once and for all. Now let's get into position as well, I said as I started walking with my friends quickly following. We swiftly entered the area I marked out for myself and my friends. To put it simply, I decided to be the one blocking the path of their retreat. We are above the north entry gate where a fake set of doors we installed for them to demolish. And our job is to stop any who would try to escape when they realized only a slaughter was awaiting them. It will give my friends experience in dealing with desperate enemies whilst I make sure none slip past or harm them too much. If we used the goblin-made steel gate which had been further enchanted by me, then they wouldn't even be able to get in, so we made a fake wooden one for them to break and avoid suspicion by having an open gate with no guards. So what is the actual plan and what's our job? Asked Christian after we had settled into our position. Basically we will be the ones killing those trying to escape once things turn bad for them. Every other entrance is blocked, every resident has been moved to their designated areas. Every building has been sealed and warded as per defensive protocols, meaning no one can come in without a hell of a lot of magic. So this leaves this gate as the only place those running away will be able to exit the town from. You three will be first and I'll be back up for this op, so go wild. I answered with a small smirk. Although I am hesitant to kill in cold blood, I do understand the fact that I need to do so at one point, sighed James as he understood his role. Man up buddy. These are literally the worst werewolves in Europe. They murder, cannibalize, and infect anyone they please. They are the sum of the worst filth in the world at the moment and are one of the reasons why people hate werewolves so much in the modern age. Said a very fired up Christian. Oh, stop being a Gryffindor right now, just do your job so we don't need to have our arses whipped by Aiden on this. I'm so going to kill more with my new recipes than you with your outdated equipment. Teased Victoria as she poured water over Christian, only to then pour oil and light the fire again. Bring it. I'll show the little Slytherin how a real man fight. And if you think this stuff is outdated, then you haven't seen what it can really do in combat. Alright you two, as much as I enjoy friendly competitions, it's time to be quiet. I don't want any of those beasts to notice us, so I'll be concealing everything I can as well. I interrupted with a chuckle as I waved my wand in a circle above my head once as my magic to effect to all but erase us from existence. No one could see, smell, feel, hear or taste us. It's almost like the Fidelius charm, but people still remember us and it is only temporary. Took me a while to figure out this fun form of concealment, but it's pretty overpowered since it stops even magical means of detection. And 20 minutes later, on the stroke of midnight as the full moon stood at its peak, the wild howls of the beasts were heard heading towards us. Fucking animals can't even do a stealth op properly. This is just bullying at this point. But it's a good thing I put compulsion runes around the portcullis to make them rune towards the medical center. Don't want these animals running around all over the place trying to eat or turn anyone. I thought with an expression of disgust under my mask. Then they burst out from the forest a bit away from the entrance as a large pack, with a few noticeably larger werewolves at the front being led by one seemingly half a size larger than the rest. Looks like his lifestyle agrees with him at least, was another thought which crossed my mind as I observed the werewolf we had long ago identified as Fenrir. His pack simply charged at the mildly enchanted doors and started to strike it physically with their inhuman strength and durability. Even going so far as to ram the things with their bodies. And slowly cracks could be heard as the doors started giving way more and more, letting chunks fly off and holes open up for the beasts to grab onto and rip open further. Only lasting a few minutes as they finally break through and start running into the town towards their target. Gur, follow, let's end those fools, we are superior and we will end all in our path to conquest, first this so-called cure, then we take whatever we want from these insults to our kind. Snarled the still transformed Greyback as he rallied his men in charges in the lead. Didn't no one could still speak in that form. I guess being in touch and so accepting of his animalistic side might have synchronized himself with lycanthropy and formed a sort of symbiotic relationship. It gives control and additional strength whilst he infects and acts like a beast, weird and stupid. Hope no other fool becomes disillusioned after this and thinks that's the way to get control of his lycanthropy. Not after I basically let anyone infected get vaccinated regularly for free when it gets fully approved worldwide. I thought once again as I analyzed the differences between Fenrir and other werewolves. Not even 5 minutes had passed before lights of all colors started lighting up the area ahead, signaling that ambush. Well, that's probably the prettiest slaughter we'll ever get to see, Christian suddenly said as he got up from the chair he was waiting on. True, but now she should get ready for our job, agreed Victoria as she joined him to head downstairs. I'm still not truly comfortable with this, but I'll back you two up as best I can like always, James followed up as he joined our two friends. I did the opposite and headed up to get a better view of everything while keeping my magical senses on everything happening in the town. And when I mean the town, I mean the whole town. My senses grew in proportion with my magic and abilities, I could cover the entire town and know precisely what is happening in every nook and cranny. It is also massively easier on my brain without 2,000 people to keep track of as well. Under 200 is much more manageable after my practicing this with Hogwarts 700 as I gradually improved my performance. Too useful a skill to not develop properly and all. But with said senses I could already feel the first two deserters fleeing from the ambush and heading back here. I silently watched as my three friends readied themselves into their most solid three-man formation with Victoria and Christian attacking and James supporting. It is the one they use against me the most as well. The two werewolves suddenly appeared as they were desperately trying to flee from the forces behind them, only hesitating for a moment after seeing the trio in front of them before continuing their mad attempts at escaping death. The instant that happened my friends burst into action. James was in charge of immobilizing the two by firing twin incarcerous in extremely fluid motions as they tangled the feet of the approaching beasts in two perfectly aimed shots, causing them to trip and tumble to the ground due to their momentum. Victoria decided to pin her target to the ground by taking a page from one of my favorites, transfigurating chains from the ground. And Christian used a devil's snare seed he brought and threw it at the tumbling werewolf he was targeting, cast a quick spell and made the plant grow at break-beach pace as it landed on the beast and started to entangle and choke him. 2 for 1 as it slowly killed the struggling bastard. My lovely fiancée then pulled out a glass vial filled with a squirming purple fluid and lazily threw it on her target. As soon as the vial broke on her command, the liquid splashed all over the struggling werewolf, and quickly after howls and whines of extreme pain were heard as parts of him started to disappear wherever the liquid spread. Apparently as it was eating him alive. Only when his head was gone and the body stopped squirming completely did she do a quick wand gesture did the purple liquid vanish, leaving a headless corpse with chunks missing in various areas. Soon after 4 more desperate werewolves ran in our direction. Not even stopping when seeing the 2 corpses of their former comrades in front of them. All they saw was 3 people standing in front of them and not dying tonight. So they ran towards the only obstacles in their way with single-minded fervor. This time Christian began the play as he threw a moon dust grenade in front of the charging wolves, causing a sparkling cloud of silver dust to emerge in their path. As soon as they ran into it, however, the effect was almost immediate as they started coughing painfully as then ran and having 2 stumble to the ground in pain. Anyone could tell the silver dust was working extremely well on their lungs. At this moment 2 silver daggers flew out and struck the 2 wolves on the ground as they tried to breath properly, hitting them right in the middle of their foreheads and up to the hilts. They then spun while still inside their skulls and then flew back in the direction they arrived, landing in the sheaths James had hidden on his legs. He got a few glances FFO our 2 friends for that little move. Christian decided to use another of his new toys and shoot a still heavily coughing werewolf with a few silver bolts from his enchanted crossbow. And let's just say the practice dummy only died after he was shot half a dozen times and become a unicorn at the moment of his death. Victoria transfigured 2 large stone hands to hold the last werewolf in the air by his arms and then started to throw a few concoctions at him while he screamed in pain as a result. One melted his legs until the bones had nothing holding it and dropped to the ground. Another started making all of his fur fall off wherever the liquid went. The third resulted in him having something which looked like seizures constantly. The next made him catch on fire and the fire was green as he fainted in pain from the fire which didn't seem to end. And the last one melted him into a black puddle in a matter of moments. Yeah, note to self, don't piss off the wifey without a foolproof method of detecting potions and poisons. After that only one last werewolf managed to come our way and I simply decided to make that one explode with a bolt of lighting from my wand since the battle seemed to have finished and all three of my friends had at least killed one. So with a quick jump and an arresto momentum I joined them on the ground. The three of you did fantastic in teamwork and execution. In sync on every move and not even one got remotely close enough to even have a chance at harming any of you. Now I've got to go meet up with my people. If you don't want to see the results you guys can wait for me at the cabinet, it shouldn't take too long. I said reassuringly as I knew this would be hard for them, James especially. Nah mate, gotta see this through properly, part of how our world is, answered Christian with a rather laid-back manner. I will follow, I am to be your wife and I will not run away from any aspect of your life, my cute and scary fiancé said with determination. And I will see the results of the mission I took part of, even if it is against my nature, it is something I need to do, James finally said as determination flashed in his eyes. Very well, let's go, I simply gestured as I walked towards the ambush site. When we got there my people were already cleaning up the killing field. I could see explosion marks, parts of the ground gauged out, transfiguration leftovers, bloodstains, some bits of people. Bodies unmoved, healers running around the wounded, men giving orders and my aides with an armless, snarling savage-looking man chained up and on his knees, which looked painful since his legs were broken too. Give me a report, I calmly said as I looked over the area. We have 12 lightly wounded with noting more than small scratches or abrasions. 1 mildly wounded with some blood loss. 3 severely wounded already moved to the emergency room we had prepared, mostly done by that monster on the floor since he took pieces off of them. No casualties and no expected ones since the healers guaranteed our severely wounded would make it. On their side, we have 43 of the counted 51 who assaulted and as you can see 44 if you count Fenrir over there. My trusty aide reported in all seriousness. Good. I am extremely relieved that none of our men or women had to go down because of that bastard. The remaining 7 tried to escape after deserting, none even made it near the gate and their remains await for the cleanup crew. I'll go visit the wounded to make sure no lasting damage remains soon enough. So why is he still alive by the way? I said calmly as I also questioned the current state of our primary target. Well, Jenny wanted to kill him in front of you for some reason, really adamant about it, my slightly exasperated aide said. I can guess why, so let's get this over with then, I replied as I walked over to Jerry holding her father's chain. The man struggled as he wanted to stand to try and butt me like a rabid dog, but a quick stomp from his estranged daughter brought him enough pain to make him stay down. I am guessing you wanted to do this to prove yourself beyond any doubt, correct? I directly questioned with an authoritative tone. Yes my lord, I will execute this animal leading the people to ruin for his twisted views and remove any doubts over my loyalty to you and your house, the savage beauty answered with fervor. Then show me, and claim your reward, I commanded regally as I started impassively at the scene. Without a word from her, she simply drew her goblin-made blade and cut the man's head from his neck in one smooth and precise motion, making him freeze for a second before it slowly fell to the ground and rolls near my feet. I simply stayed at the head of one of my targets and moved on as he was no longer a threat nor was he important. And now you claim the promise you requested? He asked with a raised eyebrow behind my mask. Yes my lord. She enthusiastically replied. Then speak, if I can grant it I will, I answered. I wish for the name you granted me to be my true identity in this world, I want the name he gave me and that he made me bear to be erased with him, she declared to my slight surprise, but I understood. Very well, I will make you name Jennifer be your name in everything from blood to magic, your last name however shall not be the one I grant you, but the name Greyback shall be erased from you forever, I declared in an absolute tone. Master, why are you not giving me a family name? Was I not worthy? Ah, you misunderstand, the reason I am not granting you a family name is because it would be quite short-lived in my opinion, I said with a slight chuckle. I don't understand master, why would I not keep the name you give me? Jennifer asked in confusion. Because someone else will share his with you very soon if I guessed correctly and it is one I am sure you would prefer above all else. I answer with a sly grin on my face as I point to Scott standing nearby with a now very red face, which was quickly matched by her own understanding of my meaning. I look forward to you introducing yourself to me properly in the future, but for now I will do my duties and finish up, the 4 of us must return before the morning after all. I said with a hearty laugh as I left to oversee the wounded with Tori joining me and James and Christian helping with the cleanup. Overall I would say a near-perfect operation. Especially since only participated minimally. I think I might have been able to kill most of them myself, but my people and friends need to grow as well for the incoming battles. Chapter 143. The death of Fenrir and his diehard supporters officially removed the werewolf army from the equation. Only a bit more hunting of those left behind and that was that. From what I remember, this means the vampires, dementors and giants would be the biggest supporters outside of pure-blooded idiots. I can get it in all honesty, wizards have constantly tried to either enslave or eradicate any race they deem fit, without trying to truly work things out. Harder for beings like giants, who are naturally stupid, violent and sometimes plainly rampage about, but vampires are generally quite intelligent and can be accommodated if the proper system is in place. Hell, I'm surprised other beings like centaurs and velas don't join up sometimes. I think the reason is that they know Voldemort would turn on them in an instant as well. That's why the goblins stayed out of this nonsense, but they need to realize that they are still at risk even with their own army. It's actually pretty funny since I now have a werewolf force. I'm in the final stages of having a proper vela sanctuary built on one of my islands. I have a growing number of centaur tribes allied with me, and a rather large population of mere people residing in what has officially been called Atlan. My last reports told me 1,834 werewolves in the village. 126 velas on the clear for relocation list, 741 centaurs residing on the Herb Island, and a staggering 63,855 mere people of various tribes and species in Atlan, creating the largest functioning underwater city in their known history. So yeah, I think I've got more friends than that grey doorknob. I also received a report this morning. After everything was done and all my men had pulled out of the village. In it I was told that the entire place basically erupted into celebration at the death of Fenrir and they decided to celebrate it as a yearly event. I could understand that since most of the inhabitants were turned into werewolves by either him or those following his twisted ideologies, so permission granted there. Even Remus was celebrating with some of his new friends and invited Sirius to join in the fun. It apparently brought out the old marauders in them and some rather nifty bits of pranking magic were on display. Sounded like a good time in all honesty, but being a student comes with many restrictions, even if that student is a legitimate lord. Instead of partying with the wolves and the dog. My friends and I gathered in a headmaster's office with Professor McGonagall to finally get registered as animagi and have my early testing done at the same time. We all thought having the only registered animagus at Hogwarts would be perfect as our guide today. I honestly don't know if Dumbledore has done it, but I wouldn't really be surprised since he was also a transfiguration teacher and it can be a pretty useful ability. Snape is also a possibility. I remember a good amount of theories on him being something like a bad animagus. Other teachers are also a possibility since apparently someone like Rita Skeeter succeeded. And although the possibility is extremely low, there has been proven cases of students learning it as well. The Marauders and ourselves being prime examples. Now my early newts didn't mean I was going to graduate early or anything, it just means I finished most courses available at Hogwarts and that I would only be taking a few newt examinations at the end of the year. Getting to the ministry is just standard stuff and all of us, besides James, have a good amount of experience in coming here. Christian comes with his parents a lot as they report their findings. Discoveries and activities to the Department of Magical Creatures, doing something they love and getting paid for it. Victoria has been involved in things like balls and dinners at the ministry since a very young age, something Mother and myself have avoided since I am quite different from normal people and she hates the slimy gits who show up to these things. Leaving James to look around with a good deal of curiosity to understand the most he can from his own observations, even if the three of us have told him about how things run in this place. It does help that I have an entire spy network in every level of the ministry to tell me everything, while also receiving plenty of news from my allies in Wizengamot. My biggest allies are the Dowager Longbottom, Neville's grandmother. The Abbott family are basically another set of aunt and uncle who also side with many of my ideas. Sirius as the newly reinstated Lord of the Black family likes how I am helping a lot people and sticking it to those Death Muncher families. And the Greengrass family which is more business than the others but agrees with many of my progressive ideas on how to actually make things better. I have many others on my side or more partial towards me, but these are less influential than the above. But all this was quite new to our Muggleborn friend so we let him take everything in as we went along. It was good to see the ministry had gotten rid of those annoying flying memos and owls flying all around the place, switching to my little creations. So many lucrative contracts from many different ministries really put a smile on anyone's faces. It also made the place at least a bit less chaotic. But honestly, it's like wizards want chaos in everything they do. The ministry is weirdly sectioned, the means of electing people or passing laws are ridiculous, any event involving them is a clusterfuck. They take the weirdest approaches to problems, and I just don't know where to begin on what the Minister of Magic is actually capable of doing when he's afraid of noble families, the Wizengamot. Dumbledore, any competent or wealthy witch wizard, and is for some reason getting pegged by the most hated woman in this country even more than Bellatrix Lestrange. It's all just a mess. Wait, no one is supposed to know about that last one. Probably doesn't help that Fudge supposedly has a wife and kids somewhere too. Meh, the image is just awful, but it is some of the best blackmail I have on both annoyances. Pretty sure that's why we had to go to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement just to get registered the clusterfuck. Not the pegging. It's like they didn't have better shit to do than monitoring less than a dozen people so they don't misuse an ability they spent a lot of time and effort learning. I might have listened to Mother ranting on the stupidity of our laws, government and minister a few too many times. We all made it to the DMLE without any issues, even if a lot of women were pointing and whispering when they saw me, which made us walk a bit faster. What I found was a rather nice surprise as we approached the reception desk. A head of bubblegum pink hair. Tonks. How has the future pink head of Aurors been? Aiden? Is that you? Of course it's me. That's hurtful, you know, not recognizing your friend after he helped you pass your tests. Was I only a tool for you? I asked in mock hurt. Har har, very funny you prat, but seriously, what happened? Your eyes and hair are different now. Are you sure you aren't a metamorphosis? Nah, just some changes with my magic and whatnot. But you deserve a little shock for never visiting. Every time I'm on break you say you're off somewhere hunting bastards down and always find an excuse to not come over. Getting kinda annoying when one of your friends acts like they're avoiding you. I mean, I do send you letters and even then I get more info from Mother than from you, so not cool. I answered after getting my nagging out. That's not true. Has it been that long? She asked with hesitation after wanting to defend herself. It's been since you graduated that we hung out together, Tonks. It took us wanting to register as animagus for me to see you, and that's by coincidence while you're working, so yeah, been a while since I saw you. I answered with a sigh of disappointment at the first friend I made in school. Wait, you're all animagi? She nearly shouted in shock once again. Yeah, we all worked on it together. I got a mountain lion, Tori has a lioness, James is a dove and Christian got a wolf, and we all know what the professor is, I answered with a bit of a grin at the end. Nice to see you again, Nymph, been a while. I also haven't forgotten I owe a bit of payback for that prank with the flobberworms in my bed, Christian said as he remembered a little incident from second year. Huh, hey Chris, you're not still mad about that, are you? It was just a prank, and wow, you got buff. You work out? I do, and train to fight a lot, so you want to go few rounds in a duel ring? He asked with a savage grin on his face, resulting in a nervous chuckle from Tonks. Oh, leave the poor woman alone, Christian, and as much as I would like to pay you back for Rain Cloud which ruined everyone's hair and makeup in third year, I do have a question for you, NYM Fedora. Victoria intervened as she emphasized Tonks' hated first name. You know I hate when people call me that, she bemoaned in response. Yes, but you also made my Aiden sad, so too bad. Now why are you working the reception desk when you should be an Auror? It's not like the ministry is missing quill pushers. Well, I'm supposed to be finishing up my apprenticeship under Mad Eye this year, but he just ditched me here saying he had to do a favor for someone, and next thing I hear he's teaching at Hogwarts. So now I'm stuck on paper duty for a year since no one can take me with them. She answered as she deflated even more. That is rather strange. You'd think he could just take you with him and have you help out, at least that way he could still train you on school ground and he could teach, commented James as he understood the situation. Wait, what? That's an option. Why didn't I think of that when I was trying to convince him? That is enough tomfoolery from all of you. Miss Tonks, I would like the forms to register a person as an animagus. The 4 of you are to fill it out and then Mr. Bones will be going for his newts as requested. McGonagall strictly said as she interrupted us. Yes ma'am. Everyone said in unison, even Tonks, as she still had the conditioning from her years at Hogwarts. The registration was rather straightforward. Fill out a few forms, transform in front of an official who will check for any discrepancies in your body. Have any distinguishing features recorded, a few minor things and you're done. Britain now had 4 new registered animagi to boast about. Which they really shouldn't do in front of anyone from Africa since they have a really large number of animagi. Bragging in front of American wizards would also be ill-advised since the native shamans are very good in the art as well. After that was done, we were now officially allowed to show off our animal sides as long as we didn't harm, freak out or mess with others in general. Also had to be careful in populated areas with predator forms like mine. Tori and Christian, since muggles don't react fondly to big animals capable of killing them. James will be able to go pretty much anywhere he wants though. My eagle form will also be good in most places, but I should be careful of those cunts hunt rarer animals for fun. Alrighty then, everything is right and proper, you 4 are officially registered after the paperwork gets through, and what's this I heard earlier about newts? Tonks said as she sent the forms we just filled out through a vanishing box. I got super grades during my owls and offered early examination for my newts as a result, and since we're here I scheduled them for today, I answered with a light tone. Damn, so are you graduating after that or not? Knowing you, there's probably not much you're learning there for a while now. Not graduating early, going to do a few more at the same time as everyone else for the ones I didn't get an early pass for, I answered with a shake and a shrug. Good luck then, Aiden, not like you need it since you helped me out with my newts in your 4th year, she said with a little smile on her face. I remember you freaking out on potions and herbology so bad, but thanks, and try not avoid me, it doesn't feel great you know. I said with a bit of a sad smile as we all got ready to head out for our next stop. Yeah got it, CYA gang, she responded with some hesitation as we left and everyone said their goodbyes. Chapter 144. Passing my newts was simply a breeze, something any 4 of us could have done years ago and still achieve with ease. And now all that's left for me to do at Hogwarts is history of magic. Astronomy, divination and care of magical creatures. And only divination leaves me uncertain about my ability to achieve outstanding with distinction within those. It is a subject where one either has it or you don't, and I don't, so I make for it by being the best I can in as many forms as possible. The only fun thing that happened was an agreement I brokered with the Department of Magical Education head, Griselda Marchbanks. I simply requested that if a student can achieve the new I am responsible for creating during their newts, then they would be allowed to skip the apprenticeship necessary for a mastery title. The idea is that for someone to achieve the grade at this level, they should demonstrate abilities indicating that they are ready for such a title. That would be the bar set for the grade now and in the future. It took some convincing and a bit of back and forth between myself, Griselda and the department leaders. But they agreed that such a thing would be impossibly rare in general and that it would be a standardized requirement for a grade they had a lot of trouble with almost 2 years ago, so they agreed to have it added to the official grading system. It would certainly be extremely rare for it to be awarded, but I wanted this set up for myself and my friends. I firmly believe they have reached the requirements for mastery in their chosen fields, only needing to complete the necessary steps. And now I took away the most tedious part for us. It's not like any of us lack experience in our fields of interest anyway. Victoria and I have been helping out Madame Pomfrey for years and she's been rapidly amassing medical knowledge. James has been crafting enchanted gear at a prodigious level and has been involved in the production of my broom. Christian was apprenticed under Newt Scamander, the authority on magizoology, and has been working on his Primal Island project with my people. And I have shown mastery of charms in my products, potions and the innovations I've released under my real name. For herbology it's my books, arithmancy for my modded spells and primer, my own rune language speaks for my skills there, a now registered animagus for transfiguration. My dueling and combat skills are approved by a former world champion, Aurors, and the head of the DMLE. Enchanting with my products, healing with Poppy, and my data will be unquestionable once I release my new branch of magic almost designed to counter dark arts. We have the skills, proof and the connections to get ourselves certified as masters. All that's left is to get it done. Before leaving the ministry though, I managed to make Tonks promise to hang out during the summer. I wanted to catch up and have some fun with my friend. She always was able to make me laugh when I was being too serious or had an idea for a prank to pull on someone with a stick too far up their own ass. She would hate how Percy ended up. He would probably become her exclusive target for a long time if she knew. It only took a few days to get my results since I was the only one taking any testing at this time of the year. And the results of my early testing were great. Ancient Rune, O. Arithmancy, O. Charms, O. Defense against the Dark Arts, O. Herbology, O. Muggle Studies, O. Potions, O. Transfiguration, O. I love my brain sometimes. I thought as I looked at me sweeping my results. This meant I was eligible for the masteries I had in mind. All of my O's are targets. But I also qualify for the healing, warding and dueling masteries on top of that due to my experience and grades. It also meant I was already eligible for almost any job in the ministry already. They couldn't give me a better grade than with O in Muggle Studies for the simple reason that there is actually no mastery in the subject. Wizards are so dismissive of the subject that it's pathetic. I looked up Arthur Weasley's grades when I was preparing my plans and wanted to know the players in the upcoming war, and I found something so ridiculous I couldn't even laugh. The man never even took Muggle Studies. That's right. The man in charge of an entire department focusing on Muggles has never even studied the subject. Even if it's over 100 years out of date, learning at least some of it would build a kind of foundation to learn from. But no, the man just goes along with his idiocy. No wonder he doesn't know what a condom is and has never used one. I thought as I remembered my previous encounter in Diagonal Alley. With everything taken care of until the last task, I began to work on my side projects and helping my friends in theirs. Victoria's projects were the most known ones in the wizarding world. Her 2 major projects involved her new treatment method for people like the Longbottoms, who've suffered from brain damage due to a myriad of causes, and the release of her book on a new age of healing. The first is being achieved by demonstrating her amalgamation of current healer knowledge, my personal creations, modern medicine and her inventions. The trial has been ongoing since New Year and the couple has been showing a drastic increase in brain activity and their memory retention has been steadily returning to normal levels. It was giving the healers hope of new possibilities as each day shows some kind of improvement. Victoria has even received a letter from the Dowager Longbottom expressing her sincere and heartfelt thanks for her efforts and the results they have shown. Neville also come to see the two of us and gave Tori a tear-filled hug as the kid kept thanking her. Which led to a very funny-faced fiancé being unsure of how to deal with such emotional physical contact and simply patting the guy on the back until he calmed down. She pretty much made the Longbottom family lifelong allies at this point and she didn't even finish curing them yet. And I have no doubt she will succeed. She's actually gotten permission to go to St. Mungo's to monitor their progress a few times a week in order to make sure everything was going well. She understood that a theoretical cure is just that and until clinical data proves it, one must be careful. Our estimated prediction for the two to return to full capabilities is this summer. But they will need extensive psychotherapy and rehabilitation due to the stress the event caused, as well as the need to catch them up on the last decade. We decided to hold back on the book until the official version of my new magic is generally accepted and proven to work. We want to wait so no one does stupid shit without understanding my magic and tries to heal others by following the steps badly and ruin her work's reputation in the process. But his success with the Longbottom couple will be more than enough to establish her name. James was actually starting something pretty revolutionary as well. See, even if we are magical guys aiming to reach the peak in our fields, we're both a bit nerdy. We sometimes try to recreate things we've seen in movies or comics of the Muggle world using magic. I am not ashamed to say it was a bit fun to mimic the Force and that it was an inspiration for my physical boosting alongside Chi. Well, my friend is more on the CFO side and has decided to create a freaking robot using some modern robotics, his own enchanting and crafting skills, and my binary rune system he's mastered. Now, it isn't a true robot. The thing would be closer to an automaton from his designs. It would be a humanoid mechanical and crafted being capable of moving and acting based off of its programming. He wants to make things capable of helping him when he's crafting and his idea led to the possibility of bringing automation to the wizarding world. That is something we are still discussing the pros and cons of though. But all this will be after he passes his final tests to become a master smith this summer. So we've actually been brainstorming and writing down the runes the thing would need to work as intended. I am also making sure we don't get anywhere close to an AI. I know there are good AIs like R2, Vision, EDI and a few others, but way too many dangerous ones pop up. So unless we accidentally create one, I'm gonna try to avoid that problem. Christian has been focusing on his project with Mr. Scamander and Hagrid as they make the island of their dreams come true bit by bit. But it will take a few years to get everything done proper and have a true ecosystem going on in their magical version of the Savage Land. It is a very ambitious project designed to protect many species and encourage reproduction. My friend has also been writing his own book on new methods of getting materials from magical creatures like unicorn horns, acromantula silk, Scylla scales, dragon blood and even got a piece of lethifold somehow. And he's also going to be introducing his and his family's herbology discoveries, making it a good read for naturists all around. All three of my friends were making their preparations to show witches and wizards everywhere that they are more than just freshly graduated wizards. They are experts and soon to be masters of their arts. They are strong, smart and capable of steamrolling most wizards in magic and connections. I'm proud to see how far they've come. Now on to my life since we returned from the ministry. At school I was getting my affairs in order mainly. I was giving Cedric a crash course of pretty much anything that came to his mind and an intensive training in combat and magical creatures. He seemed to have a passion towards the latter which he said he acquired from hearing about his father's job in the ministry. Amos though was too proud of his son and always pushed him to go for the best, meaning minister, and wouldn't listen properly when Ced wanted to talk about his own dreams. That resulted in some tension between the two. So I did my best to give some advice on having a proper and confident talk with his father. Helped him plan out what exactly he could do with his passion and how he could live a happy life with it. I even got Christian involved to have talks together. It helped him a lot since it's going to be his last year next year. And he needed to really think about this stuff. I've also been helping Luna improve in many areas in the hopes she can take over the exchange after Cedric graduates as well. She would be perfect for the role in my opinion. The dueling club presidents were also being put through the ringer. I didn't want the club to become a joke after I left, so I made sure to break bad habits now and bump up their skills and arsenals. Members pitted and envied the four kids in near equal measures. I also taught them how to maintain the club properly by getting new equipment, where to get repairs, how to get funds, knowing club rules and how to use them, and general organization. They were only nearing the end of their 4th years, but they had the potential to be very dangerous inside and out of the ring. Hannah was a little spitfire when she fought, not afraid to take hits and dish them out. Padma had a very wide array of spells she can choose from to not let her foes guess what came next and showed her ability to link them properly. Ron had a very good sense for danger and well-developed body and reflexes, allowing for great dodging capabilities as well as a very solid style based on the maximum usage of set number of spells. Daphne was like a duelist which came out of a book, perfect form and execution, with great knowledge on spells all around. They were still diamonds in the rough, but after a few more years and some proper experience, they will shine brightly. The most exciting thing for me was that I had finally completed my Patronus project, Iestas Patronus. It basically translates to just patron. You know, just as in a just person. This particular spell took so long to finish for two reasons. The concept behind it was difficult to quantify and things just kept coming up. The second is pretty easy to understand. I have a hidden network to manage, my lordship to maintain, other projects to complete, my friends to help. The Triwizard tournament stuff to deal with, stuff to do in secret, appointments, training, and then I have classes to attend to even if I'm better than the teachers. So even within few extra hours thanks to my not-so-legal time turner, it's hard to manage. My first reason was derived from the fact that the Patronus charm is heavily reliant on emotions and the person casting it, making it difficult to truly understand how it could be translated to arithmancy properly. And even after figuring it out I had to find another to fuel the spell while still retaining its abilities and then boosting them. Not easy on any level, and that's without mentioning any of the 100 other annoying parts of creating upgrading any spell. The end result was something which could be classified as an offensive spell for my white magic. Let's first talk about the requirements for the spell. The emotional fuel needed to activate the spell on top of magical energy is still very much present, meaning that even if a caster doesn't have the necessary magic to cast a full Patronus properly, the emotions can empower it to that state. That's actually my theory on how students are able to learn a spell beyond the Hogwarts curriculum in the canon, the fact that positive emotions are just as much a fuel for the spell as magic. My solution to the fuel was to change it to a more solid one. Something which would be more solid when you need to attack and defend against dark creatures. So I picked the desire to protect. The need people have to protect those dear to them. Wanting to protect what you yourself have lost already. As long as a strong desire to protect is there, the spell will be able to form. Now, the spell has other requirements obviously. This is a white spell. Hence the caster's core needs to be free of dark magic influence or taint. The amount of magic necessary however can vary greatly depending on how strong the emotions used are. If strong enough, I estimate a mid to late first stage should be able to cast a fully corporal Iestas Patronus. The spell's effects are generally the same as a regular Patronus, but has much strong offensive and defensive capabilities than its progenitor. My new version has the ability actually to tank dark magic until a certain point, it depending on the strength of the caster. This means if someone like Canon Harry learnt this, he could at most block a few strong curses, whilst I could tank the Unforgivables with mine. Its offensive abilities are made from a combination of the purifying and destruction aspects found in Phoenix Fire. This means that by carefully structuring the intent of the spell and the aspects of true Phoenix Fire, I created a Patronus with the ability to erase dark magic, dark creatures and thoroughly tainted dark wizards. I don't mean cancel it out either, I mean erase from existence. It matters not if the being should be considered immortal because it is akin to being burnt by an immortal flame itself. It matters not if one is a Dementor, Lethifold or ancient vampire, they would turn to naught but ash in front of a fully powered Iestas Patronus. Voldemort would still survive since fragments of his soul are still out there, but that should be the only exception so far. And as a side effect, it can make people feel safe and protected when it is around you, much like how a regular Patronus would calm or make others happy. There are two obvious differences from the original Patronus to tell when casted. The first is the color changing from the pale silvery light to a solid golden one. The second would be the shape. If someone has something like a dog or cat as a Pratinus, the Iestas version would be something like a wolf or panther. It basically gives a more powerful version of your inner animal spirit represented by your Patronus. It's something people can use to get a feel for their animagus transformation, so there is a powerful link found in their forms. That means there now exists a spell which people can use to truly kill Dementors. And someone like me could kill a horde using the pulsing energy a powerful Patronus can emit. This means I've effectively become capable of taking on vampires and Dementors from Voldemort's army, leaving wizards and giants as threats since he already lost the werewolves. He even lost some of his lieutenants without knowing it yet. Chapter 145. The announcement of what the third task would entail was straightforward as can be. They asked the 4 champions to meet near the Quidditch pitch and showed us the growing maze they were setting up within it. The sight of something defacing the pitch caused Victor to twitch. But he held in any comments. Harry was just trying to figure out how he would be able to get past this task and maybe win since he was in second place. Fleur had a very serious expression on, thinking about what they could meet when running around the growing labyrinth and how to deal with the living greenery itself. It was as simple as whoever reaches the cup at the center gets full 50 automatically and everyone else will get scored like the previous task. The scoring will generally be harsher on those who haven't reached the cup obviously. But everyone still has a chance to win. To prepare, Fleur, Victor and Harry began training both magically and physically. This was a task fairly well suited for Victor due to his athletic abilities and combat training. His challenge may come if he encounters a being like a sphinx. Testing his intellectual abilities. He was a pretty good guy and a solid soldier type, but he was more of an action man than a thinker. He was throwing himself into combat training with Christian and upping his own exercise routine in the hopes of being able to either beat or bypass any obstacle in his way. Fleur decided to train up her physical abilities under James and my advice, trying to train her stamina and speed. She was also theorizing hundreds of possible traps and obstacles which could be found during the task. Her Vila training alongside Gabrielle was coming along swimmingly as well, both girls becoming more and more synchronized with their bloodline. Fleur now radiated a natural charm and grace far beyond anything she was able to accomplish before coming. Gaining the ability to restrict her aura completely or let it engulf those in her presence like a fog. Her charms have gotten a great boost in strength and fluidity, with her illusions and fire becoming deadly weapons after her training. Little Gabrielle just appeared infinitely cuter, leaving pretty much everyone wanting to pamper or protect her, and started learning how to use her natural gifts even if we couldn't really teach her much magic due to her age. Harry was the one who needed the most help. I've made sure he was successful academically even if he's somewhere in the top 5 for his year, so he does now a nice enough repertoire of spells. I've also taught him useful spells from outside the standard curriculum and schooled him various uses of spells he already knew in addition to making him learn modded spells for when he was in real battle. I've made sure he was very fit and his Quidditch training helped in that endeavor. And even Ron helped him keep in shape as he started working out in the morning as well. The last month was making sure he was in good shape for the trial and helping him come up with solutions using his known spells for pretty much anything he could encounter. Academically I would place him at about OWL level, meaning he should be able to take his exams and get good scores in them, but I would put his combat abilities around a new 7th year level so far. He is very determined to learn and having me and Sirius actively teaching him how to fight properly has helped him a lot in that department. If I looked at it objectively and removed myself from the equation, I believe Fleur would be the favorite for this task. She has shown tremendous growth in physical, magical and mental capabilities, allowing her to be the best suited for the various traps and obstacles we are likely to find in the maze. She is quick, flexible and skilled, allowing her to not be shackled down by only one train of thoughts. And a little birdie told me that a certain enchanting enthusiast was seen snogging a certain French champion a few times during the last 2 months. That was something that gave me a good laugh and let me give my friend a congratulatory pat on the back. Happy to hear my friend getting such a girl. With everyone doing their best to prepare and hoping to win this prestigious tournament, the day came and now we all stood in the waiting area. The 4 of us could hear the crowd cheering and Bagman going through his announcements of the rules, current scores, what the task entails and the glory the final winner will acquire. May the best champion win. It's been fun getting to know everyone and I'm glad we can all be friends even if we are competitors, I say as I look at the nervous trio. It has certainly been a very good year for me as well. I cannot thank you enough for all your help and for introducing me to such wonderful people, Fleur happily replied as some tension leaves her body. You are all honorable, I look forward to finishing this with you all, Victor added with a stoic expression. I may not have wanted to be in the tournament, but I'm glad I met you too and that you didn't look down on me for my age. I wish everyone the best of luck, Harry said with a bright smile while thinking of how the year went so far. Aiden Bones, it's time for you head out, Harry Potter will be called afterward, following with Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacours, a ministry official announced as I confidently walked toward the exit of the waiting area. Bon chance. Good luck. I simply smiled and nodded to their well wishes as I walked to the thunderous cheers and applause. As Champion Bones demonstrated his skills and abilities, he is the first in the rankings and will have the advantage of entering the maze first. Now on your mark, get set, go, declared Bagman. I decided to show off a little, so with a sprint which left grooves into the grass under my feet, I bolted towards the entrance of the maze. But before I could reach it, I jumped high into the air and transformed mid-jump into my mountain lion form, causing the entire audience to gasp at the display. And with a graceful landing, I ran much faster than before and disappeared from sight as I heard Ludo snap out of his stupor. Absolutely incredible. It would seem the oldest Hogwarts champion is a full-fledged animagus. And I have just been told by Headmaster Dumbledore that he is fully registered in the ministry and only requested such information wasn't announced. This means he holds an enormous advantage in speed and agility with his large feline form. That really made the Hogwarts and British witches and wizards present cheer loudly for their first champion's performance. But yeah, there is a reason why the emergence of 4 young animagi hasn't been reported on or appeared anywhere yet. It's because no one knows due to a few laws which can guarantee the privacy of purebloods and their vassals. Tori and I are firmly into the first. With James and Christian easily being said to be the second on paper as trusted friends of a lower class. Add a little money here and there. Mother making sure the people who needed to know about us in case a crime happens with an animagus keeping their mouths shut for a few months and me convincing the papers I own that the dramatic reveal at the final task would make a much better article. And you've got a temporary secret for wow factor and no floods of students asking the 4 of us to transform all the time. I saw only positive results in keeping it a secret. It had been a while since I really sprinted in this form though. The feeling of my powerful limbs beating the ground, my claws digging into the earth. The wind in my fur, my heartbeat drumming at an accelerated rate and the flexibility I demonstrate on sharp turns, it's just addicting. I ran through the labyrinth with ease, jumping over pits and traps, dodged the maze itself attempting to entangle me, or hidden creatures too slow to stop me. It's not surprising really. A normal mountain lion can run at about 80 km/h, then you have a magically empowered one. With the ability to use magic to create small air platforms under his paws for sharp turns off of walls and voila. You have one of the fastest animals on the planet capable of running on walls and bolting past anything in his way with the aid of his enhanced body and sped-up brain to keep up. Making my way through the maze wasn't very hard since I knew where I had to go in general. I could feel the magic of the cup through the ambient restrictions of the hedges. A portkey has a very distinctive signature in its magic. The ability to move through space isn't something easily hidden against those who are masters in the field. But I wasn't here to win this tournament in all honesty. My goals were numerous when it came to the Triwizard tournament. But winning never mattered to me. I wanted to establish my strength first and capabilities as a lord. A man capable of subduing a dragon and skilled enough to manipulate flames and water alike with great ease. A man of elegance and poise on the dance floor or battlefield. Someone capable of forming connections with people from around the world and unbiased when it comes to helping others. These qualities are far more important to me than being called the winner of badly organized and mostly rigged competition. So when I reached the cup at the center of the maze, I did not reach for it. I hid. I wanted to make sure Voldemort came back properly. This wasn't about keeping the canon anymore. Everything I did lead up to him finally coming back. And I need him to come back and claim his allies. I need him to make all those twisted and entitled bigots and inbreed assholes come out of their holes. I wanted him to make the cancers of the wizarding world expose themselves en masse and of their own will. Only then will I be able to cut everything out properly. I can't continue to quietly eliminate people. The method isn't sustainable in the long run and too many things could go wrong. I was able to get away with manipulating the underworld and reducing their numbers. But there are too many and it would eventually lead back to me. I couldn't assassinate more death munchkins or their supporters because someone would eventually try to investigate everything. I needed a proper war to eradicate the other side. Britain needed a clean slate in general. The blood mania present in everything from laws to jobs is ridiculous. Our development is almost in reverse compared to most of the world. Officials are bribed, blackmailed and threatened without any backlash on any side. Our means of electing a minister are pathetic. The Wiesengemot is a hole filled with senile fools stuck in the past. The people don't decide shit and are instead simply guided to believe whatever people tell them. Things need to change. I will obviously do everything I can to save as many people as I could obviously. I have safe houses spread out across Europe, some in Africa. A number in Asia, some being built in Canada and Australia. Fortress has been preparing for wartime since its creation. I have my people keeping an eye on everything in the ministry itself. Scott informed me that the village I planned for in the Skellig Islands has already begun construction after we found all the people we needed. It's going to be a heavily fortified location for any Muggleborn and their families in the UK to relocate to when if things really go bad. The place is to be located within a carved-out section of the island. Reinforced by very skilled goblin mining and construction experts, having chosen them because of the Goblin Nation being subterranean for millennia and their expertise in building underground spaces is unmatched. We have artificial lights, water sources, food production, places to work, a school and hospital, plenty of houses and expanded living spaces for entire families. Everything will be accounted for and the people manning it have already been chosen, trained and vetted. Fully self-sustaining environment for anyone who's either know about the magical world. We even have extreme security measures already in place. We don't bring anyone directly to the island. Only through a series of guarded portkeys can you reach it. We have Thief's Downfall prepared to remove any disguises and spells on a person to make sure no one sneaks in. The place will be under Fidelius and unplottable. A security force will be present at all times. And the place will be as warded as Hogwarts after I've linked it to the ley line running under it. Anyone who wants to fight will be welcome to, obviously, after training anyway, but I doubt many will be willing to do so, sadly. The only thing left is to have everything properly built, and the estimate after getting everyone to sign a contract of secrecy is 1.5 years. I've already hired people to enchant and ward the buildings as they are built. Giving them a strict set of orders for what they have to do even if they are confused as to why such a place is being built. But everyone's getting paid properly, so they don't really care that much. The place will be a proper wizard settlement after everything is done too, so I think it's not too crazy. I mean, how can the government think building a place like this is not easier to keep secret than making all those idiots live in Muggle society? This is so much easier. I can even take a page from Hogwarts and bewitch the underground ceiling to look like the sky outside, and it wouldn't even be that hard. We can even make it rain or snow with ease, so why not? But as I was thinking about my plans for the future, my 3 fellow champions were now fighting to reach the cup. Unfortunately, it seemed that Crouch Jr. was still strong enough to overpower Crumb using the Imperius curse and manage to take Fleur out by surprise. That's the only way I could see him beating her so quickly. She already had high chances of beating him in his peak condition at this point, and a man under Imperius would be much easier to fight in general. I then saw a red spark being shot through the sky to announce someone in need of assistance, which sucks for Fleur since she's been trying really hard, you know. I'll have to tell her everything was pretty much rigged since the word go. Or better yet, I'll have James explain things to her as he comforts her. Oh yes. I think I know which one I prefer. I thought with a smile as I waited for Harry to come for the cup. I also checked on the two-way mirror I had some of my men place in the cemetery of Little Hangleton, making sure everything was happening properly and I wouldn't portkey myself in the wrong place. I am very prepared for what is to come, and I make sure to check when it comes to canon knowledge. Things can always change. It was good to see the boiling cauldron, the 3 shadows, and what seemed to be a bundled-up infant. Everything being on track. But finally I see a slightly ragged Harry arrive at the center of the maze, looking very relieved that the cup was still there and happy he could actually win the tournament. He was of course oblivious to my concealed presence near the walls of the maze, happily reaching for the cup and disappearing as soon as he had a firm grasp on the thing. Now all that's left is to wait for that monochromatic reject to gain his body back and I can go have fun, I said as I removed my concealment and observed the mirror in my hand. Chapter 146. It was interesting watching this stuff happen in real life. There were minor changes due my actions, of course. The biggest was the presence the Crabbe and Goyle Sr. They were supposed to appear after being summoned alongside Lucius. Not Sr., Avery, and McNair, but it looks like they've really been aiding their lord alongside Wormtail. Avery and McNair were already dead and the rest were those with children currently in Hogwarts, hence they weren't on the assassination list I gave Jennifer. It's disappointing that I won't get to see the overgrown child throw a tantrum when he realizes a good amount of his lieutenants just disappeared. But I was watching everything as it was described besides the little differences. Fortunately there was no dead Cedric. Fate, destiny or whatever God didn't feel it was important enough to have that happen for almost no reason at this moment. Harry was still forced to give blood though, and that's why I didn't key his blood into the Bones house. But that does remind me that I should create some new runes to help protect Grimmauld Place. I like the chant for a Dark Lord revival ritual though, very fitting. Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Always felt weird it was in English when older languages would offer a much better effect, but when your options are Pettigrew, Goyle or Crabbe you have to make things easier to not have it blow up in your face. Speaking of faces. The man really has no nose or body hair. I mean, I always called him an egg and had the image in my head, but seeing it is another thing. The man has no nose, no eyebrows, hair, facial hair, grayish skin, red eyes, on the skinny side, and he's rubbing his head like it's a freaking crystal ball. How fucked up do you have to be to turn from fairly attractive and nice hair to that? He just keeps trying to escape death so much that he would sacrifice even his humanity for it. He cares not for allies, servants, his own goals or himself even, only his life and power matter. As long as he can live he will sacrifice pretty much anything. And here come the only 2 free Death Eaters I know have the Dark Mark, are willing to come at the moment and aren't in Azkaban. Some ranting about loyalty from Voldy-Doldy-Doo, some groveling from Lucius as always, Wormtail getting a new hand, Harry just watching as all this happens and 2 lumbering idiots standing in the background not doing anything. I just gotta wonder why Mother never asked Harry to pass the memory of the night after his claims. I know for a fact that the woman would take the words of the boy who lived in Albus many names Dumbledore even if she disagreed with him on many topics. One stands to gain nothing from saying the Dork Lord returned and the other could lose everything. While both are famous for their fight against him. The only way I could see her not doing it is if the minister somehow blocked her completely or buried her in other work. Oh. It seems like Moody wants to prove that the 60-year-old Dark Lord is better than the 14-year-old halfway through his schooling. Still as pathetic a mentality as ever, but I think that's enough. No need for Harry to suffer through this any longer than necessary. So with that thought I activated the port key I had hidden as the elastic holding my hair together and off I went. Feeling the familiar tugging around the belly button, I landed expertly and heard two things, crucio and screaming. Without further ado I simply used my wand to bring Harry to my side, getting him out of the casting of the Unforgivable and startling everyone with my sudden appearance. Now, it isn't very nice for someone of the older generation to bully the younger one, where is your pride? I said in a jovial tone as pretty much everyone was frozen at my words. Aiden? Harry asked in confusion as he was getting over the pain. Hey Harry, guessing you weren't having a fun time with this crappy thriller ripoff. I'll give them points for actually being in a graveyard, but honestly, did you have to insult the king of pop by not having a nose? Have some respect. I say aloud to the great confusion of pretty much everyone present. Yeah, wait a second. Why are you here? We've got to go. That's Voldemort. Yeah, I can see that since he has no nose, hair or sense of fashion. I mean, look at him, he looks like an egg that went bad. How can anyone take him seriously? He looks like he fucked up a ritual and transfiguration at once and then decided to roll with it. I mockingly answered as my insults snapped the idiots out of their stupors. How dare you insult me? I am Voldemort. The most powerful wizard in history. I will not be insulted by a child. Avada Kedavra. With a slight shift in my stance and raise of my arm, the spell just went through my robe and harmlessly flew away from me. Wow, you still suck. Did you being stuck to Quirrell worsen your aim or something? Or was it the decade hiding under a rock? I remember you now. The silver-haired child who gave me headache-inducing amounts of homework whenever it was assigned. You alone took away hours of my time which I could have used to obtain the stone in return. I could have saved years of my time if it wasn't for you. The increasingly veiny egg angrily spat at me. You did deserve it. Did you have to fill the room with so much garlic? Do you know how annoying it was to get that smell out of my everything? And that stupid stutter. It was so fucking annoying to listen that performance you two had called acting. Jumping at every sound, not understanding how a real stutter works, not teaching anything, and that stupidity you pulled with the troll. All of it was too annoying to ignore. I berated with a justified look on my face. You knew Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort? Harry asked in shock at the revelation. Yup, had a talk with the headmaster about letting the moron loose in the school, not the best idea, but he was so closely monitored that it was better to let him think he wasn't, I answered with a smile as I mocked the hairless one with my eyes. You. Avada Kedavra. With a little jump to the side and a silent push of Harry, the spell once again flew away without hitting anyone. Do you seriously not know any other spells beyond the Unforgivables? You've got no class unless it's Dumbledore, is that it? Pretty insulting, but let's do it like you did with Harry, a proper duel. I said with a cat-like smile on my face at this point. It actually took a moment before everyone's brain had caught up to what I just said. You are challenging me to a duel? An incredulous Voldemort asked, most likely because aside of the headmaster no one dared to do so. Yup, Lord Aiden Michael Bones, head of Most Noble of Bones, challenge you, someone whose real name or descent is unknown but claims to be the heir of Slytherin, to a duel. You said you wanted the niceties and now you have them, shall we bow? I regally declared as I also mocked the fact that these so-called noble purebloods are following someone they actually don't have a clue about. You have no right to challenge the Dark Lord, boy, know your place you half-blood, spat out Lucius as he tried to endear himself. Oh, please be quiet, you imbecilic baboon. From what I just said, who exactly has the higher grounds when it comes to those pure-blood ideals you lot always blabber on about? The legitimate and recognized lord of a noble house with 300 years of history in this country, or the man who simply appeared out of nowhere? Called himself the heir of Slytherin and has no actual titles to back it up. I would also be worrying about your own situations instead of trying to kiss his ass right now, Lucy. I could have sent you to Azkaban whenever I wanted before. Imagine what I could do with the memory of tonight's events. How much could I make you dance with it, do you think? Last time I made you vomit blood, this time I might give you a full-on heart attack. I countered with a manic smile on my face as he became so pale it was like he was turned into a vampire. Enough of this nonsense. You challenged and insulted me, boy, let me show you why little half-bloods like you should bow to their betters. The declaration made his little followers quiet and move behind their lord as we would now duel. Harry, they're going to be distracted when this starts. I want you to grab the cup when you have the chance and head back to Hogwarts and tell the headmaster what happened. I can more than handle myself and I've got about 4 different ways of escaping if things go south for me, so don't hesitate, alright? I order the kid with a whisper before walking to my own position, forcing him to reluctantly nod. Good, I'll see you in a bit, and don't you worry, I am much stronger than you think. And now I stood in front of the most feared man in Britain. A madman who simply wants to lord over others and achieve a twisted form of immortality due to his stupid fears and conclusions on life he had as a kid. I need to hone myself properly. Not many chances to have a fight I can let myself go so much. I thought as I prepared. Since my third maturation, the only person who can offer a meaty enough challenge is Albus, but he is older and tired, even if he is still powerful. We've agreed to simply have him give advice on certain spells, tips gained from experience or feedback on projects I was working on. But we didn't duel against one another. The headmaster needed all the strength he could muster for the times ahead, and we both knew it. It was a sad fact for the both of us, but that was life. The man has been alive for over 110 years, fought through 2 wars and has suffered a lot of hardship. He's ready to let go and has been very happy to find someone capable of holding down the fort after he passes, even if we don't share the same ideologies. But now I have Voldemort in pretty much all his glory, goaded into a duel, and I can't let that opportunity pass. It is a great way to understand the peak of this world and my own strength. I don't have my gear, he has a few supporters, but only Lucius has some degree of skills, and I have to make sure Harry doesn't get hit by stray spells or sneak attacks. On the other hand, I can easily escape in a number of ways. My white magic could decimate these assholes completely tainted by dark magic, I can block their favorite spell and they have no clue about my real strength. So all in all, I think I'll do good, I thought as I analyzed the situation quickly and decided on a plan to use classic spells and skills instead of my originals. Then let's begin, shall we? I say to the twisted man in front of me as I activate my mind acceleration. You shall kneel at my feet and beg for death as I break you and the leftovers of your house, he hissed at me in response. Auntie would bend you over and discipline you like a naughty child, I replied with a smirk, causing him to attack first. I knew everything the man knew about dark magic, so identifying what he shot at me wasn't difficult. But his speed was certainly a mild surprise. He moved much faster than his body indicates it should, and I felt no magic actively improving his body like I was. My guess was that he undertook rituals to strengthen his body, and that was related to what happened to me back then. But this was only a mild surprise. Bone-crushing hex aimed at my left arm was deflected using the offhand technique duelers often used by creating a small but solid protego in their hand to deflect a spell. Following that was a crucio, which I made a small rock jump in the path off and making it explode. Chained in quick succession was the blood-boiling curse, which I deflected into his inner twisting hex. Then blocking a withering curse, ending with a blasting curse, I deflected into the middle of our dueling space to create a momentary obstruction. I decided on a modified cutting charm, a very powerful and heavy one, as my opening move. Resulting in the ground it traveled over to have a visible slash under it as it traveled. Chaining up with the piercing hex directly where my first spell was blocked to cause cracks in the protective spell used, and then a Bombarda Maxima to shatter it completely and forcing poor Tom to take a step back. He was shocked his defense was so quickly broken through, but I didn't give him time to recover that easily. My next chain began as I fired a quick Flipendo Expelliarmus Stupefy combo at such speed they nearly came at the same time, causing the Great Lord to dodge basic dueling spells in a hurry. I then used Minor Transfiguration to soften the ground under his feet and turn it to mud, making his footing very unstable for a man with no shoes on apparently. I wanted to keep my rhythm going, but he knew that would end well and was getting mad that such elementary spell work was causing him trouble. So he shot out a blasting curse in retaliation, forcing me to defend against it directly and stopping my flow. His counter-offensive then turned brutal and subtle. He began with Expulso, which was resisted by my already present shield, but I was forced to dodge when he shot a killing curse as a follow-up. What surprised me was that I then felt a wave of force push me back slightly during my dodge, putting me a bit off balance when I saw a disintegration curse heading my way. I immediately understood that the doorknob used wandless magic to throw me off as I saw his upraised hand, hoping it would be enough to hit me with that nasty little curse. Too bad. I simply used my momentum to dodge the third spell with a spin to the opposite direction and fired a Glacius Tria as a response, and added my own push to Voldy's left leg to break his balance. Unfortunately, the old man was very experienced, pushing back using his own wandless abilities and deflecting the incoming spell with relative ease before shooting a Crucio my way and forcing me to dodge again. It was at this point that a sense of rhythm began between the two of us as we slung spells, hexes and curses at each other while sneakily attacking with wandless magic in the middle of it all, causing our audience to lose itself in the display of skill and power. "Harry, go now!" I suddenly shouted as the kid remembered what he was supposed to do and Acio'd the cup to himself before disappearing. Voldy wanted to stop him or order his minions to do so, but it was too late and he couldn't stop defending against my attacks or he could lose as well. You should not have gotten in the way of my meddlesome boy, now I will personally make sure you suffer through pain beyond your imagination, he venomously spat at me in rage. How? By making me look like you. The result was that I now had the advantage of knowing what spells he was going to use before he finished casting them. So for the next few exchanges I began to overwhelm him using the severing, stunning and disarming charms, mixing Petrificus Totalis and Bombardas into the mix as well, almost disarming him and leaving a nasty gash on his chest. Too bad he realized the problem very quickly and looked away from my shining blue eyes. You dare look into my mind? I will not take this insult lightly, you blasted son of a mudblood. He began throwing transfiguration into the mix by making the Reaper statues used to restrain Harry previously attack me with its scythe. Something I just fixed by making the thing a pile of sand and using that to counter as I blocked his sight and spells as it rushed towards him relentlessly. His solution was to raise the mud I had created to engulf the sand and force it down to the ground. He then conjured a few knives and shot them at me at great speed. Easily fixed by transfiguring them into ferrets and letting them flop to the ground and running away. I grow tired of wasting my time against a half-blood like you, now burn, he declared as he pointed his wand and summoned the most aggressive magical flames known to wizard kind, Fiendfire. My response was simple. Water. Lots and lots of water. A ridiculous amount of water. Which I kept conjuring and controlling as I shaped a rapidly expanding wall of the stuff. I could feel the cursed fire almost smashing itself against its natural enemy in blind rage. I then began fighting against the barely controlled flame Voldemort had summoned. The two opposite forces of nature clashing as steam was continually created from the fight. The flames were aggressively trying to break the water, while my water ensnared and suffocated it in response. But I could feel the flow of magic in my body, the way it wanted to go and the way the spell could improve by following the magic itself and responding to my intent. The result was a massive increase in the amount of water I could produce and my rapidly increasing dominance over the Fiendfire. But I wasn't paying attention to that in the moment. The feeling was more important. The feeling of following the flow of magic wanting to respond to my intent and how it would achieve that through me. I was almost in a trance as I controlled the water to then smother the flame and crash towards the source. The feeling of so much magic going through me was fascinating to say the least, but I managed to rein in my losing grip on myself. I could not lose myself in the euphoric feeling of such power. And so I consciously made the water ram into the man desperately trying to stop the ragging tide coming towards him. But failing to do more than freezing, vanishing or controlling a small fraction of the massive amount water. The end results were devastating. The cemetery in front of me was completely ruined, the Death Eater swept away in the waves and Voldemort stood there panting and soaking wet as he glared at me. But this wasn't easy on me either, a spell of that magnitude took a lot of magic and my own reserves were running low after that stunt. Well, I think we can call this one a draw, I've got other stuff to do so I'll be on my way, CYA, I said with a jovial smile and activated my elastic once again, only to feel the familiar tugging. You see, the target of the port key isn't a place. It's the cup itself. A clever manipulation of special targeting that I am very proud of in fact. The elastic will be basically useless after today of course, but this opens many possibilities in the future. But as I was thinking about my little creation, what I gained from the fight and continued to dust off my cloths, I realized something as I focused on my surroundings. What's everyone gawking at? I asked the entire crowd looking at me with weird looks. Aiden, you're alive. A sudden voice shouted out, recognizing Harry as he came forward. Of course I'm alive, why in the hell wouldn't I be? I asked as I looked at him in confusion. Because you were fighting Voldemort. He answered back loudly, making a lot of people flinch. Oh, that, me dying was never much of a possibility, but from the looks on a lot of people's faces and the minister turning purple and white, I think it would be better to have this discussion somewhere private, don't you agree, Headmaster? I respond as I look at the concerned-looking elder who was shielding the two of us from the crowd now. A splendid idea, Mr. Bones, Cornelius, I am sure we can get everything sorted out in the castle. He nodded in agreement as he hinted at the minister to not make a scene right this moment, or not a bigger one than he was making before I arrived. You can take my office, Albus, it's close, private and secure, no one's getting in when you're talking, a visibly twitchier Moody offered. Thank you, Alastair, now if everyone will follow me, I am sure the officials in charge will be handling the situation here well while we get to the bottom of things, the headmaster said as he led all the important people to the castle. Time for the final act of my student years. I thought as I followed along with a small smile on my face. Chapter 147. I have to admit that Barty knows how to imitate the paranoia of Moody very well and use it to his advantage. His office is filled with detection and protection spells, stopping anyone from entering the room and much less searching it. The magical eye allows him to be constantly aware of his surroundings, and Moody's known twitchiness helps make Barty trying to not be spotted or followed a lot easier. Moody would certainly want to be actively involved in the security of the tasks. Hence it would be child's play to mess with certain aspects of it. Dumbledore's trust also gave him the freedom to almost do as he pleased in the name of educating or protecting the students if proper reasoning was in place. And Moody's reputation and past would generally put kids from families on the light or neutral sides of politics at ease, making most of the student body have a great amount of trust in him. All these tricks and psychological manipulations made people subconsciously overlook the idiosyncrasies. The unhealthy obsession on curses and mainly the Unforgivables, especially when he knows how exposure to the Imperius and subsequent failure to repel it naturally will make it easier for the target to succumb in the future. The constant drinking from his flask of polyjuice potion. Something he would need to either brew or have brought in. Then the assortment of broken detection devices in his office, something the paranoid man would never tolerate since he would either replace or repair them immediately as to not get caught off guard. And now here we all stood, in the office filled with broken devices. Dumbledore was trying to calm Harry while Moody wanted the details of the event as his fervor grew the more he heard. It was interesting seeing Grumpy Grandpa and Sage Grandpa doing two very different approaches to get the same information out of a kid. You two do know that there's a pensieve upstairs that we can use to see Harry's memories of events, right? I said with some amusement as I decided to interrupt the questioning. Right you are, Aiden, Alastair. I leave our two young champions in your care. I will be back shortly, the headmaster said as he quickly departed, leaving only myself, Harry and Moody. It didn't take long for little Barty to start getting excited again. He knew I wasn't pressured nor did I look emotional, so he focused on Harry. So he forgave them, did he? The ones who returned. He was angry, and disappointed, but he said to serve him for the amount of years they weren't there in exchange, replied Harry as he remembered the cowering, purebloods. Those sad excuses for the scarred man started before I interrupted. Professor, I hate to interrupt, but isn't it about time for you to take your hourly potion? Wouldn't want to lose its effects now, would we? Right, forgot in the excitement, thanks lad. No problem, Professor, wouldn't want you to forget your polyjuice potion. It looks like it would hurt a lot to transform back from Moody, I said back to him with a gentle smile which didn't reach my eyes, making his widen in response. What are you talking about, boy? Do you know what you are suggesting right now? I certainly do, Professor. I mean, I understand some people not being happy with their looks. But you must be truly hideous if you thought Mad-Eye Moody was attractive enough to suffer through the required transformations. You have my deepest condolences. I say with a serious tone and face. What did you say? He asked as I narrowed and his voice became very cold. I meant no offense, Professor Crouch, everyone has their problems in life and I try not to judge others on superficial details, I'm just worried about the pain you'll go through by transforming continuously, I answered in a worried tone. What are you talking about, Aiden? Why did you call him Professor Crouch? He's Moody, the guy who caught half the people in Azkaban. Nope, that is not Alastair Moody. That man is in the chest in the corner over there. Our professor this year was Barty Crouch Jr. He had very good grades in Hogwarts and I am not surprised he could become such a well-liked teacher. Too bad he's basically the male version of Bellatrix Lestrange, but I really do. Overbearing expectations, no familial love from his father, living life as he was told, constantly being oppressed, and then a man promising power, freedom. A chance to make his own name known appears and gives him the sweetest of temptations, of course he would follow and offer his loyalty. I explain aloud as Moody shows expressions of anger and longing. That's why he's the one who put your name in the goblet, the man who arranged for you to be in that graveyard tonight and is most likely also responsible for Victor attacking you and Fleur. The poor kid stood there in dismay at the revelation, torn between me usually telling him things straight up and his interactions with the man. I knew you were too smart, Dumbledore is far too trusting to see it, but I knew you would be dangerous especially after how you overpowered my Imperius, Moody ominously said as I noticed his subtle movements. That was very fun. But since you mentioned my intelligence, why do you think I've just been talking to a person I know is a Death Eater? After having Dumbledore leave, with Harry Potter, and still not do anything when I can see his obvious attempts at getting ready to attack? I asked in amusement as I observed the man. It doesn't matter, in a few moments both of you will lie dead as offering for my lord and I will return at his side as his most loyal servant, he fanatically said, finally dropping the whole charade and letting his facial tic resurface. Then I suggest you hurry, I mockingly told the man. And why is that? He asked as his face became cold once again. Because you still haven't taken your polyjuice potion, I answered with a devilish smile. That very moment he realized his mistake. You see, I have been keeping a very close eye on the man. Making sure I knew exactly when he would take his potions and I made sure to keep a proper timer going in my head. I know every angle of that potion, every little effect and minor changes that vary from person to person. So calculating how long a potion allowing Barty to transform into Moody would last was simply child's play. And now comes the end of my timer. The man's body began to shake uncontrollably, pain shooting throughout his body as he gasped. He tried to grab for the flask still in my hand, but I simply turned it to ash using my flames with my smile still on my face. He then began to panic as he looked for more polyjuice potion. I decided to use this as a chance to quietly disarm him. First was Moody's staff. Then his wand, and lastly Junior's own wand. All acquired using quick and easy wandless magic while the man was desperately trying to now remove the prosthetics he had to wear. With a loud thunk, the fake leg fell on the floor and the man began to desperately claw at the magical eye, really wanting to remove it before his actual eye starts to come back and get squashed because something is already there. Must not be a very pleasant sensation. But he succeeded in ripping off the eye and throwing it away to twitch on the floor. I looked over at Harry while this was happening and his face showed shock and horror as he saw the man violently start transform back into his true form. The missing leg was growing back, you could see his skull shift under his skin. The shaggy hair changing, his nose forming properly, his entire body squirming as it wanted to be back to its proper form and the missing eye gradually returning as grunts of pain came out of the man's mouth. The process finally finished and left us with a man in his mid-30s with pale skin, freckles on his face and a mop of straw-colored hair covered his eyes as he hung his head. Well, you aren't exactly handsome, but it's still better than Moody, Professor. But glad to finally meet you properly, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Previously thought to have died in Azkaban, devoted Death Eater. Son of the now presumed dead head of international relations Bartemius Crouch Sr. and one of the people responsible for the death of my parents. My subsequent kidnapping and the torture to the point of insanity of Lord and Lady Longbottom. You're now the second supposed to be dead Death Eater I've had the pleasure of capturing in the last year. I said as I introduced the man using my polite smile and proper manners. I was not introducing him to Harry, but to the small group of people who seemed to have decided to follow after Dumbledore as he returned. Good timing too. What preposterous things are you saying? Crouch Jr. died in Azkaban almost 12 years ago. Not very difficult to find out the truth of the matter in all honesty, you just have to use the people whose job it is to verify this stuff instead of acting like an idiot and denying everything beforehand. I simply said in a neutral voice as I spared the man a single glance. It seems like Junior noticed since he decided that it was his chance to make a move towards Harry. Now, we'll have none of that, I said as I simply immobilized the man with a dismissive wand gesture, leaving a very startled Harry to look between the crazy man and myself. Please remain seated at all times, I added with a second gesture, making Barty shoot towards the wooden chair he shot out of and conjuring chains to hold down each of his limbs before releasing the spell which immobilized him. Thanks Aiden, Harry said as he caught up to what just happened. No problem Harry, now why don't you come over here and stand with myself, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, and the Minister, I respond as I motion him over. He quickly decides to follow the advice as he joins our little group. Now Aiden, I do believe an explanation is in order, don't you? The headmaster said with a slightly serious tone. It's rather simple, Headmaster. That man has impersonated Alastor Moody via Polyjuice Potion since this summer and he was the one responsible for Harry being in the tournament and the changing of the cup's porting location. If you look on his inner arm then I am positive you will find the dark mark and in that chest over there will be the real Alastor Moody. I explained in response to his request very straightforwardly. You can't be serious. Dumbledore, you can't seriously believe whatever a student is telling. Minister, my absolute and frigid voice resounded as magic pressured the entire room. The bumbling idiot turned white as a ghost, McGonagall's eyes widened in shock, Dumbledore raised his eyebrow as he wondered what I would do next and Harry was very stunned at the tone of voice he had never heard me speak in before. Yes. Fudge managed to stutter out. You are talking to a lord right now, one with vast sums of money and influence, how do you think I will use them when you insult and dismiss me twice? I ask as my aura starts to intertwine with the magic I was unleashing. He tries to answer as he looks around for someone to bail him out of this situation. I simply described events as I have come to understand them through evidence and reasoning. I've also said you can confirm the man's identity by simply calling for the right people instead of acting inept and just told you the most seasoned and known aura in our country is locked in a chest and no one is taking him out or even confirming my statement. So why are you dismissing my words? I ask the now sweating man as I pressure him. That is. I didn't, the panicking man still couldn't answer without anyone pulling his strings. Now Aiden, I do believe the minister regrets his poor choice of words, let us verify your claims and investigate everything properly, the headmaster said as he came to the man's rescue. That was all I asked for, I reply with a slight nod as I release the pressure I was exuding, leaving Fudge gasping for air, Harry letting out a breath of some air he was holding in and the deputy headmistress to sigh in relief. Things went rather quickly without the idiot saying something stupid every time someone talked. Dumbledore quickly confirmed both my statements and sent McGonagall to get Poppy over here. He also asked her to get Snape afterwards, wanting to interrogate Junior as quickly as possible. The minister felt ignored and humiliated after being put down by me. So he quickly left. But I had a quick look into his mind to know what he was generally thinking about. Unsurprisingly, it had to do with covering up the scandal of someone escaping Azkaban again and worrying about how people whose money he took would react to this. And as he left to either go order some people ineptly like always, Snape arrived with his usual sneer. It seemed the headmaster wanted to hear the whole story via use of truth potions and have Harry understand his whole situation. So just like canon they began doing so, but I decided to take my leave. "Aiden, where are you going?" asked the headmaster as he noticed my intent. "I already know pretty much everything. Staying would just be redundant and I would prefer to go reassure others and explain the situation properly to my friends and the student body in general. I am still head boy, you know," I explained as I excused myself. "That and I want to contact my network to see if they're still going to do that. It'll give me so much dirt and I don't want things to change," I thought as I left Moody's office. I quickly concealed myself and activated my private vanishing box linking to my spy mistress. "I need a report on ministry movements and are people making sure they catch everything happening right now. Make sure to pay close attention to the toad," I wrote as the message vanished. "The order has been sent. I shall be able to give you the information in a few moments, sir," the reply said after only a few moments. I continued walking under concealment as I made my way through the empty corridors. The buffoon returned and is both freaking out and angry. Apparently a scandal is on the cusp of happening and he was humiliated during his trip to Hogwarts. Since he is foolish, he is only ranting and hasn't thought about what to do. It seems the toad has promised to handle everything. She is apparently heading to the Department of Mysteries. I finally reached the path towards the Quidditch pitch when the message I was waiting for came. "Sir, she ordered for Dementors to go apprehend someone at Hogwarts. Without permission from Dumbledore. She gave authorization for the kiss. I want copies of the order, the forms needed for that and everything that was said from the minister's office to the order. After that make sure no one knows we have those things. This information will be very important within the next year. I can't let the war start yet. The snakes haven't gathered. Some of the worst ones are still in Azkaban. The Dementors need to be removed as well. I want and need Voldemort to amass his followers. And then erase them all. I will do everything I can to make sure Harry isn't under fire like in that stupid fifth-year canon. I'll work subtly through Mother to strengthen and prepare the DMLE for what is to come. While I weaken corruption in the ministry by having my own people whisper in Fudge and Umbridge's ears. This will spark the gathering of power in the shadows for both sides, while mine is already everywhere and ready to strike. I am sorry if this hurts or scares you for a short time, Harry. But Crouch Jr. needs to die. For my vengeance and my goals. And what better way than through the most horrifying method known to wizard kind? I thought as I removed my concealment and made my way to the crowd ahead of me, putting on a calm smile while I clear my mind. And here come the Dementors. Chapter 148. One of my main targets was finally dead and no one could possibly know it was all orchestrated. It was liberating. I don't enjoy killing, but I do not shy away from it. And that man deserved his fate. In the meantime, I was handling very sacred, nervous and excitable students as they bombarded me with questions about what Harry claimed. I had to quiet everybody down a bit forcefully and say that the headmaster would explain everything after he had all the facts within the next few days. Also had to get people back to their dorms with the help of all the teachers and prefects. While getting officials and guests out in an orderly fashion. That was the really annoying part since most adult wizards are demanding, entitled and look down on students still in Hogwarts usually. So I got the teachers to deal with all those idiots. Felt like I was dealing with a bunch of Karens as they screamed for my manager. At least I got a good idea of who is competent from the foreign delegations through this debacle and who's a waste of time. But even domestic officials are having it tough right now. Bartemius Crouch is dead and now a lot of suspicion will fall on Percy since he's been following his supposed orders for months now. Bagman just ran away from a bunch of people he's in debt to or had bets with. One of the headmasters disappeared since he's now going to try and hide to save his life. A pointless effort since he has the dark mark and Voldy can follow that anywhere on this planet. One of the champions was put under an unforgivable. Someone messed with the cup. Our domestic headmaster was busy investigating everything. And our minister went away to sulk and throw a tantrum like a child instead of handling this whole debacle. Really shows how the tournament was a great success, doesn't it? It took 2 hours to get everyone who's not a student or teacher out and everyone else in their common rooms. I felt like I was doing Dumbledore's job this entire time. Looks like my job wasn't done since I was called for a meeting in the headmaster's office that very night. And when I arrived I saw Dumbledore, McGonagall and Moody waiting for me. You called headmaster? I simply asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. Yes, Aiden. After confirming what happened with the unfortunate Barty Crouch Jr., Alastair and Harry, we must now decide how to handle things. Voldemort is back and he will not take kindly to you interfering or Harry escaping from his grasp. So we thought best to include you in these discussions. You also have valuable ideas in these types of situation which I would be curious to hear. The elderly wizard explained. Glad to be included, I say with a small smile before looking at the scarred man standing next to the headmaster. It has been some time, Mr. Moody, too bad it wasn't really you who was teaching Dada this year and that all this had to happen, but for all it's worth I am happy to see you aren't that worse for wear. Humph, been a while brat, been hearing a lot of things about you. Amelia also seems to brag quite a bit about you after a few good shots of fire whiskey, been good? He gruffly asked as his magical eye twitched around. Everything's been good, even got engaged, but it still annoys me that you never accepted our invitations for Christmas supper, I answered with a bit of light nagging. Never know who could have sent those letters, gotta have constant vigilance, he responded sharply. I don't think that counts when Mother invited you directly, I say to the man with a questioning look. Could be a disguised wizard trying to catch me off guard, he replied with another paranoid excuse. Fine, if you're so determined to not come don't, but I'm telling you now that you're pretty much welcome to come for Christmas supper anytime, you did reunite our family after all. I dismissively said in response as I just gave him a permanent invitation. That way you can decide to come to our actual house whenever you feel no one will attack you. Something I doubt you will ever think, but the offer is there. Now shall we begin our discussion, headmaster? Of course. Now I asked you three here to talk about how we should approach today's events. Voldemort is back, of that I have no doubt. But as we've seen, the minister will not want to admit to this and will most likely try to bury the fact and whoever wishes to support it. He began to say as he laid down the situation. Probably already started to act, no way that Dementor was here by accident, someone in the ministry sent it here to silence Junior, Moody said as he added his piece. You can't be serious, Alastair, to go so far, McGonagall said in response as she thought of the implication behind someone at the ministry using the dark creatures as a hit squad. I am of the same belief, Minerva, such an event was not an accident, solemnly replied Dumbledore. That means someone was covering up the situation. Without Crouch we have no actual evidence behind our claims. They'll dismiss Harry as a delusional child or as if he is trying to make himself famous again by saying the man he is famed to have defeated has returned. They'll say that the headmaster is going senile. They'll completely dismiss Mr. Moody as him being extremely paranoid and seeing Death Eaters in every shadow. Professor McGonagall would be said to just be following whatever you would say, headmaster, her reputation as one of your hands is far too prevalent. And I am the only other actual witness to everything that happened. I add on as I predict the ministry's actions to try and bury the thought of their worst fear returning. A bunch of cowards and bureaucrats, they'll probably do a smear campaign, agreed Moody with a scowl. I can't help but notice you didn't mention yourself in your predictions, Aiden, why is that? The headmaster asked with some curiosity. Because it can go a few ways for me. You all have existing reputations and the people know where you stand. I am an unstable factor. Someone who both sides would like on their side. You would like for me to support your claims, while the minister would dread me not supporting his. I am the nephew of Amelia Bones, a recognized lord of a noble family, the leader of a growing political group, a very wealthy business owner, a powerful wizard and a known academic and inventor. To attack me directly would give the other side a tremendous ally, something anyone would desperately try to stop, hence I am the least likely to be targeted until I choose my own stance. I answered as I explained my thoughts on my own situation. And why would you not want to publicly announce Voldemort's return? Asked the headmaster curiously as I saw a surprised McGonagall and a now tense Moody. To limit the actions the minister can take, I answered with a sly smile on my face. Having a neutral party would be helpful, Dumbledore said with a small smile as he stroked his beard in thought. What do you mean, Albus? McGonagall asked, not really understanding the conversation. Aiden, if you could, he simply answered as he threw the ball to my court. It's pretty simple, Professor. My presence as a strong undecided party would limit the possible actions both sides can take, but would be a lot worse for the ministry side. He won't be able to do anything monumentally stupid or reckless as long as I am there to act as a reminder of his position. Me not choosing a side would mean he can't act against me or my aunt, letting us prepare for Voldemort's next move without him being able to do anything. In the meantime, the headmaster can prepare his old order and his contacts in secret. The only real problem for your side is that you won't be able to do anything publicly, but I'm sure it won't be much of an issue. The worst that can really happen, as long as I stay neutral, is the prophet saying a bunch of slander since the ministry still owns 49 of it and can order it do so by using a few stupid laws. It might threaten the headmaster's position as chief warlock or supreme mugwump, but that's only if the general public listens. I explained as a look of understanding dawns on the witch. Yes. Young Aiden is suggesting using himself to force Minister Fudge to pay attention to him and not focus solely on us, a good way to gain time to maneuver and prepare for Voldemort, unfortunately. He will also have time to gain allies as well and prepare. Dumbledore said as he brought up the issue of the actual enemy. They would be doing so as we fought against the ministry at every step anyway. Me going to your side would just make Fudge's actions even more damaging as he would most likely ruin any form of defense we could muster. I reply as I can easily imagine the man getting rid of everyone he thinks is against him while he also listens to the people actively plotting to kill him and take over the ministry. He's right, Fudge and the Toad won't care about anything except having power if they are pushed too far, agreed Moody as he grumbled about the two idiots. Then I do believe we know what you shall be doing, Aiden. I will push for the minister and others to act publicly while you and Amelia do everything you can to prepare in secret. I will also gather people for the order again and start preparing a few other things. Alastair, I will need you to check with your contacts. Minerva, I will need you to take over much of my duties as headmaster for the summer. Dumbledore said as he ordered his trusted allies. Before we end this meeting, headmaster, I have one last thing to talk about, I say before everyone starts working on their tasks. And that would be? He asked as he looked at me questioningly. It's about Harry, he shouldn't go back to the Muggles, I answered with a serious look on my face. But now that Voldemort is back, it is the safest place for him, the elderly man countered. Not anymore, headmaster, not after tonight, I replied with a shake of my head. An explanation please, he said as he wanted to know my reasoning. Voldemort is no longer vulnerable against the protection his mother gave him, he now carries Harry's blood within him, meaning that if he finds the house, Harry is done, I answered gravely as the "it makes McGonagall pale" in realization hits her. Your thoughts? The headmaster then asks the two. Too risky to stay there anymore, Potter needs to be somewhere actually secure, Moody answered in a growl. I never wanted to leave the poor boy with those horrid Muggles in the first place, Albus, if it is more dangerous leaving him there then we must do something, was McGonagall's determined answer. I understand, but we must make sure he will be safe, said Dumbledore as he acknowledged everyone's opinion on the matter. I have 3 options for Harry's situation. The first is him staying with Sirius at the Black family house. I've been informed he would be formally taking the lordship since his mother never actually had the right to take that away from him. His grandfather Arcturus only giving the position to Regulus Black because Sirius was acting like an immature child and did not quick him out of the family. The place is extremely well protected, I plan to add a few things as well, it has been properly renovated and cleaned, and Harry gets to be with someone who actually treats him like family and can train him up. The second is that he can stay with me and my own family. He's like a little brother to me. A good friend of Susan's and my aunt likes him too. You know my strength, headmaster, as well as the defenses I can set up. He can be well protected and I can tutor and train him during the summer as well. The last viable option would be for you to take care of him this summer, headmaster. Either at your home or at Hogwarts, the kid would be more than safe for now. You can teach him what he needs to know about Voldemort and prepare him for what is to come. It might also do him some good to learn some other things directly from you. I said as I gave my opinion on the matter. I will not be able to care for Harry as he will require, especially this summer, I will be far too busy preparing for what is to come, Dumbledore sadly replied as he rejected his taking in of Harry. Then how about we ask for Harry's opinion on the matter? We should also involve Sirius as he is his guardian, but I can guess what he would want. My personal recommendation would be a slight mix of the first 2 options. Harry lives with Sirius after we reinforce the house's defenses, and he can come to me for lessons or relaxation. It won't do him any good to keep him cooped up all the time, so a proper explanation will have to be given to the kid, and at least a few outings with myself as a guard would do wonders for him as well. Him having friends visit would make sure he's okay with everything as well. I am sure we can have Ron, Hermione, and Neville come in secret with ease. I responded as I wanted Harry to have the best summer he could get, even in his messed up life. You think we can afford to make Potter comfortable? He's probably going to be one of the biggest targets. Alastair. Young Aiden has already more than matched me in terms of magical energy, his knowledge and creativity are astounding, only leaving him lacking some experience to have him surpass me completely. Him protecting Harry personally would be even better than myself doing so. Interjected Dumbledore as he calmed the man. Are you telling the truth, Albus? I know Mr. Bones is beyond gifted, but to have reached such strength. He reached his third maturation last summer and has been growing stronger as he became more accustomed to the changes it brings. Even now I feel he is in the cusp of another great change, he reassured her as he only shared a bit of information. Humph, then I'll go and start what I have to do, Albus. I can already guess what Black and Potter will decide, Moody declared as he went for the fireplace and disappeared in a flash of green fire. I will go and deal with my lions, they must be getting rather impatient by now, McGonagall said as she excused herself. I'm guessing you will address everyone soon about today's events, Headmaster, I stated after they had left. Yes, I will be making my own stance on events clear tomorrow. Don't want to make student loss before their exams. I will also have to take care of the Durmstrang student since Igor fled after his mark activated. I am not sure how Maxime will act, but I have a favor to ask of her and hope to be able to talk to her before she leaves. I will also arrange for Harry and Sirius to be here after exams are done. Ah, and before I forget, here is your permission slip to go to the ministry for your masteries. He said as he handed me the form I had submitted last month. Thank you, I hope everything works out well for you, Headmaster. This country will need its defenders very soon, I said as I took the slip and excused myself. Chapter 149. Like Dumbledore said, he organized a school-wide assembly the very next day to announce what was found. The entire Great Hall was filled with students, nervous and restless after yesterday's events. But they all quieted down when they saw the elderly man walk up to the podium. Yesterday, a day which was to be celebrated, has now become a day for grim reminders of the problems our times are tackling. This tournament was meant to encourage the forming of relations between our excellent young wizards and witches and foster and promote magical understanding between one another. But the actions of a few in the shadows have changed things. We have found troubling truths about the events which had occurred. The ministry would like for each of us to ignore the signs and the dangers coming at our doors. To believe the world is safe and that nothing can harm you. But it is not fair to decide the truth for others. It should not be permissible to have the events which will impact you, hidden by those too afraid to face them. And that is why I stand before all of you here today. To announce that Voldemort has truly returned. That caused nearly everyone listening to gasp and start talking amongst themselves due to the very direct declaration by the Dumbledore, but he continued to speak and people listened. He and his servants used the tournament to get to young Mr. Potter and try to kill him upon his return. Many will try to run from this dark and terrible truth. To ignore the turbulent currents and repeating acts of a decade and a half ago. Voldemort and his men are keen to sow discord amongst us. To divide us and make us fear him once again. And it is natural to feel afraid. To fear what so many do. But it is also an opportunity. For each and every one of us, to show the world true acts of courage and kindness in the face of that fear. This is why it is more important than ever to hold on to these bonds we forge between each other and remember that although we come from different places and speak in different tongues, our hearts beat as one. It is through these bonds we share that we can free ourselves from the shadows trying to worm themselves into our hearts. It is through these bonds that we can find a guiding light in front of what we think is too dark to face. And so never forget the strength which each and every one of you hold within yourselves. Because it only takes one brave spark to start the flames which can banish the shadows. And with that, the man finished his speech and let everyone return to their own devices. Only time will tell if the students would act as the canon. Unfortunately, there is no martyr to rally behind this time. No one died as a result of my interference. Making events less impactful for students in general. It's obviously a good thing that Cedric is alive and well, but I will have to keep an eye on how things develop from there. I could already see many Slytherin students having smug looks on their faces. They couldn't possibly understand what it's really like to be under Voldemort. They think it's all about putting people they've been taught are inferior down. But their parents conveniently forget the torture or death their so-called lord will give them at any moment he wishes. They don't understand that he doesn't care about your status or your blood at all. Annoying him means death. Disappointment means death. Wanting to quite means death. Not obeying his every order means death. And they can't even fathom the fact that he gave you an impossible task or tell you to kill your parents, after which you would have to do it or die. That's why it's so frustrating to watch all these young idiots ready to throw their lives away because they were taught to hate. Told they were somehow better. They were never taught true responsibilities of lordship. Never were they told the whole truth. They only see the glamorous surface they were told about. Luckily I was able to have proper talks with the entirety of the Ravenclaw house and I had James and Susan capable of talking with the Puffs. For my house, logic and reason were the best ways to get things across. A solid, fact-based breakdown of events to help them understand what happened and what they can do about. Although some of them were still skeptical and weren't ready to face the most feared man in the last 50 years, the rest were thinking about what to do and how this will affect them. For kids of pureblood families my advice was simple. The major thing to do was convince their parents and family of what is to come and make sure they start preparing properly. Activate and fortify their homes' wards and defenses. Have them put pressure on the ministry to act or properly fund the Aurors, at least form alliances with other houses in order to have people to aid you in a crisis. Half-bloods were a bit trickier. Some had ancestry with older houses which could possibly aid them during troubled times. But others had only a generation or two of magical blood in them. My general advice was for them to not stay in places without any other wizards around. To also try to have their parents pressure the ministry in general, because even they have to listen to the people or fudge would be fucked. For Muggleborns I already had places to protect them, but I didn't want to reveal my secrets to the public yet, so I gave them the means to contact Scott for help in securing themselves and their families. Unfortunately their voices just didn't matter in the wizarding world. So them trying to put pressure on the ministry wouldn't as effective if others didn't pitch in as well, but I am still encouraged them to try. They were simple solutions but all I could really give them at the moment. No one outside of a few know my real strength, and personal promises of protection would be seen as unreliable since I'm too young, even if I am a monstrous student. James informed me that too many within the Puffs had doubts, even with Dumbledore saying the Twid is back. Those not wanting to believe it were convincing their groups of friends to not do so as well. It was basically a circle of people blindly following the blind. Only a few from each year was willing to believe in the worst to come and try to prepare for it at least, instead of sticking their heads in the sand and hoping no one sees them. I knew the Lions were going to pick one side and then just stick to it. Way too stubborn, and that'll be Harry's problem in all honesty. Even I don't want to have to deal with all those bull-headed teenagers, because they'll believe whatever and stick with it until it's either true or blows up in their faces. And the stupid members of the Snakes are acting like this is the best thing ever, while people like Tori and Daphne are rallying the actually cunning people of that house and formulating plans to survive what is coming. It was actually a pleasant change of pace to have exams happening after everything that happened this. My final exams as a Hogwarts student. I had less than most students for sure, but my mastery tests would more than make for it. Each test will be overseen by 3 certified masters of the field. Require the applicant to present the needed level of proficiency in the field to be a master and show original research fit for the title. So it's kinda like a doctorate, except that depending on the field something might explode. Good thing I was over-prepared for my masteries. No explosions make the judges happy. So here I stood in front of 3 aged masters for the potion mastery. So you're the punk who believes he can be a potion master before even being out of Hogwarts? A grumpy Tommy Lee Jones-looking master said after he read my file. Yes I am, I answered calmly. And why should we consider a snot-nosed brat like you to even be capable of being a potions master? He then asked with narrowed. I publish a certified book detailing the improvements of 59 existing potions and a complete list of changes which occur depending on what kind of improvement is done. I've had 14 potions accepted into Breaking Ground's specialty list. I am the one who created the werewolf suppressant, which has gained approval from 8 different magical ministries. And finally, I forced Severus Snape to give me outstanding with distinction in every work I've handed in since my first year. I replied with confidence. And why should that brat giving you good grades matter here? It is known that he heavily favors his house. Because I wasn't in Slytherin, I answered with a calm smile as I looked at them. Well then, you might be worth something after all then, he finally admitted with a cough. After that I was asked to show my research paper and brew a variety of difficult potions which can be done in a short amount of time. They couldn't find a single fault and even had to ask for clarifications on various actions and written directions during my tests. That was the most time-consuming mastery simply because one has to brew many potions perfectly after defending your research. The next one on my schedule was herbology. The first part of any mastery is pretty much the same for each one: theoretical knowledge test and research defense. The second part is the practical application. For that I took the master's panel to the Bones family garden I had created with Susan. And let's just say that they just didn't want to leave after noticing the supposedly impossible to grow plants everywhere. Mother isn't really interested, so she never really knew about the insane stuff I was growing which would make any herbologist cream their pants, so it was nice getting such a reaction from masters. The next day was probably my most magically taxing one, having charms and transfiguration masteries back to back. The practical test for the former involved the casting of dozens of charms, with questions following various applications of each one. After that I could cast my own original spell, which was my Aestus Patronus. If they think a full-bodied Patronus was difficult, then my advanced version designed to take the spell even further was beyond them. They couldn't believe the strength of the spell, and when they heard it had the ability to kill a Dementor they were gobsmacked. The transfiguration testing was a bit easier overall since I was a registered animagus, already showing the ability and knowledge need to achieve a high level in the art. What really secured my spot was when I transfigured a statue into a very realistic dragon with defensive runes built into it to make very hard to take down. The following day was different since they decided to mix my runes and wards exams due to their intrinsically linked nature. The testing revolves around using runes on specific objects to achieve the required results. But I went about 3 steps further using my own rune language and created objects they would need a month of careful work in minutes. One of the judges almost fainted because he felt like he wasted his life. So that's how it feels like to be one of those monstrous prodigies in wuxia novels. I thought with a smile as I watched the judges. The warding test was pretty fun. I made a ward with a ward, within a ward. Within ward, with the only thought in my mind being wardception. Then I created an interconnected system capable of stopping pretty much anyone that wasn't keyed in to enter or notice the protected area. And I finished with my house elf blocking ward. Something which got mixed responses since wizards look down on them too much and only a few would realize that this is the only method in existence right now which can stop any random elf from coming and going as they please. My next masteries were to be in arithmancy and healing. The arithmancy masters didn't even test me when I got there. They immediately took out my books on the subject and began asking me question after question on my thought process and minute details they couldn't figure out from just the book themselves. It was more like I was the master during this one and they loved being able to see all the modified spell theory in action as I began casting the spells and explaining how each section of the math changed what aspects of the spells. For the healing one, I was taken to St. Mungo's and spent the rest of the day dealing with emergency, long-term care and minor patients. While also doing a few checkups and some potion prescriptions. Let's just say the matrons were really surprised when the few long-term care patients I was assigned started becoming not so long-term after I had a proper look at them. They even made me stay an extra 3 hours to check patients they had given up hopes on curing. Unfortunately, I am not capable of curing everyone. If it is a physical problem, then I am confident in healing pretty much anything. Missing limbs? I can grow those back. Certain parts are paralyzed. I can get a paraplegic to walk again. But insanity, mental deficiencies, memory tampering and degradation aren't my area of expertise. Good thing I have a wifey which is probably the best in the world when it comes to the brain and is very determined to be a healer. Needless to say, it was a tiring day, but I knew I passed for sure. It was also fulfilling talking with curious people and helping others. But my last day was supposed to be the most physically demanding, defense against the dark arts and dueling. Those testing me for data weren't exactly nice either. They decided to throw me into a gauntlet of traps, creatures, and even a few dark wizards they brought out from Azkaban for a bit. They even had smirks on their faces when a Dementor was let loose against me. It was satisfying to see the look of absolute shock when I killed it right then and there. The test would be very challenging for pretty much all wizards. But I was just better on all fronts, so it wasn't a particular problem. It did make me work up a sweat though, and I was wondering if I should make something similar but harder to train in the future. Didn't even have to show them Protego Sanctum. My final practical test. The one for my dueling mastery, was a simulation of how a tournament would function but on fast forward. I would fight progressively stronger duelers one after another until I reached the champion, which was one of the masters. Only the master lasted more than 10 moves. He stood in front of me for 12. The performance shocked them, and then they remembered I went through another mastery test before this and got downright nervous about the amount of power and skill I had. But I was happy to be able to finish the mastery tests I wished to undertake and do the newts for history of magic. Care of magical creatures, divination and astronomy. I think I can safely say I got the most out of Hogwarts and more than finished my education. Chapter 150. My time as a student was ending and it was time to officially pass down my roles to those I had chosen. Passing the torch to Cedric was very straightforward. I had been preparing him and he had already been taking the lead for the last 2 months. He showed great openness and patience, as well as understanding in dealing with others. He was also well liked among pretty much every house, made it clear as to why so many felt it when he died in canon. It made me believe he was the right choice. We also started readying Luna a bit after talking to her about being the next person to manage the exchange. She was unsure due to her young age and her difficulties with social setting, but we've been helping her out in those departments. The Claws know that Christian and I are fond of the girl. So no one dared bully her from that point on, and we made sure they understood why. Our time as leaders of the house helped shape the open-mindedness of others a lot, making them remember that to learn one must be willing to do more than just memorized information or read books. Learning needs a broad and open mind to properly do. Knowledge doesn't stop in books and needs to be added to in order to make it more complete. That is what a true scholar is. A person who had studied a subject and keeps on walking the path laid by those of the past and adds his own findings about the world to continue building on its foundations. Although the kids inheriting the dueling club were still a bit uncertain. It was mainly due to taking over a role they have never experienced before. Once they get the ball rolling they'll be fine. I made sure to show them everything they would need to know. The older students understand why they'll be taking over and will be helping monitor things, and Professor Flitwick was more than willing to help the kids along. My house's Ms. Patil was nervous but determined. I had helped her gain the support of our house to help her feel more secure in her position by having her beat a 7th-year student in a one-on-one for that. Using some spell modifications, I helped her cook up. Brainy and skilled to win the house. Hannah was more than covered by the loyalty of her house, and even more so with my very protective little sister who can probably kick most graduating students' asses. Ron won the respect of a lot of people by getting trained by Christian and Crumb during this year and never giving up when he was beaten. The kid could take a beating and stand up. He was showing a lot of similarities with my wolfish friend as a dueler and was very protective of the club and its members. And I mean all of its members. Even Slytherins. He's grown a lot during his time, and I think he'd make a damn good Auror if he could get the necessary grades. Daphne was basically a mini Tory most of the time, and I know for a fact that she idolizes her. That's why I had my lovely fiancée help her out and taught her like I would Victoria. She is the most confident amongst the three, but I had to temper her so she doesn't come off as controlling or too cold. Besides that, no one in her house dares try to mess with the Ice Queen, especially after she was trained by the Queen of Slytherin. That's just asking for trouble, and those idiots know what my girl is capable of. We've also said our goodbyes to our guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Fleur and Gabrielle were very thankful for all the help with dealing with their heritage and magic, giving lots of cheek kisses and hugs. There was also a very emotional goodbye for now between James and Fleur. With promises of the two meeting this summer, which was less than a week away. Victor gave Christian and I firm handshakes and bro hugs, saying he would remember our friendship. He and Christian also had their own kind of emotional goodbye. No summer plans though. The last thing I really did before I was graduating was have the meeting with Harry, Sirius and Dumbledore. Flashback to the meeting. And that is why I have asked for the both of you here today, Dumbledore said as he finished explaining our discussion at the beginning of the month. So I don't have to go back. I can live with Sirius like we talked about. Yeah, no way in hell am I letting you go back now that the hairless cunt can bypass your mother's protection, I said to confirm the kid's questions. And I won't be a burden. He asked Sirius this time as he looked hopeful. Of course you won't, pup. As much as I hate the damn paperwork, I did become Lord Black, and that means a ridiculous amount of money. I've got the house done proper, and it's one of the most heavily defended building in Britain. Sirius reassured Harry as he gave him a warm look. Aiden and I will also be making sure no one can hurt either of you as well, reassured the headmaster. Then of course I'd go with you, Harry finally said with a really excited smile. Alright, but I do have to give you warnings on how things will go this summer, Harry, I interrupted as I got serious. What do you mean? He questioned as he noticed my tone. Yeah. What does he mean, Dumbledore? Precaution, Sirius, we cannot risk young Harry coming to harm, and so we must warn him of what we shall do, answered the headmaster as he gave me a look to explain. You won't be allowed out this summer, Harry, far too dangerous now that Voldemort and his carpet munchers are back. To keep you safe we have to make sure you can't be easily targeted. The headmaster and I agreed that if you really need to go out, we can arrange a date with me escorting you for your safety. The reason being that the headmaster and myself are the only wizards capable of stopping the noseless git, and he will be too busy dealing with all the political nonsense that is going to start due to the minister denying reality. Besides that, we can also arrange for your friends to come visit, but it will have to be secretive. The Weasleys already agreed to our plans, and so have the Longbottoms, only the Grangers haven't been talked with yet. So it will be restrictive and you might feel like you're being baited, but we just don't want you to die, alright? I explained as best I could about what was going to happen and what we've organized to not make his summer miserable. I understand, you're worried Voldemort will want to kill me and that walking around will be too dangerous, at least I'll be with Sirius, that's already 100 times better than before, Harry said with a serious face. I am glad I've helped him not be so emotional as his canon counterpart. Proper explanations and inclusion do wonders. I thought with a smile. But what do you mean Professor Dumbledore will be dealing with a lot of politics? He asked with a worried expression. Well, my boy. We have predicted that Cornelius would decide to begin a smear campaign against anyone publicly claiming the return of Voldemort, and from what people have told me we were right. We have hence decided that I would be the most vocal about such things to make him focus on me while Aiden works in secret to prepare the Aurors, effectively removing his attention from you. This means I will be keeping my distance from you in public so that he can focus solely on me and not drag you into this mess, Harry. Explained the headmaster as the kid had a troubled look on his face. I've got the full might of House Black, do you want me to throw it around, Dumbledore? Suddenly asked Sirius. Not at this moment, Sirius, thank you, answered the bearded man with a shake of his head. Actually, I can think of a few things Sirius could do to help us against the super bigots, I spoke up, getting both of their attentions. Another clever idea, Aiden. Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. Let me hear it, kid. I know you've got quite the brain, so I think this will be good, Sirius said with some expectations. The idea revolves around the three black sisters, Andromeda, Narcissa and Bellatrix. Each need to have some things happen to mess with possible plans of the Dork Lord. The blacks have enough say and money to get a seat on the board of governors of Hogwarts, and I think Andromeda would be perfect for the job. She'll be able to make sure no one tries to mess with things alongside myself and Dowager Longbottom. Having an experienced potion mistress and healer such as herself will also be crucial in what is to come. And all you have to do is bring her back into the family, since it was the stuff you hate about the blacks that got her kicked out anyway. It will also help her daughter's career to be a black, and it will help convince her. The second goal is to remove the possibility of their side getting their hands on the black family. So time to remove the possibility of the Malfoys getting involved. Kick out Narcissa and Draco from the family line and voila. You can also cancel the marriage contract between the two houses to mess with them if you want. The third is to remove a source of financing. I've no doubt they will break out the Death Eaters in Azkaban and gain the Dementors. So let's make those people less useful. Bellatrix currently has millions from the family in her vaults, quick her out and all that disappears. You can also cancel her contract and she'll probably kill the Lestrange brothers, since I've heard she hates them a lot. So in the end, weaken politically, economically and socially, while gaining more allies and strengthening our hold on to Hogwarts. I said as I finished my explanation. Damn kid, was all Sirius was able to say in response. That would certainly mess with a few things, agreed Dumbledore. Wait, you're related to Malfoy and Bellatrix? Asked a shocked Harry. Yeah, cousins, but I remember Andy, bringing her back would be great. She's the only other one to dump all those crazies. And I'm sure dear cousin Bella and Sissy would make the best faces when they realize all this. I am so in. Sirius said as he looked at me with a grin. End of flashback. Gonna be some fun reactions when Voldy learns that one of his Horcruxes is going to be in a place we'll have easy access to. I thought as I remembered my little plan while sighting in the Great Hall along with my entire year. Today marks the end of another year at Hogwarts. A very different year, full of excitement, new friendships, danger, daring and of growth. But we all stand here, as we do every year, better than the last, to celebrate everyone's achievements and to bid farewell to our graduating class. 7 years have come and gone for those of you leaving us. 7 years of walking down these halls, learning from professors, making friends, mastering magic, finding yourselves and preparing for the future. And now all of you stand as witches and wizards Hogwarts is proud to have taught. Today is the day all of you step into the world and begin your journeys wherever they might lead you. But please never forget the values our school embodies. Never give in to fear and forget to be kind. Never forget the value of hard work and dismiss the gift of loyalty. Never lose sight of your goals nor forget the use of cunningness. And never trap yourself in the ideas of others and forget your own brilliance. You are all the future of the wizarding world, and I look forward to hearing what each and every one of you can accomplish. The headmaster finished as all of the graduating 7th years threw the pointy formal hats we were wearing into the air as we cheered. With the usual farewell feast, goodbyes to our juniors and friends, we took our trunks and left the castle we had spent our time growing up in. As tradition for every graduate, we left Hogwarts as we first came to it, by boat. So with my friends and fiancé, we watched the familiar castle as we moved further away from it. We're finally done, huh? Christian said with a lot of emotions in his voice. Yes, our time here has come to an end, confirms James as he also keeps his eyes firmly locked on the castle. A lot changed since we first rode these boats, added Tori as she wistfully spoke. These were the purest times in our lives, and I will never forget the memories we've made in this place, I said with a warm smile as I reminisce. Hey, remember that time when James created that squirting puzzle that got loose into the girls' dorms? Christian suddenly said with a smirk. Yeah, they were real pissed until he fixed everything and made them enchanted styling scissors, I said with a chuckle. What about when Tori hung all the little noble Slytherins from their knickers in the Great Hall for annoying her? I then said, getting chuckles from both guys. Oh yeah. What about the time Mr. Perfect made Snape's entire wardrobe turn pink? Ha. That was brilliant, and he still thinks it was the twins. Let's not forget the time Christian wanted to crossbreed that Bubotuber and Devil's Snare and made that puss-squirting monstrosity, James said with his own smirk. I remember that. Professor Sprout was almost acting like Hagrid with a new creature, while Professor McGonagall was furious about getting squirted. Really didn't think I'd have to deal with that when I became friends with that kid who got shunned, I say with a chuckle. Didn't think I'd have to deal with getting beaten left and right for the next few years by becoming your friend either, he countered with his grin. Or get drilled on countless spells, added James. Or have to drink all those weird concoctions he came up with, Tori said as she threw in her own jab. Oh please, you made everyone drink way more concoctions than I have, I replied with an eye roll. Right, forgot you three were my precious testers, she said in response with a small smile. Those were pretty bad sometimes, Victoria, but you know what? I wouldn't change even those memories for the world. Yeah, as much as having to deal with Snape almost made me snap or how boring Binns was, it was a blast with you three, agreed Christian as he looked back. These were the most meaningful years of my life, they'll forever be a part of me, determinedly added Tori. We all came a long way together in the last 7 years, from scared, lonely and eccentric kids, to strong, confident and skilled young adults. I know we can take on the world after our time together here. So let's make sure others can have such memories in this place, because these are the memories we will always hold dear. I said in response to their words, getting determined nods from each of my friends as we disembarked our boat and started walking. And with one last look back towards where the castle stood, I spoke with sincerity as we were about to board the train one last time. Goodbye Hogwarts, thank you for everything and I hope to see you soon. Chapter 151. A lot had to be done after my graduation. Orders to give, plans to enact, people to kill. New magic to continue developing, and that's without considering my duties as Lord, to my loved ones, as a businessman, and my confirmation as a new member of the Wisengamot and Board of Governors for Hogwarts. Kind of felt like I was turning into something someone could easily view like the headmaster from those dark Dumbledore fanfics I had read a lifetime ago now. But all that was going to be put on hold. I have been immersing myself in that feeling that took me over when I was dueling Baldy Tom. I felt a calling from within me and from around me. I needed to delve into it properly because I believe it is the path to the next level of magic. A level unseen since the founders or Merlin. And I am not going to lose it. So I basically put everything on autopilot. My plans are already made and ready to enact, I simply waited to be out of school so that I could react properly if something went wrong. But I would simply delay most of the risky plans until I was done. I had very skilled, intelligent and disciplined subordinates, they will be more than capable of overseeing everything. I decided to release the first volume on white magic around the world, but not in Britain. Meaning my magic was going to be tested by ministries from around the world before it was even going to touch this place. No way anyone is going to be able to bury my magic after I've gotten the approval of pretty much every other ministry on this planet. I even added modified versions for places using things like shamanism, talismans, certain forms of wandless casting and so on. Good luck stopping me. I then gave permission to my spy mistress to begin sweeping the Ministry of the Death Eater sympathizers and supporters. We had marked pretty much all of them already and were just waiting to begin. The plan relies on using multiple methods to make those people either lose their jobs or quit. My favorite is using the two birds one stone method of making Fudge believe they are Dumbledore spies working to bring him down from the inside. That makes the supporters lose their jobs and Fudge's reputation takes a bigger hit the more he does it. And my second favorite is using our own agents with higher standings than the bigots and making their lives so miserable at work that they quit. They might be assholes, but I'm trying not to kill dozens of people for that trait. So non-lethal for now. I have fortress protection on high alert with pretty much everyone on the UK. The only people not ready for deployment are those still in places which have been useful for monitoring marked pureblood families. We've also deployed a proper dark magic detection ward over the country, not like that shit version the ministry uses. That fucking thing is so rigged and the people monitoring it are paid to act like nothing happens or are reporting false signals so much that they don't even care if the killing curse is being used right next to Diagon Alley. So I made my own using principles from my white magic to show where dark magic is being used by having it show places it wants to reject on maps. The stronger the rejection is, the darker the dark magic. It also makes it a bit harder for dark magic to be cast, and I'm sure that'll confuse those cunts. And thanks to modern day maps being so accurate and detailed, I only had to reinforce the paper to have a proper monitoring system. I've also had my men go through with learning the white magic they could learn. This will be the thing saving the most lives in coming times, as well as the spells which will probably help I'm taking the most lives. The Herald was going to be mostly passive during the summer. It will continue to bring relevant pieces of news and try to stimulate the thoughts of readers, but it will not talk about Fudge, Dumbledore, Harry, Voldy or Death Eaters for now. The ministry can and will mess with the Prophet using their majority and some laws regarding emergency commandeering or whatever, but the Herald is privately owned and operated by the richest man in Europe. Trying to force things would not go well for the minister, as he's noticed when he tried a month ago and had a minor scandal posted soon after. It wasn't anything bad really, just an interesting story about him getting shat on by one of the dragons from the tournament. He thought he got hold of everyone who knew, but we had been sitting on that little number for a while due to its comedic value. Going through the firm centers, I've had protected complexes built for anyone having troubles in the wizarding world, capable of accommodating all sorts of various lineages. I can have Hagrid or Flitwick live in one of these places and they would both be perfectly happy. Muggleborns are very welcomed and so is anyone not feeling particularly safe. And what I mean by protected is warded. Enchanted, manned and set for mass movement of fortress agents. We basically made safe zones for the coming war under the guise of helping the homeless, hated and downtrodden. I've had new grounds apothecary pumping out healing potions for pretty much everything and my new stuff I've created with Tori. Gotta stockpile medical supplies when you're fighting a war, it can save the lives of your own soldiers and civilians. I've also had all my ingredient farms focus more on the herbs we need for said potions and the creature breeders I own are on the same boat. Natural cultivation is simply monstrous in that field. Even with my orders they're still projected to make a killing next quarter. The most dangerous thing I have set up is Jennifer's infiltration. The idea is to have her take the role Fenrir was supposed to have in Tom's army. I want her to become the Snatchers. We use the orders to make people disappear. And after making sure they're safe we hide them until the war is over or make it seem like some were missed. It gives us a person on the inside which will be able to inform us of large movements and allows us to save many we could not if the man uses others. I have obviously not ordered Jennifer to undertake this task. This was a thorough discussion with both her and Scott. Who finally proposed. There was no way I was going to send her undercover without both of them approving. But they ended up agreeing and with their trust one did everything to cover our bases as best as possible. The first thing was to camouflage her mind properly. As much as I mock him, Voldemort is undoubtedly a powerful legilimens. Powerful but overconfident and brutish at times. The man can manipulate others and whisper into their minds to trust him, but I know that this is the limit of his cunning regarding the arts of the mind. I know because I know everything the man can do. Sure he can influence and persuade the weak-willed, unprotected and children, but against a properly trained mind he can't do anything except try to bulldoze his way through like a fool. It's no wonder Snape was able to play the double agent, the man never had to develop his skills due to natural ability so he is simply annoying to true masters. Too bad for him, I am naturally gifted, then further enhanced. Creative and thoroughly trained, and most importantly so is Jenny. She was trained to be my hidden hand, so of course she is skilled in the mind arts for offense and defense. So with my help we modified what anyone could see. We made altered memories of her killing and beheading Fenrir to take control of the pack. Changed the desire to serve me and help her people to wanting her people to be free of the ministry's oppression, her merc group is completely her own and she hates the current ministry. We completely covered and hid everything to do with me, the werewolf village, Scott or her actual desires, effectively making her a perfect person to join the enemy. To prepare we've also had people spreading rumors of her getting annoyed at clients, had her act out in a few bars out of frustration against the ministry and generally made her seem appealing. Not too much to arouse suspicions. But enough to get noticed. It's also good that only her truly loyal will be involved in this and all of them will be under contract stating their willingness to have memories obliterated for certain operations. This will mean they know they've had memories taken, resulting in people being unable to read anything from their minds. We also had various other failsafes and backup plans for anything going wrong, had to make sure at least she would be okay. Aside from war preparations, my friends began working in earnest. Tori went to work on finishing healing the Longbottoms and start with her mother. From what I've been told before exams hit, the couple was nearly back at working order and would be able to leave the hospital within the month. Christian and his parents went to his island project to manage things, he would have support from my people as always. There were hundreds of various tamers. Breeders and keepers of magical creatures helping make the biggest magizoology project of the last couple of centuries a reality. The idea of getting such an island in the modern age was very exciting for creature lovers everywhere. Even more so when they were told people would be able to visit these places. Made me doubt my decision of talking about Jurassic Park to my friends, but he's got his bases covered. And it's not like they will be trying to make some ungodly super dragon. I have a contract signed against that. And I've set up James with his own workshops and house in the UK and France since he was going to see Fleur. It's basically a setup where he can create and smith whatever he wants and I can sell or use what he will agree to. I supply him with everything he needs and he makes me interesting or useful things. This way he doesn't feel like he's not earning his keep in general. Everyone has their own pride and we both have a good amount of that, even if his is quieter. It is also good that his skills and the workshop will help impress his possible father-in-law. Mostly because no good father will let his little girl be with someone who can't support and cherish her. Having a solid source of income, skills and connections are a very good way of getting through the door. Tori and my family were annoyed I was going to be secluding myself for some time, but they ultimately understood. I told Mother I had people capable of taking care of most of my paperwork for a while. Promised Susan to take her out for some fun when I got back, and told Victoria this would give enough time for our place in Hogsmeade to be built properly and that a few dates would be coming her way. Also had to notify Dumbledore about me being unavailable for a time and that Harry wouldn't be able to go out. Nothing I could really do there. With that I departed for a place I didn't think I would use so soon, my ritual site on Skellig Island. The place had a proper ley line I could tap into. It was still properly secluded and warded, and I owned the place. All I had to add was weather and temperature wards and then I was all set. The next thing I did was set up a small continuous ritual linked to the ley lines, allowing me to have a constant flow of magic going through me while it is active. This will let me focus on my goal without having to worry about running out and having to recover all the time. And so with everything in place, I removed every piece of equipment and clothing with magic in it, and donned simple white robes made to be light and comfortable. I sat in the middle of the circle with only the robes and my wand, closed my eyes and began to focus on magic. Chapter 152. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, 4th floor, Tgthegood ward. And with proper diet and physical and magical exercise, you too will be back to 100 in about 3 months, don't overdo it and make things worse. Follow the plan I drew up for the both of you and you'll be golden, I don't need you to overexert yourselves and make it take longer. The beauty known as Victoria Travers said to the couple she had been in charge of for months now. We certainly will miss Travers, we can't begin to thank you enough for what you've done, a grateful Frank Longbottom said as he took the paper his healer gave him. We've missed so much, but I agree with Frank, we will be eternally grateful for being able to truly live again, his wife agreed as she was handed her own paper. You don't have to be, you two were also basically test subjects for this treatment course, Victoria replied coldly as she filled out forms regarding the married couple. Oh, don't be like that, dear, I know you're very proud of yourself and are happy to be closer to your goal, too bad the boy who gave you that ring isn't here, you did say he helped a lot, replied Alice Longbottom with a smile. He's always been incredibly supportive of my goals and I support him in his, isn't that what a part of being together is about? Victoria responded with a gentle smile as she thought about her man. Oh. That's the smile. I love that smile. Reminds me of our wedding and when Neville was born that smile does, Frank added as he looked lovingly at his wife. Yes, yes. Now before you two go off into your own world again, take these 3 forms and have the Dowager Longbottom sign them before giving them to the discharging desk on the ground floor. You'll have check UPS scheduled each Sunday for the next 6 months, I want to make sure there's no relapse. After that I'll ask you to visit me again a year later. But contact me immediately if any issues or head pains start happening. Victoria informed them as she stopped something she had seen too often with her 2 patients. I still can't believe there's such a convenient form of communication now, and you said your fiancé created them? Frank said as he still marveled at the vanishing box his son brought them to keep in touch. Yeah, he made those things before he finished his 3rd year, Tori answered with some pride in her voice. Can't wait to meet the genius know as Lord Aiden Bones then, Amelia must be really proud of him. The man said with conflicting emotions of excitement over meeting one of his benefactors and one of his son's idols, but also sad over the passing of that same person's family and his own good friends. I am sure he'll be more than happy to meet you both properly when he gets back, but for now I have another patient to attend to and your family is here, Victoria said as she excused herself since she had finished everything she had to do here. Thank you dear, for everything, if you need help with anything in the future, our house will be there, a very serious Dowager Longbottom said as they passed each other at the door. Thank you. I will not besmirch those words, Tori responded with a polite nod as she resumed walking. She began walking through the long and quiet hall of the hospital. Not many people visit this place since it is a place for those considered hopeless. And it is difficult for families to visit people they care for when there is little hope of them becoming better. Well, until me and my raven started coming here anyway. She thought with a proud smile as the memories of more and more people being able to leave the hospital since she begun working as a healer. Now it is time for my loved one to come back. She thought as she stood in front of a door she dreaded coming to since she was a child. She fidgeted as her heart beat faster and faster due to her nervousness and anxiety. She was scared of seeing what the beautiful and kind mother she remembered had become. But then she felt her ring and necklace, remembering that even though she wasn't okay now, she would make her okay. She was ready and she wasn't going to fail. So with a deep breath she opened the door to begin healing the one person in this world she wanted back more than anything. Hi Mom, it's been a while. Ministry of Magic, Minister's Office. We have been able to remove 15 more Dumbledore sympathizers from their posts in the last month, with only a few handfuls left to be checked properly, I am sure the man will be pulling at his beard. Said a sickeningly sweet voice of a pink monstrosity as she gave her report while looking very pleased with herself. What about the bones? What have they been doing? That woman has been ignoring your previous goals of defunding the Aurors and hit wizards, she's been using the money her family has gained to supply them. She had the audacity of saying she was using her own money to make up for the budget cuts and that it was well within her authority to do so. answered the huffy Toad. As long as she isn't supporting Dumbledore or is actually doing anything beyond that, we can't act against her, Dolores. Her reputation and standing are far too solid, and her actions are well within her duties as the head of the DMLE. Attacking her now would be suicide. The cowardly man bemoaned. What about her nephew? The brat? He hasn't been seen in a month. His business has been moving well, so he must be giving someone instructions. Griselda wouldn't budge when I said given such a young child with so many masteries at once was too much. She said he had more than earned the titles and made most of the masters who tested him feel bad about being the ones to test him. Multiple have stated that it was like a mere formality that he was tested. I also can't touch his seat in the Wisengamot, or all the other members would not sit still, and the Board of Governors had already approved his position, unfortunately. She answered as she remembered her encounters with Aiden Bones. That's still good, not heard or seen is good. He might even be cooped up inventing another thing, and this helps us. His new titles would be more concerning if he sided with Dumbledore as a second witness with actual credibility. But he chose not to say anything. As long as nothing changes, we can focus on the biggest threat, said Fudge in relief. Yes, now we can take Dumbledore down a peg, agreed the pink amphibious. The prophet is doing as asked then? Asked Cornelius. It took some maneuvering due to that blasted Folster, but things are rolling. They have refused to run articles on the young Mr. Potter due to his past deeds. Young age and his status as an orphaned heir. Holding Dumbledore responsible for his words and actions was more than acceptable, though. She explained, just as a certain hand behind the curtain had planned. That is fine, no use in forcing people to attack a single boy. What about our idea to get you into Hogwarts? The man dismissively said before asking for another update. Wonderfully, everyone Dumbledore has tried to ask has been politely informed of the repercussions of such actions or has simply doesn't remember any such offer, she happily answered with her hated voice. Good, good, with any luck we will be able to remove Dumbledore from all his posts by next year. You may leave, Dolores, I trust you are more than capable enough to handle everything. Fudge said as he nodded, looking pleased with himself as a feeling of having power and control grew within him. Don't you worry, Cornelius, I will make sure nothing gets in our way, she said as she turned around and left his office. I will definitely make sure no one gets in my way, she then repeated to herself while plans were made behind the self-important smile she wore on the toad mask she called a face. 12, Grimmauld Place, Islington, London, England. Thank you all for gathering here, Sirius, I must thank you as well for allowing us to use your home as a base, Albus Dumbledore said to the people gathered in the renovated manor. No problem, after you and the kid had a look at this place, I can't even imagine someone getting in without permission, the new Lord Black said with a smirk on his face. Nevertheless, it is appreciated, he said with a nod, then turned to look at those gathered before him. The Weasley family turned up in force, with all adult members present. Alastor Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Minerva McGonagall was able to make time for the meeting, even with her handling most of Dumbledore's duties as headmaster. Mundungus Fletcher had come as well, between shady dealings of course. Severus and Sirius were glaring at each other. But keep civil for now, with Remus mediating between the two. And finally a few old friends like Sturgis Podmore, Emmeline Vance, Elphias Doge and Daedalus Diggle had also been able to join. I swear everyone mentioned was part of both versions of the Order. The last ones were very minor, with most not even appearing in the movies. Now, as I am sure you have all noticed, this is a gathering of people who haven't come together for a long time. I am also going to be truthful in the fact that it is as each present would fear, I am asking everyone here to once again join the Order. The Hogwarts headmaster said seriously. You can't meant that, he's back, a horrified Molly Weasley said in realization. I am afraid so. Both young Harry and Aiden have confirmed this fact, as well as Severus and the former Barty Crouch Jr., Voldemort has returned. And unfortunately, the minister has decided to deny this and began a smear campaign against me, believing I am after his position. Explained the elderly man. That ridiculous. You didn't want the damn job the last 2 times they almost begged you to take it, why the hell would he think you'd want it now? Because Fudge is an incompetent clown, so attached to his office that he forgets to earn it, drawled Snape in response as he answered with a mocking look at his former tormentor. Thank you, Severus, said Dumbledore as he stopped an argument before it happened. But this would mean that unlike before, the Ministry will be almost completely against us instead of Voldemort, a calm Remus said as he frowned slightly. Yes, and I am already seeing some actions beyond recent prophet articles, Dumbledore added. I am certain Cornelius and his assistant are responsible for none of our potential defense against the dark arts professors accepting the position, an upset Minerva said with a huff. They even tried getting Amelia to back off on her spending for the department, seeing her shut down that damn toad was satisfying to watch, even shared the memory with a few other Aurors. Moody said with a small smile appearing on his scar-filled face. That was a good day, agreed Shacklebolt with his own smile. It's good that Amelia isn't getting blocked. Even asked if she wanted me to help out with that, she said no, but it's cause the kid said that if someone in Dumbledore's corner helps out then it'll give the minister an excuse to hammer her down. Said Sirius with a relieved look on his face at the mention of the DMLE head doing well. Yes, I have no doubt young Aiden would make sure nothing could harm his loved ones, chuckled Dumbledore as he imagined Fudge's inability to touch someone ignoring his orders. And why have you chosen to exclude Mr. Bones from this meeting, Headmaster? He is strong enough to duel the Dark Lord alone, intelligent to an annoying degree and incredibly thorough. Clearly you also have a good relationship with him as well, so why is he not here? Asked Snape with an odd expression present because of the suffering he has just been released from Aiden's homework, tests, and class work in his admittance of the boy's power. He has already warned me he would be unreachable for some time yet. I will invite him when he is available, his boss answered calmly. But I would like for all of you to answer the question I have asked you. Will you once again join the Order of the Phoenix and pick up the fight against Voldemort for our futures, the futures of our children and loved ones? And our country's future? Sirius immediately agreed, followed by the Aurors and Deputy Headmistress, Snape's apparent reluctant agreement. Remus joining in, the younger Weasleys were more than willing to fight, the old members didn't shy away, and the Weasley mother and father finally joined after hesitating a bit. Thank you all. Now I will have to ask you to begin some assignments as soon as possible to begin our preparations for what is to come, the headmaster said as he was grateful for their trust. Minerva, I will need you to continue taking care of Hogwarts as I maneuver, he said as she simply nodded in understanding. Alastair and Kingsley, you two will need to support Amelia and keep an eye on the Aurors. We don't want to have a repeat of last time and have some jumping ship, the Order getting serious faces from the two as they nodded. Arthur, your position will help us know if attacks on Muggles or Muggleborns have begun. Keep an eye open for such cases. Severus, you already know what to do, hinting at his role as a double agent, something he has already begun as he had met his former lord and returned alive and reinstated. Mundungus, you will need to be my ears for the underground. A lot has been happening in the last few years and I will need to know if change once again, the request getting the twitchy man to nod in understanding. My old friends, I will need you to see if any of your contacts are willing to join the fight or help us. We will need more people to win, he said to the older returning members, getting agreements from them. Bill, Charlie, I'm afraid for now you will mostly be on standby unless you have people you are certain could help. I doubt the goblins would offer any assistance or that we could unleash any dragons any time soon, but your colleagues could be welcomed. This getting some slightly reluctant nods as they knew they couldn't do much yet. Molly, I would appreciate if you and your family could stay and make young Harry's stay here more homely. The boy needs to be able to have good memories to face what is to come, he said in a softer tone as the woman agrees. And finally I'm not sure how this will play out, but I need you to help me convince the werewolves not to join Voldemort again. Remus, I know this is a lot to ask but, Dumbledore began but was surprisingly interrupted. Headmaster, there are probably no werewolves in entirety of Europe who would join him, said Lupin with a confident smile. And your certainty comes from where, Remus? Curiously asked Dumbledore. Because they are all already in the country, living the lives they dreamed of, he answered with a smile. That statement shocked everyone in the room. But that means hundreds of werewolves are in the country and no one knows about it. Molly said with a look of horror. Actually, everyone knows about it, smoothly answered Remus with a smile. Then how come none of us have heard anything about this? Questioned Moody with narrowed eyes. Oh, that is true and very clever. Young Aiden has played his hand magnificently, suddenly said Dumbledore with a small laugh to himself as he realized what was going on. Albus, what do you mean? What has Bones done? It is simple, who was it that young Aiden employed when his business began that caused much controversy at the time? He asked to the group. If I remember correctly, wasn't the ministry trying to take a businessman for gathering a lot of werewolves together to court a few years ago, Shacklebolt said in his deep voice, causing a lot of people to start connecting dots. And I never heard anything about that being stopped, added in Arthur Weasley this time. And the goblins are always praising Bones' works due to its owner's talent in making enormous sums and him being a friend of their nation, Bill Weasley then said as he remembered things he's heard while working for goblins. So the kid was never stopped from hiring werewolves, constantly expanded and everyone just kinda forgot about his workforce since his products were just too good and no problem was ever reported. That means, Sirius then summarized as his eyes widened. Yes, he basically gathered every werewolf on the continent and then some. And no one realized. He's built an entire functioning town for us, with homes, shops, schools, hospitals, security and many other services. And with his suppressant stopping everyone from transforming at all, he's given each and every one of them everything any one of us dreamed of since we were bitten, normal, happy lives. It's become the second largest magical settlement in the country and no one knows it actually exists. Remus proudly said as he happily told them that the problem Dumbledore feared was already addresses. How do you know all this, Lupin? Asked Snape with narrowed eyes. How do I know? I live there, more than that, I've been in charge of the schools there for a while. That great. Now I see why you finally got some proper clothes, Moony. Yes, I couldn't even imagine such a life not too long ago, but now I will protect it like nothing else. I am certain the other residents feel the same as I, Headmaster, but I will keep an eye on things just in case. The werewolf said with conviction. Thank you, Remus, I believe that will be all for the moment. If anything arises I will contact you using one of our old codes. Good luck to you all, Dumbledore said as he concluded this meeting with some pleasant surprises. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, London. I am disappointed in my so-called loyal Death Eaters. So few return to me even after they've felt my return. It seems I will need to remind them why they fear me. But I must also reward those loyal to me, and for that I must free them from their chains. Now Lucius, tell me about our progress. The Dark Lord said as he looked at the half-filled table before him. Yes, my lord. It seems the minister is hellbent on denying your return, instead believing Dumbledore is after his position. It has been easy to whisper in his ears and make him believe his delusions. As a result he is currently working to remove the man from all his current positions, even his place as headmaster. The smear campaign using the prophet has already begun and I have been using my network to support his endeavors. The long-hair Malfoy Lord informed his lord. Good, Dumbledore cherishes his place at Hogwarts above all things, taking that away would hurt the man deeply, his loss of power and the buffoon helping doing our work for us is useful to gather power. The less lovable Close Encounter ripoff said with a creepy smile. The vampires' clans we've been able to contact have also been coming around to agreeing to an alliance in order to create a solid foothold in Britain for the first time in nearly a millennia. They are looking forward to feasting again and are ready to take some targets for us already. Lucius now said as his master sat in his seat. Those creatures will be useful for now, make sure they do not infect anyone and that we are to be the rulers, not them, he replied as he looked down on the bloodsuckers. Now unfortunately my lord, I have some disturbing news, the lieutenant now said with nervousness creeping on him. And what would that be, Lucius? Tommy Boy asked as the room became deathly silent. Our investigation into a few old colleagues who have not returned brought back some troubling news. Aside from McNair getting himself killed in a drunken bar fight, it would seem a few have simply disappeared within the last 2 years. I believe someone might have had a vendetta and took matters in their own hands. We have not been able to find any clues to even confirm their deaths. Much less who could be responsible, but whoever they are it is apparent they are not amateurs. The man explained with caution as he observed his lord's reaction. You mean to tell me someone out there dared to target my men? Those who would have answered my call, and you can find no trace of anywhere. I beg your forgiveness for our incompetence, my lord, these events happened so long ago and no one ever investigated them due to their past. We have failed you, Lucius said as he dropped to his knees in the hopes of mercy. This is troubling, Lucius, my loyal followers should be rewarded and now someone has killed them. I will look into this personally after we liberate those in Azkaban. Now finish your report, Tom said as relief washed over the Malfoy head. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. And as for the rest of your report, 2 leads to gain allies have been found. The first is the unrest and resentment towards the ministry within the underground due to a great increase in arrests and deaths occurring. The so-called Golden Wand is both respected and feared there, with many wanting revenge. A good source of wands to add to our cause. The second is that I should contact Greyback. Interestingly, it is a different Greyback that I found. Fenrir has recently been killed by his own daughter, who took over their pack and turned them into some kind of mercenaries. She hates the current ministry and wishes to personally behead Dolores Umbridge for her efforts to collar her people. Simply pay her and she will be more than willing to follow. She is also less savage than her father, but much more skilled and efficient. We already have a contract ready and are simply waiting for your approval, my lord. Lucius reported, glad nothing else went wrong so far. Good, Fenrir was a rabid dog which would need to be put down anyway. Sign the contract with the daughter, she will do, and bring me men from the underground. Our numbers are lacking if we truly want to achieve our noble goals. The Dark Lord said as he was pleased to gain more forces to do his bidding. Now tell me about the boy, he then ordered as he cooled his feelings. Potter has disappeared, no doubt Dumbledore is doing everything he can to protect him until the school year begins. After that it will be near impossible to touch him after what has happened in the last few years. Too many threats have put his guard up, answered Lucius with seriousness. As expected, the old man will not let go of his pawns so easily. Now what about that insipid Bones who dared challenge me? The Lord asked as he got heated again. This matter has troubled us because he has simply disappeared. We have not been able to get anywhere close to his family either since it is now under Fidelius and we do not know who the secret keeper is or if Dumbledore was involved. What is even more troubling is his rise in stature happening all at once. He is set to become a member of the Wiesengemot, he has been confirmed as my replacement on the Hogwarts board and has been cleared to receive numerous masteries even after we've tried bribing officials. The troubled Lucius answered, hoping to not anger his master further. From what Severus has told me, the boy has not joined Dumbledore's little order, this means he stands on his own so far. He has no force to call his own and is merely a child wielding power beyond himself. I was still weakened after my revival and could not put him in his place, for now Dumbledore will be our focus. We shall crush him first and then it will be all too easy to end the boy. Voldemort said as he focused on his longtime enemy and obstacle, instead of someone he didn't see as a true threat to his army. As you command my lord, Lucius answered as he bowed. Now all of you prepare to assault Azkaban. Tom then commanded, making all Death Eaters bow in response as he stood up and left. Chapter 153. Skellig Island, Ritual Site Third-Person POV. Throughout this lone island major changes were occurring unbeknownst to anyone. If someone capable of observing or even properly feeling magic came close to the island then they would have noticed it without fault. The massive amount of magical energy constantly being gathered and then released, as if a giant was breathing the energy in and out. That was not all. A strong and steady heartbeat resounded throughout the island as well. Thump. 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 And sitting in the middle of the constant flux of energy, sat a lone young man, from whom the heartbeat which could be heard from anywhere on the island emanated. His silver-white hair gentle floating as if a breeze was flowing against his near-perfect face, eyes closed as his expression showed a peaceful mind. His simple white robes were spotless even after being outdoors as they softly floated as well. But the most interesting thing about him was that he did not sit on the ground, no, he was floating as he seemed to have achieved the fabled levitating meditation. The young man then gently opened his eyes, revealing glowing white eyes with hints of blue dancing across them. The simple action making the pulsing magic enveloping the island to rapidly gather towards him, forming what appeared to be a vortex of energy as it all gathered within him. As everything rushed to him. He inhaled deeply, feeling the every bit of what was occurring within him as he let it flow. And as the last bits finally, he calmly unfolded his legs to stand on his own 2 feet and exhaled slowly as his eyes slowly returned to normal, showing his strikingly blue eyes. I hope not too much time has passed, he said with a calm face as he took in his surroundings. The area around his ritual circle had greatly changed since the last time he looked. New greenery now grew between the cracks of the marble flooring, all of it being magical plants of one kind or another. The ritual circle he had drawn had been expanded as runes were carved into the stone itself. A sign of the immense magic mixed with the young man helping create what was needed for what had occurred. Even the 7 pillars were not left untouched as they now radiated a constant stream of magic, the runes, now present on them, linking them to the ley line which had been constantly flowing through the place. I'll memorize these runes now and study them later, it'll be an interesting project to understand what magic itself crafted, he said as he looked at every new line, after removing the new flora with a wave of his hand to not miss any details. After being satisfied, he lifted his hand, making a small keychain, with what looked like a rectangular box charm on it, fly right into it, having summoned exactly that. A quick clean, some proper clothes and I can head home, he said as the small box grew into a large trunk with the initials AMB written on it with gold lettering. He opened the trunk and reached into it, only bringing his arm back after he pulled out a white t-shirt, blue jeans, black boxers. Socks, white Nikes, a pair of silver bracelets, and 2 rings, one golden with an emblem on it and the other sliver with a ruby. Casually removing his white robe and letting his now naked form free, one could see masterfully sculpted muscles across his entire body, but also the scars which showed that it was not without sacrifice. He quickly dressed himself in his casual outfit after a soft light covered his body for a moment. Put away the white robes he had been wearing and shrunk the trunk back to keychain size. Then with a satisfied smile, he nodded and suddenly burst into blue flames. Disappearing from where he stood a second ago. Bones' house first-person POV. With a burst of blue light I appeared in the home I grew up in and smiled. Hey, I am home. I loudly announced with a smile as hurried steps could now be heard from different sources. Young master. A tiny as always Tilly cried as she popped in and hugged my leg with tears in her big eyes. Hey Tilly, glad to see you too, I say with a warm smile as I pat her little head as she hugs my leg tighter. Big bro. Another voice cried out as Susan came from outside wearing her magical gardening gear. Puberty is really helping my little sister. I am going to have to make sure the idiots know as teenage boys don't get any funny ideas. I thought as I looked at her. She had a light tan from her time outside as she tended to her plants, with an athletic look from her training with me and her hair gaining the reddish taint which runs in the family. But the problem was. Her secondary sexual characteristics were coming in and with a bang. Her chest was seemingly developing by the day and her hips couldn't be hidden even with school robes anymore. And with her face turning from cute to elegant, she is going to be able to wrap those hormonal twits around her fingers. That train of thought was interrupted as the maturing girl enveloped me in a crushing hug. "Hi there to you too, Suz," I simply said as I hug her back, making sure Tilly isn't being crushed between the two of us as they both keep hugging me. "I missed you, bro. Nobody has heard a word from you in a month. I was getting worried." "Sorry for worrying you, I honestly didn't know how long I'd be gone," I said as I tried to appease the emotional girl. "At least 1 month is pretty good, means I shouldn't have missed that much." "I wish you would be correct when you say that, Aiden, but this has been a difficult month," a third voice then said, making me notice Mother standing at the bottom of the stairs as she looked at me with an expression of relief. "I'm back, Mom. I'm really sorry for worrying all of you, but I had a pretty good reason. I apologized immediately for worrying one of the people I cared for the most in this world." "You better, young man, leaving for so long without a word during this kind of political climate," she sternly said with a light glare my way. "I'll explain as soon as these two can let go of me and we sit down," I answered with a troubled expression as I gestured to my two additions. "Not happening," Susan said as she dug her way in further. "Tilly will never let go of the young master," the house elf declared as she clung to my leg. "It does look like that might take a while, doesn't it?" Amelia said with a bit of schadenfreude as she left me to deal with it. It took 15 minutes and promises of pampering for Susan and getting pampered for Tilly to obtain my freedom. After that we could all sit down and have a proper discussion. I did send Victoria a message, telling her I was back. But she was busy doing her shift at Steamungo's. I wasn't stupid enough to just assume that's what she was doing and not send her a message because she couldn't come anyway. That would not end well for me. Women tend to want to know these types of things as soon as possible. So here I sat in the lounge with Mother and Suz, while Tilly happily went to prepare snacks, drinks and food for later. "So tell me your reason for disappearing, Aiden. It better be good because, even if you are considered an adult, I can still give you a tongue lashing which will haunt your nightmares," Mother said as she narrowed her eyes. "Alright, during the tournament finals, when Harry and I disappeared, I did more than just see what happened. I fought Voldemort," I truthfully said, getting a flinch from both Bones ladies. "You did what?" a very angry-looking Mother yelled. "I fought and tied Voldemort in combat, which I held back a lot. I wanted to see what he could do and I couldn't kill him because of that stupid prophecy, so I made it a tie," I answered calmly, not wanting to add gasoline to the fire by getting emotional. "He's really back?" a pale-looking Susan said as she asked softly. I got up from my chair and gave the nearly trembling girl a hug to comfort her. "Yes, he is, but your big brother is better and stronger than him. I fought him without using my original spells, without my white magic and without my modified spells, and I still tied with him. Hell, the only reason that happened was because of why I went away this time, so don't worry about him, Suz. I'll be there and protect you both from that fool. And if he tries to even touch the two of you, he will learn to fear someone in this world. Like our school motto say, never tickle a sleeping dragon. Single quote, I say in an effort to reassure the girl. So he won't be able to take you away?" she hopefully asked with tears in her eyes. "I'll never leave until you want me to, Suz," I gently answered as I give the girl a head pat. I took a few minutes to get her to fully calm down, but we had time. So now I had a teenage Susan sitting on me for reassurance as the conversation resumed. "You mentioned a prophecy involving Voldemort. What did you mean by that, Aiden?" Mother asked cautiously as she found that particular detail to be rather important. "The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as an equal, but he will have powers the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The prophecy which created the boy who lived. The thing which stops me from hunting that hairless fool and ending him. Harry needs to be the one who takes him down. It's also why Professor Trelawney is at Hogwarts despite not being a good teacher." I explain as I say the prophecy word for word. Something no one besides Dumbledore actually knows at this point in time. "You mean to tell me that unless Harry kills him, he will never truly be gone?" Amelia asked, thinking of the boy they had brought into their home for a few years now. "Yeah, neither me nor Dumbledore can kill him because fate has been spoken for. Harry needs to be the one to confront the man. After that I don't know, but I will not stand by and do nothing while this is happening. He's like my own little brother and I'm not going to let him fight on his own. I'm also not going to let those bigoted idiots help their Dork Lord either," I declared with absolute confidence in myself. "And this is why you disappeared for the last month?" Mother then asked. "That was for 2 reasons. During my duel I felt the next step in the growth of my strength and I needed to take that step before I forgot the feeling from my duel," I answered with a nod. And how strong are you now, Aiden? From what you told me last year, you should have already been stronger than Dumbledore and Voldemort. Wait. You're how strong? Last summer I was as strong as the headmaster and Darth Bigot, but now I should be stronger than both at once if I'm right, I answered with a confident smile. That statement made Susan's jaw drop and even Mother was having some difficulties. Tea is ready. I also have all the best cookies. Thank you Tilly, please just leave that on the table, Mother said as soon as she snapped out of it. Yes mistress, the happy elf said as she set the tray of tea and cookies down and went back to the kitchen. And how did your month away help you achieve such power, young man? She then asked as she focused her attention back on me, the question also making Saz look at me with great curiosity. That's a bit more complicated. You see, during the duel, Baldy unleashed fiend fire when he was on the back foot. To counter it, I summoned a bunch of water and formed a barrier out of it in order to contain and eventually put it down. During that intense clash, I suddenly went into something like a trance, feeling magic flow through me freely, as if I was part of magic itself. The feeling let me summon an insane amount of water to douse the cursed flames, but the struggle resulted in both of our energy reserves to run dangerously low, so I called it a draw and fell back. I then held on to that feeling for the next month, trying to grab a hold of it any time I could get some time to practice, but the feeling was always just out of reach. So I decided to plan things out to succeed and prepare for what I knew was to come. I planned for everything I could think of and prepared my subordinates for my extended absence the best I could. I finished my masteries tests and paused any experiments and projects which would have to involve me. I set up our plan, Mother, making sure we couldn't be targeted by Fudge's idiocy, and I made sure everyone else was protected properly. After school was done, everything went into motion and I secluded myself in a place with plenty of ambient magical energy to help. I tapped into a ley line running through an uninhabited island and stayed there until I could properly grasp, control and master that state without using the ley line as a crutch. The results were surprising and spectacular. My magic is no longer contained in my core until I need to channel its energy to cast something. It is now constantly flowing throughout my entire body. It is like my own blood now. My body is stronger, faster and more resistant. My mind is clearer, can think at faster speeds and can take in information with even greater ease. I can cast any spell with at least half the time required and effort necessary over before. And the amount of energy needed to achieve any spell at the power I could before has also been reduced. But the most surprising thing is that I no longer need a wand, because my wand fused with me. We became so in tune with one another, and I become so strong that we became one. I have a few theories on how that could happen and if this could happen to others, but nothing concrete yet. The end result is that I am now, probably, the only wizard alive who uses magic, without any assistance whatsoever, freely. I said as I finally finished my explanation of what I did, why I did it and how I have changed. I am still not pleased with you taking such a risk during the tournament, but I am glad you did not do something foolish during the last month. I do not want you going down the wrong path for power, Mother said with worry in her voice. I won't, I promise. I am also pretty sure this is going to be a one-time thing, or at least it's not going to happen for a long time. I've been getting stronger too fast, and even if my body is way stronger than most people, it is better for me to let it properly adapt and develop from here on out. Plus, no way I am going to start using dark magic. It'll ruin any chance of me ever creating more white magic. I reassured her with a smile, making Mother nod in response. So you don't need or even have a wand anymore, right? Susan suddenly asked as she looked up at me. Yeah, it's part of me now, I answered simply. How are you going to be able to make everyone able to use your new magic if you don't figure out the wand movements then? It's not like most people are capable of wandless casting. Solid point there, Suz. I'm guessing I'll have to go see Mr. Ollivander for something at least adequate. He'll be positively ecstatic to hear I fused with my wand, and I'll need something which can at least conduct some of my strength to keep making new spells. Guess that's something else to do this summer, thanks for bringing it up. I say to the girl as I nod in acknowledgement and give more head pats. I am sure the man will almost faint from the excitement you will bring him, agreed Mother with a smile. But you will have many things to do to properly catch up to last month. Our so-called minister has been giving Dumbledore a very hard time lately, and the political climate has been shifting lately. They've even managed to pass that horrid werewolf law that Toad kept trying for while you were gone. They will get what is coming to them in due time. The law is completely useless anyway, since all of those in the town are protected by their magical contracts. I'll talk to Dumbledore about how to handle the pressure and continue preparations for Voldy. We are going to keep helping your department, but you'll also have to sweep it clean of those with other allegiances. I've had my people getting ready for the last 2 months in secret, I'll have to check up on all of that. Then I also need to catch up on my lordly duties, accept my masteries since I'm sure I aced them, and fulfill some promises to my lovely fiancée. But for now, let's just enjoy our time together. Tori will come after her shift is done and we can all enjoy a proper family supper. Turbulent times call for these moments of peace to help us keep going. I say as I let my worries and future actions go for the night. Merlin knows that sounds perfect, Mother says as some tension leaves her body and she reclines into her seat. Sounds good, that was a lot of shocking news for a night and I think eating without a care is just what the healer ordered, Susan nodded as she agreed with the plan. Then Tilly shall make a feast. The house elf said as she popped in and out of the room with stars in her eyes. I don't think we'll be able to move after supper, much less worry about things, I say with a chuckle. I hope she's going to make that new lamb dish she learned, it's awesome, Susan added as she drooled a bit at the memory. Tilly has the lamb sauce. Was the reply to that statement as she double popped again. That statement gave me quite the laugh, letting me fully enjoy the feeling of being back home. Chapter 154. My time with my family is always something I treasure. To protect those I treasure, I will not hesitate to do what I must and in these times. Protecting them also means following through with my preparations, so I ordered a gathering of my subordinates. It has been a while since a full gathering had taken place, mainly due to how busy everyone had become. But this time they were all asked to come to the Folster home for a very important meeting. All of them started to arrive either together or one at a time, making me remember all the progress had been done since everything had begun. The Cromwell husband and wife are usually preoccupied by the Herald. Julian is the chief editor of the paper and he's done a fantastic job in getting the Herald to where it is. I might have helped in its creation. But this paper has become the man's baby. His wife Martha has become one of the most trusted names in the industry, known for being an unyielding seeker of the truth and not being afraid to step on the toes of high-level ministry officials and nobles. Darius Stone, the third original founder of the newspaper, has been taking an active role in its expansion. He was one of the managing editors right under Julian, but has since moved to take charge of the booming wizarding radio networks we've developed. He is the voice of magical Britain, bringing life and emotions to a story. Sherry Holmes is, without a doubt, one of my most valued people. Her abilities and connections have risen to an incredible level. I guess having access to the most influential companies on the continent. Vast sums of money, prior connections, and many frustrated people does give one many opportunities to grow a spy network. Fun thing is that most people see her as someone who helps others get a job, and very few know just how terrifying she can be, with even fewer knowing she works for someone else. Then we have the Golden Wand herself, Elaine Summers. Her meteoric rise, occurring after being suppressed by a bastard with money, resulted in her being the idol of many women in the country for being strong and overcoming the corruption in the ministry. Even if I helped her, she deserves the accolades she's received. I took care of that pig harassing her, gave her training and access to information. And that was enough for her to take off. Although I pointed a direction for her to go down, she still took down drug rings, dark wizards, murderers, crime families and even ministry officials. She's tough, honest with herself and others, and skilled enough to put most Aurors to shame. The man in charge of my potions business, Master Timothy Matthews. After achieving an insane level of success, he helped my people basically take over the industry in Europe and Africa. Under his zealous lead, we've gathered potion masters from around the world who are almost begging to join us. We've created the Holy Land for any potion master or aspiring master. Even if you aren't famous or a child. If you can create a new or improved potion, then you are to be welcomed with opened arms. It has been hard to maintain such attitudes when people start feeling superior to others for being part of this. But Tim knows how it feels to be put down and does not tolerate any such actions. Next is the Mistress of Plants, Melody Chambers. Her success is beyond impressive, taking hold of the herb market and causing a revolution. Under my guidance and her own ingenuity, Breaking Grounds has become the leader in the field itself, always testing new methods of growing plants thought impossible to grow commercially and trying to create new and better hybrids. It also one of, if not, the largest employers in the continent. From my firm's centers we have Anthony Wall. Development in that area has been rather slow by design. He has been in charge of helping new Muggleborns joining the wizarding world and acclimating as best as possible and give them the resources they need to actually understand what they are getting into. He is also the one organizing the various seminars happening in the centers and funds created to help those incapable of paying for their education or help them get back on their feet after it. He's also involved in politics in a lesser extent, focusing on the passing of new laws which would make the conditions of Muggleborns and magical creatures. The head of the Muggle Toybox, Arthur Norm, was also asked to come. Now, although he is not too directly involved in politics and this business isn't as prevalent as my others, it is nonetheless important. The goal is to change the subconscious desire to reject Muggle technology in the magical community, and removing the idea of complete superiority which is still rampant within ministry officials and nobles. So he helps introduce smaller, but useful pieces of tech to help out and bring in Muggle literature, entertainment and products to further that goal. Then there's Mr. Oliver Gunn, the man in charge of fortress protection. His role is probably one of the most important for what is to come. Under his leadership and my funding and training, the men and women we've taken in have become a recognized force. Strong, skilled, smart and determined, with all of them being determined to try and do good. He also leads my shadow force of elites alongside Scott and Jennifer, my most trusted ops unit. He is also one of the few in the know about what is going to happen and my own identity. I have also invited 2 more people to this meeting. The first being the man responsible for building my many safe houses, planing the werewolf town, constructing the hidden Muggle and Muggleborn sanctuary, and the future head my the development company. Samuel Fox. The man was hitting a very rough patch in his life, wife leaving with his daughter, debts because of various health and business reasons, and no one willing to hire in either worlds because of his dwarfism. So Scott brought him in and we got everything under control after check for his skills and experience. The man was beyond what I expected, like if Professor Flitwick didn't go into charms but construction instead. Hired him on the spot and helped him gradually build up his own team and crew as they fulfilled my orders. He's been extremely loyal and dedicated ever since. My second new guest was actually an Auror who went through a similar experience like Elaine. Her name is Celine Rosier, a niece of Druella Black née Rosier, the mother of Andromeda, Bellatrix, and Narcissa. Due to her belief in actually doing good for others and refusing pure-blood ideologies, she was kicked out of the family at the age of 19 and left to find her way into the world. Luckily she managed to get a job as a trainee Auror before all that, and Mother and Rufus Scrimgeour weren't about to let some dark family tell them how to run their Aurors. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop some of the corrupt seniors or officials from harassing her and making her complaints disappear, leading for her to become oppressed and some pig trying to blackmail her into become his mistress in order to have pure blood in his children. We got Elaine to support the woman, I took care of that pig and got most of the people fucking with her suspended or fired, ending with an offer to help her out like I did with Miss Golden Wand. Fast forward a few months, we got her trained up, helped her get a few good missions under her belt, and helped her name spread using the Herald, resulting in an up-and-coming Auror with a good story behind her rising. We also have a new couple since her and Elaine really hit it off when they talked about their pasts, go on assignments together or hung out as friends. Turned out Elaine wasn't just really open with her sexuality, but was bisexual. Not something most people are fond of showing off yet, but why should I give a shit about who you want to bang as long as it's between 2 consenting adults? And so, with everyone gathered within the Folster Manor, I showed myself as my persona, followed by Scott and Jennifer as they had their game faces on. Jenny was able to use some tricks I taught her to come here under the radar, with a few of her trusted subordinates covering for her using some polyjuice potion and a few redirecting wards which will show the stand-in if someone tries to locate her magically. Welcome back to my home everyone, it is a great pleasure to have you all here once again, all looking better than before, I say with a smile on my face as I make my way over to the group. It has been some time, Sir Michael, it is saddening that we could not discuss potions due to both of us being so busy in the last few years. Not that I am complaining, the last few years have some of the most fulfilling in my life. Timothy said as he enthusiastically shook my hand. I am glad you have found joy in what you've accomplished, Tim, and I do hope we have a chance to talk as well. It is rare to be able to properly discuss advanced potioneering, I replied to the potion master. Yes, dear Tim has been ever so excited to talk to you once again, Sir Michael, it's all he's been talking about for the last few days, Melody said as the mistress of herbology looked at the man with a teasing smile. Oh please Melody, not like you weren't feeling giddy at the possibility of getting new ideas on how to grow a few of your plants, you've been humming all day, Tim countered as he made the madam blush slightly. So when are you two getting hitched? It'll be front page worthy for sure, the union of plants and potions sounds like a grand title, no? Now dear, it isn't our place to interrupt the process, remember how we were when we started out in the Prophet? Always at each other's throats we were. Yeah, certainly could argue your point in a way that made a lady angry back then, you're much better now, letting me have all the juicy news, his wife said in response as she traced his chin with seductive eyes. Keep it in your pants in front of the boss you two, I get enough complaints about some of our single staff about your flirting during work, I don't want to have to deal with that from him too. Daria said as he broke up their growing pink atmosphere. It's alright, nice to see passion in a long-standing relationship, too many let that part die off as they age, I said to them with a smile. Yeah, well I'm guessing our elusive boss didn't invite us here with all this shit happening to see how we're all doing, so what's the news scoop, boss? A slightly huffy Martha said as her fun time with her hubby got interrupted. I was wondering about that as well, is it finally time? One Oliver Gunn said as he approached me seriously. Unfortunately the time has come, I affirm with a nod of my head. Yo boss, what does Ollie mean, is it finally time? You told him something the rest of us don't know about. That just isn't fair now, is it? Elaine, I am sure Sir Folster will explain things, you just have to wait a sec, Celine said as she tried to rein her girlfriend in. I am rather curious myself, does it have to do with the fact that you're always gone and I can never seem to find any information on a Michael Folster anywhere? The investigative journalist asked as she narrowed her eyes. Very much so, Martha, but I will ask all of you to join me in the dining room for this discussion. It is a very serious matter, I answered as the seriousness of the issue was reflecting on my face. If you would all follow me, Scott said as he took the role of my assistant Alfred. With a quick change of scenery, all of my guests and I were now seated at the table, with Scott and Jenny standing behind me on either sides. Today I ask for all of you to gather because you are all to be involved or heavily affected by what is to come. You are all people I have trusted through years of work together or services done. 4 of those present already know, to some degree, what I wish to discuss today. Scott, Jennifer, Oliver and Samuel have all been involved with projects directly impacting the situation. Hence they are aware of what I am about to tell you. I say with a somber expression, pausing for a moment. Voldemort is truly back. The room becomes silent and still as those present took the declaration in. Pretty much all of them have been impacted by Voldemort's last campaign. They have had to run or hide, lost people. Been attacked, have lost their homes or have been told about what happened by those who've suffered through it. Most of them are Muggleborns too, making them clear targets of Death Eaters. Sir Michael, are you absolutely certain about this? Dumbledore has been claiming the same thing, but I thought you were skeptical about this due to your orders to not involve ourselves. Julian questioned as he was the first to put away his shock and having his inner journalist take over. I would not be involving everyone present if I was not 100% certain. I also have proof of the fact that the Dark Lord was never truly dead, I answered as I drop another bomb on them. But Sir Michael, what about the boy who lived? Does that mean he never defeated him? Harry Potter was never truly the one to stop him at the time. From what I've learned, his mother was the true cause of his survival and Voldemort's fall. She used an ancient form of warding and intent magic as she sacrificed herself to save her child, and as a result the Dark Lord's magic backfired, leaving Harry with his iconic scar and his attacker supposedly dead. I answered evenly as this revelation shocked the residents of the magical world again. How have you found this out, sir? Darius asked this time. Various clues, but the biggest was me being able to look at Harry Potter properly, I answered simply. You found him? He disappeared after that night. How did you find him, sir? He was hidden away so that those who were able to escape proper justice would not be able to kill him in retaliation. His location has changed due to various circumstances, hence any further information would be useless. I responded to the journalist. The information I had revealed was rattling the group in front of me, causing them to stew in silence. Sir, how exactly have you found out about all this? I have been closely monitoring everything ever since the end of the Triwizard tournament, but even with my network I have not been able to confirm what you just did. Sherry asked as she felt a bit of a blow to her pride as a spy mistress and information specialist. It is very simple, I've fought Voldemort and talked with both Harry and Dumbledore directly, I directly answered the woman as her eyes widened. You fought him and lived? Oliver asked, blown away. I tied against the man, and that's without the new magic a few of you have been learning. This fact is part of the reason I have been unavailable so much, I needed to grow stronger for the times to come. I said to the whole table, getting everyone wide-eyed. Why, you're as strong as Dumbledore and he who must not be named. Elaine said as she forced out her feelings. Much stronger now actually, that's why I had to delay plans for a month. I felt a new path during my fight and needed to follow it before it was too late. I wasn't even sure how long I would be gone for, luckily it was only a month. I corrected her, making a lot of people look at me in disbelief. And is that the second thing you wanted to discuss with us, sir? Because I don't think we can handle another surprise. Well, it looks like you should all brace yourselves then, I answered with a chuckle at all the mind-blown guests. Boss, I think you've had enough fun, just do the big reveal, a tired-sounding Scott said from behind me. I was getting to it, I said with a quick glance backwards. Well, as a few of you know and some might have guessed, Michael Folster is not my true name. I knew it. I knew that was the reason I couldn't find anything on you. Dear, you could have let our boss finish what he was going to say, sighed her husband. Foo, I suspected this as well, but it is a very common thing to do when one deals with things in the dark. I just assumed you wanted to stay hidden and let this puzzle lie, Sherry said with a smile. He does have his reasons, that's for sure, grunted Oliver as he heard her statement. Oh. You knew. How surprising, I didn't take you for the sort to keep such a shady secret. Nothing shady about it, just a safety precaution and smart move to not get stopped, Oliver defended himself as he looked away. Era, no need to be so flustered, she continued to tease in response. Just fuck you too, honestly, I for one, want to know who our boss really is, interrupted Elaine, coming to the rescue of her former trainer. Ahem, thank you Miss Summers, now you were saying boss. The head of one of the best trained forces in the wizarding world said as he forced his face to remain impassive. I don't mind watching the show play out a bit, this is good stuff, I replied with a grin on my face as I make the man groan in embarrassment. Boss please. He asked as a cold sweat started to form. Fine, anyway, a picture is worth 1,000 words so I'll just show you who I really am, I said as I undo my disguise with a mental command. And so, under the eyes of over a dozen people, I changed from the mature-looking Michael Folster that they know, to my true appearance. It got quite the reaction. You're Aiden Bones. Exploded Martha once again. I knew there couldn't be so many geniuses in such a close time. Now it makes sense why Folster and you could bring out so many new potions. Well then, it's no wonder you supported the Creature Island project young Christian started, Melody said as she understood more of my reasoning. How in the world have I never picked up on any of it? I feel like I'm a bad spy mistress now. Yeah, threw me for a loop when I found out I got schooled by a kid too, agreed the former Auror and badass Death Eater hunter. Wait. Does that mean I tried to fuck a kid? Except for one person. What do you mean, you tried to fuck him? Celine said as a sinister aura seemed to materialize. Oh don't worry, she thought I looked to wound up when we first met and offered a casual thing, it happened years ago, so no cheating, I clarified, making the demon face that started appearing recede. That means I said some mean things to the boss's face. Martha suddenly realized as well. No worries, it was interesting being at the other end of your pieces, no offenses were ever taken, I say as I calm the explosive lady down. I am sorry to say this, but does this mean everything has been a lie? Do you even actually care about how Muggleborns, magical beings and half-bloods are being treated? Or was this just a way for you to make money off of us? Anthony Wall, the firm manager, asked as he now made everyone quiet down. No, I have not lied about my goal of truly improving this side of the world. Too many things are in the wrong and so much could be done to improve. Each and every one of you is helping in doing exactly as I hoped. The Herald is now the trusted news source for the UK, with truth and journalism as its core concepts, keeping everyone accountable for their actions and publishing fact-based news. Breaking Ground's Apothecary has kickstarted a new wave in potions, allowing for more innovations in the last few years than the last few centuries. Natural cultivation have helped bring in a new age of herbology and helped employ hundreds if not thousands of people from all levels of our society, helping reduce homelessness, poverty and improve their positions. Firm has become the true welcoming grounds for Muggleborns. A place of learning and acceptance, where anyone can improve or find employment. It has become the spark to help improve the way people deal with Muggleborns and a shield to protect them from worsening conditions. The Muggle Toy Box helps the same cause, breaking down the wall between both worlds and showing that things can be better if we stop looking down on Muggles and learn to assimilate what we can. And finally, Fortress Protection has become a symbol for proper protection in Europe. When Ministry forces are too corrupt, tied up, limited or incapable, we have shown that no one is truly above the law and that you can be safe. Everyone else is helping change how things are in the Ministry itself, one step at a time, by helping good and dedicated people shine in the face of blood supremacy, bribes and corruption. Everything we have built up in the last years was to prepare our influence and importance to make true and lasting change. Hell, even as myself I have been doing just that. But focusing on werewolves. My creations also help bring new ideas and push for development to better magic and how we interact with, while also helping one of the most marginalized groups in the magical world. Nothing I said to you about that was a lie, but now things have changed. We must first deal with Voldemort and his ilk before we can truly change how this country works. Only by defeating the very embodiment of what is wrong with today's society can we make the lasting changes needed to help future generations. And this is why I came clean to all of you today. I answered as I told the pure truth as I looked directly into his eyes. Everything I said is true. This is what I wanted to achieve, but I knew I had to get through Voldy first. I just never said that part to anyone besides a few who would be directly involved in the fight against him. I believe you, I am sorry for doubting, I just didn't want my hope dashed again. I am too old to lose everything, Anthony said as he apologized for his doubts. I understand, when a relationship is built on a lie, doubts are inevitable, I said to the man, fully understanding why he asked his question. Now, I am Aiden Michael Bones, Lord of Noble House Bones, your boss and one of the only people capable of beating Voldemort himself. Will you continue to stand by me and help me defeat this symbol of fear and bigotry from a bygone age? I then asked, with me finally letting out my majestic aura, letting feel some of my strength and will for themselves. I've been waiting for this for too long, Oliver simply said, since he already knew all this. As long as you don't tell your aunt about that little offer, I'm down, Elaine said with a chuckle. It's already my job to take care of people like Death Eaters, and it would be wonderful if that old pig starts doing naughty things again so I can take him down personally, Celine added as she squeezed her girlfriend's hand. I can't really stand in the front lines, but you'll have all the potions and poisons you'll need from me, Timothy soon said with his own determination. I believe many of my babies will be more than helpful in the times to come. I am also sure some of our allies would be more than willing to help us acquire rare things, Melody joined in. I believe my eyes and ears will need to change their focus for a bit, don't want any little snakes to slither unnoticed, Sherry added while a little laugh. Humph, I'll show all those inbred idiots just why people say the pen is mightier than the sword, declared Martha with a fire in her eyes. I would rather you not get yourself killed, so I'll make sure my lovely wife doesn't do anything too stupid, her husband followed up with a sigh. Gotta make sure they don't get away like last time, Darius said as he backed him up. Firm will definitely be a target, but with Mr. Gunn's men, I'm sure we can beat back those fools, Anthony said as he stepped up. I know we can't do much to really help, but I am still not afraid to keep the course, Arthur added as he stood beside his former colleague. I'll keep working on the sanctuary like I promised Lord Bones. You gave me a chance at a real life again. I didn't run then and I'm not running now, Samuel said as he stood on his seat with determination on his face. Thank you all for standing by me. Not much will actually change for most of you for some time. In truth, all plans will continue on as previously agreed. The main differences will be Fortress sending a number of guards at each of your business and also additional hidden troops to fool the enemy in case they attack. Sherry will now focus on the ministry and noble families. Elaine and Celine will help keep an eye out for turncoats within ministry ranks, with anyone you suspect can be looked at immediately. Tim will be focusing on products helpful for healing, combat and infiltration on down low. Melody will do the same but also think about defense. Anthony, you and some selected staff will be trained in proper emergency protocols to control the situation if something were to happen. The Herald will continue to maintain its neutrality for now. I want to catch Fudge and Umbridge by the nuts and remove them from the ministry completely. We wait for them to slip and make them pay. We'll need real leaders in the coming days. Everything else will continue as planned and all preparations will be done in absolute secrecy. I do not want any side catching wind of our war prep. I order as a king would his vassals. Yes, sir. Everyone in the room said in near unison as they accepted my commands. With that, everyone quickly departs to start working on what they need to do with determined looks on their faces, leaving me alone with Scott and Jenny before I also excuse myself to leave the two alone. They haven't seen each other in a while. Now that that's taken care of, I need to deal with Dumbledore and his order. I have no doubt he'll try to recruit me. But that's for another day. I thought as I returned to my family for some relaxation. Chapter 155. After my meeting with what I would call my inner circle, I've been very busy catching up to what I had missed during my month-long absence and making sure my new and prior orders had been and are being implemented properly. From what my network has told me, the ministry is behaving pretty much as predicted. They've put pressure on the Prophet to run what they dictate and have avoided trying to antagonize the Herald due to it being privately owned, and even Fudge wasn't stupid enough to poke a sleeping dragon when he's already dealing with enough fires. The pressure I've been exerting on the Prophet from my side stopped it from trash-talking Harry so far. I'm sure I'll manage to keep it that way. It seems like the minister is currently focusing his attention on removing Dumbledore from his positions in the government. His first goal seems to be the Supreme Mugwump position so he can try and pass whatever he, his toad and the little snake in his ear want. Funny thing is, Dumbledore never cared about any position beyond his headmastership. The man just wants to stop others from repeating his mistakes and help young minds grow in positive directions. Even if he hasn't really done the best of jobs. It seems Mother took my advice to clean up her department. Only a few Death Eater and Ministry stooges are even in the ministry at the moment, and everyone else has been sent out on crap assignments while she consolidates her position. It helped her that, after his assassination attempt 2 years ago, Fudge decided to have his bodyguards be from Fortress instead of Aurors. Many were insulted by this and became less enthusiastic in following the man's orders, followed by constant cuts to the department and then Mother stepping up. It was almost easy for her to completely take command. Now she only has to worry about ones who would follow Dumbledore's lead like the last war. On the other side of things, Jennifer has given me a good enough report for someone who's only recently been brought into Voldemort's side. She obviously hasn't reached his inner circle or gained the trust of anyone in it due to her statuses as a werewolf and a mercenary, but it is still good enough information. The most important piece was that they've hidden themselves in the Malfoy Manor like the canon, under the Fidelius charm as well, making searches generally useless. Now, although we can't get in or find the building itself, we can still do plenty to monitor them. This is linked to a minor detail people forget when they lay the charm. You might make people forget about its location and force them to not be able to find it, but you can't remove the records about it from existence, and Malfoy Manor is at least 300 years old. So instead of monitoring the house, we focus on the surrounding area and make sure we know what happens as best we can. It helped that we already had known Death Eaters under varying levels of surveillance. I know they are capable of using apparition or maybe port keys to get in or out, but they need to appear outside the manor unless the Malfoys add everyone that needs to go there into their family wards. Fat chance of that happening. So logically most would need to show up outside and within the range of my people. We also have people in the Ministry of Transportation at all times, helping us keep track of FLU network activity. Her second piece of intel she brought was about their plans to break their people out of Azkaban. Voldemort already knew where the prison was and already began the process of getting the Dementors on his side again. What he was really planning for was on how to remain hidden while he builds up his power again. He knows that he can't take on the entire country with what he has so far, and the people he'll get from the breakout will need months to recover. At least this means he needs to stay in the dark for now. There was a minor change in canon from my decision to remove a few of his men before his return, and that is the moving up of the jailbreak. It is minor so far. But I will need to keep an eye out on what he will do to build up his army after my other actions in the underworld and werewolf communities. Her last major piece was her own assignment from her new lord. He seemed to be testing her abilities by ordering her to track some people down and recruiting them. He wants her to help his lieutenants find old allies still in Europe and some of the outcasts of the magical world. I didn't have a problem with such an order, since it lets me monitor who his allies will be for a while and give me a chance to poach some people who could actually do good from the ones who don't want to follow the maniac. Then we have Dumbledore's side. His honestly hasn't seen much action or progress so far. I know for a fact that he's recruited Shacklebolt already, and I assume Moody brought in or is about to bring in Tonks. But that seems to be his limit in terms of activity in the ministry itself. I don't know how many personal connections the man truly has, but he is limited by the fact that he is currently the minister's #1 undesirable. Remus sent me a message about staying in the village, which I am told is asking permission to be named Free Wolf. Most likely to keep an eye on the population in case some decide to follow Voldemort. Cautious but ultimately kinda pointless as long as I maintain the trust I've built over the years. As for the name, I don't mind since it isn't stupid. Beyond that, most of the order is focusing more on Harry and keeping him safe instead of properly building up a force capable of standing against their enemy. Not a sound strategy to just try and stop your enemy from gathering allies while not building up your own. I understand why the man does things like this. But it tells me he can't fight a war. He's already too broken to take on the burden of being a general in this fight and ending his foe. His only other move was to contact me almost as soon as he received my notice that I had finished my seclusion, asking for a meeting at Grimmauld Place as soon as possible. And this is a meeting I would attend after I finished dressing myself properly, since I only sent Dumbledore the notice after I had finished the majority of my work. I simply chose to wear one of my black bespoke suits. This meeting will be a very serious affair due to him most likely asking me to join his order. I had warned Mother that I would be heading out after my work was done, saying it was business. She was used to it and simply acknowledged my notice. No point in telling her what I am truly going to do when I am not going to become a member of the order. Mentioning this particular topic would make Mother freak out due to the actions of my parents and their subsequent passing. I sent a quick message about my impending arrival so they could send someone to let me in on the secret and apparat without a single sound. With a silent apparition just outside of where I remembered Grimmauld Place being. I was suddenly struck with the realization that I couldn't remember where the address I was going to was. I couldn't see nor remember it. It felt really weird for me to forcefully forget something due to my eidetic memory. Then I noticed one Sirius Black coming my way with a cheeky smile on his face. "Well, looks like even you can't escape the effect from that spell," the smirking man said to me. "And that is why so few people are actually capable of casting such a spell in the first place. Doubt you could pad foot," I responded as I countered the man's grin with my own. "I'd have that spell figured out in a week," he cockily answered. "Yeah, after Remus explained it to you step by step and then helped you cast it," I say as I make his ego take a solid hit. "You can't let me win, can you?" Serious with a bit of drama. "If I ever let you win I'll never hear the end of it, but seriously, how have you been? How's the lordship been treating? I can say with certainty that I could live without it. So many pieces of paper, stuff from years ago, people annoying me to go to this ball or that function, idiots asking for money, and then I have to deal with those annoyances who are indebted to the Blacks. It's all such a pain in the ass, and I'd rather be bitten by fleas again than sign more papers. I feel like I can't even wave my wand after finishing everything." Sirius said with a great big sigh. "Yeah, the paperwork is a pain, but that's what happens when you don't have any real training or experience in dealing with it, I replied, looking at the man's pained expression at the memory of paperwork. There must be something good that came out of having full control over the Black family, I said as I tried to help him out of his funk a bit. Well, it was fun to kick out cousins Bella and Chissaw from the families. Andy's been great and her daughter is a barrel of laughs, glad to reconnect with some decent family for once. I also can't wait to see what will happen as a result of me cancelling the marriage contracts my 2 less likable cousins have. I hope it makes the papers. He answered with a smile as he tells me about implementing the suggestion I had given him. Ever the prankster, huh? And wait a minute, did you say your hand hurts from paperwork? Haven't you gotten one of my paperwork quills? They're a great help. I informed the man as a realization hit me, making him look at me like I just provided him with the key to salvation. How come no one told me about these things? He then exclaimed with what appeared to be sorrow. Well, they probably assumed you would have already looked for any way to have to do less paperwork and gotten at least one already, I answered as I thought about the man's usual character. The man didn't even answer me at that point. Probably due to me having just correctly guessed exactly what he's done already. He just passed me a piece of paper with the address of 12, Grimald Place, and I could immediately remember the place as it appeared. When I got to the place it was quite the surprise. The renovations Sirius arranged did wonders to the place, and with the wards and expansions properly reactivated by Lord Black, the place looked quite different from the movie. The floor was redone using nice cherry wood, with the old dark green wallpaper replaced for a rosewood one and the carpets removed. I'm guessing he essentially changed the place out of Slytherin colors and into Gryffindors. He also took down the old portraits of past Blacks besides his Uncle Alfred. The various cursed objects were removed, old furniture replaced or fixed up, and I could see a newly redone kitchen as we walked towards what I would assume was the meeting dining room. We reached the place and sitting at the table was most of the order waiting for us. Dumbledore was obviously there. But neither Professors McGonagall or Snape were amongst those present. Tonks, Moody and Shacklebolt were seated with Molly and Arthur Weasley. Mundungus had made it and was trying to sell something shady to Remus as Bill and Charlie Weasley watched. It seems I've made you all wait, my apologies, I said as I entered the room. Ah, Aiden, a pleasure to have you with us, I assume you know most present today, Dumbledore said as he welcomed me. Actually, I at least know of everyone present today. 3 Aurors from my aunt's department, one being our supposed-to-be teacher last year, the second being someone my aunt thinks highly of, and the third being an old friend. Then we have one of my successor's parents and people I've been in contact with regarding Harry's well-being. Their eldest son who recently transferred to the English branch of Gringotts after working as a cursebreaker in Egypt, the second eldest who worked in the Dragon Preserve in Romania I nearly had majority ownership of. There's Remus, who actually works for me, and one Mundungus Fletcher. I know everyone here. But I am surprised someone as self-serving as him would be invested in fighting again. I guess you can find courage in the most unexpected places after all. I say before Dumbledore does unneeded introductions. How could you possibly know about my transfer? I've just done it. I am a friend of the Goblin Nation and I am very good at finding information I want. And in these times, I make sure to keep track of those related to the ones I am related to. Your family has done good by Harry, and Ron could almost be considered my student in the art of dueling in combat, hence I know about the entire Weasley family in great detail. I answered smoothly as I revealed a bit of my abilities. Madam Bones has not exaggerated your abilities, it seems thorough and intelligent indeed, the deep voice of Shacklebolt said as he evaluated me. I have heard more than a few positive comments about you as well, I politely answered as he chuckles a bit. Watcher, where have you been for the last month? You said we could hang out this summer. Sorry Dora, after my little fight against Voldemort I felt the next step in my growth and it couldn't wait any longer. I am actually surprised it only took me a month to finish, but I am back and stronger than ever. You can come visit whenever from now on, alright? I say as I try to placate this emotional friend of mine. Fine, but you better show me the good stuff when I come, you promised to teach me some things, Mr. Super Genius, she said as she relented and smirked. Nothing but the best for my friends, I agree without hesitation. You said you fought the Dark Lord kid. Then why aren't you saying he's back? It could force Fudge to admit it. A few reasons honestly. First is that Fudge will never admit to it unless everyone sees that Voldemort's back. He's always done everything he could to bury the problems left over from the last war, and the Dark Lord being back would ruin everything he has ever achieved. Second is that this way we can actually have Aunt Amelia get her department ready using our family's wealth. We also decided to clean the Aurors and hit Wizards of Death Eater sympathizers and limited the activity of blood purists. This wouldn't have happened if Fudge wasn't afraid of pushing me over to your side and making his life a nightmare. This way only Dumbledore is under fire and at risk of losing positions he doesn't care for. While we can get ready. And lastly, the Order of the Phoenix has nothing to do with me. I said calmly as the last words make the majority question me simultaneously before Dumbledore raises his hand to stop them. What do you mean, Aiden? Will you not fight against Voldemort? I know you have a strong dislike for him and his followers, please tell us why you do not wish to join the Order. It is simple, I believe the way all of you have chosen to deal with the situation is wrong and that you are all severely weakened as an organization without the Ministry, I answered without showing any emotions. That's preposterous. Your own parents fought alongside us until their death. How can you insult their ideals? And that's why they died. I coldly countered as I made everyone present shut their mouths right quick, listening as I continued. They fought a war trying not to kill those willing to slaughter, torture and our countless innocents to achieve their goals. They decided to try to imprison animals who would escape, be jailbroken or simply let go by corrupt officials, fighting the same people over and over again while those same people killed more and more of their allies. And I remember that even as they waited and hoped for help from this very order. As my entire family was being slaughtered, they still fought to defeat and not kill. They then left me to be taken by Death Eaters and suffer under their hands. They then left the woman I consider my mother to weep at least once a week until myself and my cousin managed to help her move on. And even after the war was over, those same people who everyone here fought or lost loved ones to, were allowed to walk away from every horrible act they've committed using piss-weak defenses and continue to harm people to this day. So I think I am fully in my rights when I say I do not approve of the way the Order operates and that I will continue to do as I wish to actually win the coming war. Aiden, I know what you've experienced as a young age has marked you, but you cannot let yourself get lost in your hate, Dumbledore said with concern apparent in his eyes. Headmaster, my decision is not based on emotions alone. This is the result of me taking every bit of information I had on the subject. Every possible conclusions I could think of as a result of my choices and even historical precedents. This is my choice after listening to both my brain and my heart. I responded calmly as the man ponders his options for a moment. I know you are strong, Aiden, far stronger than me now, of that I am certain. That statement got a lot of shock from those present. But you still cannot fight this battle alone. Who said I was alone? I replied with a confident smile. I am more than ready for what is to come. Then how about cooperation? I am sure we could help each other to push back the encroaching darkness. I am open to such, but it shall be limited to my side providing logistics and information for your information and possible movements. I cannot tell you about my movements for reasons I am sure you can guess, Headmaster, and your order has nothing else which I do not already possess. I answered, laying down my terms. I cannot possibly tell you about all of our movements, I am sure you already understand this, so I will only agree to disclose movements we could use your assistance with, anything else would endanger our operations, the elderly man countered. I am fine with that. I understand the need for secrecy and reporting all of your movements to someone creates problems in exchange, if it involves Harry. I want to know, I will not be left out of the loop when it comes to my little brother. I offered in response to his downgrade. I am more than willing to agree. Now, what do you mean by providing logistics? Dumbledore asked after closing issue. I can discreetly supply you with pretty much any ingredient, potion, poison, equipment, trinket or book you'll need for nothing. I don't lack money and your group is too small to make any kind of dent in my stockpiles. I also have a good number of safe houses in the country no one knows about, perfect when on the run or to meet up. Anything else would have to be discussed ahead of time and you'll need to ask to use one ahead of time because they are very well defended. I answered in a succinct manner. That would be greatly appreciated, Aiden, Dumbledore said with a grateful look on his face. I don't want to join. But that doesn't mean I want good and honest people to die, especially when it's not like I dislike any of you. I am more than willing to help, but I will be handling things my way and doing my own thing. I responded as I let myself relax a bit. Thank you, the man simply said. A smile returned to his face. No problem, but now I believe I should take my leave. This is an order meeting and since I have refused to join, I should get going, I said as I excused myself with a slight bow. Ah, a moment, Aiden, Dumbledore said before I could leave. What's wrong? I simply questioned. It appears I might need to call on your assistance sooner than I realized. This is just as an insurance policy, but could you keep your schedule open this year? He asked as the man's mind seemed to be troubled. Aside from my new positions in the Wisengamot and Board of Governors, I will be taking care of my duties as Lord during the day, hence not usually busy. The latter can almost be done whenever and the others will only happen occasionally, so my schedule is fairly free at moment. I answered truthfully since those would be my most regular activities. That is good, I should be able to let you know if your aid will be needed by the end of the month, Dumbledore nodded with some relief. If that is all, I shall take my leave. It is good to see all those present and hope everyone is the same the next time we meet, I finally said as I take my leave and exit Grimmauld Place. Chapter 156. The rest of my summer was more eventful than I had anticipated, with a few key occurrences happening in the month. The first of which really threw me for a loop. Flashback to a week after forming an alliance with the Order of the Phoenix. Aiden. This missive is to inform you that we have successfully found the safe houses and no issues occurred in the process of sinking ourselves into the wards. Also, I would like to schedule a meeting next in a week and a half to discuss a rather stressful matter. Do burn this after you have read it. A thankful ally. Albus Dumbledore. Guess the headmaster likes to make extra sure the message reaches me, Fox. I said to the bird currently eating one of the treats I give Soul, getting a happy chirp as a reply. I wrote a quick response agreeing to another meeting and gave it to the Phoenix, which flame traveled as soon as it finished its treat. Just as I was about to sit down to resume my daily portion of work, I was called for by Mother. Aiden, could you come down, dear? I have something I wish to talk to you about. Of course, I've always got time for the ladies in my life, I replied with a smile as I stepped away from my desk. It shouldn't take too long, but we will have a guest, she informed me as we made our way downstairs. It certainly seemed like a guest was coming since 3 cups of tea had been set in the common room, with an excited Tilly standing by. So who's coming and how come you need me here? I decide to ask due to it being kind weird for my presence to be required when Mother is here. It's because this requires the head of the family to be here, and the guest is someone you know quite well, she answered, avoiding my question slightly and making me raise an eyebrow. She then gestured for me to sit behind the single cup. Which tells me that I will be on the receiving side of something like a proposition or request from whoever is going to visit, and that they are fairest close to Mother since she is bringing them in and subtly siding with them. A moment after I had sat down, a knock could be heard, making Tilly excitedly pop over to the door to let whomever in. I calmly poured myself some tea as I waited for our guest, only looking up after I was done to see a fidgety Mother and Sirius sitting in front of me. Now this is certainly a surprise, I did not expect Lord Sirius Black to show up to our home without being told about it. I doubt this has anything to do with what we've discussed last week, so this begs the question, why are you here with my aunt as your inviter? I asked with no small amount of curiosity as I calmly look at the two of them. Ah, well, you see, it's a funny story really, Ack. He stammered before Mother elbowed him to get it together. We have something to tell you, dear, and it would be wonderful if you could listen until the end, Amelia then said after helping the nervous man out of his stammering. I am all ears, I replied as I gestured for them to go on, while Mother gives a commanding glare to Sirius. Well, I'm here to ask permission to re-establish the marriage contract between myself and Amelia, the man squeezed out as Mother nodded, leaving me a bit dazed for a moment. Excuse me? Was all that came out of my malfunctioning brain. A marriage contract, Aiden, Mother repeated as if she was making sure I'd heard correctly. Yeah, I heard him, but what do you mean one between you two? And since when did you have one in the first place if you want to re-establish it? You see, when we were younger, we were both Aurors, we teamed up a lot, worked together on cases and watched each other's backs. We got closer and I proposed since no one else could reel me in like she could, to make it official, the Bones wrote up a contract and we hashed out all the details. Then the war came and well. Sirius explained as he was trying to deal with a serious topic which was obviously still sensitive for the both of them. You then went off and started fighting outside of the department and got yourself locked up, Amelia finished, still looking a bit peeved at the memory. Mel, I'm sorry, I thought you forgave me for that, the man said as he tried to placate Mother. Ahem, sorry to stop the show, as much as I love to see you make the man sweat, I still have to clarify a few things, I interrupt before they can do a weird, not married but acting like a married couple, bit. Like? Mother simply asks as she ignored Sirius' pleading looks for forgiveness. So both of you want to get together? I asked straightforwardly. Yes, we've been talking and seeing each other for a few months now actually, I wasn't sure what would happen, so I didn't tell you or Susan, she answered after a small sigh. And you're going to give this guy a second chance, I asked with a questioning glance to one of the marauders. Hey! Sirius responded, probably feeling my thoughts about how irresponsible he is. Yes, as childish as he can be at times, he is still fiercely loyal and protective of those he cares about, she answered as we both ignored his responses. Even when he's going to be acting as part of the Order again? I questioned again since I knew just how much of a sore point that is in our family. We've had long discussions about that little decision of his. He took it without talking with me first again, she said as she gave him a quick glare to cow the man. And he did bring up good points about his possible actions being limited this time. Him being a Dumbledore and Harry's supporter is well known, so if he helps us as Lord Black it will give Fudge ammunition to restrict Mother for sure. I quickly thought as I continued listening. And as much as loath to have people I care in that man's group, I also know he would never stand by and let Voldemort do as he wished. If he did, he wouldn't be the only man I love," Mother concluded with certainty as she looked at Sirius. "I promise you that I'll do right by you this time, Mel," Black said seriously as he looked into her eyes. "You better, or I'm putting you in Azkaban myself," she responded with a decisive nod, making the man shiver at the prospect. "At least I'm sure Mother won't be soft on you," I chuckled as I watched the two. "Humph, he already owes me 10 years, if he screws up I'm not forgiving him again," she harumphed decisively. "Then I don't really see any issues as long as Mother is happy with this. I know what kind of man Sirius is. At times reckless and irresponsible, but he is also kind, caring and loyal. I don't really see him cheating, even if he was wild in his youth, and if he does I know it won't end well for him," I said as I give the two my approval. "Thank you dear," Mother happily said with a really warm smile. "Yeah, thank kid," Sirius followed in with a relieved one. "But," I said then interrupted before they could get too excited. "The announcement and wedding will most likely have to wait until next year due to the political situation. You two marrying at the moment would turn Fudge's paranoia and stupidity up to 11, and I don't want that to happen on your special day. So it's either wait until Voldemort is revealed or hold a secret wedding." "Unfortunately, he is right Padfoot," Mother said looking a bit deflated. Hey. Listen Mel, I don't need any kind of extravagant wedding as long as it's happening with you. You know what? I don't need any of that either, fuck that sorry excuse for a flobberworm. I've waited 10 years and I'm not letting his pathetic ego and intelligence stop me from marrying you. If that's what you two want, I can get everything organized in secret relatively easily. I just need to know who you'd want to be there and camouflage a few things. Honestly wouldn't even be that hard to be ready by the end of the month." I chimed in before the two could go off the rail completely. "Oh Aiden. What did I do to get such son? Ha. With the kid taking charge, I doubt anything will go wrong." So with a laughing Sirius, the huggiest mother I've ever seen and a house elf who apparently had her own camera, I added wedding planning to my list of duties that day. End of flashback. After that, I started preparing for 2 weddings, Mother's and my own. We agreed to have Amelia and Sirius marry on the 30th, then they can both take a week or 2 to one of my private islands or villas for a honeymoon after the kids all go back to Hogwarts. Mother taking a week off will probably surprise a few people. But an excuse of her wanting to get away from all the politics for a short time isn't really shocking, especially with the woman not taking many vacations since she took office. As for my own wedding to my lovely fiancée, I am just waiting on her mother fully recovering to have it happen. So I thought, since I already have all the people who make the best stuff for a ceremony coming, why not have it made for us as well? It's not like our bodies will go through significant changes between when we get everything made and when we hold the wedding. The only thing that can do that is Tori getting pregnant. Which we both know she isn't. So with her approval, of course, I began the prep work. I was trying really hard to get both weddings done before the start of the Second War. I want to break that death flag which pops up when someone says they're going to marry after the war's done. Not letting that have any chances of happening. Fortunately, I know for a fact that Victoria's mother is recovering very well. Another flashback, this time it's 2 days after the Amelia Sirius bomb. It's like a Naruto episode during this chapter. Master. The mistress sent you message. Her excited voice broke my focus away from my training, forcing me to return to the ground. I was in the middle of understanding how wind and the sky interacts with magic, and being close to both helped a lot during the process. Thanks Tilly, can you check and see if you'll have enough time to whip up all the food we'll need? I just want to make sure we won't need to call the Black family elf since he isn't nearly as great as you. I asked the little elf as I received the vanishing box. Tilly can make everything. Who needs crusty Black family elf when Tilly shows him that all he can really make is an idiot sandwich? She then popped away as I chuckled at her enthusiasm and read the message Tori sent me. I need you at the hospital. She wants to meet you. It simply said, but it was enough for me to know how important this was. I quickly ran inside to get ready. A quick cleaning spell, a nice black bespoke suit with a white shirt, and I'm ready to go. I then head to the fireplace and wave my hand to change it to the flush setting, grab some powder and yell, Street Mungo. Not telling anyone since Mother is with Sirius today and Susan is hanging out at Neville's place today. The two really hit it off when talking about herbology, and she's been helping him pass potions. He's a good kid. So I trust him to take care of her. What I forgot in the heat of the moment was that my sudden appearance caused quite a stir. I had momentarily forgotten about my rapidly growing fame, something which skyrocketed after I formally received my masteries. Still didn't care as I snapped the receptionist awake and signed myself in without wasting any time. Approaching my destination, I spotted my fiancée as she stood outside of it. And I wasn't sure if my love for her makes me biased, but even in a matron outfit she looked damn fine. So as soon as I reached her, I picked her up with one arm and gave her a deep kiss. After a few seconds of enjoying that, I let her down, leaving her a bit out of breath at the sudden show of affection and red-faced as she tried to maintain her calm demeanor. "So do I look presentable?" I asked with a grin as I received a light glare. "Yes, yes, hard not to look good when it's you," she answered with a slight smile as she got over the kiss. "Feelings mutual, how do you make that frumpy outfit look so sexy?" I respond with an appreciative look. "Stop it, don't want to get excited right now," she scolded as she slapped my arm. "But thanks." "My pleasure, but yeah, I should probably calm down too, kinda nerve-wracking meeting the in-laws you know." I say to her with a small grin. "At least you didn't meet yours when you were barely a teenager," she shot back. "Oh please, that worked out great for you, mother loved you before we even got together," I responded as I gave he a little nudge. "Well look on the bright side, at least you'll never have to deal with actually meeting an overprotective father-in-law," she joked a bit. "Yes, and the closest on my side is Tilly, so I think you're good, you might still have to pry her off of me when we move into our place," I added as we both chuckled a bit at the thought before Tori got back to the matter at hand. "Alright, well, she's up and pretty much recovered. What she needs is time to rehabilitate her body and magic, as well as counseling to work through some psychological trauma, apart from that she's looking great. Just don't talk about the shit stain and you should be good," she explained as she broke down her own mother's condition. "Alright, easy enough, the only thing I would even bring up about him is the contract," I said with an understanding nod. "Yeah, I already explained that part so you're good, I would be with you, but she asked to see you alone," Victoria said as she looked a bit worried. "No need for that look, it'll all be fine," I say with a quick peck on her forehead. "Now wish me luck," I added as I opened the door. When I saw the woman, I could immediately tell she was truly Tori's mother. They had the same raven black hair, only hers resting onto of her right shoulder with an elastic holding it all together near the bottom. Classic dead anime mom hair. The same emerald green eyes. Proud and noble features, and they apparently shared the same look when they were assessing others. I just calmly closed the door behind me, walked up to her bed and sat on one of the chairs beside it as I looked into her eyes. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you ma'am, I am Aiden Bones, your daughter's fiancé," I politely introduced myself to my future mother-in-law. "Just Aiden Bones? Why not use your titles? Surely you have plenty." "I am talking to my future mother-in-law, status means nothing in front of that, I could be the Minister of Magic and I would still be scrutinized," I answered with a bit of a chuckle. "At least you understand that much," she said with a slight nod of approval. "So let's get to main question and get this over with, why should I approve of you marrying my child?" "Why wouldn't you?" I asked back with a bit of an amused smirk. "Excuse me?" she responded with a surprised look on her face. "I mean, I'm sure you've thoroughly questioned Victoria about me already, so I am certain you already picked whether or not you approve of me," I clarified since there's no way a mother and her daughter didn't talk about their love lives. "Certainly wasn't expecting that response, no matter, I want your answer," she said before basically demanding an answer from what her eyes told me. "Well then, I only have one answer to that question," I said as a smile on my face grew. "And that is?" she said as she wanted to coax the answer out. "Because I love her," I simply said with a bright smile on my face. "Because you love her? That's it? That's your answer?" "Yup," I affirmatively nodded. That caused the room to be quiet for a few seconds as it computed. And then she just started laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. That's right. That's the only reason that matters, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Why is mom laughing so hard? What did you do?" I answered her question, I answered with a proud smile on my face. "That he did. And a proper answer he gave me." "What do you mean mom?" questioned Victoria in her confusion. "You found yourself a keeper princess," her mother answered at the same time as she avoided really answering like I did. "Does that mean we have your blessing ma'am?" I then asked as I moved on from Tori's question. "Just call me Celine, and yes, you too have my blessing," she answered, making Victoria forget her questions as she just went and hugged her mother fiercely. "I'll do just that Celine, now all we have to do is get you out of this place and we can have our wedding," I said with a great big smile on my face due to the happiness. "Then I guess my genius princess will need to get to work so that she can marry her Prince Charming," she followed up with a teasing smile as she patted her daughter's head. "I said I wanted to marry a prince one time after you read that story and you still hold it against me," murmured Victoria in embarrassment. "Of course I will, I am your mother," Celine smugly answered with a little chuckle, making me feel happiness for Victoria getting such moments back at long last. End of second flashback. Yeah, I can see why Tori loved her mother after meeting her. A woman who loves her family and wants the best for them. Good thing I left when they started planing her. Husbands. Downfall, cause those two can be quite scary. I think the man would prefer my hit squad over what his own wife and daughter have planned. I thought as I finished signing a few papers for Mother's wedding. The signature making me think of another rather surprising meeting I had during the month. Chapter 157. You see, besides Mother introducing Sirius as her renewed fiancé to me and finally meeting my future mother-in-law, those were not my most surprising event of the summer. A completely unexpected event which, I could only assume, occurred due to my actions and suggestions. Flashback to 2 days before meeting with Dumbledore. And that's how you create my original Protego charm, I proudly say to Tonks as she began her 5th attempt of the hour. Yeah, I got it, just watch and I'll show you how quick an Auror can learn this, the stubborn woman replied as she once again attempted to cast the spell. She had met all the requirements to cast the spell, but it is hard to get initial results due to some of the new concepts and emotions it uses. Kinda like how the Patronus charm can be difficult for people to properly master. I could tell she was on the right track though. And having the creator of the spell walk her through it just sped her progress up immensely. It's also been fun to hang out with her again. Victoria and I have been coaching her in my white magic ever since I made my little alliance with the Order, which Dora had finally joined. Although the two girls are pretty different, they've still formed a good friendship with each other. Tori has had troubles in that department because of her relationship with me and her own achievements which had intimidated our peers. While Dora was always ostracized due to her natural gift, petty jealousies and her fiery attitude due to having to deal with everything else that comes with being a metamorphmagus. So they found friendship and respect in one another, even if they're a few years apart. But, as I watched Tonks finally forming a faint golden circle where her wand was pointing, a very familiar voice took my attention away. Master, you have an owl waiting for you. It's very mean. Nipped at poor Tilly when she tried to take the letter. Could you tell who it's from? I don't really get any owls anymore and I wasn't expecting any. No, Tilly couldn't get the letter from Mean Owl, it's not little Master Harry Potter's or any ministry owls either, she answered with her head shacking. Well, isn't that odd, I said to myself as I thought of the possibilities. What's going on, Aiden? Your mum needs something from her precious boy. No, just an unexpected owl from an unknown source, but I don't think you want to go to Mother's considering how you still live under your own thumb, I replied with my own grin. Hey, I can totally move out whenever I want, I just prefer to wait until I become a real Auror, besides, you're the famous Lord Bones while I'm just an apprentice Auror, who should be ashamed of living with their mum now. She fired back as she defended her still living with her parents. Well, unlike a certain someone, my house is just about finished and that's with me having only graduated recently, I offhandedly said in response as I brushed off her reply and turned to leave the training area. Hey! Where are you going, you prat? Gotta do my job. Someone sent an owl and not even the family elf can receive the letter, so that means it's for my eyes only, I answered without turning back. You're doing a good job on the spell, Dora, keep it up. With that said, I followed Tilly to the owl. It seems that the fellow was defending the letter on top of the dining room table, looking at both myself and Tilly in wariness. I calmly approached it, making the black and grey eagle owl look at my face as I do. He apparently decided I was the one the letter was for and just did the owl equivalent of a nod with a hoot as I took the thing. Trained to recognize the receiver, means it's from someone from a rich family, secretive, or just some shady people who know how to work properly. I thought as I analyzed some possible scenarios. I opened the blank envelope after a few quick scans to make sure it wasn't cursed or a prank. Lord Bones. I have found myself with information you would find more than useful in these changing times and would like to request a meeting. I will be waiting at the White Wyvern whether you believe my claim to be true or not. If you do decide to meet, simply ask for room 3 tonight. Hopefully one can begin a mutually beneficial relationship. No signature, pseudonym or titles. Annoying, but the letter does at least give me a few clues. The style of writing itself is precise, elegant and holds its own unique traits. Traits consistent with strict noble families who train their progenies from a young age. It looks like it should be a woman who at least wrote the letter itself, but that doesn't guarantee the person who wants to meet me is one. Wants to keep their identity a secret and hints at knowing my true stance regarding the political climate. Meaning this person knows I am against Death Eaters. The only ones who know this are my own people, the Order and the Death Eaters who've joined Voldemort already. Almost definitely from the third group since my men would have just told me and Dumbledore would have been straight with me instead of doing this. So the writer is almost certainly someone from a Death Eater family, wants to deal with me because they don't believe Dumbledore is an option. Believes I can be manipulated or easily fooled, or is looking for some kind of protection. This could just be an interesting assassination attempt too, but I think it's the least likely possibility at this point. Overall, they have my curiosity. I thought as I tried to gauge the intent behind such meeting request. Tilly, tell Mother I will be out tonight and get my concealing gear ready for me, I order the elf, making her pop away immediately. I then sent a message to Oliver in order to have men waiting in the White Wyvern before I get there, just in case. They know how to be subtle. Couldn't have Dora over for dinner today because of this surprise meeting. But we scheduled another lesson after my meeting with Dumbledore. And after a month of training she's been showing a lot of improvement, leaving Moody quite moody that his apprentice was learning more under a kid like me. Yes, I had to do that at least once. So after dinner, I equipped myself properly before heading out for my mystery meeting. I wore a Bacillus dragon hide vest under enchanted robes, had my hidden bracers on. My enchanted knife, my detection ring, emergency port key, and all of it concealed by an enchanted hooded cloak which shadowed my face and body. And don't judge, being the strongest doesn't mean I'm invincible. Too many stories about betrayals. Poisons, alliances just to take a person down and assassinations to believe no one can kill me. Heck, there's still technically a possibility I could get killed by a random muggle. So constant vigilance and all that. So with a message from my people saying they were in position and myself being ready, I used the Fleur network to reach the leaky cauldron before calmly making my way to Nocturne Alley, always keeping my magic sense open in case of an ambush. Fortunately those who saw me were smart enough to not get in my way. A 6 feet 3 inches man with a calm and steady walk. Silent steps and leaking a small amount of my predator's aura. It lets people know I am dangerous, or at least too dangerous to mess with for minor gains. Reaching the White Wyvern, I asked for room number 3 as instructed, giving a hidden signal to my men that I had arrived at the same time. The place hadn't changed at all from the time I had my first meeting with Jennifer. Still an even worse version leaky cauldron. But I just ignore all that whilst focusing on possible movements and what lied ahead. Reaching the correct room, I prepare myself and let my magic flow through my entire body as I ready both offensive and defensive magic. I gently open the door, but my senses only feel a single occupant. Which I doubt is Voldemort himself, so assassination attempt has dropped down on my list of possibilities. And just as gently as before, I close the door behind me. I then walk to the unoccupied chair set for this meeting as I look at the cloaked person sitting on the other. With every step I use my magic to form wards to block any form of apparition, port key. Elf magic or spatial movement, firmly locking the room off from anyone trying to get in or out besides me. This is a demonstration of my ability to cast magic from anywhere on body. If I understand what I am trying to do well enough and practice, I can cast a spell. Set a rune ward and block magic using any part of my body. Of course, my limbs are much easier to use when I want to be accurate, but I can do full body magic. Then I add intent and deceit detections just as I sit down and give my focus to the one who I assumed called me. That was certainly an impressive demonstration. I assume I am speaking to Lord Bones then? The female voice asked as my piercing blue eyes were the only thing she could really see because of my enchantments. The cloak she was wearing covered her face and body well. But the materials gave her status away. Then her body language screamed that she wasn't in her preferred environment and her tone of voice and the state of her magic tells me she isn't hostile at the moment. The one and only, should I be the first to take down my hood or are we going to stay like this? Not much of a point since we both know who the other person is. You believe to know who I am, I do not belittle your abilities, but I doubt you truly know who I am, she said in disbelief. Your choice Lady Malfoy, I simply answered with a devilish grin as I removed my own hood, making her body stiffen completely at my answer. You are more capable than I anticipated, Narcissa Malfoy said as she removed her hood and showed an expression telling me she was re-evaluating me. It was the first time I was in such close proximity to the infamous wife of Lucius Malfoy, but after looking at her carefully I could see she was quite the beauty in her day and still had enough charms to her name. Although her expression was calculative and cold. She possessed nice features of nobility, long blonde hair, blue eyes and fair skin. Overall looking very good for a woman and even better when considering she was approaching her mid-40s. Yes. The little clues piled up and my own means of gathering information helped me narrow things down even further. But even then, you were one of my least likely suspects on my final list, so tell me. Why would the wife of a Death Eater contact me after her family's lord has finally returned? I asked in a voice devoid of emotions as I looked at her carefully. I am sure that you are aware of my cousin's actions since becoming Lord Black due to your actions and relationship with him and young Mr. Potter. I will not doubt your intelligence after your performance. But his little prank, as he would see it, of revoking the marriage contracts of myself and dear sister Bella, is why I am here. She answered coldly as she kept her neutral expression. And why would this truly affect you? From what I have seen and heard you care greatly for your family and have been the perfect pure-blood noble wife ever since you've married into the Malfoy family. Because that contract is precisely the reason why I acted in such manner, she answered in her cold voice, but I could feel her intense emotions when talking about the contract as I looked into her eyes. She might have very powerful occlumency defenses, but they are no match for my own legitimacy. This means that as long as we keep eye contact, I can get very accurate reads on her. What exactly did this contract entail? Honestly speaking, it was my own suggestion to cancel them just to mess with your camp. I thought Bellatrix would at least kill her own husband after being freed, but instead I have the other black sister doing something interesting. I then ask as I divulged my own role in the act. That does indeed sound like something my dear sister would do if given the chance. I can't tell what her contract entailed because I was never required to know, but my own I have thoroughly understood to find every in and out. Unfortunately for me, it was a very strict contract, given to the Malfoys to show the Black family's loyalty to the Dark Lord. They wanted to offer myself, Bella and Andy to 3 of the most devoted pure-blood families supporting the Dark Lord to prove themselves. Andy got away by marrying her Muggle-born husband, but Bella and I couldn't go against what we were taught. My contract guaranteed the perfect wife of a lord, meaning obedience to the Lord Malfoy, working to improve the house, protecting my lord, giving him an heir and loyalty to the house. The contract could only be cancelled by either the current Lord Malfoy or Black, and I was hoping my son would be able to free me in time. She explained as I got a very good idea of what happened as a result of this contract. The Blacks gave away their daughters as something closer to slaves, I summarized as I couldn't believe the stupidity of such an action when the house was already declining. Yes, Narcissa simply answered. And if Bellatrix's contract is anything resembling yours, it would explain a major part of why she is so loyal to Voldy, especially if I'm guessing correctly that the punishment for not following the contract falls on you. I followed up as some new understanding of Voldemort's fiercest follower was unearthed. This time Narcissa remained silent, but I could see a flood of memories had been triggered when I mentioned the word punishment. I saw glimpses of physical and magical torture. The contract's magic forcing her body and sometimes even her mind, its constant influence on her and Lucius' less than kind actions as a husband. And from your reaction, it would seem that Death Eaters make for poor husbands as well as pathetic men, I added with clear venom in my voice this time. That is an understatement, she said as she regained her calm. And now that you are free from such a contract you contact me, why? I finally ask in order to sate my curiosity over the nature of this very meeting. I wish to offer you a deal, your protection of me and my son for my services and loyalty, she answered with determination. Why on earth would you come to me for this and not Dumbledore? One of his biggest traits is his offering of second chances to others. Because I don't believe the old man can properly protect anyone besides Mr. Potter. Even then both of the child's parents died under his protection, the Longbottoms have been in St. Mungo's for over a decade, your own family was nearly erased, Sirius was imprisoned under his watch. He didn't know one of his most trusted was replaced by a Death Eater and he cannot match the Dark Lord anymore. She said smoothly as her voice remained cold. This does not explain why I would believe a 19-year-old has better chances at protecting you, even if I tied against the Dark Lord in a duel, I countered as I wanted to know exactly why she came to me for this. Although I was not certain you could match the Dark Lord at his peak before. My doubts on that were cleared the moment you set those wards without using a word nor wand. You have achieved something no one in our history has by acquiring so many masteries and at the same time no less. You are probably the richest man in the country due to your business. And you hold strong positions in the Wisengamot and even the Hogwarts Board of Governors. You can protect me and my child, of that I have no doubt if you try. She said evenly as she named the magical, economic and political power I hold. Of course I could do this, but the question remains. Why should I? Why should I act for someone like you? Someone who still supports the idea of blood supremacy even if it is not to the fanatical degree many Death Eaters do. Why should I need your help to accomplish anything if I've already achieved everything you've said before even graduating from school? Why should I try to protect an ignorant child who will not change until he experiences what it really means to be a Death Eater like his daddy? Why should I not just kill you here and now? I asked her in return as my voice gets colder and colder, releasing some of my power to put pressure on her. Because I can help you completely ruin Lucius and other families, she answered as she tried to remain calm in front of me. The only reason your entire family is not dead is because I've been hoping your son could take even a single step to change himself during his schooling. If you didn't have a child still depending on you, the both of you would have disappeared long ago. As for the others, it is generally the same reason. I replied emotionlessly, making her eyes widen at the revelation. I can help your business grow as I have with the Malfoy ones. I am the one who's been managing everything for years now and Lucius barely pays any attention as long as the numbers don't go down. He never noticed that I took almost half of the profits for myself. Narcissa added as I could feel her emotions racing below her calm face. Why in the world would I trust someone like you to be anywhere near the management of my business? You just admitted to embezzlement. I'll swear an oath of service until my life is no longer in danger. Or even for a set number of years, I am an excellent potion mistress, a trained fighter, and know my way around businesses and politics. I am certain I could be of some use in exchange for your protection. She responded as her emotions started to show on her face bit by bit under my constant pressure. But that still doesn't change my fundamental problem with you, Narcissa. You are part of and were raised by a family which believes in being better than others, while having all the advantages possible. But decides to actively harm our kind at every turn to maintain some semblance of power over others. You are part of the people who want to be nobles, but have forgotten about the responsibilities which come with that title. So I ask you again, why should I protect Narcissa Black? I ask again as my blue eyes start to radiate power, putting even more pressure on the woman. Because I don't want to be at their mercy anymore. I am tired of being told what to do, how to act, what to feel, when I know that it's all stupid and wrong. I am tired of dealing with all that death and destruction when I want to be able to enjoy my life. I am tired of having to give up ever having love and being forced to act like love a gay man. I just want to be free and be able to be with those I care for. The woman in front of me finally said as her image as a lady broke and she told me her real desires. But when she did that, I got so confused that I unconsciously stopped emitting magic and pressuring her through the mind arts. Say what now? I asked in complete shock. Huh? An equally confused Narcissa said in response as she felt lighter all of a sudden. What did you just say? I ask again just to make sure I heard that right. I want to be free. She hesitantly answered. No, just before that part, I said as I urged her to repeat what I thought I heard. I'm tired of giving up on love. Narcissa, she confusedly said this time. No, after that bit, I said. I don't want to act like I love a gay man. She finally said. Yeah, that part, is it true? I then asked out of pure curiosity. Yes, that's why we only have Draco. We've only ever had sex once and he did everything he could to make sure I became pregnant. He even used a ritual on himself because of his preference interfering, she answered in a bit of a daze. Oh wow, I mean, I could kinda see it, but just wow, I said as nothing else could really come out because of this really interesting new fact which I was not expecting to learn at this moment. So, does this mean you're not going to kill me at least? The woman then hesitantly asked as she looked at me. No, I won't kill you. I was honestly trying to see the true reasons as to why you would come to me. Not the reasons you tell yourself to maintain your dignity or whatever reason you think I would help you. I wanted to hear Narcissa's reason, not Lady Malfoy or Black's proposal. I answered honestly since she was able to tell me her own truth. But does that mean you'll protect me? She hopefully asked this time instead of trying to almost demand a trade for protection. Yes, I'll protect you. I will take you up on the offer to help manage my business because my circumstances will most likely change soon and I will become busier, but aside from that you will be generally free as long as you abide by whatever protections I set. You will obviously be signing a magically binding contract for obvious reasons, but it's mostly about not messing with my business and confidentiality agreements. We will discuss the details later. As for Draco, I am sorry to say that at the moment he would be too likely to run back to his father and result in either your death or my losses. He has basically been brainwashed into thinking as he does and the spell will not be broken until he sees what he has been taught, truly means. But he is also going to be at Hogwarts during the year, reducing the danger significantly. It will remain to be seen if either he can change or you can convince him. I answered, giving her both good and bad news. I tried to have him not turn into another Lucius, but whenever I attempted to do so, he forced me to stop and punished me using that damned contracted. I will see what I can do before it is too late. He is still my baby, even after Lucius' so-called education. Narcissa said with a heavy sigh. Although she hated Lucius, her child was still innocent in her eyes and as any mother, she just wanted him to have the best future he could and that couldn't happen under the Dark Lord. You are free to do so, we will discuss how you will be protected in a few days if that's alright, if not, I can bring you to a safe house immediately and have you disappear, I offer the woman. No need for that. I have some things to do before leaving and Lucius doesn't know the contract has stopped working yet. He keeps it locked away just in case I would figure out a way around something or maybe destroy it, so I will at least have a few days. She responded with a shake of her head. Then I'll give you one of these. In case the worst happens, that port key will take you to the safe house I plan to bring you to. All you'll have to do is say, Haven, better safe than sorry, we'll talk in a few days then. I said as I threw a silver key to her. Thank you Lord Bones, I look forward to working with you, she said as she caught the key and managed to return to how a proper lady should act. Just please don't make me regret this, I truly wish for people to improve and move on from the poisonous views of people like the Death Eaters, but I am also not as forgiving as Dumbledore. I warn her one final time before I start removing the wards I had put in place. I understand perfectly and will do my best to show that my words were not empty, she seriously responded as she looked into my eyes without fear. I hope so, Narcissa, I really hope so, I say as I took my leave. End of flashback. Chapter 158. The last interesting bit of my summer came when I had my meeting with Dumbledore. It was nice having to deal with something relatively predictable after so many surprises happening in a single month. Mother got back with her ex-fiancé and the wedding is happening in a little more than a week. Its organization is going swimmingly. I am conflicted about letting Mother marry Sirius due to what I know of the man, but he's making her happier than she's been in a long time, and I know for a fact he's been straightening up his act even more. I know because I have eyes everywhere and they'll help make sure he doesn't hurt Mother. Then I meet my own mother-in-law and was half grateful that I wouldn't be the one having to deal with a father-in-law. Mostly because my future wife and mother-in-law are in the finale stages of their plan to erase him. Let's just say it'll suck the life out of him. Then I have to make sure our own wedding plans are going well, which they are since I've decided to use some muggle ideas mixed with magic and my people are helping make sure I get everything I need. Then we have Narcissa Malfoy Black. With her marriage contract cancelled and her getting my protection, she's been a very busy bee. From what I can tell, she's been transferring businesses to her name by convincing Lucius that as a marked Death Eater, he is very suspicious and that having everything in her name would stop people from being able to take them should he ever be arrested. The man actually agreed, meaning that it could deal a serious blow to the Dark Lord's finances when I decide to pull the plug. Obviously I've taken countermeasures against Narcissa. There's no way I was letting a woman who's been so close to Death Eaters for decades loose near me, even if I believe her, and she knows it. So we signed strict contracts for the duration of the Second Coming. In brief, as long as I am able, I shall protect her from Death Eaters and their lord, which isn't really difficult for me in all honesty, and in exchange she would act in whatever means she could to support me against them. I give her safety and she gave me whatever she could against them, simple and straightforward but with heavy punishments on both sides. Had to make sure there were as few loopholes as possible since I know she can exploit those. But it was finally time to go for my meeting. So leaving my research aside, I went to wash and dress myself in a grey suit with classic leather Oxfords. Susan, are you ready? I asked after having finished dressing myself. Almost done, just give me a minute, she answered through the door. Yes, I was bringing Susan over. The meeting itself wasn't just a meeting. It was more of a dinner I was invited to before I talked with Dumbledore, and since Harry and his friends were there I was bringing Suz along so they can hang out too. On a side note, yes, I'm still doing plenty of research and spell creation during the last month. I just don't talk about my day-to-day grind. Most of my paperwork is finished before lunch with my self-writing quills, aids, and my own insane stats. My business basically runs itself and only some rare stuff requires my presence or personal help, so it mostly falls in the paperwork category. And with my vanishing box, I can easily talk with various countries in which my businesses are growing as well. Then I have my Michael Folster stuff, which I mostly get reports and files to request permission for certain actions, nothing linking directly to me, but my people are very capable, hence leaving me with little to do since they also have my trust. The Board of Governors was not a frequent thing, only meeting 3 or 4 times a year if no severe incidents occur to discuss the current year's projected numbers at the beginning, how things have been going during the winter, how the school year as a whole ended after exams, and then to discuss exam results and funding for the next year. So not a time killer or anything, with my first meeting actually being in a few days. That is probably the reason why the headmaster wants our meeting to happen now. Then I have my duties as a member of the Wizengamot. The schedule is rather inconsistent in general, but is also infrequent. During normal times, the members are rarely gathered in their entirety. The duties of members revolve around wizarding law, meaning we vote on matters regarding the introduction, abolishment or defense of laws, deciding the verdict of high-profile trials and whether they merit being heard, and finally we hold the power to remove the current Minister of Magic and veto certain motions if enough members are in favor. This means in general, we only gather when enough is on the agenda, an important case is brought forward or an emergency is declared. So overall, I am able to finish my work in the morning with relative ease on average. Then I can do as I please, which is usually research, spending time with Tori, teaching the little siblings or training Tonks. I've actually been making some good progress in regards to magic due to my new state. Constantly pushing further in either my white or neutral magic. My main focus being on pure magic manipulation and elemental magic when not creating new white spells. Putting all that aside though, I heard Susan come down and see her in a burgundy blouse, black tampered pants and black ankle boots as she does. You look great, Suz, I say with a gentle smile. Thanks bro, Tori helped me pick out the outfit when we went shopping, you look good too, she happily said with a bright smile on her face. Really going to have to make sure no one tries anything on her. I thought as my overprotective brother side reared its head again due to well puberty was going for my little sister. I then quickly concealed our appearances using my cloaks and apparatus to Grimmauld Place. I already knew the secret being kept and Susan has visited during the summer because she is a lot closer to Harry than she was in canon due to him staying at our place. So we didn't need someone to invite us in again, simply walking to the door and knocking. Sirius answered the door and welcomed us warmly as a result. "Hey kids, happy to see you. Harry's been asking about you, worried you've been attacked by Voldemort and his followers." As soon as we came into the door, we could see a flurry of redheads moving around the house. "Kids, it's time for dinner." I then heard the voice of Molly Weasley shouted, making the entire clan gather, with Susan excitedly rushing over to see her friends and get some food as well after she looked at me with expectant eyes and I gave her permission with a nod. "I see the Weasleys have made themselves at home," I say to the man with a chuckle. "Yeah, it's mostly for Harry. Good to have more people treating him like an actual family member," Dumbledore said. "It also helps to keep him happy since his friends are here too and he can still do magic as he pleases," explained the dog father with bit of a smile. "He does deserve to have people care, but besides him, you ready for the ceremony?" I asked as we moved towards the dining room. "Nervous as all hell, kid, can't stop thinking about what if I mess it up. What if we're rushing into things? What if another war really happens? Can I properly take care of her? Can I make her happy? Do I deserve her after what I did?" My future uncle rambled as he passed his hand through his black hair. "At least I know you care, 'cause you wouldn't worry if you didn't. But I'll say this, the only time you'll ever really let her down is if you stop trying. So man up and just be there for each other, you both deserve someone to love in your lives." I say to the man. "Just be there for each other, huh? Yeah, I can do that." "Good, 'cause if you make her cry I'm going to use you for target practice," I said with a nod as I then walked through the door to the dining room. "Wait a sec, kid. You're joking, right? Kid. Aiden. You're here." I looked over and gave him a smile while looking around. It looked like most of the Weasley clan was here. Fred and George were animatedly talking to each other about a new prank product idea for their developing Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Ginny was seated with Hermione and Susan as the girls wanted to talk amongst themselves as their gender obliges. Charlie and Bill were talking with their father, and Molly had just finished placing the last plate down as she saw Sirius and I coming in. Looks like Percy still became estranged from his family for supporting Dumbledore. I thought as I noticed his absence. "Aiden dear, I'm so pleased you could come," the plump Weasley matriarch said as she ushered us in. "My pleasure, Mrs. Weasley, thank you for cooking. I've brought a few bottles of wine that the adults can enjoy," I respond with a grateful smile as I open my bottomless pouch and take out 4 bottles of Bordeaux. "Oh, you shouldn't have, dear, but thank you," she said as she happily placed the wines on the table. I then took a seat next to Harry, who immediately asked me questions. "Where have you been, Aiden?" "I've been worried since I haven't been able to come over. Sirius also told me you aren't joining the professor's order. Why not?" "Harry, everything's alright. No one has done anything to me, so no need to worry. For your first question, well, I was busy getting stronger. Took me a whole month, but if I could match Voldemort before, now I'll flatten him," I answered with confidence, shocking the teen and those of the younger generation since the order members already knew I was that strong. "And I've been rather busy planing Amelia and Sirius weeding while also taking care of my own," I then added with a smirk as I see that bit of information getting an even bigger reaction. "You're getting married too?" Harry and Ron shouted out at the same time. "Yup," I answered, amused at their reaction. "But you just graduated." The still very shocked Harry said. "So? Tori and I have been dating for a few years and we've been engaged for a while now, the only thing we're waiting on is her mother recovering so she can be there for it," I calmly answered as I saw the girls across the table grill Susan for all the details about that particular piece of information. "How come you didn't tell me then?" Harry asked, looking a bit sad. "Well, we didn't want anyone to know until Tori could make a name for herself outside Hogwarts. We didn't want people saying she's not actually that good and I was the one to do everything," I answered, placating him. "Oh, so she was too proud and didn't want people to think you were the only smart one?" Ron then suddenly said in between bites. "That could be a way to say it if I wanted to get into trouble," I said with a nod. "Why would you get into trouble?" the two friends then asked in confusion. "You two will have a lot to learn and more than a few times you'll annoy women," I simply answered to their lack of understanding as I began eating in full, successfully distracting Harry from his second question and my power. The rest of the meal was a lively affair, with everyone talking amongst themselves, catching up on recent events or actions, how jobs are going, excitement for the school year, worries about OWLs for the 5th years and talks about the ministry. Near the end of the meal, Dumbledore finally arrived and looked quite happy to see the jovial mood of everyone at the table. Good evening everyone, I hope I am not too late for dessert, the old man said as his sweet tooth took over for a moment. Not at all, just about to bring it out, why don't you take your seat and I'll go and get it, Molly answered with a wide smile as she stood up to do just as she said. The headmaster nodded, found his seat at the head of the table and waited for Molly to return. The matriarch quickly came back with a few different pies and started to distribute slices all around, and only after everyone was done did the headmaster start talking as everyone looked at him. Now that everyone has been well fed thanks to Molly, I would like to ask the children to return to their rooms for the night, Dumbledore said as he looked at the twins and fifth years. Oh come on. It's our last year and we're both 17. The twins protested as Harry, Ron, Hermione and Susan also looked very dissatisfied. You all will listen and go to your rooms, this is not something for children to hear, their mother ordered as she glared at the twins. But I can't just not be involved when Voldemort is going to try and kill me and anyone who gets in his way. Harry countered as his emotions started to rise. Harry my boy, you are too young to be involved in order business, you cannot help because of your schooling and the trace is still on you, it is simply too dangerous for you to be involved right now. Dumbledore countered as he looked at Harry with a sad expression. With actually valid points against telling anything, something the canon decided was too easy to do. I mean, just because Albus was weary about Harry's link to Voldemort. He never gave him a reason and almost goaded the kid into proving himself by doing stupid things and making him very emotional on top of having to deal with the instability his connection added. Before he got too bad, I decided a moderate approach would help placate those still in Hogwarts. How about we let them be present for the general information and less sensitive information, after that I will take my leave with students to allow order members to discuss important information and operations which cannot be leaked. I added in a calm tone, calming the kids and making them look at the adults hopefully. Are you certain about this, Aiden? You know my reasons, Dumbledore asked with a concerned look. It is inevitable that everyone here will fight and being prepared is a lot better than fumbling in the dark, they can only be carefree when they know what is happening, I believe everyone here is loyal and can keep secrets, even the twins. I said as I remembered how each one of them has grown and were said to grow in canon. I think that's a good idea, especially for Harry, he's always been involved in this, he deserves to know something, Sirius said in support as he gave Harry a smile. But they are just children, Molly complained as her instincts to protect kicked in. And the Death Eaters won't care about that fact, it is better for them to know what is happening so they are not caught unaware or lured into foolish actions, I countered coldly as I turned my eyes towards the woman. Fortunately Dumbledore interrupted before Molly could flip out in an effort to protect the kids. If you feel so strongly about this, then the young ones can stay until we discuss things which need to remain secret, after which they will all retire to their rooms, the headmaster said as he gently put his foot down. The students happily agreed to the compromise. Good, no, I wish for everyone to know that I will no longer be able to act as chief warlock for the time being, the man said in a very serene manner, causing a good amount of people to be shocked. He opened with the heavier thing, but he doesn't really care about the title, only the fact that he will be unable to act as much in case a stupid law is introduced again. I thought as I looked at those present worrying. This was a foregone event, Cornelius would never want me to stay in the position when he believes I am aiming for his own, the old man said in a sagely tone. My aunt was able to stop Fudge from appointing his undersecretary as your replacement with relative ease. But the minister is still looking for someone sympathetic to his cause to replace you. I am currently looking into this and making sure no Death Eater or sympathizer replaced you. I followed up as I added my own information on the subject. As I've heard, Amelia has done good to stop that woman from taking the position, unfortunately, it seems that she and Cornelius are working on another angle at the moment as well, this one directed at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said as a more somber look appeared on his face. But the ministry can't just do what it wants in Hogwarts, only the headmaster and the governors have any say in its matters. Sirius said in a grave manner as he began thinking about what the ministry could possibly do to harm Dumbledore's position in Hogwarts. Sadly, they have already begun influencing matters, the man said as people began to look concerned over Fudge's actions. And I am guessing that's why the position of defense against the dark arts professor hasn't been filled yet, I said in order to help everyone understand what has been happening. Yes, it is my assumption that the minister and his undersecretary have been pressuring those I could call upon to fill the position, Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. Can't we do anything about this? It is clearly illegal to do something like this, no? I am afraid not. Wizarding laws have always been kept loose when it comes to the actions of the ministry or noble families. Without any concrete proof of such acts, it would be impossible to hold them accountable. Heck, the only reason I was able to screw Lucius over a few times is because I had so much against him. Any other time and he could simply walk out with a fine or bribe his way out. I explained as I remembered the fond memories of Lucius' anger towards me. I am afraid Aiden is correct, Miss Granger, but I do have a solution. Although young, I would like for Aiden to return to Hogwarts this year as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore suddenly declared to the great surprise of those present. I thought you would ask if things didn't go well, and I am ready to do so, but didn't you reject Tom because he was too young? I asked out of curiosity. I am glad to have you aboard, and I am sure your classes will be quite illuminating. Also, we both know that this wasn't the true reason, simply an excuse. And I believe this little decision of mine would make him feel quite a bit of humiliation once he hears of it. The old man answered in a happy mood at the thought. I pity those near him when he finds out. Poor Lucius will have to scrap and bow for days. I respond with schadenfreude. Is that where they have been hiding? The headmaster asked out of curiosity. Yes, but we can't do anything without proof, and the place is under Fidelius as well, I answered simply. Such a shame for poor Lucius then, Dumbledore said with some pity over the man's future suffering. Did you just say Lucius is hiding Voldemort? Arthur Weasley suddenly said loudly. Yes, but it's not like we can do anything about it at the moment. Haven't been able to find out who the secret keeper is, and even then I can't be 100% certain Voldemort would be there. He could only be there for meetings, to issue orders. It can be a simple stopping point to confuse any would-be tracking attempt or a ruse, so it's better to simply observe for now. I answered at the same time as I stop him from suggesting an assault on the place due to his dislike of the Malfoys. What has Voldemort been doing lately though? Harry suddenly asked, getting everyone's attention for a second before they turned to Dumbledore. He has been trying to gather allies, old comrades, the desperate and cruel, the oppressed and angry, and those who would profit from his endeavors. This is something our own members have been trying to prevent. Hagrid being on his way back from his discussions with the giant tribes in Italy. Besides that, Voldemort has taken no obvious actions at this point. But we believe he might do something major to bring more to his cause in the near future. The headmaster answered seriously as he looked at those present. I have received information that he and his men have started showing an interest in something kept in the ministry as well. I have not been able to pinpoint what his objective would be. But I suggest having your contacts be on the lookout for any known members or sympathizers wandering where they are not supposed to. I added as I hinted to the Dark Lord's desire to know the prophecy. Thank you for this information, Aiden, or should I say Professor Bones? The headmaster said with a bit of amusement. Whichever is fine, you always call everyone by their first names anyway, but I believe it is time for me to go. I know you'll start discussing order operations from now on, which also means everyone else is leaving with me as well. I responded as I stood up and beckoned Susan to do the same. Thank you for the food, Mrs. Weasley, it was quite delicious. You're welcome, dear. Do take care of them this year, especially Fred and George. Merlin knows those two can get in all kinds of trouble, the woman said as she worried over her children's futures. I'm more worried about how many times I'll catch them trying to get one up on me than anything else, I jokingly answered. We will prank you this year. They declared in unison and with determination. You never succeeded before, what makes you think you'll be able to do it now? I asked in amusement. They're doing the twin thing of finishing each other's sentences and talking at the same time. It honestly doesn't matter who says what here. We were still developing our arsenal then. But now, we are ready to take you down. They declared with a fire. Good luck then, now let's go everyone and let the old people make their plots, I said as I led the younger group out of the room, being much more pacified by knowing at least some of what is happening. By the time we all got to the stairs, the kids had mostly digested what they had heard so far. It's kind of wicked that Aiden's going to be our defense professor, no? We definitely know he's good enough and that he can fight. Right, I completely forgot. Professor, what books are required for your class? It wasn't on the list this year. I'll be providing the necessary books myself, wrote down everything someone should know depending on their year and something new, so they are completely new books that haven't become available to the public yet, I answered with a smile. Also, you don't really have to call me professor yet, I haven't officially taken the role or signed anything. I prefer to not get into bad habits, Professor, she answered, refusing to not use my new title. It'll be great having you in Castle though, Aiden, but will we be able to have those lessons like before or like the summer? Harry asked hopefully. Yes, all of you will need as much training as you can get in the coming times. I for one, will not let you be unprepared, so I'll organize something for anyone willing to learn this year, adding a little extra for you four. I answered as I pointed at Harry, Ron, Hermione and Susan. I added Susan because she is one of my biggest weaknesses and the most vulnerable one. Mother is one of the best witches in the country and is usually surrounded by aurors and trained combatants. While Tori was personally trained by me and has hidden bodyguards protecting her at all times. Which she knows and understands why. So yes, I will train her properly too. Hey, that's not fair. What about us? The twins asked. Well, I was planning on helping you guys open your joke shop and investing in it, I answered with a smile as I looked at the open mouths. You, Aiden Bones, want to invest in us? They now asked in a blown-away manner. Yes, I simply confirmed. Why would you do that? Because I am a businessman and you two are actually completely brilliant when it comes to things such as pranks and creating new and interesting products. Also, I did help Tonks prank quite a few people in my first few years. So I know quality when I see it. I answered with a proud smile. You pranked people? A nearly shrieking Hermione asked as if she'd just heard something impossible. And I never got caught, I happily added as I made the poor girl malfunction, making Ron and Susan laugh, while Harry also found my antics funny enough to break out into a smile from his light brooding. Fred, I think we should take up the man's offer, George said with a crafty smile as he looked at his twin. You know George, I was thinking the exact same thing, Fred said in agreement as they both turned to look at me. You've got yourself some partners. They then said in unison again. Cool, I'll have you guys come in or send you a contract, it'll be very good terms for you guys since I'm more in the hopes of making people happier with this one, I said as I shook both their hands at once. You know Mom is going to flip when she hears this, right? Ginny suddenly said from beside Susan. Like I should care. I get why she wants all of you to get jobs in the ministry, but that just won't happen. Even before all this crap, the ministry barely offered stability and a proper income, the biggest reasons why she wants all of you in it. The problem is that you'd probably be stuck in middling positions because none of you have any important connections to help you move up. Then you have the fact that none of you are really fit for it. What kinds of jobs she wants you all in. Bill wanted to help his family so he found a well-paying, but dangerous job with the goblins, knowing a ministry job would barely support himself and much less his family. Charlie wanted to help as well. But also followed his great passion for dragons, going all the way to Romania to also do very dangerous work. The twins would either lose important parts of themselves and become depressed in such environments or they would cause absolute chaos and protest. Ron is the closest present Weasley to becoming a ministry worker, but as an Auror. And you Ginny, are on track for either Auror work as well or a professional Quidditch player. The only one who followed her wishes now disdains his own family for doing what they believe in, worships authority and laws above all else, and is the least likely to live a life true to himself. So not a great example since I've heard he's even dumped his girlfriend due to his extreme support for the ministry. I explained as I make the girl have that little epiphany as a result. He doesn't mean anything bad about your mum Jin, he just believes she shouldn't force them to be miserable to avoid troubles she's had in the past, Susan explained kindly since I could go over the top sometimes. He is right though. We would go insane if we worked in that place. The twins said in agreement. I don't think I'll be able to actually become an Auror, Snape would never let me into his newt classes and I'm not sure if I want to even be near that kid at this point, Ron said with a heavy sigh. I'll help you with that, honestly isn't that hard to teach potions if you bother doing it right from the start, but the man just doesn't want to teach even if he is a brilliant potions master, I say to the teen, getting a smile in thank. Then why is he even staying? He makes everyone miserable. That's between him and the headmaster in all honesty and I can't just say it. I do have a couple of suspicions about the motive behind a good amount of his actions, but he's still a crap teacher, so I'll help you kids out. I answered Harry before offering a hand. Thanks Aiden, forgetting about everything else for a minute, it is cool that you'll be our professor this year, the black-haired teen said with a small smile. I'll do my best, I responded with a smile. But now we have to go, don't want my aunt chewing out Sirius because we came back too late, have a good night everyone and I'll see you at Hogwarts. Good night. Everyone then said in unison as Susan and I walked out of the door with our cloaks on. She then grabbed my arm and we disapparated. Chapter 159. Just read the next part without the 100 comments about MC being whipped. Pretty much every wife-girlfriend would act like this and responding like an asshole does not make you manly. And I just know saying this will make people say I am a simp too. So you have a new job and it's as the next dada professor? My lovely raven-haired fiancé asked. Yeah, it's more than doable, I can finish all my other work pretty easily and I already have my lessons planned out, plus our place is in Hogsmeade, I answered her as she looked at me before sighing. You knew this was going to happen and built our place there on purpose didn't you? She then asked with some judgment in her eyes. I mean, I wasn't 100 sure, I answered carefully since I couldn't be sure if she was mad at me for forgetting to tell her about it. And when did you figure out that there was a big enough chance of it happening, making you decide to build our home there? Victoria asked as she narrowed her eyes at me. Well, right after the minister started to slander Dumbledore and I got my masteries, I answered as I got a bit nervous. And why couldn't you just tell me about it? I feel like our talks about where to live were completely pointless now. I didn't think it was good to try and argue on a point I wasn't sure about, plus with us being able to go anywhere with Apparition, Portkey, Flo Network or House Elf, it's not like it matters much where we live. I answered, bringing up one of the major reasons as to why there aren't more magical communities. Who needs to be close to one another when you can teleport anywhere? Alright fine, like you said, it's not a big deal, I'm just annoyed you didn't talk to me about this before, she finally said with a cute pout. Come on, no need for that, I promise I'll talk to you about things I believe are likely to happen in the future, I say as step very close to her and bring my face right in front of hers with a small smile. Good, I don't like when you just keep everything to yourself, my beautiful Tori said as her face started getting a bit red at my closeness. Then why don't we have a little talk now? I asked why a little devil's smile. What are you dash? She tried to ask something but I just stopped her by giving her a soft kiss on her lips, making her stiffen for a moment before melting as I wrapped my arms around her slim waist. I am just having the face-to-face conversation my fiancé wanted to have, I said as I went in for another kiss, but this time going deeper as I gently caressed her tongue with my own, making her react on instinct and let out a small moan. We then lost ourselves in each other's embrace for some time, enjoying the tender touches and loving kisses, only breaking apart when she needed to catch her breath. Haha, you know that's not fair, right? She asked with a bright red face as she caught her breath. Hee hee, but you can't say you don't like it, I cheekily replied with a happy grin, getting an embarrassed head turn in response. If you two are done, I would like you to finish moving your books and workstation, Mother said from a now open door to my room with a smile on her face as Tori turned even redder from being caught. I've already packed everything I'm taking with me, the rest I was planning to leave for Susan, letting her read whatever she wanted from them and letting her have her own workplace. I answered after looking away from the amusing sight of Victoria trying to calm herself. I don't mind and you two are more than welcome to come over anytime, I am sure Susan will be happy with it too, Amelia said with a nod as she turned and left. Looks like alone time will have to wait, I whispered in Victoria's ear, making her face redden once again at the thought and making me chuckle at the reaction. Stop teasing me. Do you know how embarrassing it is to get caught? Don't worry too much, pretty sure Mother did that on purpose to get me back for teasing her and Sirius when I caught them, I said with a hearty laugh. Oh Merlin, you actually caught them? She asked with a surprised look. Yeah, came back from a late meeting and they were helping each other relax in the common room, never seen Mother so flustered before. I explained with a smile at the memory of her face when she got caught. They weren't doing it there, just a drunken make-out session and some over-the-clothes stuff. No wonder she looked so pleased to have interrupted, Victoria said in response to the revelation. Petty victory, but she is right about us having to go, we did invite people over to celebrate moving into our place, I said with a quick peck on her soft lips. I hope Winky is doing okay with Dobby, the two of them can be quite emotional at times, Tori said with a bit of worry over our two house elves. They'll be fine, I asked Tilly to oversee them and help them acclimatize to their new jobs, I reassured my fiancé with a warm smile. Yes, I doubt Tilly would let anything go wrong when her young master is involved, said fiancé responded with a small giggle. And yes I did hire Dobby to be my house elf. Something he agreed to since he could get a proper pay, family and I was a known close one of Harry Potter. The little guy was quite happy to be introduced to proper clothing and learning how to serve properly under Tilly. I did hear a lot of rather creative insults coming from the kitchen at times though and learned that Tilly really thought donkeys didn't belong in the kitchen. That really made me question if she and Gordon Ramsay ever actually met once again. Then I also brought in Winky, the ex-Crouch family elf, who was kicked out after the events at the World Cup and became quite depressed. It took some convincing. But I managed to bring her out of her stupor by giving her a chance to help lessen her guilt at failing her master. The little elf felt guilty for her young master's actions and the death of her master, so I suggested she help me since the young master's actions took away my parents. Kinda felt bad doing this, but the elf was literally drinking herself to death at this point and it served as an escape. So now I have a quirky ball of energy and a still mildly depressed one as house elves. It was going to take a while before everything started clicking properly, but that was okay. Alright, we better go and get ready, don't want to look sloppy when our guests arrive, I then said as I held out my arm for Tori to grab. Lead the way, she replied with a smile on her face. The moment she firmly grasped my arm, our two bodies were wrapped in azure flames and we vanished from the spot. Ministry of Magic, Level 1, Minister for Magic and Support Staff, Office of the Minister for Magic. Third person POV. Damn it. Dumbledore was able to find someone and we can't touch him. That Bones child again, what would you like to do, Cornelius? I can put some pressure on people to make him look too young for the position. We can't afford to touch him right now, Dolores, we are finally making progress against Dumbledore, if we antagonize the Bones it could put us on the back foot with ease. The minister said with a great sigh as he ran his hand through his thinning hair. But we needed to have a presence in the school, if not, the devious old man will always have too many supporters, the toad said with pursed lips, showing her displeasure at the situation. That doesn't change the fact that the boy is untouchable. We also can't have the prophet saying he's inadequate when he went through even stricter standards than usual. The boy has too many accomplishments and no blemishes, making some up from nothing would ruin any semblance of credibility we have. We need another way into the school, maybe pressuring one of the other teachers into retiring early. A tired-sounding Fudge said with a deep sigh. The old coot would never let that happen, but, one of my aides did say something which gave me an idea to solve our problem, Umbitch said carefully. Oh. Go on then. Well. The ministry was under some scrutiny over the lowering standards at Hogwarts not too long ago, so I thought creating a position to oversee the current teachings at the school on the behalf of the ministry would be perfect. Someone who could see who was adequate and who was simply ruining all those poor children. This way we can show parents that the ministry cares for the new generation and we can root out the Dumbledore supporters. The bitch in pink smugly explained. Fudge was silently contemplating the idea with a serious expression on his face. Yes, it could work. No, I could definitely make it work. Lucius would be very supportive of this effort to undermine Dumbledore. The majority of members who would vote for this have young family members in the school and the prophet can do the rest, Fudge said with slowly growing excitement. Then should I move ahead, Cornelius? The toad asked as she felt triumphant. Yes, immediately, we need to get this done before the school year begins, the now energetic minister said. As you wish, minister, I'll have everything ready shortly, the monster said as she turned and left. Let's see Dumbledore try and take my position after this, the delusional Fudge said as he leaned back into his chair. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, London. It is good that Fudge continues to do our work for us, the fool cannot imagine the effort he is saving us by weakening Dumbledore's position so much, a happy-ish Voldemort said as his faithful ass-kisser reported the ministry's latest movements. Yes, my lord, Fudge has asked us to support his effort in eroding Dumbledore's power base at its source. Do we have your blessing to continue? The unknowingly divorced Malfoy asked. Of course, Lucius, while the old fool deals with this, we can focus on bringing my loyal servants back home, but I have heard he has been able to find someone through ministry pressure, who has taken this post. It might be another opportunity for us. The Dark Lord asked after giving his servants permission to harass Dumbledore. But only silence met his last question due to hesitation. Why do you not answer me? The Dark Lord now asked with a cold voice, making his servants flinch slightly. My lord, it seems Dumbledore has brought in the Bones child, one masked Death Eater answered nervously. I see, was Tom's response as an oppressive silence engulfed all those present, making them primed to react in case their lord erupted in fury. But the entire room suddenly shook and glass was heard cracking from the windows and cabinets, with a heavy pressure bearing down on those in the room. Hiss was suddenly heard as a large green snake came into the room. Whatever he heard from the snake, it made Voldemort calm his rage at this new news. Yes, you're right, Nagini, it is only a desperate attempt on Dumbledore's part. Severus, tell me of the boy, he then ordered as he contained the humiliation temporarily. Although the boy is close to Potter, he seems to hold too much pride to follow Dumbledore. He has again refused to join his order, just like his aunt, due to a difference of belief and the death of his parents. He is still a petulant child in that regard, even if he is stronger than most, Snape answered while carefully choosing his words. Is the boy a threat and will he stand with Dumbledore? The Grey Man questioned again. He seems to have more information about the ongoings of the ministry due to Amelia and he has offered properties he has bought through his business as well, but he is alone and his ego stops him from truly joining. This is the extent of his danger level, my lord. The spy answered as he kept a blank expression. Lucius, the Dark Lord suddenly said. Yes, my lord, the long-haired man said immediately. I want you to keep an eye on the boy's movements in the ministry. He might become a threat if he is allowed to grow in the chaos. If any opportunity to remove him arises, inform me, Voldemort ordered with an absolute tone of voice. As you command, Lucius said as he kneeled on the floor. And you, Severus, I want to know where these properties are located. We cannot allow Dumbledore and his followers to have holes to hide in, Tim continued as he simply turned his face towards his spy. Of course, my lord, I shall hand you a list as soon as possible, the man answered with a simple and polite tone. The rest of you will continue with our preparations to assault Azkaban, the head snake commanded to the rest of his servants before taking his leave with Nagini. Chapter 160. That's good over there, that table needs to have enough room to fit 2 half-giants, so bring in the reinforced chairs now before we forget. I yell out to a few of the wizards I had hired. You got it, boss. One of them shouts back as they both get to it. I need you 4 to start setting up the dance floor, the space for it has been cleared and I want it down before we do anything more, I say with a turn of my head towards other members of the crew I'd hired. On it, get your off your asses boys, gotta earn those paychecks. One the older members respond as he gets his coworkers moving. Alright, so after this I'll need to set up the altar properly. Make sure the music system is properly protected from magic, check up on the drinks I ordered and see if Tilly didn't go full Gordon Ramsay during Hell's Kitchen on the other house elves. I say to myself as I look at my checklist. After everything's in place, all that needs to be done is the decorations, but that's easy when you have magic. I've already enchanted the tent ceiling to be like Hogwarts Great Hall, but without the changing weather. So it's going to be beautiful night sky full of twinkling stars. The drinks are all here, for the underaged as well, just need to be sure it's the right stuff. I got everyone's RSVP already, so no issues there. It still needs a bit of work, but I think Mother will like how the place looks. I thought as I looked over the venue. It wasn't anything grand, more of a family and close friend thing. At most there would be between 30 to 40 people present, most of it being friends due to familial situations on both sides. Strictly speaking, only Susan and myself were left on Mother's side, and Sirius had the Tonks and Harry if you count godsons. Pretty lacking, so the Weasley clan minus Percy was invited, the Longbottoms, order members like Moody, Shacklebolt, McGonagall, Remus and Hagrid, some friends of the younger generation like James, Christian and Hermione, and some dates like Madame Maxime, Victoria, Luna and Fleur. I was notified that Luna and Fleur would be bringing at least one guardian since the former was too young at 14 and the latter was starting her last year but her family was protective due to her Vila heritage. There was also this threatening-looking letter Christian sent me about some nonsense of only bringing a friend and that I shouldn't look too deeply into it. But come on, he's making this too easy. So I just threw that one away and had little Luna sit right next to him. It's going to be our group with our dates at the table, so good luck avoiding everyone knowing you're basically a couple my friend. I thought as I looked forward to my amusement. The bridesmaids were each taking care of various things. Susan was very adamant in setting up all the bouquets and natural decorations for the wedding. Something about going all out to make Amelia's big day extra special and giving Mother her own special blessing. Victoria was helping me manage the seating arrangements and the bridal side of things. I was thankful for that bit. Mostly because I'm probably not the best person to go over hairstyles, jewelry and makeup options. Plus she wanted to help out as a future in-law and as thanks for all the time she stayed with us during vacations. And Andromeda was in charge of making sure Sirius didn't do something too stupid or try to wuss out. That was something which surprised me when I learned it. But the two had a fairly close relationship when they were younger. Andy was basically the only person who could put Sirius in his place because he actually felt like she was proper family and cared about her. Then we had the groomsmen. I was one of them and organizing most of what was happening, so Skip. Harry was going to join us up front. His job so far was basically making sure all the gifts at least looked presentable. He also had Moody with him to check if anything nasty was slipped in. One can never be too cautious around magic, plus Moody was quite satisfied with my vigilance. And finally we had Remus, the best man. The only job I assigned him was to make sure Sirius was to attend the damn ceremony. The idiot could have all the fun he wants up until the day before the wedding. But after that Remus was to put his foot down. He also has to write one of those speeches, but that's not the hardest thing he has to do right now. If he can't rein in Sirius in time for the wedding, I gave him a little promise that I would do it personally and that it would end with both of them hanging in their underwear above Diagon Alley. That promise really got the message across, I said with a devilish chuckle at the memory of Remus' face, startling a passing worker as he suddenly sped up his work. With everyone working on their own duties, the last few days of summer drifted by and the wedding date arrived. It was pretty chill compared to the days leading up to it. If I was honest, kinda makes me happy that the hard work was paying off. Of course Mother and Sirius were really nervous, but that wasn't a big issue. Pretty standard fare for any wedding. And yes, Remus managed to get Sirius here and ready, so no punishment for the two of them. Not that Sirius knew what he risked if he made me look for him, but as long as it worked I'm happy. Mom, you worry too much, everything is ready, everyone is here and you look beautiful, I say in an effort to reassure the nervous bride. Her reddish-brown hair was done in braided bun to show off her regal features, making her look like a queen. They used some magic to bring back the fading colors. She had a bit of blush to bring out the red in her hair and mascara and eyeliner to help her green eyes stand out more. Her dress was made from the best acromantula silk, creating a wonderful white dress with comfort and elegance. Her arms and shoulders were covered in a lace mesh with carefully crafted flowers adorning it, joining to her upper body and letting the same pattern flow over it. Her waist was lightly bound to showcase the figure she managed to maintain even as she moves to her 40s, then flowing into the layers of fabric encrusted with glittering diamond powder. I tried, here's a pic of what I was trying to describe but with wizard material and more expensive. I know dear and you've all done a wonderful job, I just can't stop myself from thinking if this is the right time. The Dark Lords is back, Sirius and I both want to fight. We have you kids to look after and don't get me started on if we want to start a family and all this. She responded as her worries came out. It'll be alright Mom, I promise, I'm already working of putting all those idiots into checkmate, Susan and I can more than look after ourselves. Harry probably needs a little work though, and I know for a fact that the both of you will cherish any kind of family you decide to have after we regain peace. I reassure as I hold Mother's hands and look straight into her eyes, making her take a few deep breaths to calm herself a bit. I know you kids can take care of yourselves, heck you've probably been taking care of me and Susan more than I have, but that doesn't stop me from worrying about you too, Mother gently said as she puts one of her hands on my cheek. I know, I'll do everything I can to help lessen those worries, but for now, let's get that veil on, I want to make that dog drool when he lifts it up, I say with a cheeky grin on my face, getting a chuckle from Amelia in response. He was drooling before, now I'm going to make him howl, she then said as she gained some confidence back and placed her veil on. I'm sure you'll get him, now shall we? I ask as I offer Mother my arm. We shall, she simply answered as she wrapped her arm around mine. And just so you all understand, I am the one giving Mother away because her father, my grandfather, has long since passed away on that fateful day, and my position as head of the family is more than adequate as a replacement. So here I was, walking down the aisle with Mother as Pachelbel's cannon played gently. Personal fave. All the guests were standing as they watched us calmly advance over the deep blue carpet, and our own eyes remained glued to the altar which stood as our goal. On it stood Susan, Andromeda and Victoria to the left, all wearing matching black dresses with white accents, Victoria actually being the maid of honor. And on the right stood the other groomsmen in properly tailored black suits matching my own, Remus a bit nervous about his role and Harry looking really happy. Then there was Sirius standing in the middle in a proper wedding suit as well. His shaggy hair had been trimmed and styled as the wavy black locks rested a bit above his shoulder. With mustache and beard neatly styled into a clean look. His eyes completely focused on Mother as we walked down the aisle. We finally reached the altar and I pass Mother over to Sirius, then take my position as a groomsman. As the couple turned to face our officiator, Albus Dumbledore, they held on to each other's hand. Really surprised me when he said he could officiate weddings. He said he became certified in the magical and muggle sides because he likes witnessing bonds of love between people. From the happy mood he's emitting. It does seem like he's telling the truth. Too bad the man was never able to find his own happiness. I thought as the old man began doing his part. We are gathered here today, on the final day of summer, to witness and celebrate the union of two extraordinarily strong individuals, and to support them into the binding of their lives. Both have seen the worst this world can make a person suffer through, but have been able to stand strong once again. And now besides the love of the families they have once again found, they have reignited the lost love they had for one another. All of us have come to see these two finally reach the altar that had been out of reach for so long and we all feel joyful for this. We gathered here to witness the truth that no matter the trials, no matter the troubles, and no matter the times we live in, love will always find a way to blossom and guide us to a better future than we could see the day prior. Dumbledore says as he gives everyone a brief reminder of what both have lost before they could truly find happiness in another and still they stand. Now would the ring bearer please come forward, the old man asked. Tilly has the rings. The little house elf said as she popped in right where she needed to be. While wearing her own little bridesmaid outfit because Mother insisted she was part of the family like everyone else. Everyone could see her holding a small red pillow, on which rested the twin rings James had personally crafted. Those two rings were crafted from the best goblin gold, enchanted to protect from potions, legilimency. Magical and physical attacks 3 times a day, and detect disguises and barriers. As long as both properly wear their rings anyway. Both rings technically have different effect, but we were able to create a powerful link between the two, enabling them to share their powers as long as they were both worn by those permitted to. And now we shall bear witness to their vows. Do you, Sirius Black, promise to love and hold Amelia Bones till your last of days? To stand beside one another in pleasant days and troubled times without fear nor hesitation? To defend her from harm, as she no doubt would do for you? He asks seriously as he looks at the man. I do, the groom declares with certainty as he looks at his bride and places the perfectly crafted golden ring onto her finger. And do you, Amelia Bones, promise to love and to hold Sirius Black till your last of days? To aid and support him? To mend each other's hearts and lift each other up? To never falter in the face of adversity as long as you both stand beside each other? He then asked as he intently looked at Amelia who looked to almost be ignoring him in favor of locking eyes with Sirius. I do, she said softly, but with no less determination, then reciprocating the man's gesture as she placed her own rings twin onto her man's finger. Then with the power invested in me by United Kingdom and the Ministry of Magic, I now pronounce you husband and wife, you may now kiss the bride," Dumbledore joyfully declared as the two newlyweds sealed the deal immediately. It was only after happily clapping for Mother's moment that I heard something which made me heartily laugh. "Better late than never, you bastard," Amelia said with an unrestrained smile as she caught her breath. "I'll never be late again, I promise," Sirius responded as he gave a second kiss, to the roaring approval of the audience. "All right, you two, you'll have enough time for that after you kick all the kids out of the house for the next few months. Let's get everyone fed and start the party," I said as I stopped them from getting into a full-blown make-out session on the altar. "Ha! You're right, kid. Let's eat. Let's get wild. And let's dance." "Did you have to say it like that, dear?" Mother lightly complained with some redness in her cheeks. "Yes, I did. Now let's go. Can't start the fun without the two most important people." We then got everyone to relocate to the fun tent. The place with booze, food, music and dancing. The place also looked great if I do say so. The starry night sky twinkling above head, with the deep blue tablecloths reflecting light off their own sparkles. The glowing magical lights dancing to the rhythm of the music as they changed colors. And on each table rested a splendid bouquet with soft lights emitting from the flowers, set up by our lovely Susan. Everyone sat down as pretty much everything you'd expect from a wedding was happening. Remus gave a speech about his past with Sirius and his positive qualities, alongside a few embarrassing moments. And finally wishing luck to Mother in dealing with him. A wonderful course, people drinking up their liquid courage, the cutting of the cake and then the newlyweds' first dance. After that, others started to dance to whatever music was playing and interesting couples grouped up for the slower ones. Hagrid and Madame Maxime were rather obvious. Susan and Neville gave me pause for thought. I saw Harry dancing with both Ginny and Hermione, something to tease about later. Fleur and James was nice to see. Christian and Luna made all my friends grin at him. Saw Tonks dancing with Charlie Weasley, and even Remus ended dancing with Fleur's aunt, which was her escort. "You do know you're going to have to at least match this during our own wedding, right?" Victoria said during our own dance. "Don't you worry, it'll be even better, I easily promise, as I think of a few rather wondrous things I could accomplish with some spells and enchantments." "Then I look forward to it," she happily said as she then went deeper into my arms as we danced. "So do I whispered in her ear with a warm smile as I continued to dance the night away with my love. As a result, I was barely feeling the time pass until it was time for everyone to leave. School was starting tomorrow after all, and many were either going to Hogwarts or simply had work in the morning. But I think everyone was happy to attend such an event. It is a part of what they all fight for after all. And nobody was happier than the newlyweds as they left together to truly finish the wedding on their own. Chapter 161. It is a good thing I made all those still attending Hogwarts buy the necessary supplies for this year in advance. The week leading up to the wedding had been quite a hectic one after all. The kids were quite excited to have someone they were close to as a teacher. The lot of them were enthusiastic about calling me professor all the time. Even the twins were looking forward to my classes, but I'm guessing for slightly different reasons. Going to have to be careful. It was also good to see my friends again and hear about how they were doing. We exchanged letters through vanishing boxes, but it's just not the same. James had to leave the morning after the wedding because Fleur was beginning her final year at Beauxbatons as well. But he promised to come visit Tori and I during the year. The two were officially a couple after Fleur introduced him to her family, something which he said had some issues. Her parents were worried about Fleur having to struggle in life due to James' Muggle-born identity and the state of English governance. It wasn't discrimination against James, it was a father's worries about his little girl's future after he watched her suffer through having to deal with her heritage and not being able to help as much due to his job as Minister for Magic in France. Fleur's mother tested James with her own allure as a half-Vila and was happy to find my friend capable of completely ignoring it, receiving her approval almost immediately afterward. But it wasn't until he proved his abilities to take care of Fleur through his skills did they both feel completely at ease with the relationship. Gabriel on the other hand was simply happy to have a new big brother who would spoil her, so not an issue there. Aside from the classic drama of a young upstart getting the blessing of the noble beauty's parents through skill and charm, James was also picking up more alchemy in France due to its more predominant presence in the country. He said something about being excited to find a completely different way to create things and threw himself into his new studies. He's also funding his stay in studies by selling something he crafted from time to time, either through pure smithing or from his alchemical training. Christian on the other hand gained a few new scars from his project, which is becoming a deadlier version of Jurassic Park at this point. From the reports I've gotten, they've brought 3 different breeds of dragons, some herds of unicorns and thestrals, bicorns, near extinct erumpent, grabhorn, a few griffins and hippogriffs, and even a sphinx and Cerberus. That's not even counting the wide variety of less dangerous or precious creatures which lie low on the food chain. My friend says he's having the time of his life creating the place and loves being able to interact with so many creatures while learning more about them. Apparently Hagrid was really jealous about having to go visit the giant tribes in Italy when they brought in the dragons, but what can you do? His own parents have also been helping by capturing rarer or endangered species in pairs, hoping to let them grow their populations out in relative safety. Then we have the fact that he thought it was a good idea to bring Luna and her father because they were looking for one of their undiscovered creatures. And finally, he tried to hatch a damn basilisk on the island because he wanted to properly study one, which ended with me giving him a smack across the head. Tori joining in, his parents also agreeing it was a bit much right now, and then even Newt Scamander joining in. At least both of my good friends are having fun following their passions, hard to wish for more. I hope you're ready for the welcoming feast. Can't show up looking sloppy after all, Victoria suddenly said from the living room as I was remembering our little reunion. Yes dear, I'm ready to go, I answered as I fixed up my tie a bit. I decided to basically wear a navy-colored inner suit, with a white shirt, covered by a navy robe this time. Nicely dressed with a wizard flair. You're sure you'll be coming back home tonight? I don't want to have moved here, only for you to stay in the castle all the time. I promise, I'll only stay at the castle later than intended if I have a patrol to do, every other night I'll be right here with you for supper, I answer with a small kiss on her lips. Good, I'll drag you out of that castle if I have to, so don't you break your promise, she then mumbled in my chest as she hugged me. Of course my lovely wifey, I reply with a little chuckle and give the top of her head a quick kiss before heading outside of our house. As I stepped out, my ride was there waiting for me. A 1994 Harley-Davidson Heritage Softail. Black frame, shining chrome engine, smooth leather seats, and enchanted up the wazoo to offer the best ride possible. It can't fly like the bike Sirius gave to Hagrid, but it probably the fastest, toughest, smoothest and safest bike in the world. Enchanted for comfort, charmed to protect me against whatever weather comes. Theft protection from muggles and wizards, nearly indestructible with James' help, runs on custom runes creating the combustion needed for the motor to run, and has the nifty ability to ride on any flat enough surface if needed. I also have some port keys to specific properties for ease of travel, installed in dashboard. Gonna post a pic here cause I can't describe a motorcycle for shit. Just thought it would be cool to just ride that to Hogwarts so he can still live with Victoria. I quickly mounted the bike and turned the powerful motor, making roar to life in one smooth action. Don't drive like a maniac just because there's rarely anyone on the road to Hogwarts, I will tease you to oblivion if I hear you crashed on the way to a feast as the new professor. Warned Tori with a smirk as she leaned against the open door's frame, wearing one of my white t-shirts alongside some comfortable black shorts which showed off her long smooth legs. Ha! I'll make sure to be careful then. See you later love. The road to Hogwarts wasn't the best. But with my bike it just didn't matter. It felt great to feel the wind as I rode on though. Made the weather protection charms work to basically allow most of the wind to flow through at a comfortable temperature, allowing me to still feel the wind. So I enjoyed myself as the castle came into view and offered me a splendid view as it always had. With a smile I drove through the gates and headed to the carriage arrival area. My arrival to the drop-off area caused everyone's head to turn in my direction, mostly because of the sound, then because of my Muggle transportation, and lastly because I came to Hogwarts on it. I turned off the bike, dismounted, took off my helmet and put it into my expanded bag. Hey kids, glad to see you all doing well, I'll see you all in the Great Hall, I nonchalantly say as I adjust my clothes and head on inside under the stunned looks of nearly everyone there. As soon as I passed them I could hear people snap out of their stupor and animatedly talk to each other, but I simply smiled and walked on as I reached the entrance. Ah, Mr. Bones, or should I now say Professor Bones, I am pleased you have managed to make it before we began, a slightly smiling McGonagall said from her position awaiting the new first years. I have no doubt you'll be a model of professionalism as always, and I can't picture myself calling you anything other than Professor McGonagall, so probably not changing anytime soon, I cheekily say to my new colleague. I see, I do hope continue to show the excellence you exhibited as a student during your tenure here, we all have high hopes that you will be capable of beating the so-called curse on your new position. The Transfiguration Mistress politely said with a nod. With a small smile and bow, I walk past her and enter the Great Hall, heading to the head table as only a few of the students who have made it so far look up in shock as they see me. I see most of the staff is present already. Snape usually showing up at the last minute and Hagrid apparently having the canon problem of his half-brother to deal with, hence his absence in favor of who I could only assume was Professor Grubbly Plank. She was an elderly witch with short grey hair, a very prominent pointed chin, brown eyes. And wearing a rather typical dark brown witch outfit. This was the first time she was invited to the castle as opposed to the canon which would have come last year as a substitute. Mainly because Christian, Hermione, and I have managed to properly train Hagrid into a rather competent and well-liked teacher for COMC. That and the venomous article Rita Skeeter would have written about him during the Triwizard tournament was never allowed to see the light of day. That reminds me, she should be desperate enough now. I think it's about time for Michael Folster to make an offer to her. I thought as my more devilish side popped up. And finally, the most hated woman of the canon. Bellatrix Lestrange was a psychopathic, murderous zealot, who tortured Neville's parents to insanity, killed Countess and Sirius. Was the most loyal supporter of Voldemort, and still she beaten to the title. Dolores Umbridge, in all her pinkness, sitting with that stupid look that screams, "I think I'm better than you," sipping on a cup of tea. Don't kill her. You need her to make sure the ministry falls to your advantage. Just don't kill her yet. I thought to myself as I maintained a calm exterior at the sight of the horrid toad. So with me finding my chant, I sat down in the open seat besides my old head of house. Ooh, Mr. Bones. I am so thrilled such a promising young man has joined our faculty. Your achievements this summer have garnered much prestige for Ravenclaw. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to come to me. A senior should guide the younger generation when they can, after all. The almost always jovial Professor Flitwick said to me. I'll be more than grateful for any advice should it turn out I need it, but for now I'll believe I can succeed and any failures will simply be a chance to learn and improve, I humbly reply as I appreciate his willingness to help. No problem at all, you will probably do much better than most anyway, with you almost teaching the course when poor Gilderoy held the post. Flitwick then said with some regret over how that year went and how the flamboyant man ended up in the long-term care wing of St. Mungo's. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Professor, I responded with a nod. Oh, do call me Phileas, we are co-workers now after all, the man said with his squeaky voice. Then I'll thank you in advance, Phileas, I then said in minor self-correction, getting a satisfied nod from the man. I then look around and see that most tables are now almost full and all of the faculty has arrived, the headmaster having just sat down. It seems my presence was causing quite a stir in my former schoolmates. With all the not-so-subtle stares and whispering going on over not only about me, but the two other new faces at the table. Then the doors to the hall were dramatically opened, showing McGonagall guiding the new first years. It kinda makes me feel old seeing this from a teacher's perspective. But the nostalgia really hits hard in a good way. I thought with a warm and gentle smile spreading on my face as I watched all the nervous kids look around. Trying to absorb every detail they could. What followed was fairly standard, the only exception was the hat's song emphasizing unity against the coming dangers, then the feast. Apparently teachers get better food than students, but no alcohol is permitted due to obvious reasons. Doesn't send the greatest message when a teacher gets plastered in public. And now it was finally time for the welcoming speech. Welcome to one and all. It is a pleasure to see the new faces joining us and to see the returning ones as well. Now that we have all been fed and watered, I would like to make a few announcements. As usual, the Forbidden Forest is, as its name implies, forbidden to any student who does not wish a most unpleasant of experiences. He said with a knowing glance to those most likely to break the rule before continuing. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has brought to my attention that many new items have been added to the list of forbidden objects this year. For those who wish to enlighten themselves, the list can be found outside of Mr. Filch's office or one can simply ask our young Weasley twins. That one getting knowing smiles from the students who knew full well why so many products were being added to the list this year. Now, as you have no doubt noticed, we have a few changes to our faculty this year. Firstly, it is my pleasure to introduce our substitute care of magical creatures Professor, Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank. She will be staying until Professor Hargrave can return from his important trip abroad. Secondly, we have someone I believe the vast majority of you are quite familiar with, the young man returning to our halls, Mr. Aidan Bones, who has agreed to take the position of defense against the Dark Arts Professor. Surprisingly, my professorship actually got a round of excited applause which was started by the twins and the Golden Trio. Then really supported by my old house, finally spreading until even Slytherin was at least clapping out of either respect or politeness. In response I then stood up and gave a bow to the room as my thanks. Then sitting down. I could almost feel the sneer on Snape's face when this was happening, the happiness of Flitwick for the support his house gave, and Umbridge was doing her best to maintain her usual expression as her rather weak magic fluctuated. It seems the information about her being a poor excuse of a witch weren't exaggerated after all. If that's the limit of energy, then it's surprising she managed to get to where she is at all. I thought as I noticed her weak strength and control. I am quite happy you are showing such a welcome to our new professor. It warms this old man's heart. And now for our final new member this year. I am pleased to introduce Dolores Umbridge. She has been sent from the ministry to observe if our illustrious school has not lost its touch. I am sure we can all wish her good luck in fulfilling her duties. Finally, Dumbledore tried to continue his welcoming speech and announcement when he was suddenly interrupted by the Toad. She held it in longer than I thought. Guess she wanted to be introduced first, I noted as I still tried to stop myself from subtly killing the woman as she took over the podium. Something Dumbledore simply acquiesced since he likes seeing a good performance. Thank you, Headmaster, for those kind words of welcome, and how lovely to see all your bright happy faces smiling up at me. I'm sure we're all going to be very good friends. She said in her sickeningly sweet voice, giving a nod to Dumbledore before turning to the students below. She seemed to completely ignore the bad impression she's giving through her condescending tone of voice and her interruption of the headmaster, as well as the looks and scoffs from students as she powered through her own speech. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards of vital importance, although each headmaster has brought something new to this historic school. She said as she once again looked at Dumbledore and then turned back to the audience. Progress for the sake of progress must be discouraged, let us preserve what must be preserved, perfect what can be perfected and prune practices that ought to be prohibited. The speech only got some rather forced and scattered applauses from the students. Thank you Dolores, for that truly illuminating speech, but, I believe that will be enough for tonight and that all students would rather head to bed than continue listening to me speak, so I will simply say good night to you all. Dumbledore said in a jovial tone, as if she actually said something useful, and dismissed everyone for the evening. With that said, the prefects began gathering the first years as the rest began to head for their dormitories. Various professors wished each other a good night as well, with the head of houses heading for their own houses. Yes, that's on purpose. I bade everyone good night and steadily walked out of the castle, got on my bike and drove off into the night towards my home and loved one. I barely had time to get off my bike before I heard her voice. Welcome back, she simply said, making me turn around, seeing her warmly smiling at me from the open door, wearing the same outfit as when I left. I'm back, hope you weren't too lonely, I reply with my own warm smile. Better now, come on, let's get to bed, we both have early mornings tomorrow Professor, she then said with a small smile. That we do, I responded as I then Princess carried her into the house, getting a small surprised yelp, used some magic to close and lock the door, then mentally activated the house wards as I laid her down on our bed. I quickly undressed and used a quick cleaning spell, then joined her for a night of peaceful sleep as we held each other. Chapter 162. I woke up on Monday feeling refreshed as always, a warm smile spreading on my face as I looked at a content Victoria still sleeping beside me with her hair framing her beautiful face. No, he didn't sleep for days, give it a second. The welcoming feast ended up being a Friday this year, giving students the entire weekend to catch up with friends and for first years to explore the castle they now found themselves in. I on the other hand, was free to prepare a few things. Get a head start on various paperwork and enjoyed a relaxing weekend with Tori since she also didn't have any work. We walked around Hogsmeade, had a nice dinner date in London and enjoyed reading our books in each other's arms during the evening. Both of us loved being able to openly be together and it made us feel happy. It also helped that we didn't have to worry about Mother, Susan or Tilly walking in on us at any moment and having to suffer through the teasing that came with it anymore. Thinking that it was time to get ready, I gave a quick peck on her forehead, making her smile a bit more in her sleep and gently got out of bed to not disturb her. Dobby, can you prepare 2 servings of French toast, our morning coffees and some fruits, then set them on trays. I wish to surprise Tori with a breakfast in bed. Yes sir, Master Bones sir, Dobby will have it ready soon, the excited little guy said as he began cooking the order. Winky, could you be a dear and prepare the clothing I've ordered for my classes? I'll need the ones for the 5th and 1st years today. It turns out I had Harry for my last class of the day and both he and the 1st years had double data. With 3rd year Raven and Snakes having only the one in between. This was actually one of my busiest days since I had 14 classes to give a week. 7 years with each class having only 2 houses worth. I wonder if the Toad will come and try to target Harry like the cannon immediately or if she will bug other teachers first. I am a type of deterrent at the moment and the ministry didn't target the kid yet. So I'll have to see. I thought with minor curiosity after thinking of my class schedule for the day. Yes Master Bones, Winky will do it, she replied in a monotone manner as she popped away. It was an improvement over the constant drinking, but the little elf was still devastated over her removal and the following deaths of both Crouches. I then took some time to read the day's papers while listening to the morning radio shows. It seems like the ministry is putting quite a front to show they care about the education of children. While the Herald is running that interest piece about me becoming the youngest ever professor at Hogwarts as they stay away from commenting on too much about the ministry's actions. That'll work for some time, but I'll have to see what kind of response they have planned since the public will feel how weird it is that the Herald isn't talking about these things. I also think I'll have Scott bring Skeeter in for a meeting next weekend. I want her to dig up as much dirt as possible before Voldemort makes his reveal. Then I can finally start changing the ministry using everything I have, I thought as I put the papers away. Dobby has breakfast ready, should Dobby bring it to Master and Mistress's room? The little guy asked as 2 trays floated behind him. No thank you Dobby, I'd like to do it myself, I answered as I took over the levitation with a wave of my hand. Then Dobby will go clean, have fun with the mistress, he happily said as he popped away. With a wry smile over the very house elf response, I went back to my bedroom, wherein lied the sleeping beauty. I then snuck up beside her face, gave her a kiss on the cheek and gently spoke in her ear, time to wake up love, I've got breakfast for the two of us. Was the mumbling reply as Tori began to stir. This was something I actually found out after we started sleeping in the same bed, and I think it's kind of adorable. Before she really wakes up. She can't really maintain the proper noble stuff, so her way of acting is closer to her actual desires. Pretty sure it's what Gapmo is. Yay, breakfast with hubby, the half-asleep response finally came out as she suddenly hugged my waist with a happy smile. Yes, we can even eat it in bed, here's your coffee by the way, I say in a spoiling tone. After that, we enjoyed a nice breakfast in bed as Tori almost turned red due to embarrassment as she tried to regain her noble bearing, second adorable reaction of the morning for the win. Ahem, I'll go get ready for my shift, are you going to be home for dinner? She asked as she tried to move on. I might be a bit late since I have a double class with 5th years during 6th and 7th period, but I will be eating with you tonight, I answered as I moved the trays off the bed. Good, Victoria simply said as she got out of bed, then gave me a quick kiss before going to our master bathroom with a bounce in her step. So with the warm fuzzies I was feeling, I got dressed in a light grey 3-piece suit with a black shirt, but used a nice and simple black wizard robe with the Hogwarts emblem instead of one of its houses on it instead of the jacket. I then went downstairs and made sure I had everything I was going to need for today's classes in my shrunk trunk. Books, check. Clothes, check. Targets, check. Training equipment, check. Safety devices, check. While I was doing that, I heard the sound of footsteps coming my way, making me look at the source. What I found was my Victoria wearing what an anime enthusiast would identify as the sexy school nurse look. She wore a green blouse to match her eyes, black skinny jeans. A pair of open-toed black heels, her raven hair done in a high ponytail that left some frame her face, and all topped up with the white lab coat. She looked cool, confident and sexy. How in the world do those frumpy matrons let you work in that? I asked with an appreciative look on my face. It's more practical than those damn dresses, just transfigure the heels when needed and you can look great while helping people. It also helps that no patient ever complains about it and that I've been doing better than anyone else, call it special treatment. Just like how you can just leave the castle whenever and you can bring your bike with you. She answered as she approached me with a seductive smile, then playfully used a single finger to raise my chin a bit. Lucky patience, I said with a chuckle, then grab her waist and give her a deep kiss. Maybe I'll wear it at home in the future, she then whispered playfully in my ear after we separated. Tease, I answered as I gave her another kiss. Alright, I love you too, but we'll both be late at this rate, she finally said as she caught her breath this time. Yes dear, I'll go to work, I was just seeing you off before heading out anyway, I replied as she nodded in approval. Hope you have a good day then, I know you won't let those kids push you around, but do put that slime in her place should she try anything, Victoria said as she walked to our fireplace and activated our flow network. Don't you worry, everything is already going according to my plans, just go do what you enjoy and help your mother back to 100, I responded with a sly smile. Saint Mungos, she simply said as she threw the powder down and disappeared in the usual flash of emerald flames. Time to go to work then, I said to myself as I headed out and got on my bike. A bit later, in a classroom on the ground floor of the castle. The classroom had been prepared as per my specifications, just like how many of predecessors, in the hopes of maximizing my curriculum's effectiveness. While I say classroom, I should probably correct that to classrooms because I am using more than one. I have 3 rooms customized for what I believe is required from the course, a traditional classroom for theory, a gymnasium for the body's health and improvement, and a training area so students can properly practice what they learn. The classroom was customized because I wanted people to be able to learn and focus properly. This means I got rid of all the centuries-old desks and benches, replacing them with properly upholstered chairs, desks which will supply the books necessary for the day's lesson. Something needed because I believe a single books cannot hold all the correct answers, a slide projector, and bookshelves with various journals I've written which might help students. The gym was based on more of a university format. A running track went around the room, equipment for an obstacle course, weights, exercise machines, and even some skeet shooting stuff I enchanted for some target practice. And then I have the practical room. It's a heavily warded room designed to have students hold battles from 1v1 to large brawls in relative safety. Made so people can have combat experience instead of just dueling. Of course I paid for and enchanted everything beyond what Hogwarts could supply. And the school has had a ton of empty rooms, so me taking 3 wasn't anything special. Then you add my personal space expansion runes to make everything big enough, and voila. With everything ready, I calmly watched as the kids slowly trickled into the room. This being their first class, in a new school, which happens to be a medieval castle. With fake corridors and doors, moving staircases, and sometimes less than useful advice givers, I decided to give them some extra time to get here today. I know Hogwarts is still very new to all of you, even if some have had family who have given you some advice on the matter, the school can be confusing. As a result, I will be giving all those in their first years some light leeway to arrive here on time for the remainder of the month. After that, however, I will have to begin informing your head of house over tardiness. I smoothly announce as I see only 3 students had not reached the classroom yet. This made quite a few of the kids relax as a response. A completely understandable reaction. I am just hoping some don't decide I look easy to push over as a result. There are some pretty annoying kids sometimes. Coincidentally, as soon as I finished speaking, the last 3 students all came bursting into the room, looking very rushed. It seems to be a smaller brown-haired boy, a beefier blonde one, and a black-haired girl. Ah! It seems everyone has arrived. Please do tell Mrs. Galligan and Drew, as well as Miss Corvus, my early announcement after class. All these names are going to be made up, so have no care. For now, please find a seat, you 3, I will begin my lesson shortly. I simply said as I directed the 3 latecomers. The 2 boys quickly found a desk at the back, with the young lady joining the only empty seat next to another young lady near the middle. Good. Now that everyone is here, it's time for a proper introduction. As you no doubt remember from the feast or have been told by your seniors, my name is Aiden Bones. I graduated from this very school last year and managed to become a certified master in the defense against the dark arts during the summer. I will be teaching you the basics on how to defend yourself this year. More common and less dangerous magical creatures beings. Basic spell work to save your lives and some physical training. I personally believe that it doesn't really matter how many spells you know in a fight if you're too out of shape or weak to use them properly, hence the exercise part. Now, any question? I finished my intro with the question as I'm sure these kids have heard a few rumors by now. Immediately half the girls had their hands up and a few boys as well. I just picked a little brunette who was almost jumping out of her seat. Miss Dawson, I said with an amused smile. Is it true you're dating the healing mistress? She excitedly asked with stars in her blue eyes. That would be a title Tori got from healing many in the long-term permanent care ward. She's being hailed as the healing prodigy of the century, and the ministry is actually looking into awarding her an Order of Merlin award for her work. We are actually engaged, I answered with a slight correction. The answer got a split in responses, with half the girls deflating and the other half happily squealing. Mr. Potts, you're next, I then said after letting the girls calm down a bit. Did you actually beat a dragon last year? The ginger kid asked. I did subjugate a Swedish short snout during the first task of the Triwizard tournament last year, yes, I calmly answered as a few of the boys could be heard saying wicked. Miss Turner. I heard the ministry created a new grade for you, is that true? The little blonde asked shyly. Certainly is, I happily answered, avoiding simply saying, yep. But as much as I like questions, I will have to begin my class. That made most of the kids disappointed as they put their hands down. Today is going to be divided into 2 parts, some physical exercise, something those who grew up in the Muggle world would recognize as a gym class, and then we will start learning about real vampires. I informed the kids as I told them today's outline. Professor, are we supposed to run in these? A black-haired kid named Thomas Clear asked as he waved his robe-covered arms. No worries, Mr. Clear, if you look inside your desks, there should be an outfit with your house colors in, simply change into those and they will resize themselves to fit you perfectly. Boys will change in the gymnasium and girls will change here. I answered informatively, making most kids check their desk to find out that they did have clothes in them. No dilly-dallying, boys grab the clothes and go. Girls, I trust you can get changed and join us quickly without supervision. I've even left some hair elastics for those who wish for some. I then instructed as I heard the boys out of the room, not giving them any time to complain. It took about 10 minutes for everyone to get changed and join us in the gym. Alright, now that everyone's here, I'm going to explain what today's lesson will be. I started off in a relaxed manner. Why do we have to wear these Muggle clothes? A black-haired Slytherin kid named Craig Foley with notes of disgust. Trust me, when we start you'll be happy you're not wearing robes, I answered with a grin before continuing. The reason being that we'll be working on 2 things which can keep you alive even if you're weak or young, running and dodging. Isn't learning magic more important? A confused-looking brunette asked. If I'm being honest. Until you get your OWLs, almost none of you would be able to deal with a random wizard or creature trying to kill you using only magic. And if you're being honest with yourselves, how do you see your chances against a fully grown witch or wizard? I countered using brutal honesty. That made a lot of kids quiet and some held themselves back from arguing because even magical children understand the principle of adults having the advantage over a kid. I'm not trying to say that all of you suck. Everyone starts from nothing and build themselves up gradually. All I'm saying is that I won't just tell you, this is how you deal with something, or read this and be enlightened. I'm going to help you learn to survive the dangers in this world, both magical and mundane, because that is my job as your teacher. I seriously said to the kids, at least getting some of their spirit back. So what are we going to do, Professor? You said running and dodging are important, but how are we going to train that? It's going to be a sort of game today. As you've no doubt noticed, you're divided into your houses. The goal will be run and dodge within the court until all members of the other house are eliminated. The rules are pretty simple. Stay within the lines on the floor. You are not allowed using magic or physically touching each other. You can move anywhere as long as you stay inside the lines. You get hit by one of my enchanted dodgeballs and you have to move out of the court. The winning house will get 20 points. Pretty simple, right? I explained. So all we have to do is dodge and not harm each other? Ms. Corvus asked as she simplified the rules. Basically, I simply confirmed. Are they enchanted like bludgers? A curious Ms. Turner asked. No, I will be the one controlling them to hopefully stimulate you all properly. All these balls have on them is a minor sting charm and a color imprinting charm applied to them. It'll help you want to evade, and wherever they hit will leave a big pink circle, guaranteeing that no one can say they weren't hit. I clarified calmly. And before some of you start believing I'll be biased for or against a house, I'll just say I've never cared for those divisions, nor have I ever bothered about the house cup, so neither would give me a reason to favor anyone. If anything, I might even give some extra training if I like you. That quieted down pretty much all the kids. All right then, stand wherever in the court, I will be in the circle controlling the balls, I directed as I stepped forward and made my dozen balls float around me. The kids then spread out all over the court, but they basically divided themselves into their houses, making it look like a dodgeball game. Begin, I ordered as I made 3 balls fly each direction to begin, making kids start frantically dodge out of their way. The games themselves lasted about 10 minutes each. With Gryffindor winning one more game than Slytherin out of the 3 we had time to play. My guess is that most Slytherins are from magical families and they don't really do physical activities like kids who go through the Muggle schools, resulting in their loss this time. After the physical half of today's class was done, I got a few of the castle's elves to clean the kids and told them to change back into their robes. When they get good enough, I'll add a bit more of a dodgeball feel and let some balls be thrown by the kids to add an element of uncertainty to the mix. Aside from that, I think they mostly liked it from the laughs some of them had. I thought as I planned my future classes. The rest of my time was used by introducing vampires, something both magical and Muggle kids have heard about. With me focusing on the Helsing and Belmont families' records on the subject. As classes finished, I gave a bit of homework on how they would survive a vampire encounter. Basically adding a bit of personal stake to the homework to make it useful and educational. With that, my first class at Hogwarts ended with a good degree of success, I believe. Chapter 163. My second class with the third-year Hufflepuffs and Slytherins went in a similar manner to the first years. Had a little reintroduction, something not really needed since all of them remembered me anyway and I had helped a good number of them on the past. This let me jump into lessons with relative ease. Although I couldn't work on their physical aspects due to not having a double class with them, I was able to go through a good amount of review over their material for the last 2 years and get a good idea on what to work on. Most kids could cast spells relatively well and knew some solid enough information about creatures and curses. These kids did have the 2 best teachers Hogwarts had for the subject in years as their openers after all. The problem came with each teacher's preferences when it comes down to it. The information they have is solid, but it is limited to first-year dark creatures and basic defense spells. Then second-year curses and counter-curses. This resulted in the kids having skewed knowledge about their prior years. Still better than those who learnt fuck all under Quirrell and Lockhart, but it needs work just like pretty much all students taking my classes. Hence my goal being to consolidate their knowledge while filling the gaps as best I can for the first few months, then jumping into the newer and more interesting stuff. Might be boring, but they need this more. Doesn't mean I won't do what I can to make it more fun though. In the end, the kids listened well enough as I smoothly explained various pieces of information about a few creatures they hadn't had the chance to learn about last year and common methods to defeat trap them. I let them go after giving out a bit of homework. This time it was to choose one creature from a list I presented and devise a creative way for themselves to either kill or escape them. A bit of research and thought exercise instead of just telling them to write me a foot of parchment about so and so. Much better to get information into a child's brain this way, I believe. After class it was time for lunch. Most teachers either had lunch in their offices to be able to grade papers, have meetings with students or have a moment's peace. Or they need to patrol and make sure students are following the rules. Typical setup for something like a boarding school, except that the grounds are way too large to effectively cover with the few teachers available. Especially since we have to eat too. My thoughts were disrupted however by a small group approaching me. "Hey professor, how were your first classes?" A cheeky-sounding Harry asked with a smile on his face. "Yeah, I heard you made the first years dodge for their lives or something," Ron chimed in as he looked rather curious. "But they also said your vampire lesson was brilliant," Hermione added excitedly as her eyes were basically begging to get the same lesson. "It's good to see the Raxperts flying away from them," the giggly Luna said as she looked around the younger kids. "Glad to see things starting off on the right foot. And thanks for saying Professor, have to maintain the authority and all that. Also, congrats on becoming prefects Hermione and you too Harry. As for the questions and or comments, hasn't been bad so far. Yes, I made those kids dodge, 5th years will have a different lesson, and I'm quite happy my homework is getting kids excited instead of dreadful." I replied with a smile. Dumbledore didn't have to give Ron the prefect position this time around since he's already become very secure himself, letting Harry gain some experience in authority instead. "Thank you Professor, but why are you doing it with dodgeballs? Dodgeball is a very muggle thing, so why are you making the first years do that? Better to learn to dodge with a ball than a curse. Those kids can't cast shielding charms yet, so I'll teach them the best possible defense for any attack." Not being there, I proudly answered with a smirk. "Prof's right Meoni, can't hurt what you can't hit, pretty basic lesson in the club," Ron said in agreement. "I guess that is true," she said as she had a thoughtful expression on her face. "Oh, before I forget, Ron, could you give a few things back to your brothers?" I asked him as I suddenly remembered something. "Sure, what are they?" he asked in a bit of confusion. "This canary cream they tried to put in my lunch, this dung bomb they rigged to my classroom door. This self-propelling custard pie which tried to hit me when I was walking here, these puking pastilles they tried to drop in my drink and this Tuntung toffee they thought I wouldn't identify after they changed its outward appearance." I listed off as I handed Ron the prank items from my expanded bag. "They tried to prank you that many times already?" A shocked Hermione almost squealed aloud. "Unfortunately for the twins, they now have to deal with a slight hair situation and cannot come to pick up their products. I really appreciate your help Ron," I innocently say as I ignore the outburst, getting Luna to giggle in amusement and Harry to chuckle. "Yeah, no problem," the redhead numbly said as he stated at the products in his hands. "Professor, could you help me to send Christian something? It's been difficult getting through the Imblestrons the owls have caught." "No problem Luna, always a pleasure to help a girl such as yourself," I answered with a warm smile as she hands me her package. "Thank you," she happily said before skipping away while humming. "I still like that girl. Such a free spirit," I thought as I returned my attention to the trio. "Alright then, I'll see you three for my class later. There will be a physical aspect since you have a double class, so prepare yourself mentally Hermione. And if you two need any advice on being prefects then you can always come to me," I said to the trio as I finished my lunch. "Where are you going?" Harry asked out of curiosity. "Gonna send this package and tease a friend a bit," I answered with a sly smile, making the teen shake his head a bit in response as I stood up and walked away. After lunch itself, I had a free period which meant it was time for a bit of paperwork. Don't want to have to do that at home when I can be with Tori after all. Then came time for my class with 5th-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. My influence has made subtle changes everywhere in Hogwarts, and one of those would be the relationship between houses. The interactions students can get through the exchange or the dueling club are very helpful in that regard. So instead of the hostile relationship lions and snakes had in the canon, now it's closer to a rivalry. There's also been a sharp decrease of open harassment as a result. Can't do anything about what is discussed in private, but at least Slytherin students aren't calling people mudblood in public anymore. And now, I am watching them all slowly trickle into my classroom. Looking rather eager. I'm guessing they are excited for me to teach since they know I am both qualified and capable. Most of these kids were present when I was basically teaching defense instead of Lockhart, making things easier for me. Good to see so many familiar faces. I'm pretty sure you all remember me, but just in case you somehow got obliviated to oblivion during this summer, I am Aiden Bones, your new defense against the dark arts professor, I said with a light-hearted tone as I got some chuckles from students. Before I could continue, I heard the classroom door open and then a small cough. Hem, I am sorry if I interrupted your class," the pink abomination said as she walked in with her goddamn clipboard. "What can I do for you Miss Umbridge?" I was about to begin informing everyone on the general layout for this year. It is important for them since they will be undertaking their OWLs. "Oh nothing serious dear, I am just here to see how you will be teaching, and it is High Inquisitor Umbridge, she corrected with that annoying voice. Alright then Miss Umbridge, there are a few extra chairs to your left if you wish to sit down, I replied with an emphasis on me not giving a shit about her title. Politely of course. That got her face to twitch in dissatisfaction as she found a seat. Now, like I said, everyone here knows your OWLs will be coming up at the end of the year and that they can dictate many of your options in future. Almost all ministry positions will require certain results from your OWLs and NEWTs, and even various professions will look at these results to determine whether you are worth hiring. If you want to work in creature reserves, your COMC and herbology will be looked at heavily. Enchanters need excellent charms and ancient runes grades. Healers requires potions, transfiguration, herbology, charms and this very course. I systematically explained as I tried to impart a clearer image of why these tests are important. Teachers always talk about how important these tests are, but they forget to tell students why they will be useful. But even if your dream future does not strictly need data, I would recommend you at least study up to your OWL seriously. There are many dark things magic can be used for. It can curse, poison, kill, harm, cause suffering, and even damn you. There are creatures and beings who still prey on wizards and muggles alike to survive. Without being ready for these, one can easily fall to them. But it does not take a Dark Lord or Dementor to kill you. All it could take is a single desperate person who needs to feed themselves, got threatened. Is an addict, fell in with the wrong crowd, or even mistakes you for someone else. That person could even be some random mugger who got a lucky stab in before you could notice. This is why I will do my best to train you to be aware, to be knowledgeable, and to be ready for the fact that life will always have risks because that is even truer in our world. I seriously explained to all of them. This might be a bit heavy, but it is something they need to come to terms with. The world isn't sunshine and rainbows. These kids can feel that things are changing, with a good number knowing what is actually happening. So I will lay things out for them right here, with brutal honesty and then help them improve from there. I look at each student, and I see a new fire in many of their eyes. Harry's is burning to the extreme due to his fate, Ron is next to him with a determined look. Hermione has some hesitation in her since she truly isn't ready for real fights yet. I then look at Draco, but the teen is kind of a mess due to having Voldemort living in his home and his mother leaving it. Crabbe and Goyle might be too slow to realize what just happened, but Daphne Greengrass's cold expression could not contain her burning spirit. Professor Bones, the stomach cleanser then interrupted, making most look back as they snapped out of the thoughts I had intentionally given them. I do not know why you are trying to scare these children, especially when you are so young yourself. There is nothing out there and no one coming after them, so why are you saying they need to learn to fight? She asked, saying some of the stupidest nonsense I've heard in some time. What do you mean, nothing out there? There's plenty out there which could harm us. I guess she rubs him up the wrong way too. Maybe a bit too much though. I thought as I watched on. Nonsense child, what could possibly want to harm children such as yourselves? She asked with an incredulous look as she seemed to almost be taunting him, which she actually was. I dunno, maybe Voldemort, he then replied with a lot of snark. Detention Mr. Potter. For spouting such lies. I believe that is quite enough Miss Umbridge, I gave you permission to observe my class, not interrupt, and you certainly do not hold the authority to give any student any punishment, much less during my class. I spoke out with a tone of absolute authority as I let some of my magic bear down onto her, making her gasp under the pressure almost immediately. And Harry, while I appreciate your passion and will, I am more than capable of defending myself, I then said to the teen, making him sheepishly nod as he realizes he didn't really need to come to my rescue. You cannot speak to me like this, I am the High Inquisitor, and you cannot ignore the will of the Ministry, she managed to say as the pressure I exuded abated when I talked to Harry. And why in the world should I give a damn about what the Ministry is saying as long as I am following all the rules Hogwarts has? This is an independent educational facility. The only governing body overlooking Hogwarts is the Board of Governors, which I am a member of. So why exactly should I listen to you? I challenged as I stood before my class. I represent Minister Cornelius Fudge himself. To disregard me is to disregard the will of the Ministry. Do you think a measly professor has the right to stand against that? Ha! You represent the Ministry. That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. You are a pariah in every circle. Hated and avoided by every department head, the Wisengamot members finds you so hateful that even the supposed dark families distance themselves from you, and I've seen the records of all the laws you've tried to introduce being shot down. And as for myself, a measly professor, I am one of the people who permitted the Ministry to send someone to observe Hogwarts because I believe we should be doing our best at every level to help children grow into their best selves. But who do they send? Some delusional toad, thinking herself powerful when she is only a glorified secretary. Someone so completely inept that she has to lie and threaten her way into even that position. I reply with thinly veiled disgust towards her. How dare you? You're nothing but a half-blood child. I will have you removed from this castle. Oh please you pink hag, I could have you removed from your post by simply showing how utterly inept you are and how you can't properly do your duties because you are simply too stupid to do so. I countered and looked at her with clear mockery in my eyes. You, she repeated as her face turned red from rage and embarrassment. Me what? Shall I prove my point? Let's go over your grades and see exactly what subject you are capable of judging when compared to the certified masters at Hogwarts. Charms, exceeds expectations. Potions, troll. Transfiguration, acceptable. Astronomy, poor. History of magic, acceptable. Herbology, exceeds expectations. Defense against the dark arts, troll. Ancient runes, acceptable. Arithmancy, poor. And with these OWL results you could barely get into a few Newt level classes. Only getting 3. And even then, your results were lackluster to say the least. Charms, acceptable. Herbology, acceptable. Ancient runes, poor. All these grades were made up, but I did my best to make her be capable of actually doing what she did in canon, while having fun with the subjects she showed ineptitude in. Now I am done paying any more attention to you. I have a class to teach and I have actual qualifications to do it. So either you leave or I throw you out for disrupting. I said as I concluded the destruction of her reputation in the eyes of most students. She couldn't even speak due to the utter humiliation she felt from being exposed like this. The toad left before she exploded even further or simply vomited blood in anger. I just love when one action can fill more than one purpose. I thought in response to her departure. What I meant was that I knew she would react negatively to my speech on the dangers of the world. I knew she would challenge me as soon as she walked into the room. So I baited her into a battlefield she had absolutely no hope of defeating me in. The result were humiliation. News of her achievements while she was at Hogwarts spreading within the day, and a now incredibly unstable bitch who will have a drastically increased desire for power within Hogwarts. Coincidentally enough, my class got very enthusiastic about my lesson after that, even when it came to the physical side of things the pure-blooded Slytherins participated without complaining. The lesson itself was similar to the third years, a review and added information on prior years. Then organized 3-on-3 spars to get students used to teamwork. Combat and on-the-spot decision-making since they were 5th years. That resulted in a golden trio getting a good amount of wins through Harry and Ron's superior combat skills, but they were having to do more to compensate for Hermione. I don't hate Hermione, just saying that before she starts getting into life and death conflicts with Death Eaters, she isn't someone suited for combat. Then, to the good news for everyone, it was time for dinner. With a quick clean-up and change of clothes, everyone started heading to the Great Hall for food with a lot of new gossip to share. I simply packed my things, locked my classroom up properly warded up the wazoo, then headed out with a smile on my face over a good first day and the thought of spending time with my wifey.